Fake grandma wasn't as good as real grandma, but she'd still fed Kitty and been gentle with her. Kitty could not raise a hand against someone who fed her. But Love Train showed Yimi what lay at the end of every deflected path. Without that force, she would have been gutted open just moments ago. Where does your hostility toward me come from? Mio touched her cheek, genuinely puzzled. You don't seem to be with DEM either. Have you found something out? 30 years earlier, after being created by DEM's forefounders, Mio had not waited passively to be controlled. A girl who was nearly a blank slate, not much more than a person-shaped void, had the fortune to be found by a kind young woman named Shinji Takamiya. One could say, in a way, that she was Atsuka Shiori's previous life. In short, she was taken in by the Takamiya sisters. Given clothes. Given good food. Shown every beautiful thing this world had to offer. A genuinely happy time. It continued until they had become the most important people in each other's lives, until a confession had been made, and that was the exact day DEM caught up with them. Shinji Takamiya, an ordinary human, was shot dead right in front of her. Mio tried to save her. The power that had been called divine couldn't resurrect the dead. Mio shattered Shinji's remains and condensed them within herself as a fetus. That was where Atsuka Shiori came from. It was also the reason Shiori could seal spirits. As for Mio's second goal, she wanted the newly reborn, little Shiori, to no longer be so fragile. She wanted to give her power. But fragile Shiori, even reborn from Mio's own body, lacked the constitution to hold that kind of force. So Mio divided a small portion of her own power into 10 fragments, and bestowed them upon 10 other young women. Of course, power that even Shiori couldn't withstand was beyond any ordinary person too. Each sapphire crystal required countless human lives to purify it into something a person could accept. Once Shiori had absorbed all 10 fragments of spirit power, Mio would retrieve the distributed crystals and erase everything that made Shiori, who she was, every memory, returning her to Shinji Takamiya. The 10 spirits would die the moment it happened. Yimi had been an unexpected variable from the start. A sudden appearance, an uncanny resemblance to Mio herself, a dangerous unknown. Mio had tried to manage her through the first sapphire crystal hiding inside it, but the plan had backfired spectacularly. The owner of that power had turned the trap around. Now Mio stared at the ring floating behind her, 10 spheres set along its arc. Only a single sphere was lit a faint white glow, and it hadn't even been absorbed by Shiori before being retrieved. Worse, the one person who knew her true identity was frustratingly, stubbornly alive. If she let Yimi reach Shiori ahead of schedule and reveal everything, this would become very complicated. Mio manifested her second angel. The ground appeared beneath Yimi's feet. The space around them transformed, a chessboard of interlocking black and white, every other direction swallowed by darkness, a great luminous tree blazing in pure white at its far end. A wizard's territory drew its effects from the user's will, a technique created in direct imitation of this. The effect, the entire area for several kilometers, was converted into a neighboring world, every rule within it dictated solely by Mio Takamiya. Let me think. I'll start by disabling the redirected misfortune ability. The light surrounding Yimi flickered for a single instant. Something had changed. You're not a good person. Whatever warmth had carried over from fake grandma's kindness in this moment, the little cat saw things clearly. She reversed her grip on the scarlet lance. In the white radiance, an unusual light played across the metal. That is. Mio's eyelids narrowed slightly. She had noticed this object from the beginning. It reflected no visible luster, and yet there had always been some nameless instinct driving her to look away from it. With the motion of a throwing child, the weapon stained with the blood of God's Son traced what felt, within Ein Sof, like a red line through the air, cutting clean through the white silk Mio raised to block it, crossing the distance between them in an instant. In that instant, Mio Takamiya felt, genuinely and without performance, the threat of death. What is this? A little cat who had only just converted from full cat to full human form, still adjusting to the new control scheme, could not possibly land a perfect first throw. The blood-stained edge grazed past Mio's shoulder knot through it, carving a small, but bone-deep wound before pinning itself into the edge of Ein Sof. Mio pressed a hand to her shoulder, her expression unchanged from its gentle serenity as blood flowed freely. "Is this your angel?" she asked. "There's a feeling of being targeted, as though you were crafted specifically to counter me. Like a weapon made to fight me. Did DEM create you?" She tried to heal the wound. Not a complete failure, it did close, slowly. But slowly, like ordinary human regeneration. No more stalling. All the light in the world seemed to concentrate in this single point. The first spirit deployed her most powerful, nameless angel. Our time together was enjoyable, though. Unconditional erasure of everything, an angel so absolute that even its name was a blank page, the most unreasonable force in existence. Even the neighboring world Mio herself had created seemed to tremble in response. Not Shimmer. With the spear of Longinus no longer in her hands to suppress her, Yimi's full divinity blazed free, golden cracks tearing open the earth. Chapter 76, Chapter 51, SAED 1278. Words from the outside. Ein Sof looked like a black sphere swallowing half the city, impossible to miss. For Ratatoskr, teetering on the edge of collapse, there was no time to calculate the damage it might cause to the surrounding area. Origami attempted to break through it from range, even throwing her last reserves of spiritual power, and it was like hurling stones into a bottomless lake, each strike only a reminder of how little she had left. Ein Sof Or's pollen still drifted through the air, keeping her from approaching. Spending spiritual power on something so futile would leave her nothing to withstand Ellen's wrath. "This is rather different from what we agreed on." Ellen raised her sword with cold composure. "Where have you hidden it, Tsukashirori?" Ellen's feelings toward Shirori were, to put it plainly, somewhat unfavorable, but she couldn't deny how pivotal Shirori was. Every spirit orbited around her. Setting aside whether capturing Shirori could be used as leverage over the spirits, DEM's objectives included one particular step: triggering inversion. Inversion, or, closer to what you might see in a drama, the berserk dark side state, occurred only when a spirit experienced absolute despair. In a sense, it was what a spirit truly was at her core. The power would annihilate any ordinary human body. But as the world's only remaining pure-blooded magicians, DEM's people possessed physiques capable of containing far more powerful inverse spirit crystals without losing control. Once that was achieved, all they'd need to do was run Shirori through in front of the right spirit. Beyond that, there was always the option of capturing Shirori directly for research, or using a realizer formula to transfer her spiritual power to Westcott, groundwork for eventually absorbing the first spirit's power. Ellen's smile was thin and cold. "It seems your parents' grudge weighs very little after all. I was overestimating you. I'll return those words exactly as you gave them." Origami's gaze was still fixed on Ein Sof. Raising one sword for an important person's revenge, and then turning the same sword on another important person, I was the one overestimating DEM. She kept her eyes on the black sphere. The first spirit she had spent so long longing for was inside it. "If only your fighting ability were as sharp as your tongue." Her voice dropped colder. How fitting, Mordred, of all things. The knight of legend who betrayed King Arthur. That omen-laden CR unit name, and its wielder had now committed something tantamount to the same betrayal. Ellen didn't waste time on her. Because at that moment, the person she had been waiting for finally arrived on scene. Artemisia, formerly the crown ace of the UK's anti-spirit special forces, the SSS, a powerful magician second only to Ellen herself. She had joined DEM for reasons unknown. Her CR unit bore the name Lancelot. Ellen stared at Artemisia for a long moment. She gave her a look of withering contempt. Artemisia. On the other side, the attacking force was having rather a comfortable time of it. Ratatoskr, which had never once been on the back foot before, was suffering. Fraxinus had lost over half its functions. Ratatoskr had no capacity to counter the DEM fleet on its own. The only option was to rely on the spirits. Naturally, the one standing in front of Fraxinus was Itsuka Kodori, Ratatosker's commander. Or rather, Efreet, the spirit known as the Flame Demon. The name alone told you she commanded fire. And yet Kodori was, in truth, the worst of all the spirits when it came to sustained combat, not because she was anything like a Kakashi, but because her power carried a flaw that directly fed on her emotions. The urge to destroy. The moment she manifested as a spirit, that craving was unavoidable. It grew, and she would gradually lose herself to it, becoming something that only wanted to fight and fight and fight. Even faced with a crisis like this, under normal circumstances it shouldn't have been her turn to step in. Can't be helped, someone has to deal with this mess. Kodori hefted her angel in one hand, the massive flaming axe far too large for a single hand to properly grip. This was Camel. It had two forms, axe and cannon. The cannon form, in particular, bore the distinction of having once destroyed Zafkil-Kurumi Tokusaki's angel in its prime. Without Fraxinus's mistletoe to boost her, however, obliterating the defensive territory of DEM's flagship in one shot was no simple feat. That was fine. Let me show you something. She patted the great axe. Spiritual power surged into it a second time, and the resulting transformation had an oddly unnatural feel to it. In between duties these past few days, she had spent every free moment poring over that strange book. It turned out to be a usage guide for some bizarre weapon, with an ancient dinosaur-like species as the assumed enemy. It reminded Kodori of Yimi shouting about dinosaur people, so she figured wherever the book had come from, that world probably had dinosaurs. The weapon the book described was deeply strange. In broad strokes, with a sword in hand, there is nothing it cannot pierce. With a shield in hand, nothing can pierce it. Question: the sword strikes the shield, what happens? The wielder merges sword into shield. What emerges is an axe splitting mountains, cleaving through gold and iron. The crowd is horrified and dares not argue further. Kodori had neither sword nor shield, but she did have a great axe. And the bit about swinging the blade to accumulate energy in the file, she figured spiritual power could substitute directly, even if it felt like something had lost some of its soul along the way. Beyond the blazing fire, crackling arcs of electricity began appearing along Camel's edge, seemingly from nowhere. Kodori charged straight in, took a direct beam strike head-on using her other trait, Undying, without even flinching, and swung. Flame and lightning together. The shockwave alone was enough to flip parked vehicles. She brought it down with the force of a mountain cracking open. The pressure wave arrived before the axe even seemed to move. What in the world is? The spatial quake that followed was substantial, like an aircraft carrier dropped straight onto the ground. The deafening concussion, and the tremor that rattled all of Tenga City, finally jolted Shiori awake, where she had been left bound at the city's outskirts. She looked down to assess her situation. Turtle shell bondage, author censored. Shiori pressed her knees together. She confirmed there were no signs Origami had done anything to her. Then she summoned Sandalphon Toka's angel and sliced through the ropes. She could use the angels of spirits whose power she had sealed, though the output was naturally diminished. Even basic flight remained something she'd never quite gotten right. Something serious is happening. Shiori pressed her face to the window and looked out. The elevated position gave her a clear view, the massive black sphere at the city center, and the battleship now split cleanly in two, driven nose first into the ground. She squinted. Fine golden cracks were spreading outward across the surface of Ein Sof. She had no idea what had happened, but Ellen arriving at her doorstep yesterday made it easy enough to guess DEM had come to stir up trouble. And she had blacked out at the worst possible moment. Shiori jumped out the window and flew low toward the city. Origami wouldn't have left her a communications device. No way to reach Ratatosker. Flying high would only attract DEM's attention first. Though flying low wasn't exactly safe either. Good morning, Takamiya. The man who held real power at DEM Westcott had come in person. Chapter 77, Chapter 52, completed. 16-18 words. As long as one spirit was successfully captured, the cost of this operation however great would be worth it. That was how DEM's upper echelons had reasoned it. And there was no real need for Westcott to come down himself. But no one had anticipated this, the plan to lure Origami into tricking Shiori out alone by dangling the first spirit as bait had resulted in the first spirit actually showing up. Ha ha ha. Westcott pressed a hand over the lower half of his face, unable to suppress his amusement. I knew I wasn't wrong about this face. The girl who manipulates spirit power, at will. I'd been wondering who you were. It's you, isn't it, Takamiya? Takamiya. Shiori could only stare blankly. She had no memories of being Shinji Takamiya. In truth, even counting her past life as Shinji Takamiya, she and Westcott had never been acquainted. The real reason was simple. It was Westcott who had put a bullet through Shinji Takamiya. He tilted his head back, gazing at the lethal pollen drifting through the sky, and murmured with something almost like rapture, beautiful. Sandalphon, Gabriel, Raphael. 3 angels summoned at once, something Shiori had never attempted before, because pushing too much spiritual power in one go always left her dizzy afterward. The greatsword swing carved a shockwave that should have cut through steel, but it was stopped just short of Westcott by multiple overlapping territories. As DEM's true authority, he hadn't come without bodyguards, and even setting them aside, he was himself a magician without peer in the world, though he had never been in the habit of using a CR unit. Shiori scanned her surroundings. All of Westcott's bodyguards were running identical unit models, mass production types, probably. Though given who he wasn't the sort of person to use cheap cannon fodder. If it were 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, Shiori had some confidence. But this many people fighting in coordination was beyond a girl with 0 real combat experience. At least, she was starting to feel intimidated. She didn't hesitate. Using Raphael the 8th Sapphira's angel in its wing form, she broke away fast, trying to shake them off. Running again? At least this time you're not dragging someone else, Mio Takamiya, along the ground. Westcott waved a hand. The bodyguards moved in pursuit without holding back. Yoshino's angel condensed a frost shield against the barrage of beams. She swung Sandalphon hard at the nearest bodyguard, no technique to it, raw strength alone, enough to overwhelm the woman outright. But those few simple actions already had Shiori's breath coming short. This won't work. She broke away again, using the altitude to watch Westcott's expression from a distance, that inhuman, placid smile. As much as she hated to admit it, if she actually tried to fight them, she might collapse from exhaustion before they ever took her down. If she could make it back alive today, she had to train properly. Shiori dismissed all her angels except for Raphael's wing form, narrowing her focus entirely to flying and evasion. At that moment, Einsof, held together by a thread, finally gave out. Golden cracks ran outward from its base along the ground, spreading kilometers in an instant. One luminous thread, whether by intention or coincidence, passed directly through Shiori's body. For a moment she thought she was about to be sliced in half. But in that instant there was warmth there and gone, like the happiness of being bathed in Yimi's light. She had no time to process what had happened. One of the bodyguards was already bringing a sword down at her. Even blocking with Sandalphon, Shiori was still sent flying, slamming hard into the rolling shutter of a factory somewhere nearby. It hurt like hell. An ordinary person would have gone straight to the ICU. But this place, didn't it feel a little familiar? She lay on her back and looked up. Something she recognized. Right, this was the street they always used for dates. She'd flown that far. And this warehouse was one of Ratatosker's storage spots, stocked with supplies so they could set up a festival stall anywhere at a moment's notice. And beyond that, this thing is still in here. She genuinely could not understand why something this dangerous hadn't been temporarily locked away on Fraxinus for safekeeping. Then again, was this a coincidence? Shiori thought back to the golden crack that had just passed through her. Maybe luck was pointing her somewhere. Though she had no idea whether this had stolen someone else's luck. Westcott gazed at Einsoff's fracturing barrier with quiet contemplation. Things seemed to be unfolding differently from what he'd imagined. Bzzzt, a bizarre noise, growing closer, cut through his thoughts. When the source finally came into view, there was a moment where Westcott genuinely wondered if he was hallucinating. Itsuka Shiori, a high school girl, was hurtling toward him astride a wiggle car, a child's toy wildly ill-suited to her body, at a speed no child's toy had any business reaching. One hand held a frost shield conjured from Sadkiel, braced against incoming fire. Her voice was not a war cry. It was simply screaming. To be fair to Ratatoskr, they had done their due diligence. They'd studied the thing, and concluded it was neither a CR unit nor a spirit-made weapon. Unable to classify it, they had boxed it up as a little girl's beloved toy, waiting for the next time they could arrange a date with the child and return it to her. Shiori had no idea Ratatoskr had done any of this. She only remembered that this thing had killed before. As it turned out, she'd gambled right. Not a drop of spiritual power needed. Responding to her will alone, the wiggle car shot forward with the momentum of a race vehicle, even tilting sideways up a wall mid-turn. By the time she realized she couldn't control the speed, it was too late. She hadn't thought to hold it back when she grabbed the wheel, and now, with inertia this powerful, slamming the brakes felt dangerous in itself. Even as light as it had been to carry, driving it felt like commanding a dump truck, the kind where you can't afford to stomp the brakes and fight the momentum at the same time. Wiggle car, a child's toy. Lets you traverse rough terrain at full speed, though it produces an incessant buzzing sound. Capable of delivering the impact force of a dump truck. Westcott's lip curved upward. He raised one hand to work a spell. If DEM ever holds a team-building retreat, I suppose we could hire you for a comedy act. As for right now, he noticed something was wrong. The wiggle car was somehow getting faster. The wiggle car hit him in the shin. Westcott collapsed into a full Yamcha pose in a hole that seemed custom-made for him. Einsoff collapsed. Had Ratatoskr still had capacity to observe, they might have noticed approximately 7 kilometers of Tengu City simply vanishing. In a form entirely unlike anything Mio had anticipated, because she could not comprehend what kind of power had done this. How could this? Who are you, exactly? In that final moment, Mio seemed to perceive something. A different presence. Not Yimi had looked at her through the layer of light, then looked again at the small cat at the center. It was nothing like her own kind. Not a first spirit. The six-winged ring that had hung behind Mio fell along with her. The Angel of Nothingness deactivated, or not entirely. For reasons she could not explain, the angel meant to erase all things it encountered should have returned to Mio herself. All 3 of her angels were torn apart instead. Mio closed her eyes serenely, facing the end without the terror she had braced for. Perhaps she had finally begun to understand. Even after everything she had done, her little Shinji might never come back. So if she could depart alongside them, that, in its own way, felt like a gift. But why was she still not dead? Because when divinity scattered across the earth, the power of choice passed entirely into the small cat's hands. And in that moment, Yimi finally felt what the holy corpse had granted her, a power one might call miracle, too numerous and vast to count, beyond her small vocabulary to describe. Yet somehow she could see clearly what the woman before her wanted, what she was at her core, what she was about to do. The world's impurity. It must all be weighed and judged. Yimi grabbed her head and shook it hard. The sensation was deeply wrong. It was even trying to force her emotions into stillness, to subsume her into its calm. Wrapped in pure white light, the unclothed cat stepped across invisible ground toward the first spirit, each step sounding like the toll of a judgment bell. A familiar sigh beside her ear. Pick it up. Yimi looked back. No spectral saint in sight. One moment of clarity, and the cat, back in herself, ran and retrieved the spear of Longinus. The divine influence settled back into quiet. Yimi looked to systems display. Main quest, defeat the first spirit, completed. Weakling Shiori had been lying. The cat was already plenty strong. Yimi turned, leveling the spear at Mio. I want to ask you, that was the last sound she heard from Mio. The final shard of Einsof fell. Something separated the two of them, and what lay before Yimi was a different darkness entirely. She had not returned to the real world. Something about sheer force had gone wrong. The true neighboring world. That was where she was. Where even was this? Chapter 78, Chapter 53, New World. 1174 words. The neighboring world was, in essence, the first spirit Mio Takamiya's realizer territory, vast enough to envelop the entire earth, but separated from the real world by a membrane. Yimi had been here more than once, in truth. Every time she had manifested her astral dress, that tugging sensation was the pull of passing through the neighboring world and back out into reality. Spacequakes, too, were intimately tied to this. But she was the only spirit who had ever made the round trip on every single transformation, and now, with the first sapphire crystal gone, she couldn't even call herself a spirit anymore. Maybe the saint's divinity colliding with the Kabbalistic tree of life had produced this strange result. Or maybe in the moment Einsof collapsed, Mio had finally remembered some unfinished wish, and made a last desperate attempt to drag Yimi here and seal her. How to get back? Almost nothing was visible here. Use full divinity again? The cat tilted her head back, trying to recall the sensation. Total apathy toward everything, as if even a bowl of Grandma's hand-peeled boiled shrimp set right in front of her wouldn't manage to tempt her. Reminder to host, you still owe famine one sapphire crystal. The little cat dropped onto the ground with a thump, tail swaying idly because she had nothing to wear. Main quest completed. Portal energy distributed. Proceed to next world immediately. System spoke again, nudging her toward the obvious solution. Yimi swung her legs. But she hadn't properly said goodbye to the people who hadn't freeloaded off her. Reminder, different dimensions have different time flows. When host returns to this world, the system will select the closest available time node. The cat didn't fully understand what time flows meant, but she understood she could come back and visit them. Kitty will come back to see you, she told the air, to no one in particular. Then she hopped and promptly forgot how she'd managed to fly without spiritual power a moment ago. Achievement unlocked, because you forgot you couldn't fly, you flew. Portal energy plus 5%. Love train meant she wouldn't die from the fall anyway. There was so much else she'd wanted to do. Bring back souvenirs for Mom and Grandma, for one. But this would have to do for now. Transfer. Portal energy dropped by 100. Yimi left this world behind. Transfer had no loading screen. Last time it had flung her out of the sky into nowhere, this time, it went from one extreme to the other entirely. First pitch darkness. Then humidity, salt, the press of water closing over every surface she needed to breathe through. In short, underwater. Specifically, the sea floor, though not very deep. Sunlight still filtered down. Schools of fish with colors that didn't exist on Earth glided past, and the cat stared enthralled. They looked delicious. She wished, from the bottom of her heart, that she had a fishing rod. Meanwhile, at the eastern side of the red line, out in the east blew the captain of the Arlong pirates. Arlong, a fishman with a serrated nose and a mouthful of shark teeth, was laughing and drinking. That Nami-irk. His breath cut off. Arlong's eyes rolled back as he clawed at his own throat. Captain, what's wrong? Seems like he choked on his drink. No, Captain is drowning. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? We're fishmen. Last time might have been an accident, but this time you really couldn't blame the system. On Earth, ocean covered 71% of the surface. In this world, the ratio was probably even higher. Beyond the red line, the land was essentially just islands. Setting sail had replaced setting out as the phrase for any real journey, which was why pirates were so abundant, and why the marine system existed as a dominant institution. It was a novel experience, honestly. This was the first time the water-averse little cat had ever seen the sea floor. She watched the unfamiliar fish for a while longer than she meant to. Arlong kept convulsing. Then, remembering she had no clothes, she shifted back into cat form and spent a good while fighting her way up to the surface. The air was humid but incomparably fresher than any city she'd been in. The kind of air you couldn't find back there. The crashing seas left her a little unsteady on her feet. She was, by comparison, about the size of a speck of dust. She was standing on them. Literally with no supporting power of any kind, walking on water was simply one of the most basic miracles available to a saint. Yimi sat on the rolling surface and stared into nothing for a while. Water in every direction. Nothing else. She lifted a paw and started walking towards some arbitrary point, while checking the world's missions. Main quest, defeat the 4 emperors, 0/4, or defeat the 3 admirals plus fleet admiral, 0/4. Choose one. Side quest, none. No side quests. The lazy cat was perfectly fine with that. This world actually gave her a choice. She was still walking when her senses sharpened. The swells beneath her were changing, quickening. Then a shadow, close to 100 meters across, rose from below. A gaping mouth, ascending from the deep. This was what terrified most sailors on the open sea, a sea king. Enormous and prone to attacking ships, something of this scale might not even register Yimi as a target too small to notice. The cat was startled. She had never seen a fish this big. In fact, it wasn't aiming at her. The great creature even twisted at the last moment, shifting its jaws away from where she stood. The ship it lunged for was barely larger than a raft, a single sail furled around its mast, 2 candles burning with blue-green flame. The man standing on it had already drawn a great sword shaped like a cross, raised it without ceremony, and brought it straight down. The Sea King froze mid-lunge. Then a hairline traced the length of its body and the 2 halves toppled slowly to either side, a fishy stench rolling outward with them, dyeing the surrounding sea deep crimson. The wave that followed flipped the cat completely upside down. For one impossible instant, a momentary vacuum opened in the sea. The ocean itself split open, divided cleanly in 2. Yimi recognized him the moment she saw him. Dog-Eye Mihawk. It was his fault the cat's beginner combat outfit got a garbage rating. He is not a good person. Mihawk had noticed her too. The cat has figured it out. You must be one of the 4 emperors or the admirals or the fleet admiral, right? She jumped to that conclusion. The cat's stand, famine, lashed out. Hawkeye was baffled. Wild animals attacked people, that was normal. And some of the most dangerous creatures alive wore perfectly harmless faces. But for the life of him, he could not understand why this particular cat was looking at him with such undisguised resentment. Chapter 79, Chapter 1, Setting Sail. 15-20 words. A world blanketed by the ocean. It had been roughly a week since Yimi was teleported here. Kurigana Island was a grim, foreboding place on the Grand Line, the ruins of the Shikiru Kingdom. A castle stood at the island's heart, and that castle was Hawkeye's home. Besides him, the island's only living human, it was also populated by creatures called humandrills, baboons with an uncanny ability to mimic and learn. Raised alongside gentle humans, they would grow into gentle creatures themselves. But this island had known nothing but war until 7 years ago, which meant these particular baboons hadn't just turned aggressive, they'd learned human swordsmanship, combat techniques, and even how to use firearms. Yimi, Mro. The surrounding baboons, ooh. Yimi, Mro 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 Mrow. The surrounding baboons, OOH. They seemed to be getting along just fine. Not that they had much choice. Before Yimi's arrival, Hawkeyes had been the only thing on this island the baboons feared. So naturally, the moment he brought home this little cat, and turned his back, they'd gone straight for her with great enthusiasm. The result, every baboon on the island, from the 2-month-old babies to the baboon king who'd spent years imitating Mihawk himself, had been thoroughly beaten up by one small cat. The baboon king was still sprawled in his nest looking like a malnourished, sun-dried monkey. Go pick a cabbage. Mihawk's voice drifted down from the castle. A flash of white light. Dressed in her beginner's combat gear, Yimi ignored her newly converted congregation of baboons, and trotted around to the vegetable garden behind the castle. She picked the smallest cabbage she could find, held it above her head, and ran it up to the cutting board where Mihawk was cooking. Why the small one? Because cats don't eat vegetables. Dracule Mihawk. 41 years old. Nicknamed Hawkeyes for his hawk-sharp eyes. He also went by many other titles, chief among them, world's greatest swordsman, and member of the 7 warlords of the sea. The first needed little explanation. He sat at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, so dominant that he'd once crossed swords with Red Hair Shanks back when Shanks still had his left arm. The outcome of that duel was known to almost no one. In recent years Mihawk had rarely fought at full strength, so the true ceiling of his power remained a mystery even to those who thought they knew him. The second title was a more ironic fact. To maintain a certain balance of power, the world government had reached out to 7 notorious pirates, offering to cancel their bounties, overlook their past crimes, and grant them certain privileges, all in exchange for a leash they'd never openly admit to wearing. The 7 warlords varied wildly in strength, naturally, given how different their origins and reputations were. Mihawk was firmly in the top tier. He glanced at Yimi's tail, swaying left and right. He'd brought this child back a week ago, or more precisely, they'd fought for nearly 2 hours with neither able to gain a decisive edge, until the cat simply flopped down on the prow of his ship and ended up here. To summarize that fight, a cat had suddenly transformed into a ball of light, shot toward him, seized a spear, and launched an attack. For one split second he'd thought Kizaru, one of the marine admirals, was trying to ambush him. The white light carried a deeply unsettling effect. His observation Haki couldn't read his opponent's movements, even looking directly at her was difficult. But Mihawk's hearing was something no ordinary person could match, and that alone was enough to let him parry her strikes without much trouble. When he went on the offensive, though, his slashes were warped entirely out of range, deflected from this stretch of sea altogether. Even attacks reinforced with armament Haki couldn't break through that luminous shell. He'd been stuck purely on defense, unable to land a single effective counter. There will always be someone stronger. He accepted that. But this was different. His technique and raw power both outclassed hers by a wide margin, yet a simple devil fruit ability had dragged the whole fight to a dead standstill. In 20 years he might not have encountered that situation once, let alone from a girl who barely came up to his waist. He set the cabbage on the board and began slicing it into fine shreds with practiced, efficient strokes. As one of the few who sailed alone, he'd taught himself to be reasonably competent at cooking, art, and navigation alike. Cabbage done. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the small girl had climbed onto the edge of the stove, and was staring motionlessly at the top of his head. What are you looking at? You're so ugly without your hat. She pointed directly at his head. Mihawk didn't dignify that with a response and kept cooking. Left with nothing to do, the little cat started reaching for the Sea King meat on the cutting board. Mihawk moved her paw away. If you're bored, go find the baboons to play with. Don't grab the food. You're the bored one. She shook her tiny fist at him and ran off. It wasn't that she wanted to be bored. She'd looked at Mihawk's maps the moment she arrived on the island and understood nothing except that the blue parts meant ocean. It was around that moment that this cat had a realization. The main quest of beating a Yonko and an admiral wasn't actually difficult because of the beating part. The difficult part was finding them. As for her handy teleporter, Eamon, she still owed it a crystal she hadn't paid back yet. Of course it wasn't going to run errands for a deadbeat cat. Yimi padded back to the kitchen doorway and peered inside. Are you sure you're not a Yonko or an admiral? This cat is very clever. Don't even think about tricking me. Is that a question you plan to ask every single day? Yimi retreated in disappointment. The fight with Hawkeyes had also made her realize something. Without her Extinction Angel, she'd lost her strongest offensive option. Even with Love Train keeping her undefeated, under normal conditions her insect glaive and stand abilities alone weren't enough to beat an opponent like Dog Eyes Mihawk, someone whose technique and raw power were both top tier. He could parry everything she threw at him. The insect glaive was, after all, designed for hunting massive creatures like elder dragons. In a fight against a person, its effectiveness was honestly questionable. And the aerial combat style that formed the insect glaive's core was best suited against enemies of enormous size. Hawkeye's was only about 2 meters tall, a complete shorty. Yimi sat down on the ground and spread out her imprecise map, eyes tracing the marked locations of Tato Land and Wano country territories belonging to Yonko Big Mom and Yonko Kaido respectively. Among the 4 emperors, only these 2 had something resembling a fixed address, and both were inconveniently far away. Over the past few days she'd pumped Dog Eyes Mihawk for information, and gotten a reasonable picture of her objectives. To reach the Yonko, pass through some underwater Fishman Island to reach the New World. To reach Fishman Island, get a ship coated with some kind of special film for deep-sea diving. To get the ship coated, first need a ship. To have a ship, need crew members for various roles. To have crew members, need funding. There was technically a second official route, but still very troublesome. The 3 admirals and the fleet admiral, at least, were easier to locate, unlike the Yonko, who each ruled their own territory. The marine brass all worked together. Same side. But she hadn't even managed to beat Dog Eyes. Lost in thought, she felt the back of her collar get grabbed, and was hoisted into the air. Don't sit on the ground. She looked up at him. Do you want to become a Yonko? I want to fight you. Mihawk ignored her again and carried the finished meal to the dining table, plated in the Western style. It wasn't just Yimi asking him questions these past few days, he'd been forming his own impressions of this girl who was somehow weak relative to him, yet had inexplicably forced a draw. Like when he'd asked why she wanted to fight the Yonko and she'd answered, to go home. His working theory, she was a princess from some kingdom destroyed by Kaido or Big Mom. Her parents, as royalty, had probably sent her away with something like, when you've grown up and defeated the Yonko, you can come home, and this child, being very young, had taken it entirely literally. The bizarre range of her abilities was likely the power of a mythical Zoan devil fruit, a rare and powerful classification. He glanced at Yimi again. She'd pressed herself against the windowsill, and was staring out at the view, utterly indifferent to the smell of food. He closed his eyes briefly. I'm heading out to sea tomorrow. Do you want to come? Chapter 80, Chapter 2, The Incident That Laughter Caused. 1356 words. Thunk, the rhythmic sound of a knife on a cutting board. The cat dozing on the edge of the stove rolled over. One leg had nearly stretched all the way onto the board, every chop of the knife landed less than 5 centimeters from her. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement, Death is like the wind, always by my side. Reward, teleportation gate energy plus 5%. Sometimes she unlocked achievements just from sleeping. She hadn't done anything at all. Mihawk made simple preparations, a small pouch of food that could fit in the boat's seat compartment, plus a log pose to track the magnetic field. That was the full extent of their supplies. Had the men sitting in that small boat been anyone other than the world's greatest swordsman, nobody would believe it could make a long voyage. While he worked, the cat had not been idle. By the time Mihawk noticed, a small girl was already sitting on top of a newsboy-dressed bird that had been pinned down for quite some time. The frantic squawking was coming from the bird. Catching his eye, Yimi grabbed the bird by the leg and trotted over to him, bouncing happily. She looked at the bird. Then at the small blade hanging around Mihawk's neck. Then at the provisions he'd packed. Then she wiped the corner of her mouth. The newscoo's face crumpled into a very human-looking tearful expression. Let it go. Mihawk grabbed her by the back of the collar, lifted her into the boat, and produced a coin for the bird. What are you doing? She stamped a shoe print onto his shin. That was my prey. You're throwing away what this cat caught. Mihawk glanced at her. You've never seen a newscoo. A news coup. The newspaper delivery birds. They were the single faction on the entire sea that neither pirates nor the world government would lightly antagonize. For one thing, they controlled the flow of information, and nobody wanted strange stories written about them in the next edition. More importantly, in a world where newspapers were the only way to receive news from the outside, getting blacklisted by the news coup meant losing all delivery service permanently. For pirates who spent most of their lives at sea, it wasn't exactly practical to knock on a neighbor's door and ask to borrow their paper. Newspaper in hand, Mihawk noticed the news coup hadn't left. It narrowed its small eyes and stared completely still at Yimi, the one who had just manhandled it. He fished out a few more coins and offered them. The bird didn't take them. Instead, it reached into its satchel with a wing, produced a small snail-like creature, made a deliberate picture-taking gesture in the direction of Yimi and Mihawk, then flapped away. What was it doing? Yimi tugged at Mihawk's sleeve. Taking a photo. Hard to say what the next edition of the paper would look like. Taking a photo. Yimi turned the phrase over in her mind, then snatched the newspaper Mihawk had bought and started reading it herself. In any other world, she wouldn't have been able to read it at all, but in a world built on strength rather than scholarship, the language issue wasn't a problem. The best part of those language knowledge rewards was that even in a completely foreign world with a new writing system, the system synced her up to the local average literacy level of a 7-year-old. And in this world, the average literacy level of a 7-year-old was actually higher than in other worlds. Because many Marines and pirates had dedicated their childhoods to physical training, which drastically cut into language study time. Some had literally been born on ships. Some had been too poor for school. Yet how many of those pirates couldn't read a newspaper? The answer was, not many. Anyway, the language itself wasn't all that different from her previous world, but since it was simpler to learn, the average level ended up slightly higher. This cat could read about half of it. Mihawk untied the rope mooring the boat to shore. Try reading it aloud. Big Mom takes a new husband. What's a husband? She'd hit an unfamiliar word and tilted her head back, waiting for the adult to explain. You don't need to know. He snatched the paper back. Morgans really would print anything. No major news, for the most part. The only interesting item was a brief note suggesting that Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, had possibly defected. Shanks had mentioned this man to him once. The 3 scars on Shanks' face had been left by none other than Blackbeard. Beta Yonko, Beta Yonko, Beta Yonko. Be quiet. He folded the paper away, settled back against the mast, and closed his eyes to rest. He made no move to steer. In truth, most of his voyages had no fixed destination. He drifted wherever the wind took him. There was one person he wouldn't mind running into, the red-hair Shanks, one of the Yonko, and one of his few genuine friends. A few years back, Shanks had lost an arm in the weakest of the 4 blues, the East Blue. Mihawk was curious what kind of person would make that worth it. When he paid her no attention, the little cat sprawled out and started trailing her fingers in the water out of boredom. Without a ship large enough to have an entertainment deck, ocean travel was genuinely tedious. The environment alone was miserable, relentless humidity and merciless sun, the constant swing that turned your stomach. Sailors who spent months at sea often wobbled on land for days after stepping ashore. Not that Yimi's skin cared about the sun, no matter how delicate it looked. It was the warlord crocodile, the sand croc, sunbaked somewhere in a desert nation far away, who was actually having a rough time. Are you asleep? Some indeterminate amount of time passed. Mihawk, resting with his eyes closed, was dimly aware of the small cat rummaging twice through the provisions and helping herself to snacks. Then the mischievous little creature reached over and tugged on his beard, forcing his eyes open. He tossed her an apple. Can't you sit still for 5 minutes? The boat stopped moving. She hopped off the side, landed on the ocean's surface, and tried to push the hull. It didn't budge. She was very weak. Is that so? Mihawk recognized exactly where they were. The calm belt. Also known, among sailors, as the rookie's nightmare. Literally, no wind. Not even the current moved here. And it was a favorite resting ground for sea kings. Set aside that last part, just the absence of wind and waves was enough to kill more than half of all newcomers in a world that ran almost entirely on sail power. He glanced down at his most prized possession, the black blade, and drew it toward the water's surface. His plan: send out a burst of sword energy to manually churn up a wave and ride it out of here. He'd just begun the preparatory motion when his observation hockey picked up something. A large fleet of ships had also blundered into the calm belt. Don Krieg. Bounty, 17 million berries. Nickname, Overlord of the East Blue. Imposing title. But that bounty, and Krieg himself wouldn't even register as a footnote outside the East Blue, let alone in the New World. Mihawk had never heard of him. What Mihawk didn't know about Krieg didn't change what Krieg knew about Mihawk. So what exactly did Mihawk look like from Krieg's perspective at this particular moment? The world's greatest swordsman. A child in tow. Utterly undignified, using his legendary black blade as a paddle in the middle of the calm belt. Sprawled on his flagship's deck, Krieg laughed out loud. He was very far away. But Mihawk's vision was extraordinary, and his observation hockey was sharper still. He saw it. He definitely laughed. Mihawk pulled the blade from the water and turned it toward Krieg. Krieg, oh no. Chapter 81, Chapter 3, Contempt. 2,000 words. That bastard. Just 1/1/ and he. So this is the Grand Line. No, that man, that's Hawkeye's. That's Hawkeye's Mihawk. Damn it, what did we ever do to you? The wailing of his crew filled Krieg's ears. He was terrified too, but he gritted his teeth and kept barking orders. As the one who'd caused all of this, he knew perfectly well what had happened. But he was their captain. He couldn't exactly tell them that he'd laughed at the wrong person and gotten them all killed for it. A lifetime spent terrorizing the East Blue had made him genuinely believe that his strength could dominate even the New World. He had simply not imagined that the world contained someone who could split a full warship in half with a single swing. Mihawk observed. To his credit, Don Krieg had a few things going for him. Not strength, not by any measure that applied outside the East Blue, but he'd managed to field a fleet of 50 ships. That counted for something, organizationally. What are you doing? The little cat, having claimed his seat, rocked back and forth with mild curiosity. You don't need to know. Mihawk was certainly not going to tell her he'd just been mocked by a nobody. Krieg had used the 49 escort ships as cover for the flagship's escape, though cover was generous, since cutting through 49 ships hadn't taken him 10 seconds. Krieg had ridden the air pressure from Mihawk's swings to break free of the calm belt, and, with absurd timing, sailed straight into a downpour. Strange phenomenon, the Grand Line. Inside the calm belt, absolute stillness. Just outside it, the sky opens up like a broken dam. For this sea, that was perfectly ordinary. Air currents reaching the sky. Islands floating above the clouds. Waterfalls flowing upstream. That was the Grand Line. He hadn't caught Krieg mostly because his little boat simply couldn't keep up. But the rain answered one question: they'd escaped the calm belt too when he'd cut those ships. Unfortunate that their small vessel had nowhere to shelter from the downpour. Mihawk lifted his hat and set it on Yimi's head. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement. I'll keep this hat safe for you. Reward, teleportation gate energy plus 5%. She genuinely could not understand how that qualified as an achievement. She sniffed the air. There's a weird smell. If you dislike it, feel free to give it back. But she wasn't talking about the hat at all. She'd caught something on the wind, a distinct scent that shouldn't have reached her. Her senses in human form weren't normally this sharp, and they were in the middle of a rainstorm at sea. Yimi tugged his sleeve and pointed toward the debris field of ships that hadn't fully sunk yet. Over there. What for? There's something there. You can't go yourself. He picked up the black blade and used it to pull the boat over to the wreckage. Yimi jumped onto the debris, nose working through the air. She zeroed in on a spot and dropped straight into the water. Mihawk's brow furrowed. He reached down, grabbed her ankle, and hauled her back up upside down. What are you doing? He flipped her right side up and noticed that the girl, who had just been submerged, was completely dry. Impossible ability. What she was cradling in her arms, though, was unmistakable, a fruit with a distinctive spiral pattern. A devil fruit. It was the source of supernatural power in this world and inherently low risk to simply own. The only real danger was eating one without knowing its type. You might end up with a power that was not only unhelpful but genuinely revolting. As commodities, though, they were worth a fortune. Even the weakest went for at least 100 million berries. It wasn't common knowledge in the peaceful East Blue, but Krieg would have known about devil fruits. With a fleet that size, some underling could have found one and stashed it on board as a normal piece of fruit without the boss ever knowing. When he saw Yimi open her mouth to take a bite, he snatched it away. What are you doing? She stamped another shoe print onto his shin. Mihawk grabbed her by the collar, swung her back onto his boat, and held the fruit out of her reach. One person can only eat one devil fruit. You didn't know that? Devil fruit. She chewed on her finger, thinking. She imagined a fruit growing on a tree, swelling larger and larger, until something halfway between a catfish and a frog, some kind of devil, grew out of it. Kind of gross. She took the fruit and sniffed it. From a distance it had smelled vaguely appealing, but up close, examined carefully, it was deeply unpleasant. Mihawk pulled it a little further back. It tastes like shit. You've probably eaten that before. I have not. She raised her tiny fist in protest, then her mouth fell open. Wait, how do you know it tastes like shit? Someone told me. It was common knowledge in the New World. In the New World, devil fruit users, still a relative novelty in the rookie waters of the East Blue, were everywhere. He had not eaten one himself, obviously. While a devil fruit granted extraordinary power, it also came with a fatal flaw. Seawater and sea prism stone robbed the user of all strength. For someone who spent his life sailing, that was an unacceptable liability. The power boost was also minimal for someone already at his level, and if you'd already eaten one fruit and ate a second, your body would simply explode. Hence removing it from her reach before she got curious. Devil fruits fell into three categories: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. Logia types were the most coveted in the first half of the Grand Line. A Logia user could transform their body into the corresponding element entirely, bypassing physical attacks like Admiral Kizaru converting his body into light. Acquire a Logia fruit, and you could walk through the first half of the Grand Line without breaking a sweat. But armament hockey negated elemental transformation, and in the New World virtually every serious fighter had mastered at least basic hockey. So in the back half of the Grand Line, Zoan types which directly amplified physical power actually became more popular. The mythical Zoan you carry is one of the elite among devil fruits, Mihawk said. He raised the sail and steered in the direction Krieg had fled, continuing the explanation as they moved. Mythical Zoans fall under the Zoan classification, but they combine Zoan's physical enhancements with enhancements more typical of Paramecia types. Yimi had never heard any of this before. She raised her hand. Do the Yonko and Admirals have devil fruits? They also have top-tier hockey. Do you want to learn hockey? He watched her. She was sitting in his chair again, legs swinging, and didn't bother to evict her, leaning against the prow himself. He'd expected the girl who had set her sights on the Yonko to light up with interest. Instead she crossed her arms like a tiny adult and gave him the most dismissive look he'd ever seen on a child. Because out of everything Mihawk had explained, she'd only retained one line: devil fruit users are weakened by seawater. He could not for the life of him work out what was going through her head. Mihawk stood, swept the immediate area with his observation hockey to confirm they were truly alone, then said, "Turn around and cover your ears." The little cat immediately grabbed her devil fruit, and shoved it into her storage space, apparently convinced he was about to steal it. I need to use the bathroom. She turned around and covered her ears. The tedious journey continued. Going several days at sea before spotting land was completely normal, and no matter how lazy Yimi was on dry ground, confinement on a boat this small for that many days left her with nowhere to put her energy. Eventually she'd lost count of which day they passed through the reverse mountain at the red line and crossed into the weakest of the four blues, the east blue. By then, Yimi had been climbing the walls so badly that Mihawk gave up on salvaging his pride for now and docked at a nearby island to resupply. After he disembarked, the little cat refused to follow. "You're not coming." She took several small steps away from him. Going shopping with Dog Eyes means carrying his bags. Mihawk didn't press her. He turned and walked off. Don't talk to strangers. Given Yimi's bizarre and formidable ability, he wasn't worried about her safety. Not that she was capable of staying on the boat. The moment he was gone, she stretched her legs and started running toward town. This was her first time in a populated area in this world, and her first impression was startling. Roughly half the people around her looked bizarre. Heads bigger than their bodies. Massive torsos on stick-thin legs. Arms that hung to the knees. People nearly 3 meters tall. This was even weirder than having 4 ears. Because some of them had red noses. "Red nose," she blurted out, pointing directly at one. "Who are you calling a red nose?" "Buggy the Clown. Bounty, 15 million berries. User of the Chop Chop fruit, which let him split his own body into independent floating pieces, and made him immune to being sliced." He hated being called Red Nose more than anything in the world. Even a single syllable that sounded remotely like it could set him off. Buggy leaped around like an actual circus clown. "Where did this brat come from? What are you all standing there for?" At his command, several underlings who looked like escaped circus performers closed in with unsettling smiles. "Don't be scared, little one. I'll take you to see some pretty goldfish." The gaunt, skeletal stand erupted from behind Yimi's back. Is that some kind of bodyguard? For a little girl. The fist wasn't large. But it connected with the lead man's face, so hard it rearranged his features, and launched several teeth into orbit. The barrage landed without mercy, and on sheer stats alone the stand sent the entire circus crew stumbling in every direction. Pathetic. Buggy sneered at his fallen men and turned back to Yimi, daggers slotted between each finger, twirling them with a flourish in front of her stand. His limbs split apart and began orbiting his body independently. "Tough luck for you. I, the great Buggy, am a devil fruit user." "You have a devil fruit?" Yimi pointed at him, eyes wide. "Now that you know who you're dealing with, start beg." She held up a hand to cut him off, then broke into a sprint, little legs pumping furiously straight toward the shore. Buggy blinked. Then let out a laugh that echoed down the street, and took off after her. "Running away now is a little late. I'm going to catch you and sell you." He didn't get to finish the sentence. Yimi had stopped at the water's edge. She'd pulled out a strange-looking gun from somewhere, pointed it at the ocean, and held it there for 2 seconds. Then she turned it around and aimed it at him. She glanced down at the water gun she'd drawn from her last world and cranked the output to maximum. The jet that came out hit like a fire hose. It swallowed Buggy completely and he felt his entire body go limp, suddenly unable to move a muscle. While he was pinned, Yimi produced the Spear of Longinus, kept the water gun trained on him with one hand, and started hammering his forehead with the spear's shaft. Devil fruit users are weakened by seawater. Not far away, Mihawk, who hadn't gone very far at all, watched the whole thing unfold. So that's what that look meant. Chapter 82, Chapter 4, Completion plus 115 words. Buggy the Clown was a greedy, cowardly man, but that didn't mean he was nobody. A 15 million berry bounty, a figure that wouldn't count for much even in the early Grand Line, was no exaggeration. But strip all that away, and one undeniable fact remained: He had once served as a cabin boy aboard Pirate King Gold Roger's ship, alongside the man who was now one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. In other words, even if he'd mostly been carried along for the ride, Buggy had nearly traveled the entire length of the Grand Line. The cruel twist was that right when they were on the verge of reaching the final island and learning its secrets, he'd fallen terribly ill and Shanks, refusing to abandon him, had stayed back too. Because of his own penny-pinching habit, he'd accidentally swallowed a devil fruit that Shanks had unknowingly caused him to eat. He'd ended up with an ability he considered worthless, and lost his ability to swim in the bargain. Buggy's hatred for Shanks ran deep. More precisely, there'd been a bitter falling out when they'd gone their separate ways after Roger's final voyage. But from Shanks' completely oblivious perspective, Buggy had always been something like a childhood friend. So even just as a courtesy to Shanks, Mihawk wasn't about to let a little kitten beat the men to death. Partly for that reason, and partly because nobody could quite explain it, but everyone gave Shanks a certain degree of respect. Mihawk was no different. "We're leaving. Thank you for your kindness." Buggy sent them off with a bruised, swollen face, eyes rolled back, words barely intelligible. Sure, getting beaten up by a girl barely tall enough to reach a doorknob was humiliating. But reframe it. He'd only been defeated through underhanded means by the daughter of the world's strongest swordsman. That made the whole thing sound a lot better. Mihawk picked up Emi and slung her over his shoulder. Strangely, the little cat offered no resistance this time, not a hiss, not a swipe at the air. Her eyes were fixed on the system panel. Main quest, defeat 4 emperors, 1/4, or 3 admirals plus fleet admiral 0/4. Choose one. The 4 emperors counter had ticked up. Emi had done her research through Dog Eyes Mihawk. The 4 emperors were supposed to be Whitebeard, Red Hair, Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts. Dangling from his shoulder, she counted on her fingers, tiny mouth falling open. Someone's been impersonating an emperor. That red-nosed guy is one of the 4 emperors. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. It's common sense that there are 5 heavenly kings. Reward, portal ability plus 5%. The cat reached up and tugged Mihawk's beard. Dog Eyes. Hawkeye said nothing, setting her down on the small boat. Are the 4 emperors really that strong? They're considered the 4 most powerful people in the world. Having second thoughts. He stowed the food away, then produced a handful of strawberries and held them out to the cat. The little one tilted her chin up with that signature look of disdain, clearly having thought of something peculiar again. Mihawk pulled his hand back. If you don't want them, just say so. I want them. Emi grabbed at his sleeve. While the 2 of them had the luxury of stopping to resupply, Don Krieg hadn't dared stop for a single moment. Or rather, his fleet had been sailing through a violent storm for days in a desperate flight for survival, without a scrap of food, and some of his men had already starved to death. When they'd finally made it back to East Blue, they had tried begging local residents for food. But every man aboard, captain included, was so starved they barely had the strength to lift a gun and aim. It wasn't that Mihawk had been pursuing them with particular ferocity. For these pirates, raw beginners by his estimation, the bizarre weather conditions on the far side of the Red Line were enough on their own to make them weep and curse the day they'd ever set out to sea. The flagship, which Mihawk hadn't even touched, had become a barely functional wreck in the span of a few days. Not that anyone needed to feel sorry for these men. The reason Krieg had earned the title, East Blue Overlord, wasn't just the freakish strength that let him run roughshod over that weak little sea. It also had everything to do with his ruthless methods. The willingness to sacrifice his entire fleet, without hesitation, to shield the flagship's escape said it all. Among his other achievements, disguising his crew as Marines to kill people and steal their ships, using those stolen ships to attack towns and passenger vessels under the same false flag, waving a white flag to feign surrender, waiting until enemies lowered their guard, then opening fire at point-blank range. Imagine it, a pirate crew infamous enough in East Blue that their name could silence a crying child, crawling toward civilians and begging for food because they were too weak to stand. Would anyone actually give it to them? Apparently, yes. Too ravenous to care whether the Hawkeyes who'd randomly carved up their fleet was still on their tail, they pulled up beside a floating restaurant at sea. The owner and head chef were men who had known hunger themselves, and so, even faced with such dangerous, vicious pirates, they were willing to give them a proper meal. Naturally, they got beaten up by their well-fed guests the moment the plates were cleared. And since much of the fleet had been drifting without anyone fit enough to man the helm, my Hawk sailing nothing but his small boat had caught up to them easily enough. "They've stopped." Amy pointed ahead. A thin mist had settled over the water, but it was no match for a cat's vision, sharpened through multiple upgrades. My Hawk calmly moved Amy off his seat and settled in. Amy looked confused. He glanced at the burned-down green candle, then reached into the compartment below the seat and produced 2 fresh ones, handing them to Amy along with a lighter. "Light them. Strawberries after." Amy crouched down and, imitating the way she'd watched my Hawk do it when they boarded, carefully lit the candles. She singed her finger in the process, but the instant the pain registered, she shunted it somewhere else. Specifically, to Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, possessor of the mag fruit, who had not felt anything of that nature in several decades. Once the candles were lit, my Hawk drew his blade, and with a casual flick of his wrist, bisected Krieg's massive flagship, a ship dozens of meters long, split clean down the middle. The people at the floating restaurant turned to look. What they saw first were 2 deep, calm points of green light cutting through the mist. As the boat drew closer, the face of the man sitting cross-armed in the main seat gradually emerged from the shadows. A green-haired young man with 3 swords clenched his jaw, excitement crackling in his eyes, hand closing on a hilt. A scarred boy in a straw hat looked thoroughly confused. "I've been looking for this man. Dracul, my Hawk." One of Krieg's crew, draped across the wreckage and barely conscious, let out a howl of despair. "What did we ever do to you? You followed us all the way here." My Hawk certainly wasn't going to explain the real reason. Just killing time. But when his gaze settled on the people at the restaurant, his hidden eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. He'd sensed a large number of people here from the start. He'd assumed they were reinforcements the enemy had called in, since in his estimation everything within range was equally weak. But if they were bystanders, that was actually more troublesome. Petty as he was petty enough to chase someone from the comm belt all the way to East Blue for laughing at him, he wasn't about to cut down civilians, who had nothing to do with any of this. Which created a problem. He'd just declared in front of everyone that he was only here to kill time. If he now made a beeline for the man who'd mocked him, and cut him down in plain sight, wouldn't that be a rather obvious contradiction? While he kept his expression perfectly still, and his inner thoughts mildly tangled, someone jumped up and saved him the trouble. The green-haired young man with 3 swords leapt aboard, an appreciative look on his face. "That's a soft sword." My Hawk turned his gaze to him. "A sword that relies on strength alone has no real hardness. That sword's what cut that ship in half, isn't it? I came out to sea to find you." Roronoa Zoro fixed his eyes on my Hawk, battle ready. "What for?" "To be the best." Zoro drew his blades. "You look like you have time." The cat poked her head up. "He's not free at all, actually he spent days chasing those guys, you know." My Hawk gently pressed her back down. Chapter 83, Chapter 5, Hawk 1635 words. Why was my Hawk called Dog Eyes my Hawk? Because when someone respectfully invited him to a proper duel, he looked down on them, pulled out the tiny knife he normally kept around his neck for peeling fruit, and fought one-handed. As a cat of discerning taste, Amy had no interest in watching their exchange like the wide-eyed crowd from the floating restaurant. She'd caught something strange on this floating restaurant ship, a scent similar to a devil fruit, but somehow more refined. Amy raised her head and fixed her gaze on the scarred boy in the straw hat. The smell was coming from him. Odd though, the red-nosed false emperor had also been a devil fruit user, and she hadn't sensed anything unusual from him at all. She climbed down from the boat. What was an easy step for an adult was, for her small arms and short legs, a minor production, and it successfully drew the attention of everyone at the Sea Restaurant away from Hawkeye's, and onto this little figure. A little girl. Why is she climbing off Hawkeye's boat? Don't tell me she's his. Entirely possible. I heard Hawkeye's is already in his 40s. A man so accomplished at that age would have no reason to stay single. My hawk made a mental note of it, and kept fighting. Amy stepped ashore with her chin up and chest out. She was a cat who had taken down one of the 4 emperors, after all. Well, you've gotten careless, world's greatest swordsman. Seeing an opening, Krieg lunged. The man had endured days of physical and psychological torment under my hawk's pursuit, and he wasn't about to pass up a chance like this. He'd just finished eating and had already repaid the chef who'd charitably set food in front of him with a blast from his electric cannon, threatening to have 100 portions ready immediately. A man that vile and ungrateful was certainly capable of going after a child. He lunged forward and hooked his arm around the cat's neck, a cannon barrel emerging from the gap in his golden armor and pressing against her small head. Your daughter's being taken hostage. Zorro lowered his sword tip, calling out to my hawk. Shouldn't you be focusing on the opponent in front of you? My hawk didn't so much as glance over at the very least. That was a gesture of respect toward Zorro. The attitude only made Zorro's expression colder. I've always aimed for you. But I never imagined the man hailed as the world's greatest swordsman would be a gaunt stand materialized. A fist shot out from the folds of cloth and drove straight into Krieg's mouth, knocking out 2 front teeth. Credit where it was due, Krieg was tough. A punch that could have punched through the walls of a late 19th century building. He took it full in the face, and only staggered back 1 step before steadying himself. Another devil fruit user. Makes sense. She is Hawkeye's daughter, after all. Krieg wiped his mouth. His eyes went cold as he raised his Daisenso toward the stand as it retreated. Changed my mind. If I'm dead either way, I might as well kill his flesh and blood right in front of that bastard. The retreating stand brushed the long spear that had appeared in Amy's hands, reinforcing the red light enhancement. Rare for humans, but true for virtually every living creature, teeth were universally classified as offensive weapons. After the complete saint's corpse had fully integrated, Amy's raw physical strength had paradoxically failed to recover to the level of her first world. Perhaps it was because she had begun radiating divinity herself. Absorbing the baboon's vitality hadn't boosted her physical power, it had reinforced her spiritual energy instead. That would explain why she'd been unable to push a small boat on her own earlier. So attack enhancement was absolutely essential. Flying round slash. You dare counter? Cannon barrels emerged from every gap in Krieg's armor. A horizontal line cut through the air. Without the support of spiritual energy, this strike naturally fell short of the one she'd used against Alien, none of the sheer momentum that had once split a building with pure airflow. But Krieg also lacked the casual defensive domain Alien had possessed. Krieg's pupils contracted, then went unfocused. I can't believe. Blood erupted from his abdomen up through his chest. The blow cleaved through the heavy metal plating and split the man in 2. However diminished in power compared to weapons like the axe shield, it was still a technique refined for use against elder dragons. The chef at the Sea Restaurant's jaw dropped to his chest, eyes bulging in that particular art form the people of this world had perfected. This is the Grand Line. Even a child from the Grand Line can casually take out the East Blue Overlord. Ha ha ha. That girl's incredible, let her join my crew. The straw-hatted boy's mind clearly operated on a different circuit from everyone else's. Having already finished his own warm-up, my hawk still found a moment to glance over at the situation with something close to satisfaction. He'd been mildly torn about whether cutting the man down himself would have been beneath him. That concern was now moot. As for his own misreading of the situation, Zorro found he had nothing to say. Over there, a battle had ended in an instant. As for his own fight, it was over just as quickly, and he had finally felt the full distance between the earth and the sky. A tiny knife. Not only had my hawk casually handled his 3-sword style, he'd blocked the finishing blow head-on the onigiri, which had never failed him. That was no small blow to absorb. So when Mihawk launched his counterattack, which in practice amounted to a single forward prod with that little knife, easily dodged by stepping back even slightly, Zoro stepped into it instead. If he'd dodged, wouldn't that mean he, carrying the dreams of both himself and his late best friend, had chosen, in this moment, to admit fear of an ordinary stab from a fruit peeler? Impossible. Despite his usual disdain for the weak, Mihawk recognized genuine strength of spirit when he saw it. Even though the outcome was already decided, out of respect, he drew the blade sheathed behind his back, shaped like a cross, its edge the black blade that had once cleaved warships in two. He met Zoro's final exchange with it. One clash. The blades in Zoro's hands shattered. A line of red opened across his chest. Zoro drew a slow breath, then turned to face Mihawk and spread his arms wide. What are you doing? A swordsman who takes a wound in the back is disgraced. Mihawk's mouth curved. Admirable. He brought the blade down, his acknowledgement of this weakling. He didn't go for the kill. His crewmates, of course, saw it differently. The person Hawkeye's had actually been curious to see. Straw Hat Luffy, the boy whose actions had cost Shanks an arm in East Blue, stretched out a rubber arm and launched himself forward, aiming ahead but straight at Mihawk. Then a gusher of water caught him full on, and the boy who'd arrived with such momentum went limp. Emi watched Luffy, puzzled. His scent was extraordinary, but in an actual fight he didn't seem all that impressive. The cat tapped him on the head with her spear. Quest progress updated. Defeat 4 emperors, 2/4. Mro. That's enough. Hawkeyes, having stepped around the water, took Emi's water gun away. He looked at Luffy, now sporting a tower of bumps on his head. Roronoa, Zoro isn't dead. Go fish him out, you still have time. For real. 2 bystanders shot a glare at Mihawk and dove into the water to pull Zoro up. Why didn't you finish him off? The cat tilted her head up at Mihawk. Hawkeyes turned and looked toward Krieg's body. Beyond the already fatal chest wound, Krieg's forehead sported a neat hole, and his most loyal subordinate was sprawled beside him, wailing. Somewhere in the crowd, the phrase "Hawkeye's parenting style" was being murmured with some consternation. It had been flagged in her first world by the system, but this was the first time Emi had actually had a real opportunity to follow up, and she'd followed through without hesitation. Pretending not to notice, Mihawk shifted his attention to Luffy. Specifically, to the straw hat. If he remembered correctly, that was the hat Shanks used to wear. What are you after? Pirate King. That's harder than surpassing me. Don't care. I'm going to be it regardless. That's the reckless spirit Shanks must have seen in him. Without another word, Mihawk felt his clothing tugged. He turned to find the cat with her chin raised and chest puffed out, absolutely brimming with confidence. When do we go after the other emperors? The cat was under the impression that Dog Eyes Mihawk had been kindly escorting her to fight all 4 of the emperors. She had seen through this world's deception. That Whitebeard, that Kaido, all imposters. As for the actual 4 emperors, they were clearly just small fry you could take out with a splash of water. How many emperors could there really be at sea? A cat could knock one off without breaking a sweat. Mihawk crossed his arms and looked toward Zoro, who was being hauled out of the water. What do you mean, other emperors? He didn't recall running into any emperor on this trip. The 4 emperors, a sound that had no business being there. A news coup appearing from nowhere produced its little camera bug and snapped a shot in their direction. By the angle, it had captured him and Emi together. Hawkeyes left it alone, arms crossed, maintaining his composure. Chapter 84, Chapter 6, Who on Earth is the Mother? 1390 words. The cat was deeply dissatisfied with Dog Eye's work ethic. She tugged Mihawk's beard, a gesture only possible when he was seated, and she could actually reach it. Didn't you say you'd go after the 4 emperors? We're already halfway done and you've come back already. After dispatching the fool who'd laughed at him, and having his look at the straw-hatted boy who'd cost Shanks an arm, my hawk had nothing left to do, and naturally sailed back to the island with Amy. It took several more days. My hawk swirled a glass of red wine, and read the newspaper at his own pace. I never said anything of the sort. If you want to fight the 4 emperors, get stronger on your own. There's no rush, wait until you've grown up. Amy pouted. The 4 emperors are so weak. By the time I grow up, they'll all be dead. Your pouting isn't going to change anything. Hawkeye's looked up and actually considered it. She had a point. Whitebeard's health was already declining. Charlotte Linlin was nearly 70, Kaido nearly 60. The former seemed to enjoy continuously producing children. For the little one to grow into someone who could hold her own 10 years at minimum. To truly master hockey and develop into a true powerhouse like himself, probably another 10 on top of that. By then, a grown-up Amy would probably be kicking away their walking canes. Dog eyes. Amy reached for Myhawk's wine. Myhawk moved it out of reach and found the section of the newspaper he'd been looking for. Shocking, world's greatest swordsman Dracula Myhawk has a daughter old enough to run errands. Why the silence all this time? What woman could have won his affections? Based on appearance, Hawkeye's daughter has perfectly inherited his black hair gene. Myhawk glanced down at the small wisp of black hair at Amy's forehead. Better written than he'd expected. He'd thought Morgan's would be worse. The man did have a flair for sensationalism, directly hyping up rookie pirates in print to generate buzz, for instance, but he at least required some evidence before putting pen to paper. That said, this photo had been taken before they'd set out to sea. Perhaps because it wasn't particularly explosive news, they'd held it until this week. More than that, Myhawk was thinking about what the news coup at the Sea restaurant had done with the photos it had taken. There hadn't been any major story breaking at the time. The cat stretched up on her toes and grabbed the log pose off the table. Then I'll head out on my own. Take your ship. These past weeks had given her full confidence in her nautical knowledge. Myhawk didn't look up. You have no food, no money, and the shoes on your feet were bought by me. The beginner's combat gear had come with clothes but no shoes. Myhawk pressed his crossed hands to his forehead for a moment, then looked again at the close-up of Amy's face in the paper, and the article claiming she was his daughter. She was young, very young, but with that devil fruit ability alone, the number of people in the world who could actually hurt her was probably countable on one hand. And then there was this piece of gossip. He watched the small girl who had already made up her mind, and was heading for the door. Myhawk tossed a coin purse in her direction. There's a spare boat in the storage downstairs. If you can move it, it's yours. After the cat left, time passed. How much was hard to say on Karaigana Island. Considerably quieter. What to do with himself now? Myhawk leaned against the railing of the castle balcony, swirling his wine in silence, staring out at nothing in particular. He remained that way until the next news coup fluttered over, offering to sell him a paper. He examined the bird carefully, first not the same one that had photographed them, then paid for it. In the last issue, they'd occupied a small corner. In this one, the photo of himself and Amy standing together was the front page. Myhawk looked at it for a long time. The wine in his hand kept swirling, and never reached his lips. This is going to be a problem. Morgan's truly had no professional ethics whatsoever. Headline: Hawkeye's takes long-hidden daughter to sea, purpose unknown. A reporter risked their life to eavesdrop on their conversation, and overheard words to the effect of finding the 4 emperors. As the 7 warlords of the sea serve as a third force to balance the power of the 4 emperors, Myhawk's position within the warlords merits examination. Why has he suddenly brought his daughter along this time? Could it be that his daughter expressed a desire to find her mother, prompting him to reconsider his alignment? As the world's strongest swordsman, Myhawk would hardly have settled for an ordinary woman. Based on the child's facial features, there is also significant white hair present in her gene pool, naturally white hair being an exceptionally rare trait worldwide. And yet, one particular emperor's daughter shares the same snow-white locks. Coincidence? This outlet will continue to follow developments. Both the dark powers and the light powers generally didn't mess with the news organization. But this bird, in pursuit of a big story, was willing to make enemies of everyone. He was stubborn to the point of refusing to let anyone, including the world government, arbitrarily alter the facts his paper reported. That said, he had a habit of taking those facts and inflating them considerably on his own. This time he'd gone straight to implying Mihawk had ties to the four emperors. They had, in fact, used the words "four emperors" at the time. Predictably, the Navy called him shortly after. The matter wasn't hard to explain in principle, but the most important thing about news wasn't the truth, it was how the public read it, and this is slander. Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Smoothie, the least conspicuous of the four sweet commanders, the 14th daughter, tore the newspaper to shreds, staring at her mother in horror. "Mama, this is absolute nonsense. I don't know this Dracula Mihawk at all. She was going to skin that bird Morgans at the next tea party. Mama, mama, mama." One of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, let out her distinctive laugh. "This is good news, Smoothie." "Mama, it's fake." Before she could finish, Smoothie found herself pinned by the full pressure of her mother's gaze. "I don't care whether it's real or not, Smoothie." While Charlotte Linlin was beside herself with delight, the atmosphere at Onigashima was something else entirely. Kaido of the Beasts, the self-styled strongest creature on Earth, was drinking alone in a foul mood. His relationship with alcohol was notoriously difficult, not loud or violent when drunk, but prone to spiraling into despair at bad news, and making impulsive attempts on his own life. Naturally, being the strongest creature on Earth, he couldn't die even if he dropped from 10,000 meters up without hockey to cushion the fall. "What are you looking at?" the young woman chained before him asked, her tone unfriendly. This was Kaido's son Yamato, in truth, his daughter, but because he'd wanted a son, and because Yamato wanted it too, everyone simply treated her as such regardless of her actual appearance, and addressed her as young master. Because Kaido kept her locked up, restricted from even appearing on the main stage for certain activities, whether the press even knew Yamato existed was a separate question. But whether they knew or not, it didn't stop a drunk Kaido from letting his imagination wander. He looked at the newspaper. Then he looked at his son. Yamato had white hair that faded into blue. He looked at the little girl in the photo, who had a pair of animal ears. Then back at Yamato, whose devil fruit was the dog fruit, mythical type, model Okuchi no Makami ears that, in fairness, didn't really match. But the article was saying the child was Hawkeye's daughter by some emperor's daughter. Kaido looked at the paper again. Kaido looked at Yamato again. No matter how many times he called her his son, that didn't change the biological facts. Kaido thud-slammed the gourd of sake on the floor, then slapped the newspaper onto Yamato's face. His head was not in a clear place. Chapter 85, Chapter 7, A Mushroom with a Temper. 13-16 words, Muro bracing her small body on a spear taller than she was, the cat swung it from front to back in a smooth arc, executing a textbook strong jumping advancing slash. The giant squid looming before her was nearly as tall as Krieg's old flagship. For once, the insect glaive's techniques designed for hunting massive beasts were fulfilling their true purpose. Aerial combat was the insect glaive's bread and butter. As long as the final hit of the strong jumping advancing slash connected, its momentum could be chained into a vaulting dance, essentially a double jump. Against something this enormous, landing hits was trivial. In theory, as long as her stamina held and her red light and white light buffs stayed active, she could keep dancing through the air indefinitely, looking for all the world like a frenzied little butterfly. Grow-o. Leaping to the top of the squid's head, Emi spread her clawless fingers and raked at the stump of a severed tentacle. Her nails slid right off. She wrinkled her small brows. Gripping the tip of the spear, she drew it gently across the soft, pale skin of her palm. A thin line of blood welled up. She flicked the droplets onto the tentacle stump, then immediately shunted the wound's misfortune away through Love Train. Meanwhile, somewhere in the New World, red-haired Shanks bolted upright mid-drink, drew his sword, and scanned every direction in bewilderment. "What's wrong, Captain?" "I could have sworn I just felt a phantom pain in my mru." With one final, pitiful groan, the giant squid's body began to visibly shrivel. Frightening monsters drained it without mercy, flesh, blood, and moisture alike funneling the lot into the cat's belly. Whatever exceeded her appetite went toward replenishing her spiritual energy. Sea kings generally possessed high intelligence and some instinctive sense of danger. In all her days at sea, Emi had never encountered one willing to pick a fight with her. This squid, large but not a sea king, was the first big monster she'd run into. And even then, it wasn't entirely clear who'd started it. She'd been fishing. The rod had hooked something. The rods in this world were absurdly sturdy. A cat obviously couldn't reel in something that massive, but once the creature felt the hook, it had surfaced on its own to see what fool dared fish for it. Absorbing prey through her stand meant she couldn't taste anything, but it maximized nutrient extraction. Still, even after draining this entire squid enough that her spiritual energy could now be projected outward, she had no idea what the stuff actually did. It couldn't be used for sensing things. It couldn't be used to hit people. What was the point? Dog Eyes Mihawk might look down on everyone, but he was generous when it counted. The small fishing boat stowed in his lower hold was sturdy enough to keep the rain off. Emi couldn't push it into the water herself, and it wouldn't fit in her storage space, but she had a whole congregation of human drills to serve as manual labor. As a thank you for Mihawk's hospitality over the past couple of days, she'd made a point of catching 2 large black rats before she left, stewing them and leaving the pot on the stove. She hoped Dog Eyes would find it while it was still warm. She'd even learned about cooking wine from the copy of Sea King cuisine Mihawk kept in the kitchen, and had specifically opened one of the bottles of red wine he hid under his bed for seasoning. Dead rat equals gross thing. Cooked rat equals food. Rat soup seasoned with Mihawk's favorite red wine equals Mihawk's favorite rat soup. He was going to be so touched. Emi put away her fishing rod, plucked a wriggling, brightly colored fish from the bait bucket, opened her small mouth, and bit right in. Saltwater fish really were tastier than freshwater ones, especially here, where the ocean currents formed natural layers of separation and pollution was virtually non-existent. Meanwhile, at Impel Down, Magellan had just emerged from the bathroom only to double over with a fresh wave of poisoning and rush straight back in. The freshwater situation was trickier. Emi couldn't tell which water was fresh, she only knew seawater was a no-go. But it didn't matter. As long as the cat offloaded the misfortune of thirst onto someone else, the problem solved itself. She spread open the map and studied it carefully for a while. Still couldn't make much sense of it. The open sea didn't offer many landmarks for reference. Whatever, just follow the eternal pose and keep sailing. The real headache was choosing between the 2 routes into the New World. One meant going through Sabaody Archipelago, and then Fishman Island. The other meant petitioning the world government for passage across the summit of the Red Line at Merigios. The first route's problems had already been discussed. The second boiled down to paying fees, abandoning the ship, procuring a new vessel on the other side, time-consuming all around. Emi didn't want to waste time. This main quest was already difficult enough. If some weakling emperor got killed by somebody else before the cat could get to them, the quest would be impossible to complete. Then again, her portal energy had already overflowed back in the previous world. Worst case, she could just teleport out. Life at sea was already monotonous, and now without Dog Eyes Mihawk around, as the one semi-tolerable conversation partner, all she could do was rummage through the things he'd left on the boat. Whether by accident or intention, the compartment under the bed was stuffed with books, a literacy primer for children under 10, a handbook of fairy tales from around the world, a devil fruit encyclopedia. Emi pulled the devil fruit encyclopedia out and retrieved the devil fruit she'd obtained earlier from storage to cross-reference. The encyclopedia was thick, about as wide as her fist, but the world's devil fruits were so varied and bizarre that even a book this size couldn't catalog them all. She was lucky, though. She didn't even have to flip past 10 pages before finding the entry. Zoantype, cat fruit. Upon consumption, the user gains the ability to transform into a cat. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked, human fruit, commoner model, eat it and you gain the ability to not swim. Reward, gotcha pull +1. This fruit was practically a de-evolution fruit. Big cats evolved from small cats, that was common sense. Amy put the devil fruit back in storage. She'd save it for later, bring it home, and feed it to that stray dog that had chased her all the way back to Grandma's. Animation has been automatically skipped for you. The capsule cracked open, revealing a small card. Printed on it was a black mushroom that looked like it was in a very bad mood. Doomshroom CNM, I'm blowing everything up. Causes a massive, indiscriminate explosion. 7-day cooldown. It sleeps during the day. You want to use it again in 7 days. That's assuming you survive the first blast. Looked pretty good, actually. The cat wanted to try it. Amy pointed at the CNM on the item description. What does this mean? The system declines to answer this question. Always getting in the way of a young cat's quest for knowledge. Amy pulled out the spear of Longinus and drove it into the deck. She glanced left and right, nobody around. Making sure it was within arm's reach at all times, she released her sealed divinity, letting the normally limited range of her luck aura blanket the entire ship. The golden barrier spread outward in tandem, rippling across the surrounding waters. Then she scratched the card. Out popped a black mushroom bigger than her head. What the cat didn't notice was that, perhaps drawn by the barrier's pull, a boat roughly the same size as hers was drifting closer. Chapter 86, Chapter 8, Misguiding Students. 1426 words beyond deflecting misfortune. The full divine light screen also drew fortunate things toward its bare warping space itself to gather them in, if necessary. Blackbeard had been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's crews, yet had never risen above the rank of common crewmate. He claimed he simply hadn't wanted to compete. Adopted by Whitebeard as a child, he'd recently snapped, murdered a fellow crew member who'd been his friend for the sake of a single devil fruit, and fled. The dark fruit. A Logia-type anomaly among Logia types. From the very first time Blackbeard had opened a devil fruit encyclopedia, the ambition had taken root. If fate never brought this fruit to him, he'd live out his days quietly under Whitebeard's wing. But if it ever appeared, he would claim it at any cost. That was his story, anyway. But given the easy camaraderie aboard the Whitebeard Pirates, and the casual attitude a division commander would have had toward a single devil fruit, and a guaranteed 100 million berry bounty, Blackbeard probably could have just asked, and had it tossed to him with a laugh. The murder was less about the fruit itself and more about severing ties, a declaration of his own ambition to the world. As for why his little boat happened to be heading straight toward Amy's, that wasn't a coincidence, though in his own mind no outside force was involved. He'd simply sensed someone broadcasting Supreme King hockey from a considerable distance, and decided to see which big shot was making such a show of themselves. A man of vast ambition, his top priority was recruiting talent. Unfortunately, talent was hard to come by in these waters. His original plan had been to make a stop at Impel Down, the world's most impenetrable prison. He'd expected to find 2 heavyweight pirates clashing, or perhaps 1 heavyweight stomping on a weakling. But when he raised his telescope, all he got was a searing pain in both eyes. The light was blinding. Even at that distance, having eaten the dark fruit, he had no desire to look a second time. Then his observation hockey slammed a warning bell straight into his forehead. Amy stared at the mushroom snoring away in her hands. She glanced up at the late morning sky. Opened her small mouth. Took a chomp right on top of the mushroom's head. Maybe it was the frightening monster's influence. Her little fangs packed more bite than a zombie's. That single chomp was enough to jolt the mushroom awake. It fixed Amy with the bleary, murderous glare of something torn from a perfectly good nap. Amy dropped it on the deck and clapped both hands over her ears. The mushroom began to swell. The air over this stretch of ocean seemed to freeze for a single heartbeat. Then the sea split, pushed apart as if by an invisible hand, and a mushroom cloud punched straight through to the sky. Tsunamis 100 meters tall radiated outward in every direction. Even the cloud cover overhead was blasted into a perfect circular hole. Mro 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 mro. The cat clung to the mast for dear life. Quest updated. Please check, host. Defeat the 4 emperors, 3/4. The cat didn't notice any of it. Not the fat man 2 kilometers away who'd been trying to spy on her, now blasted into oblivion. Not the other fat man on the far side, one who would someday impersonate Straw Hat Luffy, vaporized by a bolt of misfortune redirected through love train. Right now, she had a more pressing problem. For reasons unknown, the spot where the mushroom had detonated now contained a gaping crater in the ocean itself. A hole in the water. The surrounding currents showed no inclination to fill it in. Fortunately, Love Train's functionality was robust enough. Golden light poured through a fracture in space, and shoved her bodily to a stretch of sea with a higher waterline. No more throwing mushrooms around carelessly. Some time later, a small boat drifted up. A man dressed head to toe in white stared at the island-sized void before him, and couldn't close his mouth. It's like something Whitebeard punched out. Eyewitnesses say it was an explosion. Could it be a bombardment from the ancient weapon Pluton? With 3 of her 4 targets down, the cat actually relaxed a little. She was starting to think maybe everyone in this world was an emperor. How else could she randomly chuck a bomb and take one out? There had to be at least. She counted on her fingers. 50-something emperors, right? She was pretty sure 100 was a really big number. This world was definitely the slowest paced so far. The small sailboat wasn't that hard to handle, just remembering how to steer was enough to keep her drifting along for ages. The rainstorm she'd weathered earlier had at least served as a crash course in sailing. The only real concern was staying on course. Still, by now she'd spent more days in this world than in the previous 2 combined. The log pose worked by recording an island's unique magnetism after you stayed there long enough, then automatically pointing toward the next island. But if you had a specific destination, that approach was painfully slow. Some islands took a year or more to fully register. That was where the eternal pose came in. Just as the name implied, it permanently locked onto one island's magnetic signature. Whenever you wanted to go there, you simply followed its heading. No island hopping required. Sabaody Archipelago. A cluster of islands just before the red line, formed by 79 massive mangrove trees. The spaces among the roots counted as islands. Regardless of whether you took the Fishman Island route or the Mary Geos route, you had to pass through here. Each tree naturally secreted a special resin that inflated into surprisingly sturdy bubbles on contact with air, though they'd pop the moment they left the archipelago. The locals had built an entire tourism industry around them: bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, bubble everything. After all those days at sea, the little cat, who looked no older than 9 or 10, but was technically only a bit over 1 year old, completed the feat of sailing solo, and arrived at this gateway to the new world without incident. Still unaware that she'd become a bona fide newspaper celebrity, the cat tied the boat up wherever, grabbed a fish she'd just caught, and bit right in. All those days of sailing had netted her quite a few large catches. Her spiritual energy had grown to the point where she could project it outward now. She just couldn't figure out what it was good for. Couldn't sense things with it. Couldn't hit people with it. The cat overheard people nearby murmuring things like, "Hawkeye's teaching his daughter to eat raw fish. What a terrible way to raise a child, and Hawkeye doesn't even feed his daughter." She had no idea who this Hawkeye's daughter was supposed to be. "Little miss, islands 1 through 29 aren't exactly safe. You might want to dock somewhere else." An old fisherman who'd just come back empty-handed walked over with a friendly warning. He looked her up and down in surprise. "Well now, that's something. Did that young fellow Hawkeye teach you to broadcast Supreme King Hawkeye as a warning whenever you arrive somewhere new? Though it doesn't quite look like Supreme King Hawkeye. Dark King Rayleigh. Not the ancient weapon Pluton kind of Dark King, just a nickname. First mate aboard Gold, Roger's ship. Currently retired. He'd wandered over out of curiosity after spotting a little girl continuously radiating what appeared to be an extremely weak, extremely localized version of Supreme King Haki. Supreme King Haki. The cat tilted her head. Rayleigh studied the girl with open fascination, and let out a soft chuckle. Hawkeye didn't even teach you that. I would have thought he had Supreme King Haki himself. If I were 20 years younger I'd definitely take the time to give you a few pointers, but unfortunately, I've got some gambling to do. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked, misguiding students, Dark King Rayleigh. Reward, portal energy plus 5%. Misguiding students. Another phrase the cat had never heard. It refers to someone whose poor or reckless teaching leads to their students' stunted development, the system explained. Short and clear. The cat understood. This man had just said he wanted to teach her. The little cat pointed at his face with undisguised contempt and recited the achievement verbatim, misguiding students, Dark King Rayleigh. Chapter 87, Chapter 9. Go on, teach me 1614 words, this is armament Haki, the power to armor your hands or weapons for defense or attack. On an abandoned ship a short distance from Sabaody, Rayleigh's hand turned pitch black. He drove his fist into a mass so thick it would take two people to wrap their arms around it. A shockwave rippled outward from the point of impact. As easily as snapping a disposable chopstick, the mast buckled under that single, modest punch and toppled toward the sea, crashing down in a tall plume of spray. Yimi sat perched on the bow, head tilted back, mouth slightly open around a bite of cotton candy. Rayleigh walked over to her. Try hitting me with everything you've got. Yimi punched him square in the stomach. It felt like slamming her fist into a steel plate, but the pain backlash got shunted away from her before it could register. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked, lightning 5-strike whip. Reward, portal energy plus 5%. This one was a flexible achievement because Yimi hadn't actually hurt him, she unlocked the one above. If she'd managed to injure Rayleigh, she probably would have gotten I'm farming here instead. Want to learn? Yimi glanced at the broken mast. This was exactly what she was missing. Then she turned a look of undisguised contempt on Rayleigh. But not from you. This derelict ship had been left here last month by a crew of vicious rookie pirates who'd parked it while looking for someone to coat their hull. For pirates who wanted to reach the New World, the only route was to dive down to Fishman Island. But in a world full of sailing ships, what vessel had the ability to dive? And even if one did, it couldn't withstand the crushing water pressure. So they had to find a local coating specialist to apply a bubble-like membrane over the hull. As it happened, Rayleigh's cover job after going into hiding was exactly that, a coating specialist. These particular pirates were apparently used to throwing their weight around. When they ran into a celestial dragon passing through the area, not only did they fail to run, they actually charged at him. The result, most of them were killed outright by the celestial dragon's bodyguards, and the survivors were hauled off as slaves on account of their sturdy builds. So why was Rayleigh out here demonstrating Haki? After chopping up several large sea creatures during the voyage, Yimi had been forced to accept that the insect glaive's raw damage output was genuinely feeble. At the very least, without her spiritual power she couldn't replicate Mihawk's feat of cleaving a galleon clean in half with a single stroke. The Doom Shroom also had a 1-week cooldown. She needed a reliable, heavy-hitting technique. As for learning Haki, that had been Rayleigh's own idea. He was the one who offered to teach her, and Yimi figured she might as well see what this Haki business actually was. But then why would Dark King Rayleigh, a man who wanted nothing more than a quiet retirement, volunteer to take on a student? Rewind to the moment they first met. Little girl, did you come to Sabaody looking for me? Being recognized on sight had caught him off guard. People in their 30s didn't know who Rox was, kids under 10 not knowing Dark King Rayleigh was the norm. For her to point right at him the instant she saw him, and call out, Dark King Rayleigh, he didn't buy for a second that no adult had put her up to it. After all those years, even though the younger generation all knew Roger was the Pirate King, it was easy to forget his first mate, left gathering dust in a corner of history. But this little girl had docked her own boat right in front of him, no sign of my hawk following, and really had taken in every moment of her clumsy, fumbling efforts at mooring. I'm looking for the 4 emperors. That line again. The question, then, if no adult had sent her to find him, how had this kid recognized him on sight? He and Hawkeye my hawk didn't have much of a relationship. But as the Pirate King's first mate, he certainly had history with red-haired Shanks, one of the current 4 emperors, formerly just an apprentice on Roger's ship. He'd mentored Shanks more than a few times back in those days. While it had never been made public, Rayleigh had heard rumors that my hawk and Shanks had rendezvoused, not like that. A certain woman living in hiding with him happened to be an excellent information broker. Shanks told you about me, didn't he? Rayleigh settled into a cross-legged seat. You know Shanks? Yimi's eyes lit up. Red-haired Shanks. She'd seen him when flipping through the 4 Emperors bounty posters. Missing an arm, definitely an easy target. Rayleigh chuckled softly and took a swig from a bottle at his hip. So this little girl had heard about the whole Dark King Rayleigh, misguiding students, affair from Shanks himself. Not just mentioned in passing, either. Shanks must have gone on at length, bounty poster in hand, ranting about it so thoroughly that even a child had the image burned into her brain. Rayleigh tilted his head back and gazed at the sky. His thoughts drifted to the past 2 young apprentices on Roger's ship, arguing over whether the North Pole or the South Pole was colder. Then his thoughts drifted back to the present, and he pictured a plastered Shanks ruffling some bewildered little girl's hair. Let me tell you, the stuff Rayleigh taught us back then was utter garbage. I never bothered saying anything, but I still remember it to this day. Who's Rayleigh, you ask? Pulls out wanted poster, this old bastard right here. His fist clenched. If this wasn't biting the hand that fed you, what was? Rayleigh sat cross-legged. Little girl, why are the 4 emperors your goal? Are you trying to become the Pirate King? If I beat the 4 emperors, I can go home. More precisely, it would bring her one step closer to going home. Something Big Mom or Kaido did to her. Rayleigh's mind went to the same place my hawks had. Back to the present. Because Yimi's control over Conqueror's haki was poor, Rayleigh assumed my hawk didn't possess it. Rayleigh smiled helplessly. That's slander on his part. Think about it, if I really couldn't teach, how could someone I trained have become one of the 4 emperors? Somehow, the look the little brat gave him only grew more contemptuous. Are you stronger than Dog Eyes? The kitten inquired. Dog Eyes? Rayleigh laughed in spite of himself. Hard to say. But if it actually came down to a fight, I don't think I'd lose. If he could produce a 5th emperor from his tutelage, he wondered whether that ungrateful brat would still dare throw around that misguiding student's garbage. He was getting on in years, he couldn't very well carry that label all the way to his coffin. The kitten eyed him with open skepticism. Try teaching me. Consider this your one chance. He wasn't going to turn this cat into one of the 4 emperors, was he? Rayleigh opted to ignore her attitude for the time being. Never in his life had he volunteered to teach someone, and now he was getting this kind of reception. Before we start training properly, try pulling your Conqueror's haki back in. This was also the main reason Rayleigh had noticed her in the first place. Armament Conqueror's observation of the 3 Conquerors was the most special, because the other 2 could be developed through training. Conquerors alone could only be innate. The common way to put it, the disposition to become a king. Normally it lay dormant inside the body. Released, it could knock out anyone too weak to withstand it. But there was an advanced application wrapping it around oneself, just like the armament haki he'd demonstrated moments ago, striking at a distance without physical contact. Among those who possessed Conquerors, only a handful of the strongest had mastered this technique. What made this little kid feel different was precisely the matter of containment. She seemed to radiate Conqueror's haki around the clock, 24/7, yet the output was so weak it couldn't even knock out ordinary people. And instead of sweeping across a wide area the way it normally did, it seemed to blanket only a small zone around her body. Yimi tried reining in the spiritual energy she'd been unconsciously broadcasting. She couldn't entirely blame Mihawk for not noticing before. Back when she'd been with him, someone else had handled the cooking, so the kitten never needed to absorb sea monsters' massive bodies. Her spiritual energy hadn't grown significantly during that time. Your Conqueror's hockey control is better than I expected. Let's focus on observation and armament training first. Lay a 2-year foundation. Kids still had growing to do, after all. How many days is 2 years? Yimi counted on her fingers. 700 and some, host. 700 and something. The kitten shot to her feet. 100 was already a big number to a child. She spread her little hand. 7 days. That's my limit. You're only holding up 5 fingers. Rayleigh shook his head with a helpless smile. Nothing worth learning can be rushed. You mislead your students. The kitten jabbed a finger at his nose. 7 days and the cat still thought it was too long. What if someone beat one of the 4 emperors to death while she wasn't looking? Normally, a cat only needed 3 minutes to learn something, book-eating time. That's slander. Something like a hashtag seemed to materialize on Rayleigh's forehead. Chapter 88, Chapter 10, What's a Transmigrator's favorite thing to do in the pirate world? 1636 words. 7 days passed quickly, faster than time at sea, at any rate. Yimi spread her 5 fingers. Faint arcs of something resembling electricity crackled across her hand, though it wasn't armament hockey. It was an application of Conquerors. She'd been in this world for over a month now. She hadn't grown an inch, but her hair had gotten a bit longer, at least long enough that even with a baseball cap on, nobody would mistake her for a boy anymore. All done. Shaki leaned down, kissed Yimi on the cheek, and lifted her off her lap. Shaki, owner of Shaki's Ripoff Bar, information broker on the side, former queen of Amazon Lily, former captain of the Kuja Pirates, and currently living in retirement with Rayleigh. In a certain sense, you could call her his other half. Yimi scrambled away from her. This woman reeked of cigarettes. Enough to choke a cat to death. The old man and the old woman, probably because they'd never had children of their own, had taken an instant liking to the ball of energy that had suddenly appeared in their home. Shaki didn't even want to give her back to Mihawk. Yimi ran to the mirror Shaki had set out in advance and preened left and right. 2 neat little braids now hung from the back of her head. Shaki smiled, eyes crinkling, and lit herself a cigarette. That Mihawk really is a single dad through and through, huh? She figured Mihawk had just cut Yimi's hair short for convenience, saved him the trouble of braiding it. This past week, Yimi had trained with Rayleigh during the day and been left in Shaki's care at night. But Yimi thoroughly despised the cigarette smell on Shaki. She wouldn't even need biscuits on her. Whether it was because the kitten wasn't native to this world, or because of her urgency to keep one of the 4 emperors from getting beaten to death in a street fight, her Conqueror's hockey was the only area that showed major progress over the week. Even so, in Rayleigh's estimation, she was still the most gifted raw talent he'd ever encountered. But during these days, Rayleigh was even more puzzled than she was. Training hockey was fastest through actual combat, obviously, but the little brat's bizarre ability, functioning as both active and passive defense simultaneously, excluded both attacks and any sense of danger. When drilling observation hockey, she didn't so much as flinch. One time, Rayleigh got genuinely frustrated and dialed up the intensity only to find that even a serious strike couldn't budge that white light in the slightest. He'd even swiped a lightweight seastone handcuff set from the slave auction house, and it still couldn't suppress whatever this freakish ability was. Somewhere far away, Spandam, that useless excuse for a commanding officer, at Water 7, suffered a series of inexplicable compound fractures over the course of several days. If this girl actually mastered hockey infusion, she might really become one of the 4 emperors when she grew up. To say there'd been zero progress wasn't quite accurate either. Regarding observation hockey, when her divinity was fully deployed, it already came with a degree of precognition, as a built-in miracle she didn't really need intensive training in that department. Armament hockey had begun to show the faintest outlines of form, but perhaps because Yimi was still a physically undeveloped child, the power refused to condense to a single point. Its progress lagged far behind Conqueror's, which advanced every time she ate something. What Yimi couldn't wrap her head around was this: Conqueror's hockey was essentially a controllable pressure field you projected outward. You couldn't sense through it, and you couldn't hit anyone with it. Between her stand already a concrete manifestation of spiritual energy and this Conqueror's hockey, what was the latter even for? Really not teaching her Conqueror's hockey infusion made sense from his perspective in the eyes of someone from this world. You had to learn to walk before you could run. Build the armament foundation first, then unlock everything else in sequence. What could 7 days of training actually accomplish? Honestly, the fact that she'd gotten Conqueror's hockey under reliable control in that time already exceeded Rayleigh's expectations. Host need not doubt your own talent. The system only selects truly gifted individuals for binding, the system offered by way of encouragement. Are you really leaving today? Not going to say goodbye to Rayleigh first? The kitten shook her head and trotted toward the door on her short legs. Is that really okay? Letting such a small child go off adventuring alone? Shaki lit another cigarette. Rayleigh emerged from behind the bar counter, shaking his head ruefully. She actually thought she could learn hockey in 1 week. But that strange mythical Zoan ability of hers, there really might not be anyone on these seas who can hurt her. I've taught her the fundamentals. Once she's older, she'll naturally develop proper hockey on her own. Who knows, maybe she's actually a person from centuries ago who had left behind the poneglyph stones recording the true history of the world. Rayleigh sniffed the air. Something smells delicious. Did you cook something? Shaki shook her head lightly. Little Yimi came out of the kitchen just now. Maybe she left something behind. Well then, I'd better see what we've got. Rayleigh walked over and immediately spotted the bottle of liquor he'd secretly stashed away, his prized reserve, the one he couldn't bring himself to drink, lying on the floor with barely a mouthful left. His heart lurched. There was one thing even Rayleigh had forgotten. When they'd first greeted each other, he'd warned her that islands 1 through 29 weren't safe. And Yimi's little boat just happened to be moored in that vicinity. This cluster of islands dealt primarily in illicit trade, including certain people's favorite pastime, human auctions. Yes, right beneath the Holy Land, on the neighboring archipelago, sat all these lawless zones, and in a certain sense they even operated with official backing, because the rulers of this territory were the celestial dragons, divine descendants standing above even the government. Nobody had bothered the little girl who'd dared to sail solo before, partly because Rayleigh had approached her the moment she docked, and partly because people had pegged her as a warlord's daughter, and weren't sure whether Mihawk was lurking nearby. What were the odds of running into a celestial dragon out for a stroll here? Actually, not small at all. That's a... Get down on your knees, quick. How likely was it to encounter a celestial dragon on Sabaody? Quite likely. In fact, every time they ruined a slave, they came back to the auction house for a replacement. He wore something resembling a spacesuit, a bubble helmet perched on his head, a declaration that he refused to breathe air polluted by commoners. His hair was styled in a grotesque garlic bulb shape, and he wore the face of a man whose forebrain had failed to develop, and whose hindbrain hadn't bothered trying. And the celestial dragon's mode of transportation wasn't even some freshly tamed beast. The man crawling on the ground beneath St. Charlos right now, serving as his mount, was the former captain of the very ship where Rayleigh had demonstrated hockey to Yimi. Yimi looked around in confusion at all the people dropping to their knees, not understanding what they were doing. But she noticed someone coming down the middle of the road, so she politely stepped aside to make room. Whose kid is that? Why isn't she kneeling? Onlookers broke into a cold sweat for her. This commoner, a celestial dragon raised in a bubble of total compliance, naturally wouldn't tolerate such an affront. He pulled out a flintlock and fired at Yimi. Now, the question, In a world with a population no smaller than Earth's one that even included non-human species, what were the odds of misfortune being redirected onto the aggressor? Not zero, that much was certain. Alpha. Lucky for him, celestial dragons receive zero combat training of any kind, so his aim was terrible. That was the only reason the bullet wound ended up in his thigh rather than somewhere more fatal, producing a shriek like a pig being slaughtered. A rope of snot burst against the inside of his helmet. Having never experienced pain in his entire life, the celestial dragon couldn't begin to cope with this kind of indignity. St. Charlos. The entire street went dead quiet, save for St. Charlos's gut-wrenching screams, the kind that sounded like someone was being castrated. People didn't dare breathe too loudly. Who the hell did that? That was the collective, near-hysteria thought of every person present. Right now, the reason they couldn't stand up wasn't just the celestial dragon's presence. Their legs had simply given out. Defying a celestial dragon was a capital offense, let alone injuring one. No matter how cute and innocent this girl looked, failing to kneel before a celestial dragon and getting shot was only natural. But injuring a celestial dragon? The consequence of that could very well be a buster call. Some pirates who'd refused to kneel and ducked into alleyways instead had already sensed the coming disaster and were sprinting away. Whoever did this, step forward right now. Don't drag the rest of us into it. The kitten stepped forward as requested. You're really ugly. The white outfit was ugly. Another wave of suffocating silence. What did she say? She just said out loud what everyone was too afraid to even think. Who are you? The bodyguards and even the slaves alongside them scrambled to form a wall around St. Charlos. You commoner, seize her. I'll make her wish she'd never been born. More pig slaughter screaming. But Yimi had a good habit. The spear of Longinus leveled at Bubbleman's head. Chapter 89, Chapter 11, Instant Refinement 1831 words, what do you think you're doing, commoner? Stop her, you worthless trash. I'll have her skin made into curtains. Dadag celestial dragons. Descendants of the 19 kings who, 800 years ago, formed the world government, out of the original 20, one kingdom declined. They styled themselves descendants of the creators and enjoyed privileges that superseded the law itself. On top of that, the world government's member nations were required to pay periodic heavenly tribute to sustain them. Failure to pay carried severe consequences, so severe that nations would sooner push their own people into famine than miss a payment. Never mind that the burly pirate currently serving as St. Charlos's living seat cushion had once been a fearsome man. If one day a celestial dragon took a fancy to some nation's princess, he'd collar her neck on the spot right in front of her father and king, and odds were they'd swallow their rage in silence. The generations of unbroken superiority had so thoroughly separated these people from every other race and species that they truly would do such things on a public whim. Why did no one dare resist? Because every celestial dragon had the authority to summon a marine admiral for protection. The consequences of injuring one were a discussion for later. What mattered right now was that the situation had long since gone past mere injury. A girl who looked like she should still be throwing tantrums at her parents was holding a spear built for a full-grown adult. One casual sweep lopped the bubble-helmeted head clean off. The bodyguards and slaves meant to protect him had been paralyzed by something resembling Conqueror's hockey, and, after the head came off, she drove the spear's point down into the eye socket of the fat skull lying on the ground. With that persistent source of shrieking silenced, the street became as quiet as if it were deserted. A full 6 seconds of dead silence before someone produced the first scream. What have you done? I recognize her, that's my hawk's daughter. Mommy, aren't the celestial dragons gods? That girl just killed one. There was even an out-of-town child who, bewildered by this level of gore, voiced the question everyone was too afraid to ask. We're all going to die. No matter how badly their knees were shaking, survival instinct alone was enough to make them crawl away from this place. Without question, this stretch of sobriety would likely cease to exist within a day. A buster call. The world government's most brutal directive. 10 warships, each individually powerful enough to repel sea kings, accompanied by 5 vice admirals. Every ship carrying over 1,000 soldiers. An indiscriminate bombardment of the target island with zero regard for civilian casualties, continuing until nothing remained and anyone attempting to flee the designated zone would be killed without mercy. Considering how absurdly elevated the celestial dragon's status was in the world government's eyes, and the need to make an example of what happened when someone raised a hand against them, they would press that forbidden switch without a moment's hesitation. Yimi couldn't understand these people. Nobody had said a word when that ugly freak shot at her, but the moment the cat struck back and killed him, it was all, "What have you done?" And calling him a god? The spear of Longinus hadn't so much as twitched in response. She checked her quest progress. No update. Only then did Yimi accept that not everyone in this world was one of the 4 emperors, and she continued walking toward her moored boat. You think you can just kill a celestial dragon and walk away? So young, and already doing something like this. She's worse than that Nico Robin. Adjacent to the holy land of Mary Geos, Sabaedes' military presence rivaled a G-class marine fortress. Word of what had just happened reached the garrison instantly. It was also the location where an admiral could arrive fastest. The lead captain rank officer pushed through the crowd, sweat pouring down his face as he stared at Yimi. You killed a celestial dragon and mutilated his remains. Do you have any idea what you've done? Do you want Hawkeye stripped of his warlord title? Yimi resummoned the spear. The people in this world were so strange. While she was busy being swarmed by Marines, the real threat had already dispatched forces to seal off most of the escape routes from Sabaedes. Massive in build. A coat emblazoned with justice, draped over his shoulders the hallmark of a Marine admiral. A Marine cap bearing the word Marine on his head. Admiral Akainu. Real name Sakazuki. A magmaman who'd eaten the Logia-type magmag fruit, terrifying destructive power across a devastating radius from his ability alone. He raised a compact den mushy, irritation and impatience plainly visible on his face. Dealing with a girl who isn't even 10. This is really the assignment I got. No fearsome veteran pirates. Not even a moderately troublesome devil fruit rookie. Any captain rank officer could handle this. What he really wanted to do was tell them off, but he also knew that his appearance was the world government's way of driving home the gravity of the situation. They'd even told him outright to unleash full-scale destructive force on the incident site. If they'd only sent some captain-rank Marine one who was perfectly sufficient to handle her, it would give the world the impression that killing a celestial dragon only warrants an officer. And that was unacceptable. He took a last drag on his cigar, then carefully stubbed it out. He wasn't sure if it was a midlife crisis sapping his focus, but last month he'd seemingly burned himself on a cigar butt. Compared to the other 2 admirals on his level, Akiji and Kizaru, he happened to be exactly the right men for wholesale destruction. Because he was the type who, in the name of justice, would eradicate evil along with any civilians or even comrades who got in the way. Meteor volcano. Arriving at the island where his target was located, Akainu thrust both fists skyward and fired magma bullets like a pair of cannons. Is that? A Marine who'd seen his firepower before went pale on the spot. The encirclement of the little girl dissolved as soldiers scrambled in every direction. Cowards, Akainu observed, cold and flat. Letting a celestial dragon die on their watch was already dereliction of duty. The magma rounds he'd launched punched through the cloud layer, rising until they vanished from sight. The wait wasn't long. A few seconds later, a vast constellation of fist-shaped meteors blazed across the sky and rained down, engulfing every island in visual range and beyond. Even from a considerable distance, one could feel the oppressive heat radiating from above. Yimi didn't dodge. She didn't try to intercept them in the air, either. She planted the spear but first on the ground, vaulted off the surface, and in a sweeping aerial repositioning closed the distance to Akainu directly. Downward thrust into flying round slash. In the same moment, the first 20-odd islands, the lawless zone in its entirety, were swallowed by fire. The towering mangrove trees that formed the island's foundations lasted barely 3 seconds, before the magma bored clean through them top to bottom. The magma on the ground showed no sign of cooling. Mere proximity was enough to cook a person alive, yet the little girl charging at him hadn't been disrupted in the slightest. Catching the flying round one-handed, Akainu narrowed his eyes, and tried to use observation hockey to penetrate the white glow stinging his vision. Naturally, he couldn't see a thing. He shifted his attention to the spear he was blocking. Pathetic hockey. It couldn't even hold its shape. Reminded him of a green recruit about to be shipped out to the new world. And yet this pitiful hockey was wrapped in a layer of conquerors. Impressive talent for a kid this age, no question. But she was a stain representing evil, and stains had to be broken off at the trunk before the sapling could grow. His left hand turned to magma. Searing heat traveled from the spearhead down to the butt. The shaft, already stained red by holy blood, took on a fresh sheen from the temperature. Heat that could bore clean through an island couldn't so much as warp this spear. The weapon wasn't the only anomaly, so was this brat. He'd roughly figured it out. The white light functioned as a damage barrier. Hellhound. A magma fist backed by formidable armament hockey hammered toward what should have been the little girl's face inside the white glow. He didn't care how young the child in there was. In this world, hockey alone was the one truly inviolable power. But the punch missed. No, it hadn't missed. It was more like the trajectory had been forcibly twisted to a different location. He caught a faint hint of where the white light's deflection pointed, but Akainu's observation hockey was fully focused on Yimi herself, trying to see through her. The kitten gripped the spear of Longinus with both hands and tugged. Her strength, of course, was nowhere near enough to wrench it free from Akainu's grip. Before he'd even arrived, several captain-rank Marines had been able to stalemate her through brute force alone. Even though she was technically more skilled, the insect glaive techniques designed for fighting giant monsters were impossible to execute in this kind of close-quarters standoff. Another reminder that she was only doing chip damage. She recalled the spear into storage space to break free, and hopped back 2 steps on the magma surface. You must be one of the 4 emperors, right? Call him one first, ask questions later. That's the greatest insult I've received all year. That seemed to infuriate him further. The kitten nodded in understanding. Fair point. Comparing this guy who could put on a spectacle like that to those scrubs called the 4 emperors was pretty insulting. Yimi resummoned the spear of Longinus, and at the same time drew the Doomshroom currently snoring away in broad daylight on its card from her deck. This time, she didn't bite it awake. What's that? Akainu's observation hockey flagged the mushroom as dangerous. The insect glaive was arguably one of Monster Hunter's most extensively buffed weapons. Beyond the 3 commonly used buffs, red extract, white extract, orange extract, there was one more enhancement Yimi had barely ever used, power/spirit charge. It consumed a single projectile item to imbue the kinsect with a power or spirit charge. In the real world, different objects produce different effects when used as the charge medium. Yimi had once tried a roadside pebble, and the result was a marginal increase in the duration her stand manifested, externally utterly useless for Famine, whose uptime was already excellent. Yimi slotted the Doomshroom into the spear shaft. As she spun the weapon, her stand substituting for the kinsect spiraled along the spear's arc, and in that instant, the refinement was complete. Chapter 90, Chapter 12, Incineration 1162 words. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, Instant Refinement. Reward, 5% portal energy. What is that? Akainu narrowed his eyes at the spear in Yimi's hands, which seemed to have transformed entirely, and at Famine now radiating an even more sinister, terrifying aura, as though shrouded in, not for one's own glory. Without scattering any insect powder, Famine, a spiritual manifestation to begin with, thrust forward at Yimi's mental command. A perfectly ordinary straight jab. Akainu had no intention of dodging the incoming attack. He met it head-on with an armament hockey-coated fist. Pitch black collided with shadow dark, sending a blast of scorching air in every direction. The Sabaody mangrove trees, already ravaged by the magma raining from the sky, were ripped from the ground and flung 100 meters away, sending the civilians who'd already fled into the distance into fresh waves of terror. What the Doomshroom provided was a power enhancement. In practice, the effects achieved through different items weren't fixed. 150 minutes, that was how long the Doomshroom's enhancement lasted. Its potency far exceeded what the insect glaive manuals described for the Dragonstones, but thanks to the Doomshroom's indiscriminate friend or foe effect, both the empowered Kinsect and the host who'd absorbed the enhancement would suffer the same damage as backlash. Not that Emi felt any discomfort whatsoever. She just didn't know which poor soul was tanking the pain for her. She recalled famine. This enhancement was originally meant to apply only to the Kinsect, yet once famine returned, a layer of deep, dark radiance settled over the spear of Longinus itself. This was the stand's second ability, fairness. Because the mushroom's enhancement was time-limited and famine's recall had wasted some of that time, fairness dictated that the enhancement should transfer directly to the cat herself. Akainu shook out his wrist. So you had another trick up your sleeve. Hawkeye, what the hell are you scheming, raising a little monster like this? Or is the rumor about him marrying into Big Mom's family actually true? Nobody had believed that story when Morgans cooked it up for clicks. Charlotte Leanline, a monster who, even as a child before obtaining her devil fruit, had gone on a rampage and slaughtered giants. Skin that was virtually indestructible paired with monstrous strength at the highest tier, all of it gained without a shred of training. A born monster in every sense. Even if one of her descendants produced a child who'd inherited that bloodline, it wouldn't be surprising. Now Sakazuki's killing intent was genuine. One Big Mom was already enough to terrorize an entire sea as a Yonko. What if their crew gained another one? Facing the little girl's silhouette within that glow, he threw a magma fist without an ounce of restraint, its heat warping the very air around it. This place had become a hell where no living thing could survive. Great eruption. No need to worry about civilians. Anyone who lingered on the first 29 lawless islands had already been stamped with Akainu's label of criminal. Magma tore through virtually the entire Sabaody archipelago, plunging this rookie's paradise, the place that cradled every pirate's dream, into a living hell. Emi didn't flinch or dodge. She took it head-on with a simple horizontal sweep to set up the motion, then flipped. Flying round slash. She didn't know if shouting the move's name actually did anything, but the cat copied her opponent anyway. The two attacks deadlocked for an instant. The sky itself was split by the shockwave, a visible gash carved through the air before the forces, failing to converge on a single point, slid past each other. Beyond the Sabaody archipelago. It's so hot. Was Sabaody always this hot? A crew of rookie pirates felt the climate shift from far away. No, I've been here before. It shouldn't be this, is that what I think it is? The navigator, peering through binoculars, was instantly drenched in sweat. Why is he here? You're saying, before anyone else could react, a black line stretching visibly hundreds of meters high sliced through the ocean and passed clean between their ship's hull. What the hell is that? Not as powerful as just chucking the mushroom as a bomb. Emi looked down at her spear, furrowing her small brows slightly. That was to be expected. After all, a single-use item was being spent as a 2.5-hour buff. Hawkeye's daughter. Akainu gritted his teeth, staring at the gash running from his shoulder all the way to his heart. Their attacks had slid past each other, but while Emi charged in without the slightest thought of dodging or defending, he'd had to take a direct slash. The good news was that this strike hadn't carried armament. Hockey, a simple elemental transformation was enough to mitigate it. But the slash mark lingering on his shoulder refused to close. This kid, how old was she? What would happen if she actually learned armament hockey? On his end, bloodlust was running high. What had started as intent to eliminate the target was steadily shifting into genuine seriousness. But Sakazuki either hadn't noticed, or perhaps his miniature Den Mushi had been incinerated by his own heat that headquarters had been calling his number so frantically it was about to go mad. Where's Sakazuki? Pick up the damn phone. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was on the verge of exploding. He'd just received a call. Mary Geos was burning. Specifically, every single second, another celestial dragon was spontaneously combusting. Daddy, I'm scared. Why aren't these commoners the ones dying? Damn it, you commoners, hurry up and... Why haven't they? I'm a descendant of the creators. Don't come near me. They scattered in every direction. This was likely the most physically demanding thing the celestial dragons had ever done in their lives. Served hand and foot in daily life, carried by slave-drawn carriages the moment they stepped outside, exercise, had never been part of their vocabulary. Believing it to be some kind of contagious curse, they tried desperately to distance themselves from anyone already ablaze. But no matter how far they ran, it made no difference. Saint Njosgard, who had long since reformed, sat perfectly still and closed his eyes. So retribution has come at last. Did you go and attack the celestial dragons, Akainu? Bwahahaha. Sengoku was apoplectic. Garp, standing beside him, was laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. Sengoku couldn't help himself and threw a punch. What's so funny? Those pieces of garbage are finally getting what they deserve. Garp said without a shred of tact. Hawkeye, call Hawkeye. An irritable voice. My Hawk's mood these past few days had clearly not been great. Your daughter killed celestial dragons. Explain yourself. My Hawk's response was utterly flat. How nostalgic. Guess it's back to drifting on the open sea. He hung up. Was that him preemptively accepting his removal from the 7 warlords? Sengoku removed his cap with trembling hands. Starting today, you're the fleet admiral. Screw off. Chapter 91, Chapter 13, The End 1837 words, you lowly commoners, hurry up, and he never finished the sentence. Saint Roseward, father of Charlos, rolled his eyes back as a searing hole of blood burst open in his chest. The stench of scorched flesh filled the air as red cracks radiated outward from the wound, and his entire body crumbled apart in agony. Misfortune transfer the ability to redirect one's own bad luck onto someone else. Under normal circumstances, something like being scalded to death, that should have happened to Emi would manifest on the target as a different, but equally gruesome death, shaped by whatever environmental factors happened to be nearby. For example, say there was a bear in the area, and the person in question was hidden well enough that it never would have found them. Well, now that the misfortune had been transferred over, tough luck. When Emi first arrived in the previous world, her love train had worked exactly this way. But as the saint's corpse gradually fused with her, perhaps, because the cat was simply too good at attracting trouble, the transfer of misfortune no longer depended on the surrounding conditions at all, collapsing into a straightforward suffer whatever should have happened to Emi, with no conditions attached. The targeting had even developed a degree of intent, though from Emi's perspective it still felt random. Were the celestial dragons noble? As founders of the world government, they certainly qualified as world nobles. But to the people they'd oppressed for centuries, they were nothing more than a pack of inhuman imbeciles, and yet everyone was too afraid of the world government looming overhead to so much as raise a hand against them. After several exchanges, no matter how focused Akainu was on the attacks coming from within the white light, he couldn't help but glance toward where those attacks ultimately landed. He'd already noticed the truth. The barrier of light was continuously redirecting damage onto the celestial dragons. His heart sank, but honestly, part of him didn't want to stop. This was who he was. To eradicate evil, he would drag civilians and colleagues alike into the crossfire without a second thought. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one criminal slip through. He even wondered if the brat called Charlos had been cursed by the little girl, and whether the celestial dragons all dying would break this misfortune transfer that couldn't even be overcome with hockey. Congratulations to the host for earning the achievement, sorry for not entertaining Lady Emi enough. Reward, 5% portal energy. Loath as he was to admit it, even though attacks without armament hockey couldn't deal real damage to his Logia body, the one being suppressed was still him. Of course he wasn't foolish enough to fight without armament hockey, and Emi's slashes were purely brute force, they didn't inherently bypass defenses. But what good was tanking her hits? Every single one of the brat's strikes came, as though she had endless stamina, ultimate techniques tossed out like casual swings. Akainu's armament hockey was no weaker than either of the other two admirals, but his durability was nowhere near Kaido's level, that monster who could plummet from 10,000 meters and walk away without a scratch. Besides, under normal circumstances, when two evenly matched attacks collided, the force would dissipate outward for both sides. But Emi didn't even consider that possibility. The slightest lapse in focus and he ended up like this, bisected at the waist, getting Buggy's fruit ability forced on him. That's enough, Akainu. It's chaos up there. Frost descended over the magma, cooling it. The cavalry had finally arrived. A curly-haired man rode up on a bicycle. Judging by the direction he'd come from, he'd apparently pedaled straight across the ocean surface. Admiral Akiji. Real name, Kazan. A Logia-type ice fruit user. In truth, if speed were the priority, whether to eliminate the culprit or break up the fight, it would have made more sense to send the other admiral, Kizaru, with his glint fruit. But that man was off investigating an ancient weapon that had appeared in some stretch of ocean a week ago. He hadn't turned up any results, though he'd apparently nabbed someone rather significant. Akiji looked down at his colleague. Rough day. You still alive? Meanwhile, the girl across from him stood without so much as a scratch. The contrast was almost comical. On his way here, Akiji had spotted several slash marks carved into the ocean that showed no sign of healing. That kind of characteristic made it hard not to think of the mushroom cloud that had erupted over the sea 2 weeks ago. What had an ancient weapon eaten a human fruit and come out looking for a fight? Tell me to stop. What's that supposed to mean? Akainu braced himself on both hands and twisted his torso to glare at Akiji. Evil stands right before us, and you, a fellow admiral, instead of joining me against the enemy, you're telling me to let her go. You're telling me to stop. Take a damn look at who's losing here. Akiji crouched down. Say what you want, but you've already lost, haven't you? Glancing up, the little girl across from them seemed to have lost interest in fighting as well, lowering her weapon for the moment. Then she opened her small mouth and pointed at Akiji in shock. Don't think the cat can't recognize your voice just because you changed your skin. You've been following her for 3 worlds in a row. So much for losing interest. The hostility radiating toward the newcomer was palpable. Akiji lifted the sleep mask on his forehead. The celestial dragons are dropping dead for no apparent reason, and it's gotten out of hand up there. The world government has already forced Sengoku to step down as fleet admiral. The 5 elders are starting to suspect you're colluding with the enemy. Keep this up and you might be looking at prison time yourself. What did you just say? Akainu's fury was written all over his face. Who gave the order in the first place, and now who was threatening him with prison? Those 5 elders, those absolute in truth, the orders Kazan had received even carried a subtext: assess whether Akainu had defected, and if necessary, place him under arrest. After all, a single celestial dragon's death was a serious enough incident to warrant a buster call, and an admiral's deployment. Let alone a wholesale massacre at Mary Geos. As for arresting Akainu, Akiji found himself rather looking forward to it. He turned to look at Emi, who had dispersed her white light and still stood without a scratch, yet for some reason had her spear tip aimed squarely at him. Confusion flickered through his gaze once more. 20 years ago. The O'Hara incident. It had been him and Akainu then, too. A buster call, and another little girl about the same age as the one in front of him. Orders had been to leave no survivors, but he'd let that girl slip away in secret. How similar it all was. The only difference was that the little girl standing before him now actually had the power to fight an admiral head-on. He didn't know the details, but anything involving celestial dragons was enough for him to piece together the general picture. If you didn't have that Logia fruit, you'd be dead right now. Another voice cut in, laced with exasperation and a hint of chagrin. Dark King Rayleigh. The old man walked forward with sword in hand, stepping onto the magma without so much as flinching, eyes closed as he tried his best to mask the turmoil inside. On one hand, he hadn't realized the brat he'd been training for a week was this terrifying. On the other, before leaving, the little runt had taken the wine he'd hidden for 3 years, and used it to stew a pot of rats, not even proper cooking ingredients, just big fat sewer rats. Is the new generation starting to frighten you, Marines? Having delivered that line with suitable gravitas, Rayleigh turned to survey the slash marks extending all the way out to sea. Forget the Marines, he was shaken too. If a Yonko had carved those, he wouldn't have batted an eye. But this was a tiny little girl who couldn't even make him flinch when he'd let her punch him last week. A natural-born monster like Big Mom, then. At least, based on the past few days together, aside from her immature mind and mischievous streak, the kid didn't seem to be trending toward becoming a demon like Big Mom. She was still pretty evil. Rayleigh looked down at the wine bottle in his hand. Only one sip left. Amy walked over to Rayleigh and grabbed onto his clothes. Akainu, shut up. How are you not dead yet, you old geezer? I think I can manage to outlive you. Rayleigh drained that last mouthful. Fighting any longer won't end well for either of us. You've pretty much lost already, haven't you? How about we both take a step back before this gets out of hand? Shuffling his body around like a Geodude, Akainu glared at the pair, one old, one small. So you two were in cahoots all along. Your bounty is never getting revoked, Rayleigh. No worry about yourself first, buddy. Akiji watched Akainu with an inscrutable expression. With one last glance at the old man and the child, he attempted to use his ice powers to fuse Akainu's upper and lower halves back together. It failed. He settled for hauling both pieces away as they were. He would face judgment when they got back. The towering tree, now reduced to a charred husk, collapsed and blocked Rayleigh's view of their retreating figures. He looked down at Emi instead. Hockey is important, isn't it? If you'd had hockey, you would have won already. He glanced at the now empty wine bottle, then at the long gashes scarring the earth, and with great reluctance suppressed his carefully rehearsed plan of putting the little girl over his knee and giving her a good spanking. Alert, quest updated. Please check at your earliest convenience. Emi rushed to check her main quest, defeat the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral, 1/4 because Akainu had withdrawn. The system compared both parties' conditions and ruled Emi the victor. The cat's heart was doused with cold water. Comparing both sides' strength, she arrived at a conclusion: the admirals were way stronger than the Yonko. Better to go pick fights with the Yonko instead. The admiral retreated. Why does Akainu look so beat up? Pirates clinging to the wreckage of their ships had no time to mourn their own ruined voyages. They prayed the 2 Marines wouldn't notice them as they stared out at the Hell's Cape that had once been Sabaody. Was it the old man who did that? One pirate with binoculars couldn't find his voice for a long time. It was the little girl. Chapter 92, Chapter 14, Hawk 1573 words, that technique of yours, does it have a time limit? If you want to beat a Yonko, what you've got won't be enough. Half of Akainu's terror came from his devil fruit's horrifying power. And while 3 of the 4 Yonko were also devil fruit users, not a single one had his particular type of Logia. Setting aside whether the destructive might of Whitebeard or Shanks could hurt Emi at all, Kaido and Big Mom's defensive power alone was enough to stall her through those 2.5 hours. After that, without hockey, they could stand still and let her swing. She still might not break the skin. Battles between the strong could easily drag on for 3 days straight. It wasn't unheard of. You really do need to learn hockey. Rayleigh kept pressuring the cat. Nearly half of the Sabaody archipelago was temporarily uninhabitable now, and the Marines would probably be cracking down on the area for a while. A shame, really. Rayleigh had rather enjoyed the easy life here, wandering into the casino like any other old man for a round or 2. And when he lost all his money, simply selling himself to the slave auction, then slipping away at the first opportunity. Emi lay draped across the bow with a look of disdain, flicking her ears as she dipped her water gun into the sea to reload. She maintained that if the water gun hadn't run dry, the fight wouldn't have dragged on nearly as long. Rayleigh rowed the small boat, following Shaki's directions toward Amazon Lily. It was just a hand-rowed dinghy, and sure, the old man was well past his prime, but even without a boat at all he could have swum the whole way without breaking a sweat. As for why Emi hadn't left yet, her boat had been sacrificed to Akainu's first meteor volcano barrage. She could technically swim there herself, but once past Fishman Island she'd still have no ship. She'd been rather fond of that little boat, too. There'd been a picture book for kids inside that she hadn't finished reading. Don't lean on the bow. If you fall in, it'll be trouble. Shaki grabbed Emi by the collar and tugged her back. Beyond not wanting to waste time, Emi was genuinely excited about visiting Fishman Island. She'd heard there were fish everywhere. Thinking about something tasty. You're drooling. Shaki wiped her mouth with a sleeve and scooped her onto her lap in one smooth motion. Here it comes. Rayleigh suddenly set down the oars and waved toward the sky. The news coup that had been tormenting the little feline's cravings for ages fluttered down, dropped the latest edition in Rayleigh's hands, and collected its fee. Papers weren't this expensive back when we were sailing. Got any bounty posters? Give me one. Grumbling about inflation, Rayleigh flipped through the wanted posters first. Straw Hat Luffy. Bounty, 12 million berry. Crimes, assaulting Marines and engaging in armed conflict with the Arlong pirates. Arlong drowned under mysterious circumstances. Luffy never got the chance to defeat him. That straw hat. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. Wasn't that the hat Roger gave to Shanks? So this was Shanks' protege. Better not let me run into the kid. He flipped through a few more all unfamiliar faces. Green hat. Crime, attacking a Marine outpost. Bounty, 20 million berry. Red monkey. Crime, being too ugly. Bounty, 9 million berry. Here we go. Brat, Dracul Emi. Bounty, 203 billion berry. Far off in the New World, Smoothie dispatched under orders to sail to the Grand Line and forcibly claim the girl, as a daughter twitched at the number and scrambled for the newspaper. The Marines would never issue an exorbitant bounty based solely on someone's identity. Take Smoothie herself. She was a Yonko's biological daughter, and one of the 4 sweet commanders, yet her bounty was only 930-odd million berry. Even Katakuri, the strongest among the sweet commanders, barely topped 1 billion. The photo showed Emi standing in the center of a magma field after the battle, spear in hand. Someone had snapped it at some point. Rayleigh's silhouette was faintly visible in the background. Dracul was Hawkeye Mihawk's surname. As for the given name, it wasn't hard to find out. Rayleigh had been dropping the kid off at Shaki's place to sleep every night after training, and Shaki was ostensibly a bar owner, even if business was middling at best. Crimes, publicly murdering celestial dragons. Repelling Admirals Akainu and Akiji head-on. Destroying half of Sabaody Archipelago. Leaving the scene afterward without a scratch. Because someone had spotted Akiji arriving on the scene, the assumption was that he'd fought too. Bounty posters were mostly edited and published through Morgan's Press, so naturally there'd be his fingerprints all over them. The world government had no intention of admitting that the celestial dragons at Mary Geos had been slaughtered down to a handful of survivors. The question was, what tier did 2 billion berry represent? The current Yonko averaged around 4 billion each, and that was after years of holding their positions. Paired with Morgan's reporting, the bounty practically spelled it out. If this little girl had a pirate crew, she would be the next emperor of the sea. Utter nonsense. A little girl repelling a Marine admiral. Smoothie tore the paper to shreds. Last time, the same paper had claimed Hawkeye's daughter was hers and Hawkeye's love child. Yeah, big sis Smoothie, look, Hyacinth, that dark king Rayleigh in the background. Clearly something big happened and the world government is pinning it on a child. Something big? Smoothie looked down at her little brother. Almost every key officer in the Big Mom Pirates was one of Charlotte Leanlean's biological children. 2 billion. Even Nico Robin from O'Hara only had an 80 million berry bounty. The buster call during the O'Hara incident had targeted the island's scholars for extermination. The island had housed texts for studying the ancient script, and the world government would not allow anyone to learn the truth of the Void Century. Coincidentally, Robin had been only 8 years old when Aokiji deliberately let her escape 20 years ago, and yet the gap between the two bounties was staggering. They're practically announcing that this girl knows the truth about the Void Century. Her brother's bombshell made Smoothie's breath catch. Knowing the Void Century was practically synonymous with knowing where the One Piece lay, on that final island. Which essentially meant getting this brat could make you the Pirate King. No, a little kid. Impossible. But the more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. What other crime could possibly warrant slapping a 2 billion bounty on a child? And if that were true, why would the world government concoct such a ridiculous cover story about repelling 2 admirals? Claiming she'd stormed Mary Geos and gunned down a bunch of celestial dragons would have been more believable than that. As for how a child this young could know the truth of history, well, that wasn't hard to guess either. The kid had a guardian, and that guardian happened to be the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye. Hawkeye wanted to be the Pirate King. My. Shaki lifted Emi under the arms and swung her left and right. Our little Emi is going to be the 5th Emperor. 5th Emperor? The cat was confused. Rayleigh smiled. An unofficial 5th who sits alongside the 4 Yonko. That makes the 5th Emperor. The little cat's ears twitched as she sorted it out in her head. The cat had become a Yonko. Emi glanced at her main quest, only 1 Yonko slot left to fill, and clenched her small fists, shaking her head furiously. Thinking she was bothered by the cigarette smell again, Shaki set her down, and wondered whether she should finally quit smoking. Quite a lot happened in this edition. Most of it, though, was a chain reaction tied to the little girl right in front of them. The still young Fleet Admiral Sengoku had stepped down. Vice Admiral Garp, who'd been nominated, refused the position. The current Fleet Admiral was now the former Admiral Aokiji. Admiral Akainu had been sentenced to impel down for harming civilians, the real charge, complicity in the Celestial Dragon Massacre, but he refused to accept the verdict and was currently on the run. According to my sources, after he escaped, he stormed off toward Mary Geos. Shaki, ever the intelligence broker, supplemented Rayleigh's reading. Hawkeye Mihawk had naturally been stripped of his warlord title. Meanwhile, Firefist Ace, who'd been dispatched to the East Blue to hunt Blackbeard, had been captured. Apparently, while fleeing pursuit, he and his ship had accidentally fallen into one of the massive craters blown into the ocean by God knows who. When he finally shot back out, he'd had the spectacular luck of running straight into Admiral Kizaru, who'd come to investigate the scene. As for Blackbeard himself, nobody knew what had happened to him. He'd vanished into thin air after his brief moment in the spotlight. Rayleigh had been meaning to keep tabs on them, and they'd crossed paths a few times to see what he was scheming. Firefist Ace, huh? Rayleigh studied the face on the bounty poster. The longer he looked, the more familiar it seemed. And kind of punchable. Emi reached up and tapped his newspaper. What is it? The little cat pressed the oar into his hand. Chapter 93, Chapter 15, Amazon Lily. 1273 words. Amazon Lily, literally, the Island of Daughters. An island populated exclusively by women, home to the nation called Amazon Lily. Despite the name, these women didn't exactly lily their way into reproducing internally. The story went that women who ventured out to sea would sometimes return pregnant, and perhaps due to genetics every child born here was a girl. With nowhere else to go, Shaki Queen 2 generations before the current one returning to the island was perfectly natural. We're here. Shaki leaned down and patted the sleeping Emi. No response. She seemed to be dreaming about something tasty, and gave Shaki a gentle nibble. Shaki pinched one of Amy's cat ears and blew into it. Mew 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 mew. Amy bolted awake and launched a flurry of swats at her. Ha ha, sorry. Sleep too long now and you won't be able to fall asleep tonight. Shaki fended off the meow meow punches while turning her gaze toward the marine warship in the distance. A marine ship here. What's going on? The current queen of Amazon, Lily, Hancock, shouldn't have tolerated a marine vessel anywhere near the island. On closer inspection, the ship appeared to be decorated with quite a few statues, or more precisely, marines who looked as if they'd gazed upon Medusa herself, their expressions frozen in love-struck adoration. This was the power of the Amazon Lily Queen, the woman recognized as the most beautiful in the world, who also happened to hold the title of Warlord of the Sea, Boa Hancock. The love fruit. The fruit itself carried an inherent charm effect, and could petrify anyone who felt desire toward her. Her beauty, or rather, the sheer potency of her allure, was so overwhelming that she could get away with practically anything and still be forgiven. They didn't head directly for Amazon Lily's settlement. The island's upper echelon Hancock and her sisters, at least, weren't fond of men. This wasn't aimed at Rayleigh specifically, he was something of a savior to Hancock. But given the marine ship docked outside, it seemed best not to disturb her for now. Rayleigh set down the oars and stretched his arms, surveying the forest before them. Let's camp here for a few days. Should I build a cabin first? Camp here? Amy was less than thrilled. Rayleigh pressed a hand on her head. I don't know where you picked up such rumors, but the Yonko aren't so fragile that they'll get taken out in the few days you're away. Stop pulling my beard. The old man was spouting nonsense again. The cat trusted her own eyes more. To this day she still didn't know what the third Yonko she'd killed had even looked like. Shaki gently pried her away. Even if you want to go to the New World, you need a ship. Just settle down and train your hockey for now. The Red Line's exterior was a ring of land encircling the entire world, towering into the clouds and nearly indestructible in its thickness. Mary Geo sat atop it. To cross it, you either rode the government's elevator, or went underwater through Fishman Island. There was simply no other route. Amy's love train could ignore water pressure entirely, and let her swim through on her own, but that was without factoring in speed. She could hardly expect those little legs to paddle the whole way. Amazon Lily was also one of the best places to train hockey. Every warrior on the island was a seasoned armament hockey user. Whether Rayleigh actually wanted to show off his carpentry skills, or genuinely intended to spend 2 years teaching Amy hockey, the old man set about building a wooden cabin in the forest. Amy, with her tiny arms and tiny legs, naturally had no intention of helping. Rayleigh sighed. The kid was so absurdly strong that she had zero motivation to learn hockey. If only he could humble her. While the move she'd used to beat Akainu was on cooldown this week, but his old bones could handle a fight just fine. They just couldn't take a beating like Kaido could. If you've got nothing to do, go pick some fruit. Or hunt down a few beasts for dinner. Rayleigh assigned her a task. Trees everywhere. She picked up a straight stick off the ground and headed into the depths of the forest, her new stick sword at the ready. Don't get your clothes dirty. Shaki called after her, just a simple reminder, since Amy wasn't wearing her beginner combat gear, but the children's outfit Shaki had bought her on Sabaody. Mew mew, mew mew mew, mew mew mew. Humming an unrecognizable tune, the cat laid waste to every fragile plant in sight, with her newly acquired stick sword. This particular meow didn't come from Amy. Her ears twitched. She trotted toward the sound on her little legs. Ever since arriving in this world of endless water, she hadn't seen a single member of her own kind, probably because everyone in this world had turned into cats. A small orange tabby with tiger-like markings, wearing a tiny hat that marked it as someone's pet. Amy waved hello. The tabby's eyes went wide. In all its years, this was the first time it had met a human who could talk. Amy, wrote the universal signal for "give me food." The tabby turned around, motioning for her to follow. Amy chased after it. Animals in this world had physical abilities far beyond anything in the modern era. This little orange tabby kept running, without rest, leading her deep into the forest. And as a cat from Earth, Amy had to keep shunting the fatigue in her little legs off to Golden Lion Shiki somewhere in the distance. The forest wasn't large. Before long, a city came into view. Who left a little kitten in the middle of the tabby that had been guiding Amy was punted aside by a kick. Amy stopped in her tracks, her small mouth falling open. She turned to stare at the offender. A woman, about 6'3", wearing a cheapao. A snake with a skull on its head trailed behind her. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. She'd just returned from an encounter with the Marines. On her way home they'd ordered her to participate in the war against the Whitebeard pirates, threatening to strip her warlord title if she refused. Apparently the Marines had captured one of Whitebeard's division commanders, and was determined to execute him publicly. Already unhappy about the Marines setting foot on her territory, Hancock had turned the whole lot of them into stone statues. "I'm so sorry, that was my fault." A heavy-set woman hurried out to scoop up the orange tabby. "Please be more careful next time." With that brief remark, Hancock turned her gaze toward the little figure who had suddenly appeared. Small as the child was, she hadn't been drawn in by Hancock's beauty in the slightest. In fact, she was hissing at her, every strand of fur on her tail bristling. "You're a Yonko, aren't you?" Amy jabbed a finger at her nose. Anyone who bullied cats was no good. Hancock narrowed her eyes. "Why does this child look familiar?" She crouched down and gently tilted Amy's chin up to study her. A tall, blue-green-haired snake woman leaned in and whispered, "Sister, the newspaper said she killed celestial dragons. They're calling her the 5th Emperor. Her bounty is 2 billion. So it's you. Why are you here?" Hancock pinched Amy's chubby cheek, her icy expression softening considerably. "Bite you." Amy, who had precisely zero goodwill toward her, chomped down on Hancock's hand. Chapter 94, Chapter 16. What could possibly be this addictive 1762 words? What are you doing? Let go of my sister. The 5th Emperor's biting people. A flock of birds burst from the forest in alarm. What happened? Did she run into someone already? In the short time since they'd arrived, Rayleigh had already finished building a partition treehouse. Hockey training was a long-term endeavor best conducted in the wild, and the beasts roaming the edges of Amazon Lily's forest would serve nicely as sparring partners for the little girl. Let's hope it's not the Marines. Shacky lit a fire and skewered a rabbit and some mushrooms she'd scrounged up. Go find her, would you? It's about time to eat. Good grief. Amy's bite was anything but gentle, yet it hadn't actually injured Hancock, who could use armament hockey. Still, the sudden attack caught her off guard. Seeing this, the orange tabby's owner hurried over and held something out to Hancock. I don't know if this will work, but please try it. Hancock glanced at the object in her hand. She took it and waved it in front of Amy's face. Amy released her little jaws, snatched it up, and pressed it to her nose, sniffing left and right. This stuff was incredible. The 1-year-old kitten was experiencing catnip for the very first time, her eyes squinting shut in bliss. She swiped the catnip from Hancock's hand, plopped down on a nearby rock, and gnawed on it with a faint purring rumble, her tiny leather-shoed feet curling up involuntarily. Crisis averted. The tabby's owner exhaled in relief. She has cat ears and a tail, and she really does act just like a cat. Should we give her a ball of yarn? Someone crouched down and dangled one in front of Amy's face. Sister, is your hand all right? Sandersonia stared at Hancock's fingers with visible concern. That was a 5th Emperor's attack. What if she had some kind of supreme mega fangs? I'm fine. Wiping the saliva off her fingertips with an attendant's sleeve, Hancock settled onto her python, which had coiled itself into the shape of a chair, and studied Amy with curiosity. Child or not, It was exceedingly rare for someone to display hostility toward her at first sight, and not the possessive kind either. Her charm didn't just work on the same sex, it could practically rewire the aesthetic sensibilities of toddlers. Congratulations, host. You have earned the achievement. There are actually women in this world unmoved by my beauty. Reward, portal energy plus 5%. So you're the 5th emperor. A bounty of 2 billion berries. Excluding the 4 emperors, there were admittedly a handful of pirates who could reach that level, but she was perhaps the only one to receive such a high initial bounty without a massive crew backing her up. On one hand, the world government genuinely wanted to suppress the news of the celestial dragon's collective humiliation. On the other, if her debut bounty went any higher, it would practically be an official endorsement that she was a full-fledged emperor. A tiny little thing. When Hancock had pinched her cheeks a moment ago, she'd pried the small mouth open for a look. The number of teeth was clearly that of a child, nothing unusual about the race. Hancock could believe the girl had killed a celestial dragon, but repelling an admiral. Not a chance. Hancock rose and reached for Amy's face again. She was swatted away. Amy had not forgotten this was the bad woman who'd bullied a cat. Hancock wasn't particularly bothered. She sat back down. You like that grass? I can get you as much as you want. Sister, we don't actually have any. Marigold leaned in to whisper something. Hancock shot her a look. Marigold said, that's right, it's a specialty of our island. At least it would be by tomorrow. As for why a woman who'd dropkick a cat out of her way for blocking the path, was being so tolerant of Amy, that traced back to a wretched past she went to great lengths to hide, and never wanted anyone to know about. When they were young, the 3 sisters had been kidnapped by celestial dragons and tormented for a considerable time. To this day, the brand of a celestial dragon slave was still seared into Hancock's back. It was for this reason she despised every man in the world, with only 2 exceptions, Fisher Tiger, deceased, who had liberated the slaves, and Rayleigh, who had taken the sisters in afterward. Even with hatred for the celestial dragons fierce enough to want to flay them alive, even now that she possessed the strength to have been invited as a warlord, she still wouldn't dare do what this little girl had done, kill a celestial dragon to vent her anger. Certainly not being able to beat an admiral was part of it, but there was another dimension. She was simultaneously a pirate and the ruler of a nation, and her warlord position served that dual role. You have more. Amy craned her neck. She wanted to take back enough to wrap both arms around, then split the strange grass into 4 portions, 1 for herself, 1 for the tabby cat who'd brought her here, and 2 to bring home for Mom and Grandma to try. The tabby smacked her shin with a paw. Don't forget she's the enemy of cats. Amy snapped back to reality and resumed hissing at Hancock. Sister, I think it's because you kicked the little cat earlier. Is that so? Hancock swept her long hair aside, and let the love fruit's charm ability flare. That wasn't my intention at all. Would you like more of this? Amy hugged the tabby protectively, and eyed Hancock with suspicion. The cat didn't care about her beauty. The cat only cared about where this stuff came from. Onigashima. 5th Emperor, what kind of joke is this? Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, crumpled the newspaper into a ball and hurled it to the floor. Don't take it seriously, Boss Kaido. Have you been drinking too much again? Whether it was weak tolerance or simply Kaido's nature as a drunkard, even though a drunken rampage followed every binge, his crew witnessed his belligerent episodes at least once or twice a week. Perhaps there were too many grievances festering inside him. Wano possessed exceptional weapons forging technology, and as a pirate he'd naturally seized the country 18 years ago, propping up a puppet ruler and killing the not terribly clever shogun's son, Kazuki Oden. His metaphorical midlife crisis had started right around that period. First, although Oden had scarred Kaido in their very first clash, Kaido still didn't believe he'd actually lose until, at the critical moment, some old hag allied with him transformed into Oden's son, causing Oden to falter, and Kaido clubbed him down in one blow. At the time, feeling the duel had been interrupted, Kaido had simply killed the old woman to vent. But over nearly 20 years, the more he thought about it the worse it sat with him, as though the Mun, who was now a full-fledged emperor, had won through underhanded means like some petty villain. Then there was his son, daughter. Whether cursed or struck by karma, ever since Odin had been boiled to death, the child had seemingly split personalities, calling herself Kazuki Odin day in and day out, declaring she would inherit Odin's will. At 8 years old, the rebellious phase had arrived early. It drove Kaido up the wall. What on earth had that idiot Kazuki Odin done that made you worship him after a single glance? Was it his topknot that you thought looked cool? As any loving father would, Kaido had naturally disciplined Yamato, starving her for days, clamping sea-stone handcuffs on her that would explode if she left Onigashima. The result, by now Yamato not only refused to admit she was wrong, but had taken to screaming about defeating Kaido every single day. What garbage are you reading now? Yamato snatched up the newspaper with a hostile look, then froze. Isn't that my daughter? How could that possibly be your daughter? Have you been drinking too much too? Queen the Plague's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Yamato was convinced that Hawkeye had somehow gotten pregnant and birthed her daughter, because that was what Dad had told her while he was hammered. But rather than this unseen daughter, her attention was pulled to the article below, the one that should have been the headline, but had been bumped by the Fifth Emperor's story. It was about Ace's impending execution, and the likelihood of the Marines clashing with the Whitebeard pirates. She and Fire Fist Ace shared a history. They'd only met once, but two people who both resented their own fathers had hit it off immediately. For Yamato, who'd been trapped on Onigashima for 20 years without a single friend, Ace mattered more than almost anyone. Eyes blazing, she glanced at her passed-out drunk father, grabbed her kanabo, and cracked him across the back of the skull, then turned and bolted for the exit. Young Master Yamato. The blow, of course, couldn't actually hurt Kaido. Even with the sea-stone handcuffs removed, Yamato might not be able to hurt him. But it did sober him right up. One palm slammed this dutiful daughter of his flat on the ground. Every time Kaido witnessed his only daughter pull a stunt that made his vision go dark, he felt as though he'd aged more than a year in an instant. Sometimes the thought crossed his mind unbidden, if the kid on the newspaper really were Yamato's child, that wouldn't be the worst thing. The main account was already a lost cause, might as well invest in an alt. Let me go. I have to save Ace. Save what? You ungrateful brat, is taking a swing at your father how you show respect. Yamato pushed against the floor, realized she couldn't break free, and burst into tears. Please, father. I have to go save Ace. This was the first time in 20 years that his lunatic child had lowered her head to him. Kaido picked up the crumpled newspaper and finally noticed the article about the potential war between Whitebeard and the Marines. He glanced at the sobbing Yamato, hefted his kanabo, and returned the favor with a blow to the back of her skull, knocking her out cold. You think I'd let you run off to save some reckless brat? But he intended to take Whitebeard's head while the old man was busy fighting the Navy. Chapter 95, Chapter 17, Kick 1310 words. It smells really nice just from sniffing it, that grass stuff. The wary little cat hadn't been lured away by the suspicious bad woman Hancock, but Emi was still utterly fixated on the catnip, gesturing with both hands as she described her encounter to Shaki and Rayleigh. The two elders sat quietly before her, listening, their smiles thoroughly grandfatherly. She might as well have been recounting a trip to paradise. Unfortunately, Emi's descriptive abilities were atrocious, so it sounded more like Hancock had suddenly gone into some kind of illicit trade. Hancock, H.M. It has been quite a few years since I last saw her. Rayleigh stroked his beard and glanced toward the marine warship that hadn't budged all day. She's not a bad person, really. If I recall correctly, she's a strong young woman who protects herself behind a sharp exterior. She gave me grass that makes you feel all floaty when you smell it. Emi raised her hand to add. Catnip, I'd imagine. My bar used to stock something similar for certain mink customers. Shaki hugged her own shoulders, looking for all the world like a grandmother watching her granddaughter come home from a playdate too full of snacks to eat dinner. How come I never saw it? The little cat tugged at her clothes. If they'd had something this good, why hadn't they given it to the cat sooner? Shaki smiled thinly and lit a cigarette. What are you talking about, little Amy? My bar was destroyed by you and Akina working together, remember? Amy quickly looked the other way, pretending she hadn't heard. Shaki pointed at the orange tabby Amy had brought back. Is that your catch of the day? The tabby yelled in protest. Amy hid the cat behind her. This is my friend. Big cats were truly terrifying creatures. They'd actually treat a small cat who hadn't grown into a big cat yet as prey. Is that so? How sweet of you. Shaki chuckled softly, ruffled Amy's head, and held out a roasted rabbit. Want some meat? Careful, it's hot. Eat up tonight. Tomorrow we start hockey training. You need to master hockey before you can fight an emperor. Rayleigh was still trying to talk her into it. They'd said the bad woman wasn't actually bad, so tomorrow the cat would go find her again, and stock up on the catnip stuff before heading back out to sea. Rayleigh had spent nearly the entire day just rowing the boat. By the time they finished eating, night had naturally fallen. Amy had already slept for ages during the day, but they managed to coax her to sleep all the same. Getting Amy to sleep was actually quite simple. All you had to do was place a box of just the right size on the ground, and she'd voluntarily shift into cat form and curl up inside it. She'd be out within minutes. Shaki reached in and gently stroked her fur. This is so peaceful. I wish things could stay like this. How could old folks like us ever chain down a young person's yearning for freedom? Rayleigh scratched at his waist, only then remembering the booze was long gone. I was wondering which clueless marine had set a fire in the forest trying to smoke me out. Turns out you lot snuck over here. Sister, the newspaper already said she's connected to Rayleigh. Right around then, Hancock arrived with her two sisters in tow. One of her subordinates' cats had been carried off by Amy, and the owner had been sniffling in front of Hancock nonstop. Finding it annoying, she'd come to reclaim the animal. We've been perfectly responsible with our campfire, thank you. Rayleigh countered with a grin. Hancock strode toward them, glanced down at the wooden box blocking her path, and at the kitten curled up inside it. Reflexively, she kicked it. The next day. Kick, the most troublesome thing about Amazon Lily. The calm belt surrounded it. The Kuja pirates could come and go freely because their ship wasn't wind-powered. Giant sea serpents towed it forward like horses pulling a carriage. So for Vice Admiral Mamanga, whose entire crew had been turned to stone, leaving him the sole survivor who'd resisted the charm by stabbing himself to stay lucid, getting out was next to impossible. He was subsisting on sea kings that drifted through the area, and once his fresh water ran out, he was as good as dead. As mentioned earlier, Hancock did value her warlord status to some degree, so after leaving Mamanga to stew for a day to vent her frustration, she grudgingly came back to check on him. Impressive that you haven't died yet. With a war on the horizon, you think I'd die here. Kick. Mamanga held his blade before him like Perseus raising his shield against Medusa. But he gave Hancock no room to back down. Did you come to silence me, or to answer the summons and keep your warlord title? Hancock sneered. Well, since you put it that way, sorry about this, but we're in the calm belt. If I did silence you completely, went back and told the Navy an accident happened and we never received your notice, there wouldn't be a shred of evidence, would there? The so-called most beautiful woman in the world, with her devil fruits boost on top of that, the notion that she'd be forgiven no matter what she did, meant she barely considered consequences for certain things. You wouldn't dare. Oh, she absolutely would. Just as the tension reached a razor's edge, the two sisters who supported Hancock unconditionally looked distinctly uneasy. Because throughout this entire standoff, a small child wearing a hat and hiding her tail had been standing right next to Hancock, rudely kicking at her calf over and over, stamping a row of shoe prints onto her pale skin. Kick. A grudge-holding cat. Would you knock it off and go play somewhere? Even Hancock, who always maintained her composure, couldn't help snapping at Amy. Mamanga's gaze shifted to Amy. His pupils contracted slightly. Hat or no hat, a vice admiral's keen, I wouldn't miss a figure this important. Perfume femur. Noticing his micro-expression, Hancock abandoned diplomacy entirely and attacked outright, leaving zero room for negotiation. When you thought about it, bringing the problem child aboard the ship for this meeting in the first place had already eliminated any possibility of negotiation, hadn't it? What was done was done. The only option now was to cut off any loose ends. This just got a lot more complicated. Sandersonia watched the two clash, hand to her forehead. Then again, compared to going to war against Whitebeard, this is probably the safer option. Whitebeard. Amy latched onto the key word and craned her neck up at the odd-looking woman. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. The strongest man in the world. The Marines themselves had assessed his power as capable of destroying the world. Wielder of the tremor fruit, his strength was so immense he could punch cracks into the very fabric of space. Even so, given the precedents she'd already set, none of that stopped the little cat from looking down on this so-called Whitebeard. Was an emperor coming to her? Amy tugged at Sandersonia's clothes, wanting to ask exactly what was going on. But the fight on Hancock's end had already wrapped up. The stalwart Mamanga, who stabbed himself the instant he sensed the onset of charm to stave off petrification through pain, had ultimately been unable to maintain focus and was knocked unconscious. Dealing with a vice admiral who was already exhausted and self-wounded hadn't taken much effort, despite the men being genuinely formidable. Amy hurried over, resumed kicking Hancock's calf, and turned her head toward Sandersonia to ask, "Is Whitebeard coming?" Multitasking. Chapter 96, Chapter 18, Do Me a Favor 1306 words Portgas D. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. That position had sat empty for years before him. It had originally belonged to Kazuki Oden. Would Whitebeard really go to war over Ace's capture and public execution? The answer was unquestionably yes. That was the kind of family the Whitebeard Pirates were. Every member was an adopted child taken in by Whitebeard himself. Now that the old man was advanced in age, and his body required constant drips just to stay functional, he was even less likely to back down. The world's strongest pirate couldn't afford to become a laughingstock in his twilight years because his health was failing. So then why had the world government risked open war to execute Ace when they could have simply locked him and impaled down and been done with it? Because Portgas came from his mother's side. His real full name was Gold. Sharing a surname with the Pirate King made the answer obvious. In a world that placed inexplicable stock in bloodlines, Ace represented the most dangerous lineage of all to the world government. They intended to publicly execute the Pirate King's only son and reveal his identity to the world as a deterrent to all pirates. 7 hours remained until the Paramount War. Aboard Hancock's ship. "You can put that thing down already. Stop chewing on it in my bed." Hancock grabbed Amy by a cat ear and gently tugged her over. Amy let out an innocent mewl. "Sorry, Auntie." Hancock pinched Amy's little nose with slightly more force than necessary. She was only 29. And the girl was calling her Auntie. The cause, Hancock had procured from somewhere a ball of cat grass nearly as big as Amy's head. The child was now hugging the thing, alternately licking and biting it, refusing to eat her actual meal. "Honestly, you got drool all over my pillow." Hancock stuffed the cat grass ball into a chest and locked it. If Rayleigh and Auntie Shaki found out, they'd definitely blame her for letting the kid lose herself to frivolous distractions. "That's mine." The little cat patted Hancock's stomach, displeased. Hancock hooked one leg out and scooped Amy onto her lap. "Rayleigh's been teaching you all this time. How's your hockey coming along? Time to check the summer homework." Amy hopped off her leg, pulled out a small stick she'd picked up a few days ago, and channeled a faint surge of energy from her tiny hand through it. The stick turned entirely jet black. Armament hockey used to reinforce one's body or weapons, like layering on an extra suit of armor. Offense and defense in one. A power system native to this world, cultivated through self-discipline. And yet Emi, who hadn't even soul transmigrated into this body, had picked it up with ease. Whether that counted as a miracle was anyone's guess. You actually learned it in 2 days. The little cat stood with hands on hips, chest puffed out. Lady Hancock, is there anything I can help you with? A Marine's voice came from outside the door. I believe I said no man is to come within 20 meters of this room. Hancock drew a pink heart from the air and fired it through the wall. One more statue with hearts for eyes now decorated the doorway. Mamanga, watching from the corridor, simply turned a blind eye. They'd all be restored once they arrived anyway. Though it felt abrupt, Hancock had ultimately agreed to participate in the war against Whitebeard. That said, the other warlords were presumably showing up with the same casual attitude, none of them seriously intended to fight Whitebeard's crew. Interestingly, every warlord except Mihawk, who had already been stripped of the title, ran a sizable organization of their own, yet for this war they'd been barred from bringing ships or subordinates. Even if 1 or 2 of them wanted to fight in earnest, they'd have no room to do so. On top of that, she'd agreed a touch too late. At maximum speed, they still wouldn't reach Marineford in time, likely arriving only to sweep up the aftermath. Looking down at the little girl beaming with pride over having learned armament hockey, Hancock felt she'd made a poor decision. But Rayleigh himself had confirmed that this child had beaten an admiral. Hancock pointed at Emi's face. The moment we step outside this room, you turn into a cat and curl up quietly on me. Did you really beat a Kainu? There hadn't been time to notify Rayleigh, and had he known, he absolutely would have forbidden Emi from going. Not because he feared she couldn't beat Whitebeard, but because the Roger pirates and Whitebeard had history. You might even call it a debt over borrowing a crewmate. Having Emi swoop in to kick Whitebeard while he was down was the last thing Rayleigh would want to see. Not that Emi's eagerness was unreasonable. In her mind, the emperors were weaklings, the admirals were the strong ones, and she'd finally stumbled onto an emperor. If the Marines killed Whitebeard before she got there, that was one fewer option on her list. Emi hopped onto Hancock's bed and counted on her fingers, realizing she could also pivot mid-battle and attack the Marines to potentially complete the quest. Don't stand on my bed with shoes on. Fate was unpredictable. On this route at this time, the ships they'd encounter wouldn't necessarily be Allied vessels. Far more likely, they'd run into pirate ships rushing through Sabaody and onto Fishman Island while the Marines were too busy to bother with them. For the sake of the bigger picture, those ships would have to be ignored. But certain flags were impossible to overlook no matter what. Hold on, is that? Why would they be here? Panicked shouts erupted from outside, followed by Mamanga's sudden cursing. Kaido of the Beasts. Whether Vice Admiral Mamanga, on a mission, would detour around an emperor or not was one thing. A pirate stumbling into the Marines without a little friction was unthinkable, especially when the emperor himself had stepped onto the field. Sensing trouble the instant the commotion started, her observation hockey flickering rapidly, Hancock snatched Emi and dove for the corner of the room. Thunderbagua. A horrifying surge of pressure tore through half the warship in an instant. This wasn't a cutting attack like Hawkeye's pure blunt force had shattered the vessel like a foam model, and Mamanga, blade raised to defend, hadn't lasted a single second. Boss Kaido, we could have handled something like this. I don't have time to waste here. Why would he be coming from the New World? The ship listed, seawater flooding through every gap. A devastating sight for devil fruit users, but Hancock, who traveled with a swimming snake, wasn't overly concerned. The kid beside her, however, had come here specifically for an emperor. Treading on the water's surface, armament hockey coating the shaft of the spear of Longinus, Emi sliced through the ship's wall, blocking her path. Kanabo slung over one shoulder, Kaido looked down and spotted the kid who'd bumped the execution of Whitebeard's brat off the front page. No way she's standing on the water. Kaido lowered the Kanabo and studied the kid with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected a casual swipe at a ship to flush out the second person he most wanted to see. Since when did marine warships have this kind of drop rate? Kaido had always been the recruiting type when it came to talent, and he was especially fond of the ones who refused to break. Conquering them was half the fun. He sized Emi up. The more he looked, the more she reminded him of Yamato, if he squinted hard enough. Kaido extended a hand in invitation. Do me a favor, kid. Be my grandchild. Chapter 97, Chapter 19. Have you ever personally watched your mother give birth to you? 11 words compared to the 3 who'd only counted toward Emi's quest through a bug. Future replacements for the original for Emperors. Kaido possessed genuine, undeniable strength, and happened to be the tankiest of the emperors on top of it. When Emi didn't immediately accept his friend's request, and instead leveled her spear and charged, Kaido was actually pleased. As he'd said before, he valued challengers far more than anyone who simply bent the knee. But when he realized that even Emi's armament hockey-infused attacks were pitifully weak, his mood soured. That Morgans was peddling fake news again. There was no way someone this feeble had beaten an admiral. Kaido swung his kanabo in a casual arc. Irresistible force traveled through the spiked club, and into the spear clutched in Emi's small hands. He hadn't actually put much into it, no matter how underwhelming this girl turned out to be. That didn't change his intention to recruit her, and it wouldn't do to accidentally kill her. But then something felt wrong. A strike that should have knocked out 100 million berry rookie in one blow hadn't budged the airborne little girl an inch. She blocked it. The Beast's pirates crew shouted in disbelief. Even Hancock, who'd followed Emi here knowing full well that Kaido's real target was Whitebeard, couldn't make sense of it. The knockback, even the misfortune of absorbing that kind of force, had been flung away entirely. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. It's Xiaoli. Reward, 5% portal energy. Another bizarre devil fruit ability. Kaido retracted the kanabo and grabbed Emi's spear with one hand, halting her next attack cold. Hey, kid. Are you a Zoan-type user? This was an important question. He had a compulsion about it. He wanted every last one of his subordinates to be Zoan devil fruit users, and had invested a fortune building an entire factory dedicated to producing inferior artificial fruits to that end. I haven't eaten a devil fruit. Emi recalled her spear into storage space, staring quizzically at Kaido's kanabo. Weren't the 4 emperors supposed to be weak? How was this guy even tougher than an admiral? Emi pulled out a water gun and squirted him. Don't tell me. Kaido swung the kanabo again. The stream of water comparable in volume to a fire hose was swept up off the club's surface, as though he were manipulating it, redirected in a Tai Chi-like motion straight into Jack the Drought's face. Is that the kind of cheap trick you used to beat a Kainu? Another swing. This one blasted the half-sunken marine warship clear to the horizon, and tore a gash through the clouds overhead. Thunder Bagua. Hancock scrambled to the top of the ship's wreckage. Emi extended a small hand and gently touched the kanabo. To anyone watching, it looked as though a little girl had caught a spiked club nearly as tall as she was with one hand, a sight that left Jack on docking duty drenched in cold sweat. Only Kaido himself could feel it. Both of his attacks had landed like punches into cotton. The little cat had gleaned something from that last kanabo strike. Rayleigh had spent these past days drilling armament hockey into her, but what Kaido used was different. Beyond the armor-like coating on the kanabo, his hockey flowed like water, trying to invade and attack from within. Turning hard into soft, destroying from the inside out. Armament hockey infusion, also known in Wano country as Ryuo. A more advanced application of hockey. Rayleigh could use it too, of course, but he'd subscribed to the learn to crawl before you run philosophy, and hadn't demonstrated it for her. No way this kid is actually going blow for blow with Boss Kaido. Emi checked her storage space. The mushroom's cooldown was nowhere near finished. She summoned her stand to harvest red light and white light, then danced gracefully through a multi-hit combo across Kaido's body with her spear. How tall was Kaido? 7 meters. That height was a perfect fit for insect glaive techniques. Unlike the giant octopus from before, though, even armament hockey-infused strikes couldn't so much as scratch Kaido's skin. Fun ability, but are you trying to tickle me, kid? Seeing that even infusion was useless, Kaido simply stood there and let her hit him, using his own flesh to teach her the gap between them. A downward thrust broke the combo. Emi stood on his ship, craning her neck to meet his gaze. Those widely acknowledged for emperors really were incredible. She finally understood that much. Readying the spear of Longinus, Emi recalled what she'd just felt from Kaido's body. Perhaps because the Kanabo swing had carried genuine killing intent with minimal restraint, she'd picked up more from it than from anything Rayleigh had taught her. She softened the armament hockey coating she could barely solidify, and swung a flying round slash. This time it wasn't a rigid cut. It was like what Zoro had once praised about Mihawk. What a soft blade, an attack that looked limp and powerless but could shatter anything in its path. This brat. Even without taking it seriously, Kaido raised the Kanabo to block. He felt a faint tremor run through the club. His eyes narrowed, masking his disbelief. What kind of talent was this? Ryuo, without question, the power to destroy from within. She'd learned it after taking just one hit from him. That clumsy execution, combined with the earlier strikes, made it painfully obvious she'd only started learning hockey recently. It was as if an infant who'd just started toddling had immediately climbed onto a bicycle with no training wheels. Even Kaido, who'd been a monster since the age of 10, wouldn't claim he could replicate that kind of miraculous talent. Why wasn't this brat Yamato's kid? Holding his blocking stance, Kaido abruptly changed the subject. Have you ever met your mother? Kaido frowned, then pivoted. Then have you ever personally watched your mother give birth to you? Emi genuinely hadn't seen that. Her earliest memories were of her mother already feeding her. Kaido nodded. You're not your mother's biological child. Your real biological mother is actually my son, Yamato. You're trying to scam a kid. His own crew was stunned by the shamelessness. It's not like any of you were there. Kaido snarled at his subordinates. That's enough, Kaido. A blast of Supreme King Haki nearly connected heaven and earth, intent on ending this farce. In response, Kaido immediately unleashed his own Supreme King Haki to clash against it. The storm clouds that had gathered when Kaido first appeared were cleaved cleanly apart. The sky itself looked as though it had been split in two. A blade that had charged in from nowhere collided with the Kanabo. At the same time, a hand pulled Emi clear. Without looking to see who'd grabbed her, the little cat stared wide-eyed at the two of them. Red-haired Shanks. Hancock murmured the newcomer's name. What a day. They hadn't even found Whitebeard yet, and two other emperors had shown up first. I thought you were headed to Marineford to stir up trouble. Instead you're here picking on children. The Kanabo and the blade hadn't actually touched. They hovered apart, separated by a gap. Emi saw it clearly. Supreme King Haki Infusion. Chapter 98, Chapter 20, The Finisher is Here. 1342 words, Divine Departure. Red-haired Shanks, the youngest of the four emperors, and the only one without a devil fruit ability. Unlike Kaido, who was here to take advantage of the chaos, Shanks had come to stop the war between Whitebeard and the Marines. He hadn't even reached the battlefield before running into Kaido, who'd been heading there to cause trouble. Violent Supreme King Haki erupted from the clash of weapons, instantly knocking out some of the rookies below who'd never witnessed anything on this scale. Cracks spiderwebbed across the hull, and eventually a shockwave detonated across the ocean surface, pushing outward for kilometers. If these two were the genuine article, then what on earth had her first 3 kills been? The little cat couldn't figure it out. Do me a favor, fighting here benefits neither of us. How about we both back off? Shanks activated his devil fruit ability. Not. What's it to you? Kaido had always disliked this younger man who belonged to a different generation yet sat at the same table. He seemed to forget that by age he only ranked 3rd among the emperors himself. Ben Beckman. While the two emperors clashed, King the Conflagration, Kaido's right-hand man, turned his attention to the person who'd just pulled Emi away. After a moment of thought, King barked, "How despicable are you trying to use Lord Kaido's grandchild as a hostage?" The Beast's pirates' crew exchanged glances. You're actually going along with Boss Kaido's bit? Or wait, did young Master Yamato really have a thing with Hawkeye? Even the perpetually stone-faced Ben Beckman did a double-take. He hastily snuffed out his barely smoked cigarette and studied the girl dangling from his grip, eventually zeroing in on the tuft of black hair at her forehead. He nodded. Definitely Hawkeye's kid. The red hair pirates had always been on decent terms with my Hawk. When the news first broke, they'd laughed it off as nonsense, but now that the little one had stirred up trouble and gotten my Hawk dragged in as collateral, they had no choice but to believe it. Beckman leveled his rifle at King. Since when is Hawkeye's daughter Kaido's grandchild? She doesn't even have horns. Does the Beast's pirates crew moonlight as child kidnappers now? Watching them bicker with such conviction, the little cat almost bought it herself. Reminder to the host, you have no blood relation to any creature in this world. At least the system's anti-scam feature kicked in. Emi nodded and dropped the matter. The cat only had one mother. She tilted her head up to observe the two men's Supreme King Haki infusion. She could vaguely tell that Shanks wielded his with more finesse. Emi looked down and tried channeling her considerably grown, spiritual energy along the shaft of her spear. Perhaps because the way she'd acquired and developed Supreme King Haki differed from everyone else in this world, she actually found it easier to manipulate than armament. Even so, it failed. Mastering Supreme King Haki infusion wasn't that simple. If she could get one more close-up look, maybe. Beckman glanced down at what she was attempting. Kids these days are really something. The next instant, Emi planted her spear and vaulted into the air. Beckman reacted fast, reaching out to grab her back, but his hand was twisted aside by a layer of white light. At Emperor level, fights demanded total focus. Emi's love train could interfere with observation Haki, but a blinding light shoving itself between their clashing weapons was impossible to miss. Shanks, confused, angled his attack away to avoid hitting her. Kaido had no such reservations. He swung the kanabo straight at Emi with full force, and predictably it was like hitting cotton again. So that's how it works. Emi placed her hand on Kaido's kanabo and felt carefully, then attempted to copy it, armament Haki infusion wrapping the spear shaft, Supreme King Haki layered on top, meeting Kaido's kanabo head-on. The cat wasn't stupid. Even if Hawkeye had never really mentioned his relationship with Shanks, she could tell the one-armed redhead was here to help. You're kidding me. Shanks stared, wide-eyed. Bang, even with successful infusion, Emi had been using armament for less than a week, and didn't have the raw power to trade blows with Kaido. But at the moment of impact, both the knockback and the recoil were swatted away by Love Train, creating the bizarre impression that the two were evenly matched. Good kid. Run, the ship's breaking apart. The deck cracked and splintered. Kaido's vessel had finally reached its structural limit, though among a crew of ability users, Kaido was the least concerned about losing a ride. He didn't bother checking on his subordinates. The three calamities, one who could fly, one who was a fishman, one who was a cyborg, weren't going to drown over something this trivial. Kaido's limbs sprouted talons, azure scales rippled across his skin, and his body stretched to 100 meters as he took to the sky. Uo no mi, mythical Zoan, model Sarayu. Getting serious. Shanks's expression hardened. The dragon soared through the clouds, gazing down upon the sea. I get your type every single day, people who think having a little talent means they can challenge an emperor. Don't underestimate me, you little punk. You're 100 years too early to fight an emperor. First I'll beat you into submission, then I'll make you understand what grandpa means. Since you're immune to impact, Kaido drew a deep breath. Something like a thick glob of phlegm caught in his throat. The ambient temperature across the entire stretch of ocean seemed to rise with him. Bolo breath. A torrent of flame engulfed Emi along with the entire Red Hair Pirates fleet. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, even dogs won't eat the flame fruit. Reward, 5% portal energy. Little Hawkeye, before Emi could even react, Shanks split the inferno in half with a single one-handed slash. Having forgotten that he was the one who'd joined midway, Shanks had been about to tell Emi to stay out of this fight only for his dear niece to plant a foot squarely on his head and launch herself skyward, spinning a hockey-infused spear around her body. Strong jumping advancing slash. Are you trying to tickle me? Kaido rolled his massive body. His already formidable defenses were reinforced by a layer of impenetrable dragon scales. Even with her freshly acquired armament hockey infusion plus the icing on the cake Supreme King coating, the raw strength behind Emi's strikes simply wasn't enough. Kaido tanked every hit without flinching. But for an insect glaive user, adapting to underwhelming damage output was a core part of the curriculum. Emi grabbed Kaido's mane and swung herself onto his back. Mount attack, a universal technique across every weapon class in Monster Hunter. Exactly what it sounded like. Ride the monster's back and attack from above, setting up for a top-down finisher. During the mount, you could grip tight and endure the monster's thrashing with stamina, or shift your position to dodge its shaking. What set the insect glaive apart from other weapons was that it didn't necessarily require the standard pull out a knife and stab repeatedly approach. With the glaive, evasive repositioning during a mount also counted toward building the finisher gauge. You little punk. Emi spun her spear, scrubbing it from Kaido's neck all the way down to his tail, in one fluid motion. Finisher gauge filled instantly. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. The finisher is here. Reward, 5% portal energy. The spear carved horizontally across Kaido's body. An explosion of blood rained down toward the sea below. Lord Kaido. Lord Kaido is wounded. Only someone who truly understood how durable Kaido was could appreciate the shock. Even if it was just a single wound. Since that full Kazuki Oden, how long had it been since anyone had left a mark on him? Beyond the shock, Kaido felt a spark of excitement. If she could do this much now, given 10 years to grow, she'd become someone stronger than him. Are you Joy Boy? Chapter 99, Chapter 21. I bet it on the new era. 1157 words. Emi's raw strength was nowhere close to Kaido's. Without the Doom Shroom, that had been the most powerful attack she could produce, and even layered with armament and Supreme King hockey infusion, it had only managed to graze Kaido's muscle. Nowhere near enough. Wind breath. Kaido coiled his enormous body into a ring and spun, generating a violent tornado to shake Emi loose. He went so far as to aim wind blades at his own back, shearing away the mane she'd been gripping for support. The tornado couldn't faze Emi in the slightest. She launched into a vaulting dance midair to reposition, her spear finally flowing with the fluidity and grace it deserved against an opponent that matched its intended scale. Like a dancing butterfly, she chained strong jumping advancing slashes through the air, circling the dragon. Her target, the wound she'd just carved. For Emi, opening a wound was essentially the endgame. She closed in at last. Emi drew the spear of Longinus across the soft, pale skin of her small hand, then pressed her bleeding palm against the gash. Frightening monsters. An unprecedented wave of hunger ripped through Kaido's entire dragon form. He couldn't see Emi from this angle, but his powerful observation hockey pinpointed the source of the danger immediately. You underhanded little brat. Kaido opened his jaws and bit off the wounded chunk of his own flesh. A blast of dragon breath incinerated the torn meat along with every trace of Emi's blood, and he immediately reverted to human form, ending the mount. In that single second, he'd felt as though he hadn't eaten or drunk anything in 3 days. And in exchange, by absorbing only a fraction of his nourishment, Emi had gained more Supreme King hockey potency than draining 10 giant squid combined. Thunder Bagua. Kanabo met spear once more. This time it wasn't just Love Train absorbing the recoil. Kaido could feel a dramatic surge in Emi's Supreme King hockey. That kid is actually matching Boss Kaido blow for blow. The beast's pirates, busy saving themselves, nearly popped their eyeballs out. They'd been scoffing at the 5th Emperor title Morgans had slapped on her just moments ago. I see, so that's how you get stronger. How underhanded. It's almost like you inherited it from me. Kaido bared his teeth in a vicious grin, still running the con. Deflecting Emi's force skyward, Kaido shifted back into dragon form, and hovered beyond her reach. He didn't attack. His gaze turned to Shanks, who still hadn't sheathed his sword. "Brat from Roger's ship, are you here for Whitebeard's head?" Shanks scratched his head with his phantom limb. "I'd like to think I'm the respectful to elders, gentle with kids type. Taking advantage of someone like that is pretty low." Kaido snorted. He glanced at the chunk he'd bitten out of himself, then fixed Emi with a long, hard look before conjuring floating clouds, scooping up his crew, and flying away. Emi blinked, then realized he was fleeing. "Don't run." She tried to give chase. She couldn't remotely keep up. As an emperor, Kaido had his pride. Had it been a fight to the death where she genuinely outmatched him, he wouldn't have retreated. But this was different. His leaving was an acknowledgement that Emi truly possessed the power to threaten him. Throw Shanks into the mix, and it was no longer a fair fight. He only fought battles that were even or stacked in his favor. There was also one overriding reason: he was starving beyond belief and needed to eat something immediately. This brat would come to Wano someday to defeat him, wouldn't she? Joy boy. Anticipation. He couldn't tell. But the fight had been thoroughly unsatisfying. He'd much rather have an evenly matched opponent who could trade real blows, instead of punching cotton and never getting to vent. She actually drove off an emperor. Hancock, who'd been spectating for a while, had somehow climbed aboard Shanks's ship. She stared at the departing dragon in a daze. "Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. I have nothing left to teach you. Reward, 5% portal energy." Emi's ears twitched. Her small mouth fell slightly open. So that huge big cat had been teaching her hockey on purpose. And the cat had treated him like that. She checked the quest log. It didn't show a successful defeat of the final emperor. Compared to the mutual withdrawal that had ended the Akaina fight, this time Emi hadn't inflicted a truly decisive blow on Kaido. She couldn't even keep up with his retreat, so the system didn't count it as a victory. The real emperors were incredibly powerful. Even stronger than the admirals. The little cat turned to Shanks. In her eyes, Shanks saw a fighting spirit that didn't belong to someone her age. Shanks grinned, bent down, and ruffled her hair. The silky texture was leagues better than Luffy's. That kid never washed his hair. "It's me, Uncle Shanks. Hawkeye must have mentioned me, right? I only know dog eyes. Don't try to cozy up to the cat." Emi pointed the spear at him. "Water gun." A stream of water hit Shanks square in the face. He could have dodged it easily but didn't, staring at Emi in utter confusion. "Is this seawater?" Having never eaten a devil fruit, he naturally felt nothing. But when he saw Emi draw her spear again, Shanks, in a hurry to reach Marineford, and in no mood for a fight, immediately played along, sticking out his tongue and flopping to the ground. "Oh no, I'm so weak, I've been defeated." Emi bonked him on the head out of sheer muscle memory. "What are you doing, Captain?" His crew didn't lift a finger to help. They were too busy laughing. The bonk carried no armament or Supreme King Haki, but the sheer bewildering indignity of it transported Shanks back to the days of being bullied by mountain bandits in East Blue. Mamma. Only one person in the world had a laugh that bizarre. These waters weren't exactly peaceful, either. Old hag. Kaido glared at the woman blocking his path in midair. Back in their youth on the Rocks Pirates, she'd been something of an older sister who looked after him in her own way. She'd even given him his devil fruit. None of which stopped them from being rivals now. Big Mom studied the wound on his body with open surprise. "What could possibly make you lose a chunk of flesh out here, before even reaching the new world?" Of all the things to bring up. Kaido's face darkened. He put on an air of profundity. "I bet it on the new era. Got any cake? Let me eat something." "How rare." Big Mom narrowed her eyes, then snapped them wide open. "So do you know why that cat-eared 5th Emperor brat's bounty is so high?" Seeing his blank expression, Big Mom broke into a delighted grin. "You don't know." Chapter 100, Chapter 22, the first to answer. 1395 words, damn it all. Why does Hawkeye get to have such an adorable daughter? Next time he visits, we're watering down his wine. Why not just drug him then when he wakes up still groggy, mock him for being fit to sit with the dogs? The little brat really did drive back one of the 4 emperors. Hancock sat with elegant composure on her coiled serpent, ignoring the red hair crew's fawning attention entirely. Her eyes followed the tail swaying behind Emi as the girl puttered around. The Navy ship had been sunk. Kaido's vessel was in pieces. As a matter of course, Emi and Hancock had found themselves temporarily sheltered with the red hair pirates. The one being discussed lay sprawled at the bow as motionless as she'd been the day Mihawk first carried her home, letting the ship take her wherever it pleased. She genuinely suspected the system's evaluation criteria were broken. She'd clearly knocked Shanks flat, and the 4 emperors counter was still 1 short. Or maybe red-haired Shanks was a fake emperor. Want some grilled meat? The man who'd taken a solid knock to the head offered her a sizzling, richly colored slab bigger than Emi's own head, skewered lengthwise on a stick as if the whole thing had never happened. Meat in this world was bizarre. One stick punched horizontally through a chunk larger than Emi's head. Emi reached up a paw. Shanks pulled it back, grinning like a fool as he pointed to himself. If you want it, call me Uncle Shanks. Uncle Shanks. Emi grabbed the hem of his coat and gave it a tug. Say the word, get the food. Even easier than tolerating a head pat. Having successfully obtained her prize, Emi lifted the meat and held it out to Hancock. Hancock raised an eyebrow and studied the small girl for a moment. She noticed I avoid getting close to men and brought the meat over herself. Hancock lifted a strand of hair from her forehead with a practiced flick of her fingers. I'm pleasantly surprised you managed a considerate thought for once, but these hands have never touched anything this greasy, and they're not about to start. I want you to blow on it. Emi stretched up on her toes and bestowed an exclusive title, Snake Lady. Don't blow on it. But this woman is also going to scold her. Definitely a cat's natural enemy. The little cat shuffled a bit further away after Hancock drummed a knuckle against her temple. Compared to other pirate crews, the Red Hair pirates were notably easygoing. They'd hauled the surviving Marines out of the water rather than leave them to drown and couldn't even be bothered to fit the lot of them with seastone cuffs. Just tied them up and dumped them in a corner. Setting the meat aside to cool, Emi wiped her oily paws on Shanks' coat, then wrapped her palm in the greatly amplified Conqueror's Haki. What she'd absorbed wasn't Kaido's Conqueror's Haki directly. She'd drawn out the nutrients from his flesh and blood and converted them into Haki. Even at only 7 meters tall, Kaido's physical constitution was in a different league from some enormous squid that didn't even qualify as a sea king. She'd only managed about a second of extraction. Even so, the quality of her Conqueror's Haki had multiplied several times over, which left the ignorant young cat with a small, unexpected prick of guilt. He'd been such a good person, and the cat had drained his nutrients. Next time they met, she'd make him a whole pot of something to properly make it up to him. You've improved so fast. Shanks hung over the railing beside her, eyebrows up. Who taught you your Haki? Rayleigh. Rayleigh? Another old acquaintance. Shanks smiled with a trace of nostalgia. Where's he living these days? He hadn't seen the man in a while. Once this mess was sorted out, he should go visit. We're here. The silhouette of Marineford was visible now. 1 hour remained until Ace's execution. As the flagship of one of the 4 emperors, the Red Force left any Navy mass production vessel in the dust for speed, but even so, by the time they arrived, both sides had been fighting for some time. Several miles of sea surrounding Marineford had been frozen into thick solid ice, Akiji's doing, effectively more than doubling the island's usable area from its original modest footprint. The Navy had 100,000 elite troops. The Whitebeard Pirates Alliance fielded 16 divisions and 43 affiliate crews, their combined attacking force approaching 50,000. The gap in numbers looked decisive. But it was the Navy's side showing the lower morale of the 3 admiral seats that should have been filled at the top. Only Kizaru was present, and he was already occupied tangling with Whitebeard's division captains. Akiji, formerly an admiral, was stationed on the execution platform to oversee the proceedings. The 3rd admiral seat stood empty. And Whitebeard himself had already entered the fight. That's Ace, kneeling at the highest point of the execution platform, had the clearest view of anyone. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Time for us to make our entrance. Let's put a stop to this unnecessary mess. Shanks called everyone to jump from the ship. The Queen Mama chanter. Why is it here? The panicked cry from the Marines below made Shanks blink. For one brief moment he genuinely thought he'd boarded the wrong ship. He turned the other direction and found himself looking at a garishly painted, enormous vessel approaching from the opposite side. Its figure had a massive sculpted face whose eyes actually rolled, scanning the ice stretched out below. Mama. So you were running this way, red hair. Hey, Mama. A face-bearing white cloud cushioned a massive, corpulent figure, a pink-haired old woman, roughly Kaido's dimensions, appearing on a battlefield where no one had anticipated her. Why is she here? We're in trouble now. Akiji glanced sideways at Garp. Can't slack off now, can you? The battlefield prepared for Whitebeard now held 2 or rather 3-4 emperors. Whatever their respective purposes, this was not good news. Because this entire war was being broadcast live to the entire world. Which of the 4 emperors was strongest? Since they almost never fought one another to a clear conclusion, any debate was futile. But which of them was the most terrifying? That question had a very clear answer. Charlotte Lin. This woman in her 60s, whether ally, enemy, or biological child, everyone who had ever known her was gripped by absolute, bone-deep fear of her. Erratic, Northwest longer came close to describing her. Mentally unhinged were the only words that truly fit. Old woman. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth dropped when he saw her. Shanks had tried to warn him already. Whatever that woman had come here for, she'd almost certainly come to take his life in the chaos. I'm not here for you, you half-dead relic, Newgate. Big Mom's gaze skipped right over Whitebeard and swung toward Shanks' ship. On the ship, a small girl attempting to lift one stubby leg over the railing, who had eventually concluded it was simply faster to squeeze through the gap underneath. Found you, Big Mom grinned, bearing a spectacular mouthful of impressively ugly teeth. She let Zeus carry her over and scooped Emi up in both palms. What exactly do you want? Ben Beckman raised his gun to her head. Who are you? Emi stood up in Big Mom's palms and looked up at her, genuinely puzzled. Big Mom pressed her cheek against Emi's and nuzzled. I'm your maternal grandma. Emi held both hands against the enormous face and studied it closely. Beckman was struck dumb as well. Why does everyone keep trying to claim they're related to this kid? Emi pushed against the face with both hands, hard. You're not my grandma. There was, in fairness, one thing Big Mom and Emi's actual grandmother shared, pink hair. Unfortunately, back when she'd been a pure cat, Emi's eyes hadn't been capable of distinguishing so many vivid colors. Big Mom held her out at arm's length, eyes narrowed. Little one, have you ever seen your mother? The little cat had learned to be first to the buzzer. I watched my mother give birth to me with my own eyes. Chapter 101, Chapter 23, You knew, didn't you? 1297 words. Helmeppo had lost his nerve the moment he'd set foot on this battlefield. He let out a hollow laugh, stumbled back 2 steps, and went limp. This is insane. We've already lost. Helmeppo. Helmeppo seized Kobe by the arm. Let's run, Kobe. Even if you want to be an admiral someday, whatever you need to survive first. Did you miss the news a few days back? The reason Akainu never showed up is that the kid beat him. And now we've got practically every emperor here at once. Things had gone completely off the rails. His words left Kobe standing frozen. But they managed to jolt the Marines around them back to reality. Some of them outright dropped their weapons and fell into total despair. What are you all afraid of? The four emperors aren't on the same side. The bellow came from a vice admiral somewhere in the crowd. Naturally, it barely moved the needle. Garp, sir. Akiji looked at Garp and noticed the man appeared to be breathing a subtle sigh of relief. The person kneeling on the execution platform had been looked after by Garp since childhood and had technically been entrusted to him by Roger himself. Even though his position required him to hold the line, he'd never once stopped hoping, in the deepest part of himself, that Ace would be saved. This is impossible. There's nothing to fight. The newly appointed Akiji had already lost all motivation to keep this going. Below was pure chaos. On Shank's ship, things weren't much better. The child said it herself, Big Mom. No connection. Beckman's patience was running thin. He pried Amy out of Big Mom's hand's gun in one hand leveled at Big Mom's head, the other arm tucking the girl safely behind him. By now several of Big Mom's children had climbed aboard and closed a ring around Beckman. Even so, his composure didn't slip. You're the second emperor today who showed up claiming to be her family. His voice carried an easy contempt. Don't tell me kidnapping children is the path to becoming Pirate King. Then he noticed something flicker across Big Mom's face. Is there actually something to this? Drop the act you already knew, didn't you? Who doesn't know the Red Hair Pirates and Hawkeye go way back? Big Mom hadn't even spoken yet when one of her sons, the one who'd been throwing out wild theories on Smoothie's behalf, couldn't contain himself any longer. Smoothie's foot shot out and sent him sprawling, saving her brother's life before Big Mom could turn her attention to him. But the damage was done. He'd already pointed Big Mom's thoughts in the right direction. Hawkeye had taken his warlord position as cover while quietly collecting the world's missing history, but his history with Shanks, stretching back to before Shanks had even lost his arm, wasn't exactly a buried secret. So why had Red Hair conveniently turned up here, and run right into Hawkeye's daughter on top of it? Big Mom leaned forward, arranging her expression into something she hoped resembled warmth, a difficult project, given that neither her face nor her reputation were cooperating. Little Amy, Grandma just has one question. Will you answer honestly? In the presence of children under 10, Big Mom sometimes produced something that looked almost like real tenderness. You're not my grandma. The cat had no interest in cooperating with someone impersonating her grandmother. She says she's not. Shanks had climbed back aboard with the rest of the crew. Big Mom ignored him entirely. Right there in front of Shanks, without any preamble, she brought it up directly, confirming what had been nothing but her son's speculation moments ago. Do you know the truth of this world? The truth of the world. Shanks looked sharply at Amy. The Void Century. Surely a child couldn't know something like that. Amy held Big Mom's gaze for a few seconds, then opened her mouth barely, just slightly. How does this enormous woman know to ask that? In the previous world, the cat had discovered the truth on her own, the world was round. But when she'd generously tried to share this revelation, that wretched lowlife Shirji had swooped in and stolen all the credit for her labor. Amy's eyes slid sideways. Not telling you. Someone among Big Mom's children made a strangled noise. She actually knows. Boom! A fist wrapped in armament hockey drove into the Red Force's deck, blasting a whole section of planking skyward. Napoleon. Yes, Mama. Big Mom lifted the captain's bicorn from her head, an enormous cleaver extended from within it, and met Shank's long sword. The sky split open. The spectacle of two Emperor's Conquerors hockey clashing at full force reached the Marines, below those who'd still been clinging to some last thread of optimism, and extinguished it. The soul fruit, a paramecia. Charlotte Leanlean's ability to breathe life into inanimate objects and to perceive or strip away the lifespan of any living thing. That won't do, little Amy. A dear little grandchild of mine hiding behind her grandmother's enemy. Unlike Kaido's attempts at persuasion, whether Big Mom half believed her own words or was completely sincere, no one could ever tell. She lavished overwhelming maternal warmth on small children sometimes, tried to kill her own flesh and blood other times, operated without a shred of principle most of the time, then suddenly invoked a pirate as her own code of honor at unpredictable moments. She was a woman so volatile that even her eldest son couldn't make sense of her. Big Mom narrowed her eyes, studying the small figure who had leveled a lance at her. Can't see it. She couldn't see this child's lifespan, as if something were blocking it, or as if the girl might die at any second. An endlessly perplexing strangeness. 4 emperors. Host, this one is real, the system offered helpfully. No need to doubt this one. Using her stand as a kinsect, Emi collected red and white lights from Napoleon and Zeus respectively. She layered armament and conqueror's hockey infusion over them and with no pretense of chivalry whatsoever drove straight at Big Mom's flank while Big Mom and Shanks were locked together. Was it Hawkeye or Rayleigh who taught you to fight dirty? Shanks called out. Ganging up on your own grandmother with outsiders. Big Mom rolled her eyes. Perhaps because she hadn't even used the flying round slash, the several-fold enhanced conqueror's hockey still didn't land with anything close to the force Emi had imagined. A childhood not entirely unlike Kaido's, but Charlotte Linlin was even more extreme. From infancy she'd possessed monstrous raw strength, and a durability no one could explain. In her early years, seized by one of her food-craving frenzies, she'd accidentally annihilated an entire giant tribe. In all her years she'd almost never had her defenses broken through, and this wasn't defense propped up on devil fruit power the way Kaido's was. Before she'd somehow ended up with the soul fruit, she'd already been a monster by birth. Mamma, her trademark cackle rang out. Big Mom seized the spear of Longinus, and with irresistible brute force ripped it clean from Emi's hands and hurled it thousands of meters away. The spear drove itself half-deep into the wall the Marines had built to hold back Whitebeard's advance, the shaft buried to the midpoint. Bullying a child, Marco remarked he'd nearly caught the collateral himself, and spared just enough attention to glance sideways. No class. Emi looked down at her 2 empty hands. Then opened her mouth, just slightly. That was the first time anyone had ever taken the spear of Longinus from her. And thrown it that far. Pure white radiance broke free without restraint. In an instant it stripped away half of Shanks' flagship and forced Emi into a state of complete detachment, neither angry nor glad. Chapter 102, Chapter 24, Rebellion Against the Natural Order. 1266 words. Today was an unqualified disaster for Shanks. He'd come to talk someone down from a fight, gotten cold water poured on him first by Hawkeye's daughter and then watched his ship shrink the moment they arrived at Marineford. Mama, it hurts. Napoleon, the blade given life by Big Mom's own hands, had his eyes shut after catching the white light full on. They didn't open again. Zeus, dragged down in the same wave, dissolved and scattered into nothing. What's happening? The radiance spread outward without limit, reshaping the terrain second by second. The spatial displacement was enough to shift the execution platform itself, the focal point of the entire summit, wore clear off the main island's center, and onto the ice layer Akiji had created. Akiji, standing on that very platform throughout, felt no tremor at all beneath his feet. That white light cutting through the sky, he recognized it. The same child who had disgraced Akainu. Back then it hadn't been anywhere near this bright. The entire Marineford is shifting. What ability is this? Looks like heaven's on my side after all, Ice Boy. Whitebeard had barely moved. The execution platform simply drifted toward him, as though it had somewhere to be. He took the opening without hesitation, raised Murakamajiri, and cleaved straight through the platform itself. That won't do. Akiji caught Ace and launched into a moonwalk retreat, then glanced down at Garp below, looked past him, and settled his gaze on Sengoku, who'd only been relieved of his post days ago, but was already developing the same unsettling Garp-adjacent energy. With Ace practically in Whitebeard's arms, one step from salvation, Garp couldn't bring his own hand down against his grandson. Kicking a man out the door and still expecting him to work. Sengoku looked sideways at the white glow still rewriting the battlefield. Whatever was happening over there, it had delayed both Big Mom and Red Hair long enough to keep things from getting catastrophically worse. The Marine's dignity was also on the line here. One final serious effort before everything fell apart. These seas are no place for pirates to run wild. His body swelled rapidly. A layer of crushing gold settled over Sengoku's frame, and he launched a devastating shockwave. It met the reverberating cracks of Whitebeard's punch head-on. Human fruit, model, Daibutsu. With the two of them as the center, the ice layer already inexplicably reduced by a third finally gave out and fractured into several massive sections. Even the distant sea, caught in the shockwave's reach, split apart like the layers of a sliced cake. "You've gotten old, Whitebeard. Look who's talking." 72-year-old Whitebeard stared at 77-year-old Sengoku. What came next about Garp, a scene that had not yet happened but would unfold any moment from now. The old man standing behind that golden Daibutsu would pat the statue's leg, signal for a one-on-one with Whitebeard, and in the exchange of blows deliberately show weakness, letting himself be knocked back. Removing himself from the board while quietly engineering the opening that would let Fire Fist Ace be pulled clear. This was a revelation. What could be seen through it wasn't necessarily tied to Emi herself, it was prophecy bound to great events, playing out across her face, as though she were a screen. What's happening to her? Shanks watched with a grave expression as the girl emerged from within the white light. With her divine nature fully released, he found he could actually see her clearly. The liveliness that had always sat so openly on her face was gone, replaced by absolute emptiness, as though nothing in existence could reach her. The vivid blue of her eyes had been swapped out for an unmoving golden glow. The gaze held no outward projection at all. Faintly, barely visible at the edge of perception, a hand extended from some unseen place and came to rest on her shoulder. Devil Fruit Awakening. Shanks couldn't make sense of it. He knew that just as Supreme King Haki had the Haki infusion as its threshold, awakening was the advanced state that almost no devil fruit user ever reached. But he couldn't fathom what kind of devil fruit could awaken into this something that already felt deeply wrong just to look at. He was certain the human fruit, model, Nika had gone to Luffy. Perhaps aided by their own conqueror's Haki, both Shanks and Big Mom had resisted the white light's enforced, warm calm. As it happened, that resistance was not entirely to their benefit. Prometheus. Yes, Mama. Momentary shock crossed Big Mom's face, losing her two main homies at once, but it was swept aside almost immediately by a near-feral surge of possessive hunger. Knows the truth of the world. Has a soul-based ability that mirrors my own. Already mastering Supreme King Haki infusion at that age. The urge to arrange a marriage between Smoothie and Hawkeye, make the whole thing official and done, was becoming harder and harder to ignore. But what did you do when a child refused to cooperate? Big Mom seized Prometheus, the sun homie she had breathed life into herself. Heavenly fire. She hurled him straight at Emi, who from Big Mom's perspective was barely the size of a toy. Divine departure. Shanks moved first, putting himself between them. This was his ship. Apart from Shanks himself leaping back, the only ones left on deck were Beckman, whose strength put him on a different level, and Hancock, who was no slouch either. As for the children Big Mom had brought aboard, they had no such luxury. They scrambled overboard with pained expressions, the heat nearly on par with Akainu. Even they couldn't endure it. And yet it still bore out that achievement. Flame fruit, even a dog won't eat it. The saint who stood in compassion for the world offered only a quiet, dispassionate judgment and would not move to aid anyone in particular. The night-bearing scales flickered into being. Beneath it, the small girl turned toward Big Mom and reached out one hand. She bent down and gathered a shard of shattered deck. By the time it rested in her palm, it had transformed a chocolate cake, dotted with fruit. Emi parted her lips and spoke, her child's voice entirely without feeling, a treat or a soul. Big Mom, ? Congratulations, host, on earning the achievement Rebellion Against the Natural Order. Reward, 5% portal energy. Fury carved Big Mom's wrinkles into sharp relief. Ironically consumed by her food-craving fit, she hadn't even registered that the flavor Emi had materialized happened to be exactly what she felt like eating right now. Suddenly not so cute anymore, are you? She crushed Prometheus to fist size with one bare hand. Stop fighting on my ship. Shanks was yelling. Red Hair and Big Mom are actually going at it. Around the world, audiences watching the live broadcast could barely spare a thought for the war's actual main event because these two uninvited guests had, without any question, the power to decide which way the whole thing tipped. In the end, a gaunt but still imposing silhouette dropped from what had once been Shanks' proud flagship, now barely larger than a golf cart. Is that? Smoothie sprinted forward. Privately, many of them had thought on quiet days that if Mama were gone and Katakuri took the helm, things might actually run more smoothly, but the ones who truly wanted her dead were few. Without her, they couldn't call themselves a four-emperor crew at all. Emi looked down at her hands. No attack. No blood drawn. No forcing an opponent to drink her blood. Simple contact had been enough to trigger the first ability of frightening monsters. Defeat the four emperors, 4/4. Chapter 103, Chapter 25, Soul Pocus 12 words. Big Mom's been beaten. No way, she just showed up. Was it Red Hair? Kobe collapsed onto the ground. Not that he had any particular feelings for a woman he'd never even seen before. It was the battlefield itself, far crueler than anything he'd imagined, that had simply exceeded what he could endure. Red Hair's not a devil fruit user. An unnamed vice admiral crouched beside him. Take a look behind you, kid. Only then did Kobe turn. The formidable Navy HQ had transformed into something else entirely, like a sandbox game's procedurally generated building, with the upper and lower sections no longer lined up. Are you all right, little one? Hancock, unable to contribute anything to this level of combat, took the opportunity to remind everyone she was there. Emi didn't acknowledge her. Unlike with Shanks or Big Mom, she was the vessel herself. Her body and soul were being scoured over and over by enormous divine force, and in that state she operated on pure optimal decision-making. Task complete. Reward distributed. System: if I take out the fleet admiral and the admirals too, is there an extra reward? The cat said something uncharacteristic. Ignoring the strange looks from Shanks and the others, Emi jumped off the ship and walked straight toward where the spear of Longinus had fallen, the golden fissures that had been raking across the earth trailing after her as she moved. Fufufufu, how interesting, Hawkeye. You actually went and produced a monster like this. Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, turned to Gecko Mori, also a warlord, and stirred the pot. Aren't you going to try cutting her shadow? I seem to recall you want revenge on Kaido. Are you joking? Moria was already backing away, drenched in sweat. What does that brat want? 7 warlords stop her. A marine had noticed that since the warlords arrived, they'd collectively killed a handful of grunts and nothing else. Doflamingo and Moria pretended not to hear. Even Bartholomew Kuma simply stared at the distant scenery, not from fear, but from a genuine unwillingness to put his hands on a small girl. Whether it was seeing Big Mom's condition or something else, marine after marine along the battlefield was stepping back, clearing the path for this figure walking among them like an angel descended from the heavens. Well now. This is really something. As an admiral, Kizaru couldn't keep up the act indefinitely. He stopped his glittering footsteps and let blazing light gather at his fingertips, aimed toward Emi. Standing beside him, Ben Beckman conflicted leveled his gun at Kizaru's head. Don't move, Kizaru. Oh my, Beckman. Kizaru immediately raised both hands. Why conflicted? Because Beckman hadn't moved his feet at all. Purely by coincidence, or was it the spatial compression at play? Kizaru had walked directly into his line of fire and still wasn't looking at him. The war was drawing to a close. As the revelation Emi had just received began to play out around her, Garp made the decision that fractured his decades of conviction at the very last moment. He pulled Sengoku aside. Whitebeard, I'll be your opponent today. Sengoku knew exactly what that meant. Garp coated his fist in armament haki, and charged barehanded straight into Whitebeard's Murakumajiri. Just as anyone might have predicted, the old man was already a guttering candle. Everything he'd shown in this battle might well be the final performance of his life. Garp could almost feel it, he might actually win here. He could even hear Ace's furious cursing. Garp laughed through his irritation, looking at the face of the man in front of him. What spell do pirates cast that makes my own grandson happily call you father? You old bastard. Whitebeard chewed on that for a moment. The more he thought about it, the worse it sat, and he couldn't even find a rebuttal. In his irritation, Whitebeard pressed harder. That was exactly when Garp deliberately folded, let himself get launched by the impact, and went flying 100 meters before slamming down dead center in what was left of Navy HQ. A graceful exit entirely by design. Vice Admiral Garp. This war needs to end quickly. Whitebeard glanced toward Emi, still walking. That little monster, the one who had casually taken out Big Mom without blinking, was a walking time bomb, steadily shrinking the ground anyone could stand on. When enough of it was gone, every devil fruit user here was finished. And of course it was at this most critical moment that the microden Den Mushi Akiji had kept hidden started ringing. The one Sengoku had handed over when he was promoted to Fleet Admiral, a direct line to the 5 elders. Akiji had no intention of picking up. Meanwhile, with no one in her way, Emi retrieved the spear without incident. She drew in the love train that had carved away 2/3 of the battlefield, and with it her emotions returned. Don't release your power so carelessly. The saint's final piece of advice. I didn't mean to. The cat offered a half-hearted defense, then looked back at the wreckage behind her. She opened her small hand again. Supreme King Haki, true Emperor grade, rolled out across the entire battlefield. And every eye was on her. No one dared move. In truth, the number of people watching was far greater still, tens of thousands of times more at the very least. This war was being broadcast live to the entire world. After today, the title of one of the 4 emperors would have no room left for dispute. What kind of power was that? No one could understand it. But the 5 elders, already worn to the bone after Akainu's assault on the celestial dragons, were finally afraid. If Akainu's report was accurate, the thing that looked like Pluton had been this girl's doing. And today she was radiating something seemingly like Joy Boy's light, with Akiji unable to even spare a hand to take their call. So they reached a marine planted in a corner of the battlefield. A man whose real identity was a world government direct operative, CP0. Kill that cat-eared freak for me. The order was unreasonable by any measure, but CP agents were simply machines that obeyed even orders that cost them their lives. No matter how powerful a devil fruit user was, one thing would never change: seawater was always their weakness. The operative checked the bomb strapped to his body, prepared before the war ever started. A Vegapunk special, large enough to send half of what remained of the battlefield skyward. Originally a 5 elders failsafe, in case the emperors actually walked away with everyone intact. He took an inconspicuous route toward Emi. Then lit the fuse. A jet of water killed the flame instantly. Emi's water gun. This thing called a bomb, Emi knew it all too well. Sometimes when her mom went to school, Grandma would put on horror movies to scare her. There was a blue cat in one of those movies that always got blown to charcoal. Very scary for cats. The little girl turned an unfriendly gaze on this scheming human. Supreme King Haki radiated outward again. Under the bewildered, disbelieving stares of the Big Mom pirates, she opened her mouth and spoke in crisp, childlike English: flesh or life. Big Mom's Soul Pocus. Chapter 104, Chapter 26. Want to revolt? 1298 words. Unlike a direct power amplification, like Kaido's mythical Zoan, or Whitebeard at full strength capable of cracking all of Marineford with a single blow, Big Mom's devil fruit wasn't that straightforward. Soul Pocus. Her most direct method of claiming lifespans. A spoken verdict over living things: let one shred of fear toward her slip through, and that much soul is stripped away as lifespan. The ability suited her perfectly, because Big Mom, who spiraled into mania during her hunger pangs at unpredictable intervals, was exactly the kind of terror capable of harming even her own children. Most residents of Todo Land paid a month's worth of lifespan every 6 months in exchange for the right to live in peace. Amy's vivid blue irises were replaced again by that blank, molten gold. Paired with Big Mom's brand of conqueror's hockey, the scene of the battlefield being shredded still fresh in everyone's minds, Big Mom's children, who had glimpsed something in Amy's shadow, couldn't help but let fear bleed through. And that fear was exactly what Amy seized on, draining their lifespan away. Even with all those stacked bonuses, none of it changed what she fundamentally was, a tiny child. The CP0 operative adjusted his hat without a word. A calm acceptance of death, the same composure with which he'd tried to light that bomb. Operatives were taught from the very beginning, sooner or later, you'll be sent to die. Amy stabbed through his heart with the spear and finished him off. The new ability was completely useless. Too many lives have already been lost in this war. Do me a favor and let it end here, leave something for the new era. Shanks timed it to the exact moment Whitebeard managed to reach Ace. He stepped in and intercepted Akiji. Ace, still cuffed in sea stone, wept openly. For one reckless man who refused to listen, they had fought this war. So many had died for it. Sengoku's instincts fired for a split second before he caught himself, remembering he was nothing now but a semi-retired bystander. He leaned close to Akiji's ear. This war is being broadcast live to the entire world. Letting Whitebeard rescue someone in full view of the world would cause devastation comparable to what Roger triggered when he launched the Age of Pirates, but how Akiji chose to handle that was no longer Sengoku's problem. Akiji knew it. He couldn't simply let Ace walk free, backing down to a pirate now would make him look like a deserter. But standing where he was, what could he actually do? Shanks, who might have mediated, had already declared his position. Over there was the brat, whose intentions were still unclear after jumping off the Red Force. On Akiji's own side, he was crossing swords with Shanks. Kizara had raised his hands at Beckman's gunpoint, Garp had gone flying and made his choice clear by not coming back, and the three warlord team had fought like a slideshow. Every ally on his side was putting on a performance, and the only one who could actually help him was Sengoku, right there. Across from him, 3 Emperor-level figures, including one unknown thing wearing a child's body. And the battlefield had shrunk so drastically that half the people left were spending everything they had just to keep from falling into the ocean. Akiji glanced at the broadcast Den Mushi sitting in the corner. Den Mushies were living creatures too. After Emi had drained Big Mom and tested out her conqueror's hockey, the poor thing was now unconscious. He looked at the Marines below him. More than half were knocked out from that wave of conqueror's hockey, many of them fresh talent, promising new sprouts that shouldn't be cut down here. He lowered his hands. That was answer enough. Sengoku let out a slow breath. He didn't reproach him. Little Hawkeye. Time to head back. Shanks grinned and called over to Emi, then turned back to take in the thoroughly remodeled Red Force, courtesy of Big Mom, and felt a faint urge to cry. Is Mama still alive? Shoo, not a word. Below the ship, the assembled children of Big Mom were attempting to drag their shriveled mother back toward their side. Akiji turned to look at them too. His thinking finally shifted into a gear appropriate for his rank. Even if they'd lost this fight, they had to walk away with something. Opportunistic. Certainly. But wasn't this Big Mom, right here, the perfect card to play? After all, the broadcast Den Mushi hadn't exactly been shoved in their faces the whole time. If the press ran the story as the Marines defeating and capturing Big Mom, the meaning changed entirely. The Navy lost to the pirates became, the Navy took down an emperor even while surrounded. Shameless. But when you're fleet admiral, who needs shame? Akiji glanced at Shanks. Big Mom had just taken a running start at his ship and gone to town. He wasn't about to stick his nose in further. He gave the order. Arrest them. Akiji, you dare. With only Smoothie as their remaining sweet commander, the Big Mom pirates had no path through this many marines. By this time, Emi had come running back from the barrier. A tiny thing, exactly the age meant for cuddling in her parents' arms. "Little girl," Akiji said, out of nowhere. "What's your dream?" The cat knew the word. "I want to go home." Go home. That wasn't a dream at all. It was exactly the kind of answer a child would give. Akiji closed his eyes. What was this era teaching its children? He watched Emi's retreating figure in silence, and saw, for a moment, the little girl from the O'Hara incident 20 years ago. A victim, branded with an 80 million berry bounty. BRRR BRRR BRRR. BRRR BRRR BRRR. The five elders den den mushy. Akiji answered. Is the brat dead? That they asked about the brat before asking about Fire Fist Ace caught him slightly off guard. You're having a laugh. Just dealing with Whitebeard was enough of a headache. If Sakazuki were still around, things might have been different. Don't mention Sakazuki to me. Something shifted in the five elders' voice at the name. That bastard's defection, and then heading straight for Mary Geos to launch a meteor volcano. I don't care what methods you use or what the cost. Even if you have to sink all of Marineford, kill her here. The five old men spoke in relay, like one organism with five mouths. Akiji sat down where he stood, watching several vice admirals corral the Big Mom pirates. The matter is settled. There's no one left standing who can keep fighting. You really want to let a child like that grow up unchecked, Kazan? The truth was they suspected her of having the Nika fruit. This is far from over. I take it that Vegapunk bomb didn't go off. No matter the cost, Akiji hung up. Now you get to feel what this position truly costs. Garp, no one knew when he'd dragged himself back, sat down beside him. Across the distance, he and the grandson on Whitebeard's ship shared one last look. Garp-san. What is it? Kazan was quiet for a long moment. What exactly is the justice I've been holding on to? Why ask that all of a sudden? Garp looked at him, surprised. Was this really the kind of doubt a fleet admiral was supposed to have? I kind of want to rebel, said Akiji. Said Garp. Chapter 105, Chapter 27, getting a bit heated. 1262 words. Amazon Lily. A small cabin at the edge of the forest. Rayleigh held a newspaper in one hand and slowly turned the rotisserie with the other, while in front of him a little girl rattled on and on. And then I used flying round slash, and then he used a club, and then red hair showed up, and then he got really long, and then I did the vaulting dance, and then he breathed fire, and then the flame fruit is something even dogs wouldn't eat. Emi spread her hands wide, trying to convey just how long Kaido had been. None of it made any sense as a coherent account, but that didn't stop two old people from loving the noise she made. Shaki gave Emi's ear a gentle tug. No more running off without a word, understood? Gone 2 whole days. Did you lose weight? Come here, let me rub your tummy. Emi wouldn't let her touch her tummy, and instead stuffed a handful of catnip into her mouth. Don't eat that before meals, I've told you. Shaki snatched it away. I want some. Emi grabbed onto her sleeve, and hung off her like a coat. Shaki turned a pointed look toward Hancock, who was cheerfully directing someone to bring over fruit the way a grandmother looks at the rotten kid who got her granddaughter hooked on video games. They reported all this so carelessly. I've been living in seclusion for nearly 20 years. Rayleigh set the newspaper down and pressed a hand to his forehead. Roger's own flesh and blood. The paper was, of course, announcing the Summit War, even though it had already been broadcast live to the entire world at the time. Fire Fist Ace rescued. Big Mom arrested on the spot, fallen from the 4 emperors. Whitebeard reportedly in poor health following the battle, likewise suspected to have fallen from his throne. New 4 emperors, Dracul Mihawk with the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, former Roger Pirate's first mate, under his banner along with his daughter Dracul Emi, and former warlord of the sea Boa Hancock. Hancock picked up the paper in genuine confusion. When had she been removed from the 7 warlords? She'd been effectively AFK the entire time. Apparently the Marines had decided the 7 warlords system was too unreliable. Show up late to major conflicts, do almost nothing, and still expect all the privileges and subsidies. Not worth it anymore. They'd disbanded the whole institution. Put that way, being slotted into the 4 emperors was almost a kindness. At least no one would dare touch her after losing the warlord protection. Probably on account of her age, every exploit Emi pulled came with an addendum on Mihawk's bounty, her recognized guardian. Mihawk woke up somewhere out on the comm belt to find himself one of the 4 emperors. Rayleigh reached over and pinched Emi's nose. Any interest in becoming Pirate King? Emi reached back to pinch his nose. Her arms were too short. Is that right? What a shame. If it were you, then maybe. Eat up. Rayleigh cut off a piece of roast and tasted it. Shaki scooped Emi up by her armpits and settled her on her lap. Bath after the roast, all right. Rayleigh put together a little bathroom yesterday. Girls especially need to keep clean. This small creature genuinely hated bathing. Unlike on a normal Earth, this world was humid almost everywhere because of the sea. Cleanliness mattered more here, not less. Rayleigh laughed. I only cobbled together a wooden tub, honestly. Though if she can turn into a cat at will, a small basin would do just fine. He looked like someone settling in for the long haul. Emi tugged on Rayleigh's beard. I'm leaving. The cat had come to say goodbye. The main quest was complete. She didn't have Dog Eye's contact information, though she'd wanted to say goodbye to Dog Eyes too. Emi checked her storage space. Aside from the cat fruit, she'd grabbed a decent amount of catnip as a local specialty. There was still one problem. She didn't seem to have anything worth offering the demon as payment. If the next world was anything like this one, needing to find 4 emperors having a demon would make things considerably easier. Is that so? Rayleigh closed his eyes. Not especially surprised. Who in this world didn't set their heart toward the sea? He reached over and ruffled Emi's hair. We're a bit old to keep gallivanting around. Unless something unexpected comes up, we'll probably settle here and stop running. Come visit when you're tired of it all. By the time you do, I might have a whole estate built. Rayleigh Amazon Lily doesn't have anywhere to gamble. Hancock, hearing him plan to take up permanent residence, offered a pointed reminder. Found a boat yet? Want me to send you off with a couple of good bottles? Shaki played along cheerfully. No drinking before 18, mind you. You're not going to be gone until you're that age before coming back to let us see you, are you? Emi swung her small bare legs. Do you have anything really valuable? As valuable as a life? Back then the demon had said it risked its life to help her. As valuable as a life? Rayleigh stroked his beard, puzzled by the question. The great treasure of the Pirate King. The great treasure? Yes, but only if you have the poneglyphs with the true history recorded on them. The little one had left. They'd spent just over a week together in the end, but Rayleigh and Shaki had genuinely taken to her. Maybe it was the way people grew fonder of children the older they got. Having a small girl bouncing around the place seemed to borrow them a little of that restless energy. I looked after a child like this once, back in the day. It didn't feel quite like this at the time. He cast his line toward the sea, squinting at the horizon. Within his line of sight, something that looked alarmingly like a mobility scooter strapped to a boat was drawing steadily closer. So preposterously built that he couldn't believe something with that structure was actually floating. It had already pulled alongside before he noticed what flag it was flying. And then the ship drew up, and the young man he remembered from years past appeared at the bow, giving him an easy grin. Long time no see, Rayleigh Amazon Lily, of all places. You really never slow down, do you? He'd actually come to visit his old senior. Rayleigh watched him jump off the ship, then gave him an unamused tap on the shoulder with the fishing rod. "You scared away my fish. Little Hawkeye told me you were here. I barely believed it." "Oh, right, did you hear?" Little Hawkeye took down Kaido and Big Mom. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. He didn't know, of course. Amy's account had been incomprehensible, and the news had reported Big Mom as a marine capture. All he knew was that the little stray had run away from home, come back in one piece, and then run away again. You should have seen it. I was watching from a distance as she fought Kaido. She took one hit and learned armament hockey infusion. 2 hits and she had Conqueror's infusion. By the end Kaido looked like her teacher. Rayleigh's sword came down on Shanks. Something in him had apparently gotten a bit heated. "What's that for?" Shanks looked baffled. Rayleigh pressed harder. At this point, no amount of explanation mattered. That misguiding students, Dark King Rayleigh title was absolutely Shanks' doing. Chapter 106, Chapter 28, Settling Accounts. 1077 words. Alabaster Kingdom, half swallowed by desert, nearly had become Baroque Works' private territory. The organization's public face was pirate hunting, its real agenda was conquest. Behind it all was Sir Crocodile, one of the former warlords notably absent from Marineford. Desert kingdoms and drought went hand in hand. Yet for a considerable stretch of time, Alabasta had been spared. Crocodile had seized on precisely that, engineering a frame-up. King Cobra, he claimed, had been using dance powder, a prohibited substance capable of inducing rainfall over a target region by drawing moisture from neighboring lands. A drought machine for others, passed off as a self-serving miracle. As for why he'd skipped Marineford, he had his own history with Whitebeard, and wasn't indifferent to the war. But unlike Hancock, he'd simply never received an invitation. The short version, Straw Hat Luffy had heard Ace was being executed. He'd bypassed every island between here and there, intercepted the marine ship carrying his summons to the war, and gone at the crew head first, apparently trying to seize a warship and get coordinates to Marineford. Crocodile didn't have the full picture. He only knew the kid had failed, because at the exact moment Crocodile, already furious over his inexplicable removal from the warlords, had come to confront Cobra directly and take the Poneglyph by force, some brat had come crashing in, yelling about punching him. Things are awfully loud out there. On Crocodile's orders, his female assistant had taken Cobra hostage and located the hidden Poneglyph, a massive square stone slab. Nico Robin. That was her name. The girl Akiji had let walk out of O'Hara 20 years ago, one of the only people in the world capable of reading a Poneglyph. She'd come to Crocodile for protection and offered her skills in return. Beyond the arrangement, though, as a scholar she was genuinely drawn to whatever it might reveal about the Void Century. "Don't waste your effort. There's nothing on it," Cobra said, sweat running into his eyes, still trying. Robin ignored him and read in silence. The footsteps seemed to announce Crocodile arriving, but by the second step Robin had already recognized a stranger's gait. Light and quick, more like a child's than a woman's, skipping 2 steps at a time. Before Robin could prepare herself, the figure was already standing in front of her. Cobra blinked. Robin's pupils contracted. She took 2 steps back. This was no child. She'd had no trouble recognizing the 2-day-old headline, Dracul Emi, vice captain of the newly crowned Emperor Hawkeye's crew. Why was someone like that here? Emi's eyes lit up. She ran straight for the Poneglyph. She hadn't left yet. She'd been hunting for something valuable to pay off her debt to the demon. For days she'd drifted the Grand Line in the small boat Hancock had given her, finally tracking down the second devil fruit she'd seen since arriving in this world. Then one careless moment and Baroque Works lackeys had made off with it. The fruit was still gone. But a wrong turn had brought her here, and right in front of her was the very Poneglyph Rayleigh had once described. The cat said, in the tone of someone commenting on the weather, while both Robin and Cobra went pale. This child can read Poneglyphs. Of course she could, for reasons that were, frankly, disturbing. She had Robin to thank for quietly studying the ancient script as a child, and O'Hara's annihilation to thank for adjusting the world's average literacy in ancient script down to exactly one person. Robin had been 8 at the time, though. Meaning only the 7-year-old's knowledge had carried over to Amy barely enough to muddle through. How do you? Robin pressed her hand to her mouth. Could Hawkeye's mysterious wife be an O'Hara survivor? Or was it Hawkeye himself? Amy ignored her. She stood motionless, craning up at the inscription, her head loading for a long moment. Rayleigh is in Wano. Why would they carve something like that on here? Rayleigh is obviously at Amazon Lily. The little cat turned away, dissatisfied, and marched back up the passage 2 steps at a time. Robin moved to call her back, but that was precisely when Crocodile unleashed the devil fruit awakening he'd developed after letting his hockey fall into disuse. The moisture drained from every stone of the palace at once. The walls began crumbling into sand. Of all the timing. The country was already descending into chaos. Crocodile's framing of the king had stirred up friction with neighboring nations for months. His open move was the signal they'd been waiting for. In the mess that followed, recovering the stolen devil fruit was all but impossible, and Amy didn't even consider her own cat fruit worth much. She said it drifting aimlessly, her mood flat. Time to summon the demon. Long time, Lady Star Spirit. The demon bobbed on the surface of the sea, squeezing its short, stubby fingers. My longing for you has never faded like a banana set in a corner after being picked. Though you do seem to have forgotten something. Couldn't find it. The inscription only said Pluton is in Wano. Amy sat on the bow, dangling her legs above the water. The demon narrowed its small eyes. As the embodiment of greed, even in an unfamiliar world, it had no trouble immediately sensing the strongest desires in this one first. Naturally, the great treasure pirate King Roger had left behind, below that the 3 ancient weapons. The ancient weapon Pluton. Fascinating. It's said to fire shots capable of destroying an island in an instant. The demon flicked out its tongue twice. Ancient weapon. Rayleigh came to mind. So someone as old as Rayleigh counts as ancient. Amy swung her legs. You want something that can destroy islands? The demon smiled. My lady, if it were yours I'd be delighted to accept it as payment. But since it isn't in your hands, why wouldn't I simply acquire it myself, then trade it to whoever wants it most? The demon's goal was never any specific object. It was the ever-expanding greed of those it dealt with. Amy shook her head. If destroying islands was the standard, she had something like that right here. She reached into her storage space, produced a card, extracted the mushroom inside, and held it out. The demon took it, puzzled, and stared at it. It was nighttime. The mushroom began to swell. End of volume, volume division, Fate the Fourth War Chapter 107, Chapter 1, Summoning. 1083 words Fuyuki City, 1995. The riverbank at night was slightly cold. More importantly, the mosquitoes were relentless. Anyone sleeping out here was either a drunk or some poor soul who'd been cracked over the head by muggers and gone out cold. Certainly not someone who'd crossed dimensions and passed out on the bank. That was extremely unlikely. My head. The red-haired girl opened her eyes. What she felt first wasn't confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings, it was her quietly calling her companion's name. Then again, this place wasn't entirely unfamiliar. That unmistakable Kobe Bridge. Fuyuki City, pseudo-singularity F, the first pseudo-singularity they'd ever tackled together. You're finally awake. Let's not have signal trouble again. A familiar voice came through. Doctor, is this a singularity? Why am I here alone? Ritsuka tapped her head. This probably isn't a singularity, honestly. The fact that I can contact you at all is remarkable. But do you really not remember what happened? Roman's voice came through with static. The signal was bad. Ritsuka stared blankly. How to explain this? A toad-like creature appeared out of nowhere and spat a high-powered noble phantasm directly into Sheba like it was something hot in its mouth. Surveillance footage caught it. You were alone at the time, and it seems to have caused some kind of adverse reaction. This place isn't as simple as a singularity. How to put it? It seems like a kind of parallel world. A timeline where human history hasn't been burned away yet. Hard to wrap my head around given that singularities exist at all. I'd assume the counterforce was completely out of moves. A woman's voice cut in Da Vinci, the heroic spirit summoned by the Special Observation Organization Chaldea. We attempted to reshift backup support to your location, but it seems to have failed. More importantly, Ritsuka, check your hand. Something looks very wrong. Ritsuka raised her right hand, the one bearing her command seals, and found they'd changed entirely. The pattern that had resembled a shield was now a set of scales. I'll leave that to someone more qualified to explain. Da Vinci stepped aside. It looks like our Ritsuka, as an outsider, may have been selected as a participant in the Holy Grail War. The third voice to come through carried an unmistakable note of exhaustion. Fuyuki's Holy Grail War. I was a participant once. The Grail selects its own masters. Not the most flattering thing to say, but the Grail usually picks exceptional magi. Not that you aren't capable, Fujimaru. But for it to reach across parallel timelines, you were most likely drafted to fill a vacancy. A little discouraging. Ritsuka ran her thumb over the new pattern. Regardless, El Meloy continued, even for your own safety I'd recommend finding somewhere to check the date first. The Holy Grail of this era was, in our timeline, not a benign artifact. On a more optimistic reading, it's possible this world's counterforce sensed an anomaly, and is trying to bring you, an outside master from another world as a last resort. Since this wasn't a singularity, they hadn't been able to investigate in advance, but even a parallel world should differ only in certain details. If the timing works out, I might be able to tell you where to acquire a useful holy relic, he added. Understood. Even as a half-rate magus, the girl who'd been carrying the weight of human history on her shoulders adapted quickly. She had a vague mental map of Fuyuki, though the version she'd seen had been on fire. Finding a base of operations was easy enough for a magus, a simple suggestion spell on a civilian, nothing more. The basics of the basics, something Ritsuka had picked up along the way. But she hadn't taken 2 steps before she felt something connecting with her, and simultaneously, the all-too-familiar summoning circle etched itself into the ground before her. How is that possible? Are things really this urgent? El Meloy's voice went surprised and pained at once. If the Grail was forcing her hand this quickly, every other master had already summoned their servant. Summoning by affinity alone. The light faded, no dramatic explosion of effects. The figure that appeared was noticeably shorter than Ritsuka. White hair. Barely 9 years old by any estimate. Her outfit wasn't robes or armor, it was the children's shirt and shorts she'd brought from the last world. Plain, but unmistakably post-20th century. These were what Emi had been wearing at Marineford. Knowledge of the Holy Grail War crammed itself into Emi's head all at once, legends of heroes from every era and mythology. Along with her incomprehensible class assignment, Ruler. The Ruler class, born by saints without wishes, called into service as arbiters when anomalies disrupted the Holy Grail War. Class granted information, an anomaly has occurred in this Holy Grail War. As arbiter, you have the authority to investigate the cause and correct the anomaly to ensure the war proceeds normally. Failure to correct the anomaly may result in consequences sufficient to destroy the world. Emi looked down at her hands. She'd already been in this world a while before Ritsuka summoned her. The demon could never arrive before her. But this time the transfer had landed her somewhere stranger than ocean or outer space. Words failed to describe it. Foundation of the world was what the saint had called places like that, and she still didn't quite understand it. Then she'd felt something like the pull from when she'd first summoned the demon. She'd responded, and here she was. She called it up. The main quest column was blank. 2 dashes. Where are my quests? The cat didn't understand. As the host possesses the class-granted mission for this world, and to prevent host from being overburdened, the system will not issue quests in this world. Amy's ears twitched. So if I complete the class mission, will you give me a reward? Host is joking. There's no precedent for demanding a bonus from your day job while moonlighting. Teach me how to swear at you. Amy demanded, furious. While the system does not recommend this, your unreasonable request has been processed. A list of profanities appeared. Useless piece of junk. Amy selected one and used it. Much better. She turned to Ritsuka and raised a paw in greeting, drawing on the freshly instilled knowledge. Ruler Amy. Are you the master? A new little. Ritsuka raised an eyebrow. Heroic spirit. The Chaldea Loli squad could still add members. But she'd never heard this name before. Chapter 108, Chapter 2, The Grail is Mine. 1162 words. Unlike every singularity before it, Ritsuka found herself not only in a modern city, but without Mash, the partner who'd stood at her side through everything. There was no being ambushed the moment she arrived, no meeting a local contact, no brawling her way to an alliance or having someone swoop in to help mid-fight. Northwest convenient place to stay materializing on its own. My name is Ritsuka Fujimaru. I have a reservation here, please check. She held a round fluffy bundle under one arm, while applying suggestion to the hotel's front desk clerk. The room was secured without incident. She'd rented a mid-range room. Ritsuka collapsed face first onto the bed. Pretty comfortable. And the best part is not paying. In the Magus world, suggestion on civilians is perfectly standard, Dr. Roman said helplessly, but it's best not to overdo it, other magi will notice. This person called a master was very strange. She could generate several different voices at once. Because of the cross-timeline nature of the contact, Dr. Roman's voice was heavily distorted, and the signal cut out entirely more often than not. What else am I supposed to do? I don't have a cent that works in this era. Ray shift is off the table. Rob a bank? Joking aside, if a Magus made a scene like that, the local church and the founding families wouldn't ignore it. The Tosaka family's servant is powerful and not easy to reason with, from what I know. So this method is actually... El Meloy's voice seemed to trail off. His face had gone slightly red. Ritsuka set down the round creature Emi had curled herself into and flipped through a calendar on the desk. As expected, the Fourth Holy Grail War. Lord El Meloy too let out a slow breath. That many in a city this small? Roman was baffled. Not quite. How to put it? If this is the one in my memory, I can offer informed analysis. This particular war does have structural problems baked in, which would explain a ruler's appearance. My only doubt is that in our timeline the counterforce never intervened directly. That gives me pause. Following El Meloy's train of thought, Ritsuka looked at the small bundle that hadn't moved since tucking in its limbs. Why turn into a cat? Because Emi couldn't spirit form, and this world, unlike the last, was full of oddly shaped people who'd let her walk around with cat ears and a tail without comment. Ritsuka and the others didn't underestimate her for her size. Whatever her true age, anyone who'd become a heroic spirit had left behind a legend worthy of the title. Heroes in human history who could transform into animals weren't rare. Mythology East and West alike had its cat spirits. But a cat who could hold the ruler class was another matter entirely. Then there was Emi's status panel. Even Ritsuka, bound to her by proper contract, could see only the basic figures. Class, ruler STR, EEND, EAGI, E. MAG, EXLCK, EX class skill, true name discernment, MAG at the top, and everything else at E looks more like caster stats. Do you want to set up a workshop first? Ritsuka reached toward her, then remembered this wasn't foe. A territory. Emi's ears shifted. She unfolded back into girl form, perching on the bed and bouncing lightly. Ritsuka held up one finger. Or do you have any magecraft you're confident in? We'll be together for a while. Mutual trust and understanding are both necessary. Magecraft. The cat's face went blank. The class knowledge covered the Holy Grail War well enough, but actual magecraft was another story. Stats aside, the point is your class. It's hard to imagine a ruler who can have a master in a regular Holy Grail war. Elmeloy's voice went serious again. Ruler appearances are rare. I have limited documentation. But the records indicate a ruler should possess a class skill allowing direct command seal authority over participating heroic spirits. You truly don't have that. Lord Elmeloy, didn't you say rulers are saints without wishes? Even if she had that skill, would a ruler really use it for anything underhanded? Ritsuka pointed out. Emi had gone very still after hearing Elmeloy's words. A ruler could have something that useful. Why doesn't she have it? She checked the freshly expanded entries on her status panel. Personal skills, Mana Burst A+. Innocent Monster E Golden Rule C Divinity EX Miracle A+++ Materialization of the Soul. Noble Phantasms. Unjust Scales A++ Type. Anti-Unit God-Slaying Spear A++ Type. Anti-Divine My Lord is Here EX Type. Barrier the Doomshroom, and the Squirt Gun didn't count as Noble Phantasms. The answer to why she'd been able to learn hockey in the last world was right there on the panel. Whether it was the power of miracle or of her stand, everything she'd gained had been converted into this world's system armament hockey, and Conqueror's hockey translated into something called magical energy, and Emi herself had gained magic circuits outright. Reverting was easy enough in theory, but converting all that magical energy back into hockey while holding the soul materialization skill would be catastrophically unwise. The skill was precisely why her mana had broken the scale. Its origin was obvious, the soul fruit ability taken from Big Mom in the last world, naturalized in the strange space she'd passed through on arrival. The system had issued no quests for this world. Fortunately, accumulated energy from previous worlds sat at around 225%, enough to portal out immediately if she chose. But the cat was curious about this Holy Grail. The class knowledge identified it as a product of the third magic, some kind of wish-granting device. If it could grant wishes, could she just wish her way home? Emi's little mouth pressed itself into 3 neat sections. Incredibly cute. Ritsuka stared at that face and quietly made up her mind. When she got back to Chaldea, she was going to try summoning this one. Emi raised a paw toward her. Let's go steal the cup. That's the spirit. Ritsuka pumped her fist. Is that really something a ruler should be saying? Ritsuka, stop encouraging her. Roman protested loudly. And wasn't she just saying rulers are saints without wishes? Nonsense. The cat crossed both arms over her chest, wearing the same contemptuous expression she'd used to put little boys in their place in the dating sim world. Think about it carefully. What was the Holy Grail? A manifestation of the third magic. A wish fulfillment artifact. Made by the Einsburn family. But what was its origin? Grail legends were numerous, but the classic was Jesus at the Last Supper, producing a cup and declaring the wine within it to be his blood. That cup had long been attributed miraculous properties. So, roughly speaking, the Holy Grail belonged to a saint. Rounding up one more time, the Holy Grail should be hers. Meaning the Holy Grail war was 7 random people fighting over the cat's treasure. Outrageous. Chapter 109, Chapter 3, Family Misfortune 1149 words. Once upon a time, a woman achieved mastery of the third magic materialization of the soul. In her life she took many students, but none succeeded in learning it. After her disappearance, her students, unwilling to let it die, created artificial humans modeled after their teacher. The only ones that could approximate the third magic at all were the beings known as the Winter Saints. Approximate meant once a decade at best. As generations passed, the students gave up one by one. Only the Winter Saints and the other artificial humans deemed failures kept going. This was the origin of the Einsburn family, one of the 3 founding families of the Holy Grail War. Fuyuki's Holy Grail was the ritual tool they had built to achieve the third magic and reach the root. Reaching the root was not just the three families' life work, it was the dream of every proper magus. Of the 4 Holy Grail wars fought, none had succeeded. The last 2 had failed because during the Third War, the Einsburn family had illegally summoned the extra-class servant Avenger all the world's evil, and, when the Grail absorbed his power, it was irrevocably tainted. This Grail was somewhat different from the ones Ritsuka had collected from singularities. This was all she'd had time to absorb, because Doctor. Can you hear me? No response. The signal had been crackling since yesterday, voices fragmenting in and out, cutting out entirely partway through El Meloy's briefing on the war, and not coming back since. Ritsuka stared at the ceiling for a while. She woke up Pindor. That was what it felt like for a moment, the way people call it ghost pressing the bed. Coming to properly, she found the culprit, a fluffy bundle sitting on her chest, weighing approximately 1.5 foes. Have I been neglecting your mana supply? She said mana, but since forging the contract, Emi hadn't asked for any. She reached through the contract to check, not a pseudo-servant like Mash, but not quite a standard servant either. Ritsuka lifted the bundle aside and tied her braid in front of the mirror. It's this late already. She'd come to her senses well into the night, spent the rest of it finding lodging while hashing out the situation, Emi's nature, and the specifics of the 4th Fuyuki Holy Grail War, and hadn't gotten to sleep until well past midnight, plus the time lag between her timeline and this world's. The daytime hardly mattered. The Holy Grail War was fought in secrecy, engagements happened in deserted areas or under cover of night. Time to wake up. In last night's brief sleep, Ritsuka had glimpsed something of Emi's past day perspective on horseback, chasing a speeding train, the kind that looked early 20th century. Heroic spirits from that era generally had nothing to do with mythological creatures. Half asleep, the girl pulled herself back into human form, dressed herself, shuffled to the vanity, climbed onto the chair, and began tying her hair in the mirror. Shaki had taught her this, worried she'd never manage on her own, though only the one style. Not staying as a cat today? Ritsuka asked. Cat form was convenient for reconnaissance, even if a cat with panda-like markings looked unmistakably like a familiar. Emi shook her head, put on the hat Ritsuka had set out, and tucked her tail away. If there was any chance she might need to shift back to human form at a moment's notice, she preferred not to be a cat. Transforming in public meant the hideous beginner combat gear and no shoes. Ritsuka drew the curtains and looked down from the hotel's height. To have this kind of development in 1995. The doctor always calls it a small city, but it's actually quite a nice view. The only version she'd seen before had been on fire, not exactly a scenic tour. Waking to find the sun already low was unsettling, but every other master was probably running an equally unhealthy schedule for the sake of the war. Ritsuka gathered herself and headed out with Emi. Now that we know the Holy Grail is problematic, do you have any kind of plan, ruler? It can't be completely nothing. You appeared as a ruler, didn't you? Maybe something. The cat tilted her head in thought. A magnificently unconfident statement. Ray shift was down. But since she'd actually managed to summon a ruler, following established patterns, the likely prerequisite for going home was resolving the Holy Grail situation. Not that a half-rate magus could dismantle anything on her own. If El Meloy's plan holds, keep at least 3 servants alive, then find a way to dismantle the Great Grail. Fish bread. The shout pulled Ritsuka back from her thoughts. Emi had wandered off and was standing on tiptoe at a food stall, fingers hooked over the edge of the counter, radiating want as clearly as a lighthouse. She glanced at the display, then turned to look at Ritsuka with pleading eyes. After the last world, Emi had at least learned that things needed to be paid for. Not fish bread, little one, it's taiyaki. The vendor corrected her warmly and looked at Ritsuka. How about it? Can I interest you in something for the little lady? Very tasty. 2, please. Ritsuka paid. Where did the money come from? Don't ask too many questions. Emi pushed her head toward Ritsuka's hand. Being petted first meant eating someone else's food with a clear conscience. Of course. Ritsuka could almost see a little bond +1 float up above Imi's head. I absolutely have to try summoning her when I get back to Chaldea. Assuming I can. We've formed a contract, at least tell me about your noble phantasms. Imi checked her status panel and read out the one she understood least. There's one called My Lord is Here. That sounds so familiar. You're Jeanne d'Arc's otherworld counterpart, aren't you? Imi bit into the taiyaki and discovered it was absolutely not fish-flavored bread. Her expression soured on the spot. She pushed it into Ritsuka's hand. Not a matter of good or bad, more like biting into what you expected to be a sweet zongzi, and getting the savory kind. The gap between expectation and reality. Imi sniffed the air. Master, there's magical energy. Lancer challenging someone, probably. El Meloy mentioned something about that yesterday. Diarmuid Ue Duibnie man who really knew his stuff, appearing in this Holy Grail war as Lancer. Tragically, his master Kenneth had intended to summon the King of Conquerors, Iskandar, but the relic serving as the catalyst had been stolen by Kenneth's own student, forcing a last-minute substitute. Fujimar, can you hear me? Thinking of everything El Meloy had told her yesterday, Ritsuka couldn't help herself. With a student like that, Kenneth really drew the short end of the stick. A true family misfortune, oh Lord El Meloy. Possibly bad signal. El Meloy had gone quiet again. This communication link was genuinely infuriating. Chapter 110, Chapter 4, What I Say Goes. 1200 words, steel ringing against steel. Heroes from different eras trading the techniques of their ages, finding in an opponent a rare equal. That was one of the Holy Grail War's greatest appeals. You fought this long without breaking a sweat. Hard to believe you're a woman. No need for modesty, Lancer. Your name escapes me, but to receive praise from a spearman of your caliber, the honor is all mine. Professional flattery, required equipment. Enough of this, Lancer. Don't drag it out. Saber is a difficult opponent, but finish her now. You have permission to use your noble phantasm. Pity the hidden master nearby had no appreciation for the moment. Lancer's mouth curved. Understood, my master. Diarmuid's noble phantasms, Gi dirge the crimson spear that nullifies magical enhancements, and Gi bid, the yellow lance whose wounds could never heal. Their effects were exactly what the names implied. Before he could bring either to bear, his spear snapped up in a guard and something blazing red crashed into his field of vision. A spear, equally crimson, trailing enormous magical energy, slammed into his weapon with enough force to bow it into an arc before sending it flying. Who's there? Artoria, who'd been trading pleasantries with Lancer seconds ago, raised her invisible sword, every sense sharpened. Roman's muffled voice was murmuring something from the comm, so that's what all that magical energy was for. And that spear, there's something about it. Not the wisest move, but it does count as intervening, though regarding these two. The signal started cutting out again. Why is my servant complimenting someone other than me first? Ritsuka finally stepped out, checking left and right carefully as she did. El Meloy had mentioned Saber's master kept a sniper rifle trained on everyone at all times. To interrupt my duel with Lancer for a night, this is an unforgivable insult. Saber lowered her invisible blade to point at Imi's nose, but her eyes stayed fixed on the spear. Your appearance is far from human, so I will not dismiss you as an ignorant child. Since you chose to intervene, I'll assume you've prepared yourself for the consequences. Imi calmly deflected the invisible blade aside. The cat didn't like being pointed at. She glanced toward where Lancer's thrown lance had landed. Already gone. The spear of Longinus was too long for her ground-based insect glaive techniques, always felt awkward with something that size. She'd been hoping for something shorter. Please wait, we can explain this. Ritsuka stepped forward quickly, sizing up the woman who was likely Saber's proxy master, and shot blind. I'd also appreciate it if Saber's real master could point that rifle somewhere other than my head. Far away, Kiritsugu frowned. I've been spotted. Lancer's master's voice rang from the air. You're looking for an opening to attack us and ingratiate yourself with Saber's camp. Pathetically transparent. Well said, my master. Lancer had already returned, eyeing the small girl warily. That magical energy is immense. Your style of combat is extraordinary, but you're caster, aren't you? Unusual for a magus to carry a spear like that. That spear. Kiritsugu shifted the rifle off Ritsuka and trained it on Emi, zooming in. Unlike Lancer's uniformly crimson weapon, this spear's red had an unnatural, almost painted quality, as though the color came not from craftsmanship but from being soaked in blood. Every heroic spirit worth the name had blood on their weapon. But for blood-soak to persist as the defining trait of a noble phantasm, that required, at minimum, killing mythological creatures. At minimum. At maximum. Easy to deduce, but surely not. Not caster. Emi's gaze moved between Saber and Lancer. The strange male voice from her master's comm had said before the signal failed something about keeping at least 3 servants alive to prevent all the world's evil from leaking out. The cat had no idea what all the world's evil was. Class knowledge hadn't covered it. Not caster. You must be jock, OHH, 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 OHH. A battle cry followed thunder from the sky. A chariot pulled by 2 enormous bulls descended, and the red-haired giant standing on it flung his arms wide. Both of you, stand down. No fighting before His Majesty. He looked left and right with great satisfaction. I am the Conqueror King Iskandar. I appear before this Holy Grail war in the class of rider. Announcing his true name in the opening moments, a move that stunned everyone present except Emi. Not because the identity wasn't impressive, it was, but because even someone as upstanding as Artoria had been concealing hers. Fujimar, can you hear me? The feed seems to have cleared. Loud and clear, Lord El Malloy. That thieving student who betrayed his teacher has arrived, and he looks oddly familiar to me. Ritsuka said under her breath. Then El Malloy went quiet again. This signal was genuinely infuriating. What are you doing, you idiot? The flustered student tried to berate his servant and got flicked away with one finger for the effort. Having disciplined his consort, not really, Ryder turned his attention on the assembled servants with great interest. Though we are all rivals contending for the Holy Grail, I would first ask, does anyone wish to swear fealty to me and yield the Grail? Impossible, the Holy Grail is mine to begin with. Emi leveled her spear at him. The first villain had appeared, openly demanding, to the cat's face, that she hand over her treasure. Decision made. He was off the survivor list. Is that something a ruler should be saying? You must be a god of lies who manifested under falsified information. Roman was losing his composure, though the more he stared at that spear, the more wrong it felt. Every eye turned to Emi. Somewhere in the less accessible corners of the Grail's instilled knowledge there was a mention, an extra class that could appear when the Holy Grail War encountered certain anomalies. But why had they received no notification? And rulers were supposed to be those who died without personal wishes. Hey, little one, I'm not sure why a ruler is here, but as I recall, a ruler is a neutral referee. The Conqueror King cleaned out one ear. If you're going to claim the title, do you at least know what referee means? Emi looked up and pulled up the system. Obediently, the system looked up the term and displayed the result. The cat put both hands behind her back, like a student reciting something freshly memorized, and read it out with careful imperfection. A referee is a person in a competition who determines victory, defeat, and fouls. Ryder's master Waver tried to cut in. So you know what it means then? Your whole act is obviously, Emi cut him off. This war is a competition to seize the Holy Grail. An anomaly has occurred. Therefore the referee must determine which party the Holy Grail belongs to. Waver said. Emi swung the spear back to point at him. So whatever I declare the Grail belongs to, that's who it belongs to. I declare the Grail is mine. Therefore the Grail is mine. Ritsuka nodded. She has a point. That makes a lot of sense, the Conqueror King said, stroking his chin. There is no logic in that whatsoever. Chapter 111, Chapter 5. Retreat. First 1279 words at a moment of such unhinged nonsense. For the master to openly chime in and back her servant up instead of pulling her back, did that count as some kind of compatibility? The unexpected turn only made El-Meloy-II's head start to throb. His original plan had been for Ritsuka to approach his old teacher Kenneth, work a routine of sweet-talking and bluffing his way into an alliance, ideally, with the use of Lancer handed over as well. There'd been a private hope mixed in too, about saving a parallel world version of his teacher. That plan assumed a one-on-one meeting. It assumed he could actually get a word in. Instead, they were now at the center of a first-night free-for-all, and the ruler acting as arbiter had just delivered, with what looked suspiciously like a complete evaporation of good sense, a speech guaranteed to turn every servant and master present hostile toward her and Ritsuka both. So that's how it is. I was wondering what madness had come over you, trying to steal my catalyst. You wanted to join the Holy Grail War yourself, is that it, Waver Velvet? Shall I give you a practical lesson out here, on what it means for magi to slaughter one another? Lancer's master seized the opening, and went straight for mockery. Waver, standing beside Ryder on the bull-drawn chariot, instinctively clutched his head in both hands, whether out of fear, or genuine guilt over what he'd done was unclear. Ryder clapped him on the shoulder and jeered up at the sky, "Oi, Magus. It sounds like you meant to take this boy's place as my master." Laughable. To be my master is to be a warrior who can stand beside me on the battlefield, not some cringing coward like you. He actually made it sound noble. He covered up the fact that he stole things. Ritsuka was genuinely scandalized. She chose to forget where the cash in her own pocket had come from. Fujimaru, maybe lower your voice right now. We're not exactly in friendly company. Having finished with Kenneth, Ryder turned his attention to Emi. Little miss, your argument sounds clever, but you haven't actually shown us any proof that you're ruler. That class shouldn't even exist here to begin with. And besides, the bullhooves pounded the road, kicking up small arcs of lightning. Anyone standing between us and the Holy Grail is an enemy. Ruler or not, anyone who dares block the king's path will be conquered and trampled. That is what a Holy Grail war should mean. Well said. Saber nodded in agreement. The cat was getting less and less patient with this red-haired man. And that Saber too. All of them bad people. Ryder didn't actually launch an attack. Instead, he clenched both fists and raised his voice. We can't be the only ones who felt the Prana Lancer was just giving off. Heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail gather here. Or are you all like that coward just now, crouching in corners? Does someone like that even deserve to win the Grail? At least half the kind of figures who made it into the history books would refuse to let a taunt like that pass. Atop a street lamp, a moon materialized. Sheathed head to toe in gold armor, he folded his arms and shot a contemptuous glance down. Two insolent pretenders calling themselves kings without the king's permission, and some strange little thing besides. The crimson eyes panned down and settled on Emi. What is that? She claims to be ruler. Ryder ruffled Waver's mop of hair, generously unconcerned about the new servant on the field. Archer examined Emi with mild interest, or, more precisely, examined the weapon in her hands. The cat was getting annoyed at being stared at. Why are you looking at me, Gilgamesh? Somewhere far away, Tokiomi went still. After being summoned by Ritsuka, Emi had picked up the ruler class ability of true name discernment. Archer let out a dry laugh of fury. To call the king's name so casually, you. Ayer. A maddened roar crashed into the scene. At his master's command, Berserker ignored everyone else entirely and charged straight for the newly arrived Archer. Archer sprang down from the street lamp, his brow knotting in unmistakable anger. To make the king stand on the ground alongside a mongrel like you got nerve, you mad dog. At the same instant, Emi attacked too. The crimson spear swept in Ryder's direction. The prana burst discharging from it pulverized the shipping containers parked in the lot into nothing, and peeled up several inches of the ground along with them. Ruler, what are you doing? El-Meloy-II gasped. You said so yourself. Kill a few, keep a few. The cat pointed at everyone present and counted them off. 5 servants in total. Taking 1 or 2 out of the running wouldn't hurt. That's technically correct, but he's someone we can negotiate with. And Ryder was the one Elmeloy most wanted to preserve. Also, had she forgotten that she'd just antagonized Saber and Lancer at the same time, and hadn't gotten around to explaining yet? What tremendous prana for such a little girl. That one strike came close to the output of certain noble phantasms. Ryder, piloting his bull chariot up into the sky, looked down at the suddenly much more spacious battlefield. Opening with an ambush, no warning bold. But landing a hit on me isn't quite that easy. Before the rest of you go declaring war on your own authority, don't forget, this ruler, and I have unfinished business. She interrupted my one-on-one fight. I'm feeling rather put out about it. Saber planted herself in front of Emi, leveling the invisible blade at her. When you hear the word ruler, shouldn't you start wondering what's gone wrong with this Holy Grail war? Ritsuka finally remembered her role. We can sort that out later. That was Saber's answer. Seeing that nearly everyone had already outed themselves anyway, she dropped the pretense as well. As the King of Knights, I've been insulted several times over tonight. First, her honorable duel had been interrupted. Then a Conqueror King had announced he was graciously giving her the Grail. And now someone calling himself king knows what had declared no one was permitted to call themselves king without his say-so. The Conqueror King sighed. Somehow, I'm the one being attacked, and I'm the one coming off as rude. Oh, honestly. Ritsuka glanced at Emi. Can you beat her without killing her, ruler? Probably. She didn't know how strong servants were in this world. But aside from the time a pack of dogs had chased her home in her old village, Emi had never actually lost a fight. Saber's brow arched. That's quite a condescending thing to say. Come, ruler. Show me where this confidence of yours comes from. It wasn't just that she refused to view her opponent as an ordinary child. Even without the cat ears, Artoria would have treated her as an equal hero because she herself had always hated being underestimated for looking like a little girl. Then her intuition twitched. An attack came at her from an angle she hadn't anticipated at all. From the shaft of the small girl's spear, a figure shot out and drove a single punch down onto her invisible blade. The force, by her standards, was negligible. No prana burst backing it. The speed was decent but nothing that could match her own. And precisely because the speed wasn't overwhelming, she caught a clear glimpse at close range of what the figure held in its other hand. An antique-looking pair of scales. Retreat, Saber. Kiritsugu's command came almost instantly. Her brow furrowed. Chapter 112, Chapter 6. Driven off 1423 words ruler is supposed to be drawn from the soul of someone who died with no lingering wishes, am I right? Which would mean they'd have strong ties to the church. The Conqueror King, hanging in the sky above, surveyed the 2 separate engagements below. In a sense, the Holy Church at Fuyuki served as the arbiter of this Holy Grail war. Their authority to intervene, though, was actually fairly limited. Waver stared up at him, baffled. You should know more about that than I do. The reading I did never mentioned this class at all. Which means the biggest wild card in this Holy Grail war is probably ruler herself. Ryder's expression turned grave. Why do you say that? Waver remained lost. Did you not see it? That little girl flicked out, and then reeled back a humanoid figure. It had an antique set of scales in its hand. And then there's that spear. The moment it appeared, something about it bothered me. The color is unnatural, stained as if someone had poured blood over it. And it makes me. Some legends held that the Conqueror King Iskandar was the son of Zeus, which actually gave him a C-rank divinity. In a Holy Grail war, a servant's true name was critical. The weaknesses of many heroes were written plainly into a single page of their own myth. Siegfried, for instance, bathed in dragon's blood, his defenses were extraordinary, but he had that one notorious vulnerability on his back. And a servant's true identity could often be read directly from their noble phantasm. That was why Lancer had concealed his spear's appearance when he first appeared. Without it, no one could identify him at a glance. Ruler's class might be real, but that someone like that has been placed in the ruler role, that's already the Holy Grail War's greatest problem. The third phase of the apocalypse. 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Why would a servant like that? Irisveil covered her mouth with one small hand, unable to accept it. Saber, still watching the little girl's face, lowered her sword tip. My accusation that you were a coward interrupting another's duel was hasty of me. After all, you yourself are a knight who embodies injustice. So it's a servant from the divine pantheon. No wonder she had no hesitation in antagonizing everyone present. Far away, observing from Chaldea, Dr. Roman swallowed hard. So why does Ritsuka's compatibility summon something like that? In Chaldea's current state, they had no way to observe the specifics of Imi's Saint Graph. The legends surrounding the 4 horsemen were sparse, a handful of lines in the Book of Revelation, prophecy only. No clear recorded true names. Even if she said her name aloud, no one would recognize it. She couldn't be compared to a saint like Jeanne d'Arc. According to prophecy, the horsemen were the ones charged with passing judgment on humanity at the end of days, executioners of the final purge. In legend, the horsemen and this spear weren't supposed to be connected. But the framework was already established. Could that spear really be overwhelming prana coiled from the little girl's hands around the shaft of the weapon? No release incantation. Just raw prana burst, swung forward. In an instant, the empty lot Kenneth had so carefully picked out erupted into 100-meter sweeping slash. Flying round slash. The power was effectively on par with a noble phantasm. When Ritsuka came back to her senses, she realized she hadn't lost a trace of her own prana. If not for the contract still clearly intact between them, she would have thought Imi had somehow switched prana supplies to someone else. Archer, his scalp crawling with rage from dealing with Berserker, glanced aside. Saber dodged the strike with practiced ease, and brought her sword down the instant she'd cleared it. Her opponent didn't even bother to block. Even so, having already classed her as a formidable foe rather than a child, Saber didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. The blade carved past the small body. A thin white arc of light traveled onward through space, and at the far end of its path, somewhere in a pool across the city, a western mob boss in the middle of an evening of debauchery suddenly came apart at the waist, splashing the woman in front of him with red. What the hell? No matter how sharp her intuition was, having already committed to the swing, she had no way to alter it mid-motion. Imi grabbed the butt of her spear and drove the middle of the shaft straight into Saber's stomach, sending her flying. Saber hit the already devastated concrete, and tumbled several times to bleed off the momentum. Feeling real pressure for the first time, Saber gripped her sword hilt hard with both hands. Master, I'm about to use my noble phantasm. In the name of my command spell, Saber, leave the scene with Iri immediately. Seeing her refuse, Kiritsugu burned a command spell without hesitation. Master. Saber dismissed the invisible blade and swept Irisveil up into her arms. Driven by the command spell, she broke into a full sprint away from the battlefield. The abruptness threw even Imi off for a moment. No need to chase her, ruler. Ritsuka finally caught her breath. We only needed to drive her off. There's no reason to finish her and push the Grail War's progress forward. We can still try to negotiate with her master later. Imi looked up at the bull chariot again. In the corner of her vision, she noticed Lancer had already slipped away at some point. Then Berserker, seeing Imi drive Saber from the field, seemed to snap. He immediately abandoned his attack on Archer, ignored his own master's orders, gripped his iron pole, and came straight for Imi. Stop, Berserker. Your enemy is Tokiomi's servant. Hidden some distance away, Korea felt the insects inside his skin writhe. Imi met the charge head-on, driving the spear tip toward Berserker's throat. The mad warrior's martial skill was, if anything, a touch finer than Saber's. Using the length of his iron pole to his advantage, he reversed his grip, brought the other end to meet Yimi's spear, and redirected the prana burst-loaded strike into an angle that couldn't threaten him. Then he freed one hand to grab at her weapon. Knight of Honor, given his mad enhancement and the sorry state of his master, this was the only noble phantasm still usable to him. Its effect, anything gripped in his hand counted as a noble phantasm. Of course, certain higher-tier enemy noble phantasms were off-limits. Archer, whom he'd been harassing until a moment ago, showed a strangely calm indifference to being ignored. Instead, he watched dispassionately. "You mean to seize that thing?" San, HRRRRRRR. The saint's blood soaked into the spear seemed to flow of its own accord, pushing back against the foreign prana trying to claim it. "In the name of my command spell, return at once, Berserker." Backed into a corner, Korea spent one mark of his command spell. There was no helping it. He'd never expected that, having summoned Lancelot, someone would turn around and summon the King of Knights and interfere directly with his servant's behavior. Korea ground his teeth, and limped off toward the Matu estate. All Tokiomi's fault. One command spell burned on the very first night. The small kitten, watching her opponent vanish, was thoroughly put out. She'd suddenly realized that as long as the other side still had command spells, they could teleport themselves out of her reach any time they wanted. Probably because she wasn't actually the arbiter of this Holy Grail war, she didn't have that ability. The male voice had mentioned the one where you could use command spells on other servants. That would have been nice. I knew it, so that's what it is. That spear was the one that pierced Jesus. How could Ritsuka possibly summon something like? Roman was muttering to himself. How could this be? That servant's stats are all E except for mana and luck. Waver slumped flat on the bull chariot watching it all, couldn't close his mouth. Could they actually win against a servant like that? Without even using a noble phantasm, she'd forced two masters to burn command spells just to escape on the first night. What was that for? Waver clutched his forehead in pain. Excellent. Only a worthy opponent like this can rouse my desire to conquer. Chapter 113, Chapter 7, The Servant Who Should Exit First. 1474 words. This self-proclaimed ruler was unquestionably the single most troublesome piece in this Holy Grail war. But her master was so young. Could she actually handle the massive prana drain such a servant required? Kiritsugu, still sighting through his rifle, shifted his view off Imi and onto Ritsuka. He hadn't set up the sniper's nest here just to see which servants had shown up. He was watching for a master to slip up and give him an opening. No matter how powerful a servant might be, once the master was dead and the prana supply cut off, the servant wouldn't last long before dissipating. Still, recalling that while scanning for Lancer's master earlier he'd caught a fleeting glimpse of assassin, and given that Ritsuka had called out his presence the moment she'd taken the field, he put the idea aside as too dangerous. I came expecting a dull bit of theater. I didn't expect to find something this entertaining. Archer narrowed his crimson eyes on Imi, then let them linger a while longer on Ritsuka Fujimaru. His brow suddenly furrowed. Something from his master, by the look of it. A presumptuous suggestion, Tokiomi. With all the actors cleared from the stage, there's no point in staying to watch. He was the last one to leave. That Goldie over there is the most troublesome piece in this Holy Grail war aside from Castor. But you seem to have summoned a real trump card, Ritsuka. Al Malloy commented. Beyond the Four Horsemen identity, what was more surprising was that this servant turned out to be unexpectedly easy to work with, even if, in certain respects, she didn't follow any sort of standard logic whatsoever. He didn't know the fine details of what Gilgamesh pulled off in this Holy Grail war, but the man's identity alone already put him at the ceiling of what ordinary Holy Grail wars produced. And in the normal course of events, Ryder was the one who'd be killed by him. If he could manage it, El Malloy very much wanted Gilgamesh taken down first. Fujimaru, are you okay? El Malloy checked on Ritsuka first. I'm not hurt, Professor Kongming. No, I don't mean injuries. I'm asking about your prana consumption. This was a summoning method unlike the standard one, after all, and Ritsuka's own Magus ability was probably below where his own had been in his youth. I haven't used any at all, Professor Kongming. Ritsuka looked around at the vast patch of cleared ground. Can this still count as discreetly conducted? She genuinely didn't understand what had happened. She hadn't even seen the stand attack Emi had thrown out. She'd only heard Saber suddenly, with a grave look on her face, call out for horsemen of the apocalypse. The 4 horsemen had to count as top-tier servants, right? If Emi really was a proper entrant in this Holy Grail war, did that mean they were pretty much guaranteed to win? Then why had her dream been about chasing a train? Al-Meloy Too's brain was smoking. How can she not have used any prana? Is this another unequal exchange effect from one of her noble phantasms? That kind of noble phantasm is completely broken. In a normal Holy Grail war it would be the equivalent of handing the winner their trophy on arrival. Sure, but Ritsuka was more concerned with something else. Doing that much damage in a city that isn't even a singularity, we don't have to pay for any of it, do we? If the Knight of Injustice has a noble phantasm, could she compress the reparations bill down to 1 yen? What are you even talking about? You can't use the power of the apocalypse for that. Roman cut in. The first spirit did it. Emi raised a paw, trying to shift the blame onto someone who didn't even exist in this world. The first spirit. Who is that? Don't worry about it, the Holy Church will clean this up. You two should leave the area first. Al-Meloy pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting a headache. We were supposed to use ruler's authority as arbiter to have a proper conversation with all the masters about the Grail's problems. But even if we try to explain calmly, nobody's going to believe us now. She'd already been firmly labeled a blatantly biased referee. Which, in fairness, was exactly what she was. More importantly than any of that, ruler, your noble phantasm isn't actually the spear of Longinus, is it? Roman cut in again. Ritsuka turned to stare at Emi's little hand. The spear, wildly out of scale with a child's body, had already been put away somewhere. The spear of Longinus. Even someone who hadn't spent hours grinding through mythology for a Holy Grail war knew what it was. Strictly speaking, it was only an ordinary spear, but it happened to belong to Saint Longinus, and Saint Longinus had used it to wound Jesus on the cross. Whether it really had been ordinary was beside the point. With that name, with the mythology stacked on top of it as a noble phantasm bonus, it was almost certainly one of the highest-tier anti-divinity noble phantasms in existence. So it really is. Roman drew in a deep breath. Unlike Dr. Roman tangled up in whatever train of thought was bothering him, Al-Meloy too looked significantly more relaxed. Gilgamesh carries divine blood. That spear should be able to take him out with ease. The little kitten looked entirely uninterested. The red guy. Does he have divinity? Stop fixating on him. Right now you should take out the one you can't negotiate with. Al-Meloy's protectiveness was oddly out of character. The cat thought that the redhead was the one you couldn't negotiate with. That Goldie hadn't said a single word to the cat the whole time he was there. What do we do next? Go home and sleep. Ritsuka led Emi off the field first. Emi planted the butt of her spear on the ground and summoned the ominous black horse. The horse promptly clamped its teeth on the back of the little girl's collar and flipped her up onto its own back, then repeated the move on Ritsuka, who was still trying to back up. Even with the horse, Emi didn't have the riding skill. She controlled it entirely through sheer force of will. If this Holy Grail war really does roughly match what I remember, the one we should move to eliminate first is, after all, Castor. Al-Meloy's tone carried a rare trace of disgust. Castor, true name Gilles de Rice, once a follower of Jeanne d'Arc, the historical basis for Bluebeard. He'd been a decorated marshal in his prime. After retiring, he'd thrown himself into alchemy, fallen further and further into depravity, and had tortured more than 300 children to death. Ritsuka had reason to remember him. In the first singularity, this very figure had summoned a dark version of Jeanne. His master this time was no prize either. Ryunosuke Uryu, a serial murderer roaming Fuyuki, who shared Castor's taste for killing children. He'd essentially been scraped into the lineup by the Grail itself, padding the war to keep it running. If our signal hadn't cut out, I would have had you come over last night. I hate to think how many more victims there were in just one night. Al Meloy's voice was tight with regret. This was a parallel world, after all. Not a singularity that would self-correct back onto the rails of history no matter what was done. A sewer entrance. This was Castor's den, entirely fitting for the twisted mentality the master and servant shared. Blood, Emi said, sniffing the air. Fujimaru. Brace yourself. Ritsuka frowned and brought up a light. Even at this early stage of the Holy Grail War, when Castor should only have been freshly summoned, the place had the bodies of children piled up everywhere, abducted here by Castor and his master. About 10 minutes earlier, Castor had still been here. Unforgivable, my Jean, Aoa. His eyes bulged until they were nearly out of their sockets. Castor clutched his head in both hands, letting out a truly unsettling wail. Accursed God. Master, do you know her? Ryunosuke leaned in curiously. My fated maiden, that sacred, inviolable figure, there's no mistake, that is Jean, absolutely, incontestably. Castor jabbed at the crystal ball in front of him like a madman, though the person he was pointing at was long gone from its surface. Because the saber who, yes, looked like Jean had already been pulled off the field by Kiritsugu's command spell. What a cruel god abandoning so devout a maiden, and even now he reaches in to take her away from us. Unforgivable, unforgivable. He shook the crystal ball in fury, as though trying to beat the yolk out of an egg. Chapter 114, Chapter 8, Miracle 1343 words. The stench was almost unbearable. Destroy this place, ruler. For the caster class, the workshop and the lair were uniquely important. Most casters weren't the frontline combat type, after all. Which was why, even while he was out, Castor had stationed a considerable number of sea demons here on guard. An ordinary servant would have had a real fight on their hands. Compared to Armament Hockey and Supreme King Hockey Infusion, the Prana Burst she'd converted that energy into was, if anything, more destructive. One sweep of the long spear and the entire sewer was fated to collapse. Some are still alive. Emi crouched, staring at the child on the ground, roughly her own apparent age, and went briefly still. Before the sewer was wrecked, the place had looked almost like a general store. Furniture, clothing, instruments, tableware. And every single item had been pieced together from human bodies. The most arresting were the several heads tied together in a cluster. None of this tragedy had befallen adults. The few surviving children near Emi's hand had vacant eyes, and could only make small, noises. Perhaps they were trying to move, but with their limbs and in some cases their tongues and eyes already gone, it was impossible to tell. Other little kittens who, like her, had only just become big cats had been treated like this. Throw up if you need to, Fujimaru. Al Meloy's voice fuzzed out again. Signal seemed to degrade in the evenings. I'm not that bad off. As humanity's final master, Ritsuka's psychological fortitude was genuinely considerable. It was just that seeing brutalized corpses and children, on top of that, was another matter entirely. How to describe it? More than fear, it was the kind of fury that set her hands shaking. Even having learned about Gillis de Rice from that first singularity, and spent some time with his younger self. You're stronger than I was. Al Meloy sighed, then told Emi wearily, kill them. Even if they survive, it would only be to live in suffering. That had been his group's choice at the time. The difference was that they'd found this place later, and by then the state of things had been even worse than what was in front of Emi now. Aside from Ritsuka, who had no choice but to face this, the young-looking little servant girl clearly wasn't in good spirits either. Her ears were flattened back airplane style. This little apocalypse night was unexpectedly as simple as she looked. Emi didn't raise the spear. Her small hand reached toward the worst of the devastated children. Roman's pupils contracted. Mato residence. Korea kept his eyes tightly shut, enduring the agony of worms moving beneath his skin, and forced a faint smile for the girl in front of him. Sakura. Little Sakura, just wait a little longer. Just a little longer. Wait for what? The small girl stared at the man in front of her with empty eyes. Korea's heart ached as he brushed her cheek. I promise you. One day, Uncle Korea, and Mom, and Rinkov will all play at the park together again. Just like before. He coughed out a mouthful of blood along with one of the revolting worms. Little Sakura doesn't have a mom or a sister. Little Sakura only has grandfather. The small girl recited the line in a flat tone, as though repeating someone else's words. Did you do this? You and which one of your servants? The old man's furious roar rang out, strangely hollow and distant. Korea frowned. Knowing nothing good could come of it, he limped toward the room the voice had come from anyway. What are you shouting about, old man? What greeted him was a swarm of repulsive worms trying over and over to patch something together, only to dissolve again and again. In the center of the room lay an old man who looked at least 80, sprawled on the floor, his limbs steadily crumbling. He was frantically trying to repair himself with magecraft, with no effect whatsoever. Other parts of his body were failing too. Old bastard, what's wrong with you? You're not about to die, are you? Korea's face broke into open delight as he hurried to support him, the picture of concern. The kiddie's miracle was not creating something from nothing, nor turning something into nothing. Ruler, may I be so bold as to ask you something? Roman suddenly addressed Emi directly. You were summoned by Fujimaru, but aside from this Holy Grail war, do you have any other objectives? Roman looked at her, conflicted. However you sliced it, there was no mistaking what he'd just witnessed. Ritsuka's group could write that off as divine power granted via the apocalypse, but he couldn't pretend he hadn't seen it. At the end of the day, the power of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse shouldn't have been that beautiful to begin with. So why could Ritsuka summon this kind of thing too? Doctor, your voice is starting to get garbled already. While I can still talk, have Professor Kongming give me the rest of the details about this Holy Grail war. Ritsuka pulled out a small notebook. I'll start with this caster, then. Per what Lord Elmeloy had said, destroying the lair wasn't the wrong call. The Rider group in the original timeline of this war had done the same thing. With nowhere left to go, Castor would be forced out into the open. Castor wasn't here, and they couldn't just leave the children who had, against all odds, survived. They spent a long time escorting the kids home, hoping that after a good night's sleep they could treat it all as a nightmare, though the shadow of it would probably follow them for the rest of their lives. There was nothing more to be done. Ritsuka was only a third-rate magus. If only Lord Elmeloy had been on site. By the time they'd finished dropping the children off, it was too late for small kids to be out, which also meant Castor probably wouldn't act again tonight. When Elmeloy's voice finally dissolved into static, Ritsuka closed the notebook with a sigh. Let's head back for now, ruler. The kiddie tried to recall what Lord Elmeloy had just been explaining. Practically none of it had stuck. Listening to that male voice coming out of her master was like being carried to school by origami. She'd get sleepy all over. She reached over and grabbed Ritsuka's little notebook to look at what the other had written. Only keywords. The cat couldn't make any sense of it. Congratulations, host, you've earned the achievement. I don't want the enemy to be able to use my notebook right after I die. Reward, portal ability plus 5%. This was the first achievement she'd unlocked since arriving in this world. Climbing onto the black horse, Emi took the front, Ritsuka the back. Even though Emi was the one steering, it looked for all the world like Ritsuka was riding with a small child. Galloping down the road, Emi abruptly yanked out the spear of Longinus, and used a prana burst to blow apart the pavement in front of them, breaking the "noble phantasms don't damage the terrain" rule. A sea demon that had just been surfacing was vaporized by the shockwave. Besides mana, she had another stat at EX, luck. Good evening, Hound of God. Castor, eyes bright with the smug glee of a self-styled mastermind, threw his hands wide. He'd come to her. Castor, huh? He actually came to us. Ritsuka's expression went tight. Not with the tension of facing a major threat, but because this despicable little man was holding a child. At this time of night, there was no telling where he'd scraped one up. A red-haired boy who, oddly enough, bore a faint resemblance to her. After our greetings, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Castor fixed his unfocused gaze on Emian, then saw a long spear looming larger in his vision. Chapter 115, Chapter 9, Mushroom Cloud 1566 words unforgivable. To ambush someone mid-sentence, vile servant of God. Arguably the servant with the highest master-servant affinity in this entire Holy Grail war, though in truth, before Castor personally explained it to him, his master Ryunosuke hadn't even known what the Holy Grail war was. Ryunosuke was, strictly speaking, filler, a warm body thrown in to make up the numbers, a coincidence as much as anything. After all, he did carry Magus blood. He'd spent the last few days on a whim rummaging through a warehouse and stumbling across some demon-summoning literature. Then he'd slaughtered a family and kept only the youngest son alive, a boy who conveniently functioned as a catalyst. Because their affinity ran so high, he was one of the few to hit it off with his servant from the start. They spent long hours discussing and practicing what truly artistic child murder looked like. So it ends here, does it? Not only Jean, now even I have been forsaken by God. He watched the long spear pull free from his chest. The wound wasn't lethal on its own. But after pulling out the spear, the little kitty followed up with a swipe of her claws, leaving him to starve to death in a hunger even Emi herself found repulsive. Emi hated this man. Very, very much. Castor could feel it, his own prana draining away in an agonizing fashion. How could it be like this? He glared hatefully at God's representative standing in front of him, roughly the same age as the children he'd butchered, as though her entire appearance had been tailored to be his reckoning. Ryunosuke, use the command spells. All of them. Command spells. Let me remember by the power of the command spell. Not far off, Ryunosuke hurried to comply. Prelatize spellbook type, anti-army noble phantasm range, 1 to 10 max targets, 100. It took the form of a grimoire bound in human skin. Technically, you could treat it as a living thing, or even as a prana furnace, since it allowed the caster to invoke powerful spells without drawing on his own magical energy. Even so, unlocking its full effect normally required preparatory sigils, and that was exactly the kind of thing command spells existed to override by letting a heroic spirit exceed their usual performance. For instance, Korea, had he wanted to, could have used a command spell to make Lancelot mimic someone else's appearance, even though Berserker Lancelot had no such noble phantasm. In life, he'd been legendary for impersonating others to claim their glory. Mad enhancement had just regressed that into crude camouflage. What an agonizing exit. Watch carefully, servant of God. Even though it was only prana draining away, the hunger was withering his flesh into something unrecognizable. Just before he vanished, he fixed his eyes on Emi's face, as though he were sensing the radiance of divinity through some veil. How dazzling it was. And yet why wouldn't it bestow even a single warm mote upon that pure, noble maiden? Saved Emi the trouble of a finishing blow, at least. Rather convenient. How could this be? Master Bluebeard. A mournful voice carried over from some distance away. How could you die so unartistically? Ruler, let's take him out together. Ritsuka looked over with disgust. Something's there. Emi turned toward the Kobe Bridge in the distance, more precisely, toward the river beneath it. His noble phantasm. Ritsuka looked. A layer of strange, creeping fog was spreading and rising, threaded through with prana that made her stomach turn. Castor's noble phantasm had one ultimate trump card, the summoning of a sea demon colossal enough to slaughter the entirety of Fuyuki City. In fact, his own prana alone wasn't enough to control such a creature, and even 3 command spells wouldn't change the fact that Emi was draining him at this very moment. But so what? All he needed to do was supply the prana to summon it. Whatever the sea demon did once it arrived had nothing to do with him. Since it was a sea demon, and there happened to be a large body of water nearby, it surfaced from exactly the direction you'd expect. Ritsuka steadied the red-haired boy, who was disoriented after being released from control. Can you handle that, ruler? Probably. Emi rummaged through her storage space. She called out the black horse and swung onto it, kicking little legs that couldn't quite clear its belly as she looked down at Ritsuka. Ritsuka gave the boy's shoulder a shake. You go on ahead, ruler. I've still got a murderer to deal with here. If anything comes up, I'll use a command spell to call you back. Emi steered the black horse toward the riverbank, a doomshroom card already in her hand. Since she'd last used one to feed the mushroom to a demon in the previous world, not even 2 days had gone by. The card was still in black and white. She rubbed the card between her hands and activated her stand, or rather, her noble phantasm adapted to this world. Scales of injustice. The black mushroom was out in her arms, throwing her a sullen glare, and then a pointed look at the card. The kitty pushed past her own reluctance, stuffed a handful of catnip originally meant for her mom and grandma into the mushroom's mouth as payment for forcibly shortening its cooldown, and then hurled it at the giant sea demon. With a piercing shriek, the sea demon lashed out a massive tendril, scooped up the mushroom, and fed it into the central maw. Yo, Saber. You feel this prana too? Up above, Ryder ran into Saber, who was racing toward the riverbank on motorcycle. Honestly, barely a moment to relax, and we've had this on the first day already. Is the Apocalypse Knight little girl doing this? No, this should be the true caster. He was just harassing me. Before going to make trouble with Emi, caster who had stubbornly convinced himself Saber was Jean had flagged her down and given her a long, baffling speech. By the time she got home, she discovered Emi had ransacked his lair. It was nearly past midnight, yet plenty of onlookers were still lingering by the river, drawn by enchantment, or simply the lure of spectacle. Ha ha, doesn't look like a servant fight, though. Is this caster the kind who attacks civilians? The Conqueror King looked up, watching 2 fighter jets streak overhead. This fighter jet thing is quite something. I must figure out how to get my hands on a few. Ryder, what is that thing? Waver cried out, alarmed. With Castrit's prana source gone, the sea demon couldn't hold itself together for long. Acting on instinct, it began moving toward the shore to replenish prana by the most primitive means available. A vast wave was pushed aside. The creature's full form finally took shape, yet surprisingly few of the gathered people panicked and fled. Watching through a sniper scope in the distance, Kiritsugu frowned. Use your noble phantasm to destroy it. It would expose a card of theirs early. But he couldn't let a thing that size loose on a crowd. Ruler is going in. Astride her horse, the little kitty hurled the mushroom, and immediately clamped her hands over the ears on top of her head. No prana signature was registering. But Saber's intuition, usually reserved for reading attacks, was hammering out a frantic warning. What is that? Everyone, get out of here. The men in the fighter jets looked as though some bloodline instinct was screaming at them. The Doomshroom had enough firepower to wipe out an entire island. To keep it from vaporizing Fuyuki, Emi tucked the Spear of Longinus aside and used Love Train to redirect the blast's area of effect outward. Usually she couldn't manage operations that precise, but in this world it came more easily. Boom, a towering mushroom cloud shot into the sky. That terribly familiar silhouette ripped awake something deep and ancestral in the locals. Even with Love Train throttling the yield, the whole of Fuyuki felt the ground shake. The closer residents couldn't keep their footing. The explosion scoured away the prana-laden fog. Some time later, as the mushroom cloud dissipated, what was revealed to the watchers was a vast crater cutting the river clean in half, with not a drop of water showing any inclination to flow in and fill it. And what kind of noble phantasm was that mushroom cloud? Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a servant open. Ritsuka caught herself mid-tangent about a topic she had no business raising. She drove the mystic code she carried for self-defense into Ryunosuke's neck, slitting his throat. Ghhghh, Ryunosuke made a strangled, rasping sound, collapsing onto his back, eyes glassy. As a magus, Ritsuka left a lot to be desired. But after surviving countless singularities, handling one subdued cultist was well within her ability. She stared at the serial killer on the ground with something between fury and pity, because even as his life signs faded, he'd managed a look of pure bliss, as though he'd just realized his life's greatest wish. For someone who had butchered that many children, this death was far too easy. But the small amount of kindness still in Ritsuka kept her from going further while a child was watching. The red-haired boy gave a terrified yelp and scrambled away from her. "I did save your life, you know." Chapter 116, Chapter 10, a new small 1345 words. Yesterday, a traffic accident on the Kobe Bridge caused a tanker truck to plunge into the river. A subsequent gas leak triggered an explosion, which momentarily swept the river's water up onto the street and flooded the surrounding area. "Professor, why is the water not flowing back into that crater?" This is a new variant of gas developed by the gas company. Its advantage is that when an accidental explosion occurs, the blast yield is enormous, and it leaves behind residual radiation that blocks water flow. Whether or not it was the catnip that had done it, that second blast had actually been even stronger than the first. Most of it, though, had been warped by Love Train all the way out to an unpopulated stretch of the Sahara Desert. News in this era came either from newspapers or the radio. Keeping things hushed up was relatively easy. Nobody was smiling. After witnessing the sheer scale of that unknown noble phantasm, none of the teams could manage a smile. In fact, the phantasm itself had registered no prana signature at all, yet that immense crater that had severed the river told everyone there was something deeply strange about it. That raised questions worth chewing on. A noble phantasm that could level terrain and produce a mushroom cloud, was this really something that should have belonged to that certain scientist? But that didn't line up with the identity of a horseman of the apocalypse either. Or was it that she actually had the authority to borrow such a thing? In any case, on the first day of the Holy Grail War, one servant had already dropped out entirely. Which confirmed what everyone had suspected: ruler really would move against the participating servants herself. Emi extended one small hand and gently pressed down on Ritsuka's chest, kneading like a cat long denied. "Mash, no more." Ritsuka was still asleep. Yesterday had worn her to the bone. After being confronted with that hideous scene, she'd personally put down the serial killer only for the men to look pleased about it, and had scared the little boy badly enough that she'd then had to walk him home. They hadn't made it back to the hotel until well past 1 in the morning. Once in bed, her head was so full of the after-images of what she'd seen in the sewer that the anticlimactic ending only made it worse. It had left a knot in her chest. Emi slid off her. Not as nice to knead as origami. She'd been about to wake Ritsuka up and go see if this world had catnip, but since Ritsuka was this tired, the cat would let her sleep a bit longer. She put on her hat, tucked her tail away, and checked herself in the mirror. She didn't think she looked particularly good, but at least she was a clean kitty. Emi headed out, pressed the elevator button. She'd watched origami and Ritsuka do it enough times to have picked it up and rode down. The kitty looked up at the auntie sharing the elevator with her. "I know how to use the elevator." "Well, how clever you are, little one." The auntie smiled and obligingly clapped for her. Vanity satisfied. Once the elevator opened, Emi made a beeline for the supermarket she'd spotted during yesterday's scouting. Small hand braced on the counter, she looked up at the cashier. The cashier gave her a rehearsed smile and bent down. "What is it, little lady? School should be out by now for an elementary schooler, shouldn't it? Do you have any grass that makes you feel floaty and is nice to chew? Little lady. Who's your guardian?" The big cats here were really rude. The kitty had only asked a simple question, and the woman was already raising her voice, even reaching for her phone like she meant to catch her. Fortunately, Emi was a quick-witted kitty. The second she sensed trouble, she bolted. High-rise worlds like this were no fun. Even just walking along the street, people with nothing better to do kept asking where her mom was, or why she wasn't at school at this hour. However heated the nights in Fuyuki got, by day the city still wore the face of relative peace. Trying to track down other servants during the day was pointless for secrecy's sake. Two servants, who ran into each other in broad daylight, generally wouldn't fight. She ran all the way to the local park and sat down. Her ordinary constitution meant she was actually a bit winded. She flicked the fatigue off herself, which caused Tokiomi Tosaka, who had just woken from his morning lie-in, to suddenly feel like he'd finished a kilometer sprint. Then, because school must have just let out, she spotted yesterday's red-haired boy, the one who resembled her master. He was playing by himself with a slingshot. "What are you playing with?" Emi came over, curious. "Playing with my slingshot. This can shoot stones." The small boy looked at the girl who'd suddenly appeared, curious in his own right. "Who are you?" "A really cute girl." A bit familiar, too, like they'd recently met, though he couldn't quite remember. Emi plucked the slingshot from his hand, and turned it over in her palm to inspect it. "You put stones right here, then aim like this." The boy didn't seem to mind having his toy snatched away. He went so far as to teach her how to use it. Emi raised it and aimed at a sparrow in the treetops. "You can't hit birds." The boy hurriedly grabbed at her. The kitty was baffled. "It's really mean. The poor little bird. If you're going to hit birds, I won't let you play with the slingshot." He snatched it back and hid it behind himself. This newly formed little cat found him bewildering. Back home, the kitty had often fought with the flying cats, owls, that liked to stare at Mom, and grandmother never once scolded her. Sometimes Mom even threw her over to make her go pick on one. "From now on your name is the one who won't let people hit birds." Emi raised her hand ceremonially and bestowed the title. "What a long nickname. Then you can just be Birdman." Emi trimmed it down a notch. "Even weirder. Birdman, do you play flip card?" Emi eyed his pocket. "Flip card?" The boy didn't follow. "It's this." Emi pulled out the thick stack of cards she'd won in the dating world. The boy leaned in to examine the cards in her hand, his eyes lighting up a little. "I've never seen these. How do you play?" In this era, at least in Fuyuki, trading cards apparently weren't a thing yet. Emi felt a flicker of disappointment. No chance to win new cards. But she rallied quickly and divvied off a portion of her cards for him. "I'll lend you these. I'll teach you. Start like this." Emi walked him through the rules and had him lay out his first card on the ground. Then, channeling a touch of prana, she one-shot it. The boy blinked, then, at Emi's direction, laid out his second card. One shot again. The boy had no idea what was happening. And he'd already lost every card in his hand. "Now you owe me. 1, 2, 3. The kitty pursed her lips into 3 little petals and counted her pile. "Owe me 32 cards. But I don't have them. Small fry, small fry." Emi abruptly leveled a finger at his nose in indictment. "Why are you yelling at me all of a sudden?" The boy flushed and hid his hands behind his back, looking anywhere else. It isn't nice to insult people." Force of habit. That immensely destructive and consequential noble phantasm from last night was still fresh in her mind, but you couldn't possibly connect the child who had deployed it with the one standing here. Walking alongside Irisville, Saber paused to stare at Emi for a while. Chapter 117, Chapter 11, What are you insinuating? 1390 words. That's nice, isn't it? I wonder whether Ilya will make friends like this someday. Peering around the flower bed, Irisville found herself thinking of her own daughter. I understand the impulse in theory, but why are we hiding like thieves and spying on them? This is rather embarrassing. Saber glanced around. My mom's calling me home. I'll come back tomorrow. So, I'll leave my slingshot with you as collateral for the cards. Don't shoot birds with it. The earnest little boy placed the slingshot in Amy's hand to make up for the cards. Seemingly worried Amy would round on a bird the moment he left, he kept glancing back as he walked away. Amy grabbed at the air. The moment he vanished from sight, she followed his exact instructions, drew the slingshot back, and took aim at a bird. Maybe she could bag some game to take home. Stop that, ruler. Is your daily amusement truly tormenting fragile creatures? Saber, who had been watching for a while, spoke up to intervene. They were really only passing by. As a homunculus, Irisville had barely stepped outside her own home in her lifetime. Whether Saber was genuinely curious about this later era, or not, she was happy to walk this caged bird through it properly. Unlike most servants, though, Saber, whose true identity was King Arthur, shared one very specific issue with Amy: she couldn't revert to spirit form to hide herself. The reason was that she counted as a living person, having contracted with the world at the instant of her death. Lacking that convenient ability, she couldn't exactly walk down the street in armor. She had, however, kept up her lifelong habit of male dress, and wore a modern men's suit, looking for all the world like a princess's personal lady butler. Amy gave her a once-over. Who are you? The kitty could only identify people she'd met once by their clothing. Is that intended as a deliberate insult? As a king, Saber naturally didn't take that sort of line well. All right, Saber, don't be so stern. Irisville clapped her hands and bent down to look at Amy. You can't point a slingshot at an innocent little bird, okay? The cat didn't understand. Survival of the fittest in nature is normal, of course, but if you're bullying another small creature purely for fun, isn't that a bit cruel? Ruler isn't hunting it because she needs food, is she? The ears hidden beneath Amy's hat twitched. But I haven't had anything to eat yet. You don't mean you actually plan to eat it? A servant should be fine just on prana from her master. Saber parted her lips in surprise. If you're hungry, I could buy you something. We're out shopping anyway. Irisville smiled down at the little one. The cheeks plump as a baby's, just like Ilya's. So pinchable. The kitty's eyes lit up. Irisville. It's all right. We'll be enemies later, but during the day we can still hold to a truce, can't we? I still believe Kiritsugu is going to win. Even if the methods might be a touch cruel, like killing the master to sever a tougher servant's prana supply. Shaking her head, Irisville glanced past Amy. That very young-looking master of yours didn't come. Amy didn't answer. Instead she tugged at Irisville's clothes. I want that. She was pointing at some bowsy not far off. She vaguely remembered Mom being fond of that sort of thing. I almost expected you to ask for something more extravagant. Unexpectedly well-behaved. Good girl. Auntie Iri gave a little clap. Head pats. Amy pushed her head up under Irisville's hand, the required ritual before receiving food. There. Mistaking this for affection, Irisville obligingly patted her head. Saber's brows drew together slightly. Irisville. What is it, Saber? Irisville looked over, not following. No, I was being oversensitive, perhaps. Saber shook her head, and watched the little cat cling to the stall, transfixed by the bowsy making. I understand a mother separated from her child would feel tenderness toward other children, but I must still caution you, it's better not to judge someone's age by appearance. Like Saber. Artoria's age had frozen at 15 the instant she pulled that sword. Amy is 1. The kitty had overheard. She turned to Iri and reported. That young. Auntie Iri covered her small mouth. Saber closed her eyes. As the prophesied knight, such circumstances aren't actually unusual. Plenty of heroes had been force-grown, some even born already adult. But isn't that a little sad? Something struck Irisville, and she ran her fingers sympathetically through Amy's hair. Amy looked up at her. You petted twice extra. You need to buy more, Bowsy. All right, let's get 2 more. Auntie Iri agreed without complaint, and picked up her earlier thread. Whatever she was created for, whatever circumstances forced her body's growth, none of that changes the fact that she's a child who deserves to be loved, does it? Hearing that, Saber looked at her with unmistakable conflict. Irisville. Are you talking about yourself? Irisville looked momentarily lost. She hadn't actually been thinking of that at all. She might wear the face of a mature woman, and have a daughter, but her actual age was just 9. Seeing her genuine surprise, Saber looked even more conflicted. If you aren't talking about yourself, please don't tell me you're insinuating something about that renegade knight of mine. Little lady, your Bowsy's ready. Amy had earned her head pat reward. She reached out to grab one. Iri headed her off. Just pinch it through the paper bag and eat it that way. No need to grab it with your bare hands. Amy lowered her head and blew into the paper bag, hoping to cool the Bowsy off quickly, only to see the bag puff up from her breath. Then, driven by some instinct she couldn't name, she transferred all the Bowsy into another paper bag. She blew the empty bag full of air, pinched the opening shut, set it on the ground and stomped on it. The pop was a sound the cat didn't quite like, but stomping it was inexplicably fun. The kitty giggled. Really now? Pick that up and throw it in the trash. Even an Apocalypse Knight has to be a good girl with manners, okay? Being separated from her daughter had evidently taken a real toll on Irisville. Artoria closed her eyes and looked into the distance. A real child, and yet this was the strongest obstacle in this Holy Grail war. After they'd moved off, the Bowsy vendor paused in thought. He couldn't understand a word of what those two had been rambling about. The little one he could excuse, but the other two, grown as they were, still talking like Chinibu. The Kabbalistic tree of life, composed of 10 Sephirot and 22 paths. This was the lucid dream Ritsuka had this time. Was this the Garden of Eden? The woman standing at the far end of this space was the unknown existence containing all 10 Sephirot, and yet the real protagonist of this dream stood on the opposing side. The enemy was the divine path itself, her mere presence enough to crush the will to resist. And the only thing supporting this small girl was the hand of the Messiah, resting on her shoulder. Ritsuka, you're awake. Roman greeted her instantly. Ritsuka rubbed her eyes and looked at the wall clock. It's almost noon already. You could sleep a bit longer, you know. Even if I couldn't be with you through the end of it, last night must have exhausted you. Castor and his master have been eliminated. Ritsuka rolled over, sat up, and started tying her hair in front of the mirror. I think I dreamed about Jesus, Doctor. So the final days in the prophecy meant directly confronting the Kabbalistic tree of life. But why would God order the Apocalypse Knight to move against his own Garden of Eden, unless someone had managed to occupy it? Oh, before this dream, she'd also dreamed about MASH. It's normal enough for a master to occasionally dream of her servants' memories. Roman wore a weary look. Why aren't you at all surprised? Isn't it obvious? What Apocalypse Knight could pull out the spear of Longinus? Chapter 118, Chapter 12, Who are we stabbing today? 1178 words. Little one, can you write? Your name and your big sister's, I mean. The registration for this room doesn't seem to match up. Could you fill in your information for us? The young hotel attendant held out a lollipop to Emi. Information. Ritsuka, having caught the exchange, scrambled out of bed with no regard for appearances, and ran barefoot to the door only to find Emi clutching a ballpoint pen awkwardly in her tiny hand, and in sloppy Japanese, printing the word for master onto the register as her signature. Has she really not memorized my name the whole time? Apologies, weary checking out of this room. Would you mind helping with that? The attendant's eyes glazed over, and he wandered into the room to begin tidying up under his own power. Ritsuka exhaled, shoved her shoes on, and holding Emi's lollipop-clutching hand, headed out. She wasn't much of a magus. Most of the spells she could pull off had been made possible by mystic codes built with help from Da Vinci, and the Chaldea support team. If someone else had already planted suggestion on their target, she'd likely have no way to detect it. Better safe than sorry. Ritsuko hadn't forgotten that the masters in this war included one fellow who, back in the original world, had personally blown up a whole skyscraper to secure victory. Which is exactly why, if you really have no alternative, it's still better to hypnotize a civilian family and lodge with them than to stay somewhere like a hotel. Too many exposure vectors. Lord Elmeloy just had to play Monday morning quarterback at the strangest moments. Granted, in 1995, hotel registration procedures were inevitably going to be a bit of a hassle. They really shouldn't have picked this sort of place. Emi raised a paper bag of cream bread in the hand Ritsuko wasn't gripping. You went out. Ritsuko didn't stand on ceremony. She took the bread and started eating. The kitty twitched her brows and waved a hand at her. Lower your head. Emi patted Ritsuko's head. Master Cat really had no concept of decorum. With Fujiwara suddenly being the focus of this Holy Grail war, I'm afraid the others are probably scrambling to investigate her. Worst case, they may already be negotiating alliances to target you. Lord Elmeloy said it wearily. Cat won't lose. Emi patted Ritsuko's arm. That's true enough. Why don't we just go take them out one by one tonight? Ritsuko bumped her fists together. Never once in her life had she fought a battle with such confidence. You wait right there. Do not forget the nature of the Grail itself. Elmeloy snapped. Your single biggest problem is that you don't have a capable magus on hand who could dismantle the Greater Grail. Until you do, avoid further casualties if at all possible. Roman chuckled. Although dismantling the Greater Grail wouldn't exactly be an easy job in the first place, would it? If the local host were willing to cooperate, that would help. And isn't that exactly why Ruler appeared? Lord Elmeloy pinched the bridge of his nose. Roman, please don't interrupt. I believe I can claim rather more authority than you on questions of magecraft. Roman sulkily turned his face away and fell silent. Elmeloy exhaled, softening his tone. I know perfectly well what a servant capable of last night's power means. But when Fujiwara asked her directly, she didn't give a definitive answer either, did she? It's deeply unwise to bet the parallel world and Fujiwara's safety on a probably. Still, my recommendation is to have Ruler go and take a look, just a quick look. What he meant was, have Emi take a look at the Greater Grail. You couldn't know if a thing could be dealt with until you'd seen the real article. But of course the signal cut out precisely at that moment. Professor Kongming. Emi reached up and patted her with a little paw. Who are we stabbing today? Not stabbing anyone. Though based on what's supposed to happen next. Ritsuko flipped through her notebook. Originally, Saber's master is supposed to hit Lancer's master, right? In the original timeline, Lancer used his noble phantasm to wound Saber's left hand so she couldn't heal. That's what pushed that unscrupulous magus killer to extremes. But Emi had knocked Diarmuid back with one thrust of the spear, which meant Saber hadn't been wounded. Kenneth's full name was Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald. From that alone you could guess he and Lord Elmeloy were probably relatives, and there had been a faint shift in Lord Elmeloy's tone when Kenneth came up. He'd even made a point of putting Kenneth on the Keep Alive list. Lord Elmeloy's proposed survivor list was, Conqueror King, King Arthur, Diarmuid. Really, as long as Castor complete Menace was gone, the priority shifted to protecting the remaining contestants, and keeping them from slaughtering each other. That said, once Emi had put her power on display, they'd probably move to form an alliance first. I don't think Professor Kongming told me where the Greater Grail is kept. Never mind. How about tonight we go take out Berserker first? Professor Kongming didn't have much to say about that particular pair, but compared to the other knights, Berserker was the least predictable because the man acting as his master had no real ability to control his behavior, and had apparently obtained master status through some irregular means. Even in alliance making, he wouldn't be a priority. If left alone and killed off by someone else, that would also be unfortunate. The Mato household. Not hard to find. Korea was in an excellent mood. Maybe heaven had finally opened its eyes, because that old worm had just kicked the bucket right in front of him. He'd died in excruciating agony. That calmed Korea enormously. Sakura, look what I've brought you, Taiyaki. Oh, right, I don't think I've given you this pendant yet, have I? Your sister has one just like it. Korea laid the items down, dragging his mangled features into the gentlest smile he could manage. The purple-haired girl didn't so much as twitch. She met his eyes with cold detachment. It's almost over. You'll get to see Rin and Mom again soon. Look, this old man is as dead as anyone's ever going to be. At those words, a flicker of light finally returned to the small girl's eyes. Arr! His servant suddenly roared, seemingly reacting to a surge of provocative prana from outside. The servant. Now that Sakura had been saved, the only purpose left for this servant was to exact vengeance against Tokiomi. Worms writhed under Korea's skin, as Berserker, only barely answering to his will, charged out to meet the intruder. His order had been for Berserker to be somewhat gentle. But at his skill level, that kind of precise instruction was clearly beyond him, and so Lancelot cleaved straight through the front gate and hurtled out. Korea stared down at the shattered door on the ground, his expression flickering between dark extremes. Damn you, Tokiomi Tosaka. Chapter 119, Chapter 13, Miracle 1329 words. Martial skill this refined in life, he had to have been a formidable warrior, and even as a heroic spirit he was anything but weak. A pity, then, that mad enhancement and his master's limitations had reduced him to a brute with nothing left but his sword arm. He couldn't even wield his strongest noble phantasm. If he had been summoned as a proper saber, he might well have ranked among the top-tier servants of this Grail war. The old worm had deliberately pinned the Berserker modifier onto Korea's summoning, partly because the tag made the servant easier for Korea to control, but maybe also to head off the possibility that the boy would call up some servant clever enough to turn the blade back on him. Perhaps because Emi had driven Saber off the night before, Lancelot was visibly putting more into this fight than he had against Gilgamesh. Mad enhancement had also conveniently scrubbed away the usual hesitations a knight might feel against women and children. A length of steel pipe rendered into a noble phantasm, by his hand hammered down onto the shaft of her spear. The A-rank strength behind it sent a tremor through her small hands, but her own peculiar nature shunted the full force of the blow off to some unfortunate dead apostle in a distant land, who could absorb it on her behalf. Flying round slash. A bad habit she'd picked up from Master Kala, shouting the technique name as she swung. A rapid flying round slash, loaded with top-tier prana burst, blasted him backward and plowed a trench dozens of meters long through the ground. Before the dust had even settled, jagged stones came spraying out of it, each one threaded with glowing lines of prana, ordinary debris that his touch had turned into noble phantasms. Thank God Ritsuka had thought ahead and scouted out an empty patch of land behind the meta property for them to smash up. Anyone watching could see Berserker's strength flagging by the minute. Ritsuka hadn't spent a drop of prana, while on the other side, a master was enduring agony every second to keep his servant fueled. The remaining Grail War participants were watching the fight, and even the amateur masters among them could see that Berserker, on technique alone, outclassed ruler by a wide margin, provided the other side was willing to meet technique with technique. The problem was that she wasn't. You fight your way, I'll fight mine. Your attacks she wouldn't block and couldn't be made to take, but just try leaving one of hers unblocked. That single trait made a mockery of every refined technique in the world. Add to that the way the little girl servant hurled prana around like it was free, and the logical corollary started to whisper. Her master might be a monster in her own right. Ritsuka and Lord Elmeloy too had been working from the assumption that, faced with a threat like Emi, the other masters would have almost certainly formed an alliance by now. But they weren't working with a genuine god's eye view of the other camps. Aside from Kirai Kodamine's group, the rest of the participants were hard-pressed to actually ally with anyone, some because of who they were tied to, others because of the personalities involved on either master or servant side. The best any of them could manage was a temporary ceasefire. How badly did Saber want the Grail? Was she more knight in her heart, or more king? Would she break ranks and gang up on a ruler who looked like nothing more than a child, if that's what it took to win? Kiritsugu neither knew nor cared to know. Since summoning Saber, the only person who had done any actual talking with her was Irisville, the stand-in master. The number of times Kiritsugu himself had held a real conversation with Saber, he could count on both hands. But from this distance, up on a rooftop, Kiritsugu had been keeping Ritsuka in his sniper rifle scope for a solid stretch, and she hadn't once shown any sign of sensing him, the way she had before. He squeezed the trigger with Ritsuka's head centered in the crosshairs. Because he'd never been willing to underestimate her from the start, this round was an origin bullet. The origin bullet was a mystic code made from his own ground-down rib, chambered for 7.62 by 63 mm sniper rifle rounds. 66 had been produced in total. Not counting this one, he'd already used 37. The name was literal. Each round was a mystic code infused with his origin. The raw stopping power was less than a standard bullet, but the rounds carried a secondary effect. They destabilized prana flow and crippled magic circuits. The stronger the magecraft in play, the more prana it demanded and the more destructive the backlash when that prana went out of control. That was his own operating principle. If the servant herself was an immovable mountain, you took out her master. Ritsuka looked like nothing more than a high school-aged girl, but even if you swapped her and Emi, and stood a girl who looked under 10 in her place, Kiritsugu would not hesitate. He'd already pulled the trigger on his biological father as a child. He'd done the same to the master he'd loved as a teacher and mother as a teenager. Another pull was nothing. Ritsuka felt a faint stir of prana, and her command spell activated on its own, without any input from her. A warm white radiance stretched out from Emi's body toward her, and a moment later, something twisted itself free of her body and shot away. Following the trail of white light to its end, she even caught a glimpse of a long-haired old man whose skull suddenly came apart, the whole body toppling backward to die for reasons nobody present could explain. Ritsuka didn't recognize him. That had been the current head of the Einsburn family. Sensing the disturbance at once, Emi flung Lancelot, whom she had by now completely pinned in the crater, aside, and sprinted back to Ritsuka on her short legs. Only then did Ritsuka catch up to what had just happened. Someone shot at me. She deliberately picked a tucked-away spot to hide in, too. Of course, to a veteran assassin like Kiritsugu, one glance was enough to pick out the best cover, and the best vantage for watching it. Kiritsugu frowned. He didn't understand why the origin bullet hadn't done its job. Any prana-based defense should have been carved straight through. One shot failed. Rather than wait for ruler's retaliation, Kiritsugu packed up his equipment and cleared out without hesitation. I'm all right, ruler. Ritsuka tried to work out the angle the bullet had come in from. She didn't need to think hard to guess who had done it. She'd let her guard down for one moment today, and nearly gotten killed. And she'd thought she'd picked a good spot somewhere hard to hit. She lifted her hand and looked at her command spells, now short one mark. This was the first time one had activated on its own. Emi had noticed the command spell too. This was an effect of Emi's skill, Miracle. Passive activations had been rare before now, but in exchange for passively shielding Ritsuka, one command spell was the price. Emi turned her head, looking around for the shooter. Not finding anyone, she laid her hand on the back of Ritsuka's hand, the one with the command spell mark, and tried to use Miracle to restore the spent mark. At the same instant, mid-retreat, Kiritsugu felt a sharp sting on the back of his hand, and looked down to discover that his already dwindling 2 command seal marks were, for no reason he could name, down to 1. Ruler behind you. Arr. Emi had made it back, but Berserker hadn't been fully dealt with, and he came roaring in after her. The light of Miracle spread over him too, folding him into its radius. Chapter 120, Chapter 14, Transfer 1355 words. First night under King Arthur. Anyone with even a passing familiarity with Arthurian legend knew the name because of his affair with Guinevere, Arthur's queen, the romance that fractured the Round Table and brought Britain down with it. The radiance of Emi's divinity carried with it a compulsion toward calm, and perhaps it was that compulsion that now restored a sliver of clarity to the monster mad enhancement had warped Lancelot into. Unable to help himself, he pressed a hand to the helmet that shielded his head from every angle, and sank to one knee. The black smoke of his noble phantasm for someone's glory dissipated, and his true face was exposed. The feature's mad enhancement had twisted into something snarling began, under her radiance, to ease back. At last he could think about the situation rationally again. So it's Berserker, then. For someone like me, ending up in a role like this is only fitting. The rebar in his hand, which had been clashing with the spear of Longinus a moment before, fell to the ground with a clatter. He looked at the child who had, only moments ago, been overpowering him, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Oh, my command spell is back. Is that one of Ruler's class skills? Ritsuka waggled her hand. It seemed to mean she had 3 lives again. The little cat who had just restored her command spell pointed at the kneeling Lancelot. Master, I think he's surrendering. Lancelot stood hastily, eyes closed. Even under mad enhancement a moment ago, swinging a sword at a child is a violation of chivalry. Every servant summoned by the Grail had a wish of their own, and his wish might, in this Grail war, actually be granted even if only to him as a servant, rather than to him as the heroic spirit proper. Using fancy phrasing to wiggle into a ceasefire. This berserker was definitely a fuckboy in life, Ritsuka muttered to herself. The little cat looked up at her master, curious. This was a word she had never heard before. Ritsuka gave her a simplified explanation. You know, the kind of guy who's really good at making women feel special. In plain language, the kind who might be dating one woman while being in love with another at the same time, and... Okay, I was just saying things. Don't take it seriously. Halfway through, she registered the expression on Lancelot's face, and realized that yes, running down somebody in front of them to a child was not exactly tactful. The cat's ears twitched. She didn't quite follow. Are we not fighting? That was all the cat cared about. The whole area was basically leveled already. Why the sudden stop? If you want to keep going, I'd prefer not to raise a blade against a child, but in self-defense I won't just sit and take it. That was what he said, but the Knight of the Lake made no move to pick his weapon back up. The moment I saw her, the Grail stopped being something I had to take. I'm destined to leave this war in defeat, but I won't be dying at your hands, little miss. He finished in a tone that was, in fact, courteous. Then we won't fight. Hearing that he wasn't after the cat's treasure like the other bad people, Emi lost interest in him. It was wrong to misjudge good people. The cat still remembered that she had once misjudged Master Kahlo. That's generous of you. Though I'm pretty sure we came out here in the first place because we were worried that Berserker would go after other servants and speed up the Grail War's progress without us knowing. Ritsuka lightly poked Emi on the top of the head. Worried about speeding up the Grail's progress. The moment Lancelot expressed his confusion, another faint surge of mania rose in him. Without waiting for Ritsuka to reply, he suppressed the urge to attack the two of them for now and stepped toward the edge of the ruined battleground. With the shockwaves from the fight spreading outward, Kuriyametu had been exposed too, as the cover he'd been hiding behind was torn apart. Kiritsugu had been counting on Lancelot to keep Emi tied up, and simply hadn't bothered with him. Kuriya was already unconscious. Even so, you could see the mass writhing under his skin, scuttling from his face down along his neck. This is your master. A foolish man in some ways, but a man worth admiring. Lancelot lifted Kuriya into his arms. To overdraw his life force like this to supply me with prana, he has, at most, a week of life left. But a sacrifice this large made in order to save another, even if there are private motives mixed in, it's not my place, as an outsider, to say anything about it. Even with the old worm dead, Kuriya's body was already too far gone to recover. At this point the strongest attachment he had left to this Grail war was one final strike at that bastard Tokiomi before he died. To save another. Ritsuka looked at the veins bulging beneath the skin of Kuriya's face, and found the image hard to reconcile. So you were afraid that continuing to fight would kill your master? Something like that. Fighting while using up another person's life even in my mad enhancement state. I was going to feel strange about it after the fact. Why exactly, he couldn't say, but this red-haired girl gave off a warmth that made him want to let his guard down and just talk. Please, leave this place. I'm about to slip back under mad enhancement. Even if you say that, the whole reason we came was to kill you because you're prone to losing control. Ruler, what are you doing? Ritsuka noticed the little cat using her short stature to slip quietly next to Lancelot, then reaching up to grab at Korea's command spell-marked hand. The cat was trying to see if she could take Korea's command spells and give them to Ritsuka for extra lives. Her earlier miracle had only restored the 1 mark Ritsuka had spent, but honestly, she'd wanted to give Ritsuka 100 marks right then for safety. It would have been even nicer if the patterns could have turned Ritsuka into a big orange cat, a tiger. But the moment she made the attempt, it was Lancelot who felt his mad enhancement briefly hitch in his contract, without explanation, transferred itself to Emi, and his previously depleted prana instantly refilled to the brim. What Emi had used to seize the command spells hadn't been the power of a miracle, but the forced trade of the scales of injustice. Transferring a command spell was the kind of thing ordinary magecraft could handle. It wasn't a passive convenience, like walking on water, so miracle wouldn't activate for it. Or perhaps it was the saint's way of reminding Emi not to forget the lesson from the very beginning: don't be greedy. A wave of disgusting worms came pouring out of Korea's mouth, making Ritsuka, who had been standing close, step back several paces. That was every last one of the worms still inside him. On the other side of the scales of injustice, Emi had nothing to offer him as payment, but as the price for transferring the command spells, she could cast out the misfortune of this man's physical condition, expelling it from him entirely. You're awake. Recovering from his shock, Lancelot looked at his former master with complicated feelings, though he raised no particular objection to the switch. The truth was, the only person he could ever truly pledge himself to was Arthur. And another round of suspected disloyalty on my record, perhaps, but in your case, getting your health back is the best thing that could have happened to you. Worth it. Korea panted, not following any of it. You're berserker. Even as his master, he had never once seen Lancelot's true face. He tried to issue a command to Lancelot and discovered that his prana, the whole of it, was gone, and with it the contract itself. Damn Tokiomi Tosaka. Chapter 121, Chapter 15, Cursing is Not Nice. 1367 words. The cat had become a master. The new safe house Ritsuka had found was a room rented from an old woman, out of the way, no foot traffic, and in 1995 the paperwork wasn't exactly stringent. The downside was that no one was going to bring meals up to the door the way a hotel would. Emi raised the back of her hand. By the power of the command spell, Berserker, go buy breakfast. Lancelot, stunned, took Ritsuka's money under the compulsion of the command spell and stormed out the door. 5 minutes later, he slapped a few sandwiches down on the table. Is this what you'd waste a command spell on? Maybe because the contract had been signed with Emi, his mad enhancement no longer affected him at all, but along with that, the parameter boosts that mad enhancement had brought him were gone too. The little cat narrowed her eyes happily and stuffed the sandwich into her mouth, her short legs swinging back and forth where they couldn't reach the floor. Strange food. Sour and sweet and salty all at once. She didn't hate it, didn't love it. Command spells are very useful, Emi. You should hold on to them and save them for critical moments. Ritsuka said the words without lifting her head from where she lay on the bed, eyes glued to a contemporary manga she was leafing through. The manga from this era really wasn't very interesting. The doctor still couldn't be reached. There was nothing to do during the day, and this era didn't have nearly as much in the way of entertainment, so reading something to kill time was about all there was. Emi looked up at Lancelot. Ritsuka had a point. Maybe she should use a command spell to make him search the world for that grass that smelled so good. She kept staring at Lancelot until a chill ran through him, and then the kitten gave up on the idea. He'd tried to grab her yesterday the moment she described it. Clearly, this world didn't have that grass with the floaty smell. Still, I'm a little curious, since it's supposed to be servants who supply mana to other servants. Why is it that the master can give me so much mana? It felt inexhaustible. Even the noble phantasm she absolutely couldn't bring out under Korea's contract was something she could now use without restraint. Don't know. The kitten had originally been planning to give the command spell to Ritsuka, and had ended up with a servant by accident. It's probably tied to her authority, isn't it? Ritsuka answered for her instead. I don't have to supply Emi with even a sliver of mana. I'm basically a figurehead who handled the summoning. To be honest, even if I died in some accident, Emi could still operate independently, right? A servant of such overwhelming power can only be ruler. Anything less wouldn't be fair to the other competitors. But these days, even the ruler has designs on the Holy Grail. Lancelot looked over at Emi, only to find her holding a hairdryer and blowing it at herself. I squinted. Ignoring the noise the dryer itself made, the warm sensation was still very pleasant for the kitten. Well, given that she was a clueless little child, it made sense she couldn't be expected to officiate the Holy Grail war with proper neutrality. What a mess. Ritsuka picked up her own sandwich. It does make things more convenient, actually. Whatever else, we definitely can't do mana transfer for Emi the way we would for MASH. Mana transfer. The kitten crawled over and looked at Ritsuka, having unfortunately latched onto that particular phrase. Children don't need to know about that. Ritsuka pinched Emi's tiny hand. The pure, curious gaze stabbed her conscience. Cat's done. Emi slid off the edge of Ritsuka's bed, took the sandwich's paper wrapper, smoothed it open, folded it carefully several times, and only then threw it away. Going out to play. Be back before dark, okay? Try not to let anyone follow you. Ritsuka kept flipping through the manga, waiting for the doctor and the others to make contact. With the life-saving command spells, she wasn't even afraid of Kiritsugu Amiya suddenly attacking, and Lancelot was here on top of that. Emi put on her hat, picked up the slingshot she'd won yesterday, and headed for the park. It was the weekend, and there were noticeably more people in the park today, but she didn't see the red-haired boy. She didn't see any sparrows worth shooting at either. No one to play with. No one owed her cards. The kitten looked around, scanning for fresh victims. She spotted a kelp-headed kid about her own size, and trotted over. Do you know how to play Card Slam? What kind of weird game is that? Wait, who are you, anyway? Why are you suddenly talking to me? The kelp-head looked her up and down. Card Slam is when you slam these cards. Emi pulled out her cards. The kelp-head's eyes locked on her hands instantly. To a kid in 1995, a fistful of glossy plastic cards was undeniably attractive. How do you play? I'm here. A slightly flustered voice came from behind Emi. It was the red-haired boy, who looked a lot like the master. He glanced conflicted at the kelp-head Emi had latched onto. The unexpected part was that Emi really had come back today, but her cards were already in play, so all he could do was stand to the side and watch. Lay them out like this. The kelp-head arranged his cards according to Emi's instructions. Then he was wiped out instantly. That counts as you winning. Hold on, why did you go first? It's my first time playing, I should get to go first. The kelp-head was at least sharper than the redhead. Fine, you go first. Emi laid out her cards. Then, when the kelp-head copied her motion and tried to slam his card to flip hers, she used her mana to pin it firmly in place so it wouldn't budge. TCH, it's because I've never played before. Emi wasn't going to wait around. She grabbed her own card and swept his away in one strike. You cheated, didn't you? Another one-shot. Damn it, you're messing with me, aren't you? Still a one-shot. The cat was today's winner. Trash, trash. She taunted, pointing at the kelp-head out of pure habit. What did you say? The kelp-head turned red, jerked his head aside, and stalked off. Play by yourself, then. I keep telling you, cursing isn't nice. The red-haired boy walked over to plead with her. You're a girl, you really shouldn't go around cursing at people. The kitten didn't follow. If I don't curse at other people, should I curse at you instead? If you really want to curse at someone, you can just curse at me. The red-haired boy said it in a small voice. Want to play cards with me today? If I win, you give the slingshot back to me. And if I win? Amy looked at his empty hands. If you win, I'll let you curse at me. Then I don't want to play cards anymore. Slingshot. Amy tugged at yesterday's spoils. I'll go pick up some bottles for you to shoot at. Don't shoot the birds, okay? The red-haired boy looked a little disappointed, but he recovered quickly and ran off to gather some empty drink bottles people had thrown away. He lined them up neatly on the edge of a flower bed, then hunted down a small stone of the right size, one that wouldn't hit too hard, and handed it to Amy. Amy took aim for a moment. The stone shot out, struck the ground, ricocheted in a perfect arc, and through some miraculous coincidence landed squarely on the head of one Waver Velvet, who happened to be passing by. What are you doing? You hit someone. The red-haired boy yelped. Here, take it back. The kitten, knowing she'd caused trouble, immediately shoved the slingshot at him. Ow ow, where the hell did this brat come from? Chapter 122, Chapter 16, the most iconic scene of the Fourth War. 13:15 words. Waver was in a particularly foul mood. The strong opponents in this Holy Grail war were honestly far too many. First the archer who threw his noble phantasms around like cheap projectiles, then the ruler whose mana seemed limitless, and on top of that a berserker of unknown identity who could apparently pull noble phantasms out of thin air. Yesterday he had genuinely been thinking about an alliance. He didn't really care about the Holy Grail itself, but he didn't want Kenneth, that condescending professor of his, to see him losing in some humiliating fashion after having stolen the catalyst. The result had been getting his nose rubbed in it. He certainly wasn't going to crawl to his teacher. Saber refused to gang up 2-on-1 against Amy out of some misplaced sense of fairness, and Archer was a special kind of insanely arrogant. His own rider, naturally, refused to ally on terms that would put him beneath anyone. Today, he had finally come out for some long-overdue fresh air, planning to pick up a historical text or two on Alexander the Great, while he was at it only to suffer an attack from a rotten kid. Sorry, it was my fault. The red-haired boy hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. You little. Waver had a stomach full of foreign curses ready to unload, but at that moment he noticed the small girl tucked behind the red-haired boy, pure, untouched, innocent and adorable. Looking at this absolutely precious little loli, Waver had a sudden epiphany. As an adult, he shouldn't be petty with a child. He instantly felt his soul cleansed, and he believed she certainly hadn't done it on purpose. His narrow disposition opened wide, the anger on his face shifted to gentle indulgence. Oh, isn't it, ruler? Berserker was the one who got taken out yesterday, wasn't he? The King of Conquerors yanked Waver to one side and waved at Amy. Talking to you? The boy turned to Amy. You idiot, don't go saying hello like that in front of civilians. Waver tried to stop him, and was promptly hauled aside again. The King of Conquerors could go into spirit form normally, he just didn't want to. He had even bought himself a contemporary t-shirt for the occasion, with the words Admirable Great Tactics printed across the front. What a coincidence. Are you free tonight? How about you, me, and Saber, we get together? Get together for what? The kitten craned her head up at the giant of a man she least wanted to see. The red-haired boy stepped in front of Amy a little, lowering his voice. He looks really suspicious. He's not a kidnapper, is he? I heard a lot of children have gone missing recently. What kind of grown man would say, are you free, and let's get together to a kid? That little red-headed shrimp, I keep getting the feeling you're whispering something annoying back there. The King of Conquerors crossed his arms, and ignored the boy's existence entirely. The fact is, having 3 kings show up in one Holy Grail war would be a real waste if all we did was fight. Why not sit down and talk it out, who's most worthy of the Grail, and so on? Because Waver had wanted an alliance, Iskander had already learned Saber's true identity at the time Emi went after Lancelot. He turned to Emi. Even though you're not a king, little girl, the fact that the ruler whose true nature is one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse would have her own designs on the Grail. I'd really like to hear what you have to say about that. The cat got it. You 3 want to gather together. That's right. So what do you say? I'll go take all of you out. Emi raised a paw, expressing herself with absolute directness. The King of Conquerors stroked his beard, troubled. Don't say things that ruin the mood on such a rare day off. If you come, I might bring along some cake that little girls like. He didn't know much about the modern day, but in his era or any earlier one, children had always loved sweet things. Then I won't beat you up yet. Emi lowered her paw. The King of Conquerors laughed heartily. Then it's settled. I'll be at Saber's place tonight, waiting for you. You moron, what are you broadcasting in front of a crowd of strangers? The 2 of them left. The red-haired boy who had been spectating the whole exchange looked like a small universe was being born inside his head. What was that adult babbling on about? He really was a kidnapper using all the things kids like to lure them away. A banquet. Cake, cake, cake. That distinctive child noise, faintly exasperating. As expected, no matter what changes, that one thing never does. That king is the kind of personality where if he thinks of something, it absolutely has to be done. Lord Elmeloy's voice came through with audible exasperation. Professor Kongming, are you talking about the servant of that thief? Professor Kongming, can you hear me? That cursed signal. If the kid wanted to go, just take her, Ritsuka decided. Free cake's free cake. What about Berserker? Coming with us. Ritsuka had spotted the conflict on Lancelot's face. Of course. The chance to see her again, how could I possibly refuse? Then let's go. Compared to the other 2 factions' bases, the Einsburn residence really did qualify as remote, the manor itself hemmed in by a vast stretch of forest. For all his confident declarations during the day, Saber had actually been the last to find out that the other side intended to host a banquet at her own home. She could understand the urge, they were all renowned kings, and the desire to talk things over with kings of other eras and other lands was reasonable enough. What is that, King of Conquerors? Saber pointed at the pink, cartoon-printed box he was carrying. Whether it was because he'd ridden in too fast and dropped some electronic device inside, the box was currently playing what sounded like a local children's song. Iskander scratched his head. I asked the baker if she had a big cake that little girls would like, and she recommended this. What's the thing inside that's singing? Strange food. Little girls. That's an insult I cannot let pass, King of Conquerors. Invisible air materialized in Saber's hand, pointed straight at his nose. Iskander didn't show the slightest sign of anger. You really are inexplicably touchy, King of Knights. Don't worry, this isn't for you. It's just bait to lure Ruler over. Ruler is coming. Irisveil's eyes lit up. She agreed during the day, yes. Though given her personality, even with the legends I have to draw on, I can't say for sure. If she doesn't show, there's nothing I can do. He literally lured her in with the kidnapper's playbook. Waver muttered, and was promptly flicked on the head by Iskander. As if on cue, Irisveil sensed something brushing against the bounded field nearby. Then came the sound of hoofbeats, mixed with the sound of a motorcycle engine. A motorcycle in the woods. Oh, here they come, here they come. The King of Conquerors spread his arms wide to greet them. The first thing he saw, however, wasn't the tender face of a little girl, it was a somewhat unfamiliar suit of armor. Saber's pupils contracted. She recognized it at a glance. She knew that armor far too well. Sir Lancelot, why are you? Lancelot dismounted from the motorcycle he'd noble phantasm converted, definitely not one Ritsuka had provided, and dropped to one knee in shame. Then he felt the small girl behind him pat his head, voicing her displeasure. How can you be asking for forgiveness already? You haven't even fought yet. What a disgrace. The cat looks down on you. Chapter 123, Chapter 17, Whose cup is it? 12-18 words, this is all for me. Amy held the box as big as a birthday cake. Anne looked up at Iskandar. Her opinion of the obnoxious giant had improved a fraction. I was planning to share it with Saber, but for some reason that triggered something I'm not allowed to bring up. Iskandar looked genuinely confused, picking exactly the wrong moment to be slow on the uptake. Ritsuka took the cake out of the kitten's hands and peered through the transparent panel on the lid. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to poison my ruler. Chocolate flavor. There was no guarantee ruler wouldn't react badly. Some powerful heroic spirits in history and mythology could, surprisingly, be hard countered by the most ordinary substances. This thing is poisonous. Modern people are remarkably devious. I really did pay good money for it this time. Iskandar crossed his arms, looking troubled. This time. Ritsuka caught the word, and her eyes flicked between him and Waver a couple of times. Lord Elmeloy knew what she was thinking. 9 times out of 10 it was, this pairing has good chemistry too, doesn't it? But out of consideration for the King of Conquerors standing right there, Ritsuka was generous enough not to say it out loud. She crouched down, opened the cake box, and soothed the impatient kitten. I'll cut out the parts you can eat for you. Amy stood obediently to one side and waited. Iri, with perfect ease, slipped her hands around Amy from behind and scooped her into her arms. She didn't even resist, reaching out to tease her a little. Sir Lancelot, so it was because of me that you were reduced to the point of being summoned as a berserker. At this point, Artoria had finally noticed Lancelot's class. After all, every servant including the little ruler girl from the extra class had now been revealed. Such words give me a headache, my king. Lancelot kept his head bowed. For one such as I, who pushed Britain toward its ruin, the saber class would be nothing but a mockery. Berserker is, naturally, the class best suited to a man like me. Have you always thought of yourself this way, Sir Lancelot? Ha 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 ha, what a fine show this lot has put on for the king. As actors, I suppose I'll grudgingly grant you a passing grade. Vile words accompanied by a flash of gold as the servant materialized, the last guest invited by Iskandar, naturally. Archer. Gilgamesh narrowed his crimson eyes and looked down at the one he had not, in fact, expected to appear. When you said it would be a banquet of kings, you, mongrel, instead invited some peculiar guests. Don't be like that. A narrow heart isn't befitting of a true king. I've actually been curious. Uve looked at ruler strangely from the very first day. Did her identity as one of the 4 horsemen frighten you? Iskandar held out a chalice of wine without a care. If you're late, you owe us a drink. What now, you, who dare to call yourself a king, can't even tell that this brat Saint Graf is utterly different from what it should be? Gilgamesh sniffed at the wine in the chalice, then in disgust pulled his own better vintage from a golden ripple and tossed it over. Forced into existence, as if she were fabricated specifically to be summoned, shoved onto a stage that was never meant to hold her, in the most unpleasant way possible. Saint Graf. Iskandar took a sip of the wine he'd been handed. Truly an exquisite vintage. But the Holy Grail is no wine cup. What kind of grand wish drives you to seek the Grail? You'll have to spell that out clearly. Gilgamesh maintained his usual posture of arrogance. An interesting choice of words. That thing was always mine to begin with. Every treasure in the world, traced to its source, comes from my vault. To claim it for yourself, the gall of a thief shouldn't go that far. This nonsense. If Castor were still alive, you should be sitting at his table. Saber, naturally, did not concede the point. The Grail was always mine to begin with. There was someone here with an even bigger grievance. That's right. Even her master was chiming in. Are you going to recite that judge's nonsense again, ruler? How do I put this? Even saying it now, you're probably not going to believe me, but the Grail itself has a problem. Lord El-Meloy's signal had, evidently, finally come through. Who's that, sneaking around? Sir Lancelot's master. Saber scanned the surroundings warily. Even if you didn't see everything that happened yesterday, you must have noticed the command spells on Ruler's hand. El-Meloy sighed in exasperation. You can think of me as Fujiwara's teacher. As for our existence, think of us as people from the future. Saber's true master must already have investigated and found that Fujiwara's identity doesn't actually exist. That wasn't really proof of anything. Even Kiritsugu Amiya was the kind of man who constantly used false identities. The very fact that a ruler has appeared in this Holy Grail war means something has gone wrong. The Einsborn family should know this better than I do. The servant you summoned in violation of the rules in the Third Holy Grail war contaminated the Grail. Irisveal looked down, deep in thought for a couple of seconds. Actually, we received word this morning that the head of our family was assassinated for reasons unknown. Nothing you've said is something I can verify. That was outside Lord El-Meloy's expectations. People from the future. What a charming notion. Iskandar laughed for 2 beats, then smoothed his expression instantly. But we have no reason to believe a sneak who won't even show his face, do we? And here I thought I was being polite to you. It wasn't remotely persuasive, and El-Meloy wasn't surprised. Aside from killing Castor and forming a contract with Berserker, they hadn't managed any real feats, and that had been entirely on the back of Ruler's raw strength. As for the true names of every servant, at this point in the timeline, that wasn't actually meaningful. Even if he'd been able to call them all on day one, it could be explained away as one of Ruler's class skills. Setting that aside, I'm curious, little Ruler, when you say the Grail is yours, what's your reasoning? Iskandar turned his gaze to Emi. Ritsuka had finally finished cutting away the chocolate to keep for herself, while the kitten, with no manners at all, was about to grab her piece by hand. Let me feed you. Irisveal intervened just in time. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? In legend, the Holy Grail was originally just the cup the Son of God drank wine from. Ritsuka answered on Emi's behalf. That's what she's saying, Archer. Iskandar looked over at Gilgamesh with delight, watching for his reaction. The Son of God, so that's the reason. Is your appearance, then, by the will of God himself, to reclaim the Grail, Ruler? Saber hesitated for a beat, then turned to Lancelot instead. Sir Lancelot, what about you? With what wish have you come to this Holy Grail war? My king, I wish only to receive your chastisement. Lancelot lowered his head reverently. Chapter 124, Chapter 18, You wouldn't bully the weak and cower from the strong, would you? 1290 words. Artoria, for a moment, didn't quite understand. Because in this world, she, as King Arthur, had been a woman, and she had never considered the forbidden romance between Lancelot and Guinevere a fault. If anything, she had felt a certain guilt toward Guinevere from the start, having had to go through a marriage that was never going to be real, all to help Guinevere conceal her own identity. But from a god's eye view, or for that matter, from Lancelot's own perspective, the collapse of the Knights of the Round Table had begun precisely with that forbidden affair. From the moment Agravain and Mordred caught them and Lancelot killed Agravain, to the moment he rescued Guinevere from the pyre and cut down Gawain's friends, every step gave Mordred an opening to exploit. And by the time Lancelot received the dying letter Gawain had sent begging for his help, by the time he arrived, the legend of King Arthur was already over. After that, all he could do was live out his days in self-loathing and regret. Perhaps it was because the Holy Grail had sensed his wish that it had summoned him to this particular Holy Grail war, the one in which King Arthur existed. Raise your head, Sir Lancelot. Artoria reached out to support him. I have never harbored any blame toward you. She glanced at Emi, his current master, but didn't seem to have any objection. My king, however noble you remain, the only thing I yearn for is for you to chastise me. Words like that could not dispel the self-condemnation in Lancelot's heart. As I recall, a servant's memories shouldn't actually be carried back to the heroic spirit itself. Iskandar, watching from the side, swirled his cup. King of Knights, you have a fine follower. Even if Artoria were to kill Lancelot here, the original spirit wouldn't gain the slightest measure of redemption. So, King of Knights, what is it that you wish for? Need it be asked? I want to go back and save Britain. Saber answered without hesitation. The other two scoffed at that, openly amused. Did I hear that right, little girl? You want to deny every bit of history you yourself created? What's so funny about that? Saber didn't understand. The homeland that entrusted that holy sword to me was destroyed. I was devastated by it. She wasn't the only one. Most people present probably didn't understand why those two were laughing. You're not just denying the history you and your followers left behind. You're insulting everyone who created that age alongside you. You're not a king. You're just a small girl with the shackles called king clamped onto her shoulders. Iskandar looked over at Emi, who, after arriving, had been doing nothing but stuffing her face. You live a harder life than the actual little girl over there does. What did you say? And you, retainer of the King of Knights, what do you think of your sovereign's wish? The King of Conquerors propped his arm on the wine cask he'd brought along, looking at Lancelot with interest. Lancelot closed his eyes and forced out a defense. If something has caused my king's heart to change, it must be that we, her followers, did something to displease her. But that does not give the rest of you holding your various opinions the right to malign my king, Ryder. Hearing that, Artoria finally registered the ambiguity. Having just said she did not blame Lancelot, to immediately turn around and announce she would go back to change things, it could indeed be read more than one way. That isn't what I meant, Sir Lancelot. You truly are the finest jester, Saber. I find myself liking you more and more. Gilgamesh laughed in unrestrained delight. A servant didn't necessarily descend at any particular age, and his current age wasn't far from the years before he met Enkidu. Before he had met Enkidu, a brute who bullied men and forced himself on women would have been a generous description of him. Are we just letting them argue? Ritsuka muttered. Let them be. The disruptor will show up soon anyway. That was what El Meloy said. It struck Ritsuka as a little strange. Professor Kongming, you seem to know more than a little about this Holy Grail war. He went silent again. Faced with ruler claiming the Grail belongs to her, you don't seem to have any complaints, Goldie. Iskandar turned to Gilgamesh. The kitten, too, was glaring at Gilgamesh with no friendliness whatsoever. She'd slotted him into the same bad guy spot in her head that the King of Conquerors had originally occupied. What I possess is every treasure in the world. The sheer number alone is too vast for even me to tally. To deny these things belong to me simply because some legend lays claim to them now, that would be laughable. Gilgamesh propped his cheek on his fist and met Emi's eyes. Compared to a piece of collected wealth like the Grail, what genuinely interests me is the meaning of that spear of hers. When it came to anything divinity-related, he, as someone who had actually lived in the age of gods, was inevitably more sensitive than Iskandar, whose divinity was attached to him through legend. The brat had just said the Grail is hers, not the Grail belongs to the Son of God, hadn't she? Iskandar wasn't satisfied with his reaction. You wouldn't be the type to bully the weak and cower from the strong, would you, Goldie? Why are you the only one being almost civil to the little girl? Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes. Only an utter fool would think that, King of Conquerors. That's exactly why I keep saying that Grail is no good. With a servant as powerful as ruler, I have no reason to deceive you. El Meloy finally seized the chance to cut back in. Shut up already, you coward, hiding wherever you're hiding. You're not even as brave as the brat I've got here. Iskandar ruffled Waver's mop of hair while throwing in the insult at El Meloy. Cat's done. Under misses. IRI's feeding, Emi had polished off the entire cake. She stood up, eyes locked on the chocolate Ritsuka had set aside, curious about what that black stuff tasted like. Irisveal covered her eyes to keep her from looking, and gave Ritsuka a look saying, eat it fast if you're going to eat it. Oh, that tiny frame finished off a cake that big. Truly worthy of famine. The King of Conquerors complimented her for a genuinely odd reason. It was that very cake, in fact, that let Lord Elmeloy register the time elapsed and finally notice something off. By rights, assassin should already have shown up to make trouble and die. Why hasn't he? Ritsuka glanced at the 5 servants present. You're asking why? She glanced at Lancelot, who still hadn't received the chastisement he'd come for, and clapped her hands. It's getting late. We should head back, ruler. It might not be very polite to leave before Ryder had even spoken his own wish, but she had to use the window of decent signal to get Elmeloy to spell out where the Greater Grail was. Right before they came over, the signal had been fine, and the moment the topic of the thieving student came up, the professor had gone silent. If possible, she wanted to investigate tonight, but obviously not in front of this crowd of servants. Going already? Iri sounded reluctant. Mostly because picking up the kitten felt a little like holding Ilya. Ritsuka shook her head and deliberately said something to make them awkward. Better to leave. If Saber's master sends another bullet our way, I won't be able to take it. Chapter 125, Chapter 19, The Cat Loses Her Dream. 1264 words under Artoria's conflicted, apologetic gaze, Lancelot took his leave along with Emi and the others. In turn, Lancelot felt an even greater shame toward her. Are you sure this is okay? You really do still want to follow King Arthur, don't you, mister? From our standpoint, we have no right to dictate your choices. Ritsuka, biting into the last piece of dark chocolate, sat on her horse and called over to Lancelot, who was riding a motorcycle alongside her and Emi. The kitten lay quietly cradled against her. Congratulations to the host on unlocking achievement, Ghost Rider, reward, 5% portal energy. So many days had passed in this world, and only 2 achievements had been unlocked. That deserved a public reprimand. Lancelot closed his eyes. If my king is unwilling to deliver judgment here, then for the sake of the Grail, we will inevitably cross blades again. But putting my king in a difficult position in front of other sovereigns, that would be petulance on my part. Don't close your eyes while you're driving a motorcycle. Whatever he might say, what he really wanted was for her to chastise him in earnest. The Greater Grail, the core of this Holy Grail war, had been hidden underground beneath Fuyuki the entire time, drawing on the land's mana. It wasn't really a physical object, it was a ritual that the original 3 founding families had constructed together, forming what was now the Holy Grail war system. The most critical component, the Lesser Grail, which was used to absorb mana from defeated servants, and ultimately bridge to the other side of the world, had been contaminated in the Third Holy Grail War when it absorbed all the world's evil. The one currently bearing it was Irisveal, who had just spent half the evening cuddling Emi. In other words, as long as this Holy Grail War reached a conclusion, Irisveal was destined to die in order to become the Lesser Grail. If we can dismantle the Greater Grail, then at least Fuyuki's contaminated Holy Grail Wars wouldn't exist after this one. If we sort that out, this world's counterforce could probably get you, Ritsuka, sent home. Restoring the Holy Grail system would be more than a little difficult. That said, even with me on site, sneaking up on the Greater Grail without the 3 founding families noticing isn't realistic. So is what you're saying about the Grail being contaminated actually true? Lancelot bowed his head and fell into thought. Don't assume I'm lying just because I can't appear in front of you. Like the current ruler, the Einsburn family violated the rules in the Third Holy Grail War to summon an extra-class Avenger. His individual combat power may have been less than this round's assassins, but he carried all the world's evil on his back. You mean to say, the wish-granting machine we were summoned here to seek was, all along, this kind of fraud? Lancelot's expression turned considerably darker. To imagine how despairing his noble king would be if she ever learned this. The air went quiet for a while, until Emi extended a paw and tried to swipe the chocolate from Ritsuka's mouth. Ritsuka quickly polished it off. Come to think of it, why has it been Professor Kongming doing all the talking? It's been a while since I've heard the doctor's voice. I'm still here. Roman's faint voice. It's because the signal hasn't been good lately. To make the most efficient use of the time we can talk, I'll just monopolize the call for now. Roman can't really offer you much in the way of magecraft advice anyway. Fair enough. Here we are. The Greater Grail. A high-grade mana furnace, with no trace of human construction. It looked like nothing more than a natural outcropping of small stones, and gave off a distinctly eerie atmosphere. It looks the same as I remember it. In my memories, I came here to dismantle it together with Tosaka, but that was about 20 years past your current point in time. 20 years. Lancelot, please keep watch on our surroundings. Emi, can you find anything? Ritsuka's amateur eyes couldn't make out the structure of the Greater Grail's ritual at all. Emi, of course, had no magecraft knowledge either. The only thing she had ever systematically learned, from beginning to end, was hockey. But every skill she possessed related to divinity was almost entirely contained within miracle, and that included the function of revelation. The principles of the ritual, which could only be fully read with the Lesser Grail in place, were clear to her at a glance. It wasn't that she was directly handed the schematics like a computer printout, it was that the purpose of the Greater Grail unfolded itself in front of her. Although half the people who had come this far still believed the Holy Grail to be a wish-granting machine, that didn't change the fact that its true purpose was to enable magic to reach the root. The third magic, also known as materialization of the soul, made infinite mana possible, and on that foundation, even granting certain wishes in this world wouldn't be much of a stretch. In Ritsuka's field of vision, the ears on top of the kitten's head suddenly drooped. A cat had just lost her dream. What is it? You look so down all of a sudden. Even if it can't be done, it isn't your fault, Emi. Emi tugged at Ritsuka's sleeve. Master, let's go back. This world had no quest, didn't help the kitten get home, and didn't even have many achievements to unlock. Better to spend that time using a command spell to make the mun in the stiff armor, Lancelot, hunt for the grass that smelled wonderful. Even ruler can't manage it. With such an extraordinary background. Lord Elmeloy was getting anxious too. All we need is to destroy this. Even that is impossible. I'm afraid I cannot pretend not to have heard that. The hollow voice echoed through the space, and along with it appeared a multitude of figures. Naturally, the assassin they had not yet seen this Holy Grail war. Hassan of the 100 Personas. As a servant, his parameters were genuinely substandard. The noble phantasm he possessed only allowed him to split into multiple bodies, which was useful enough against a Magus Master, but going head-to-head with any of the other servants in this war would not end well for him. Ritsuka looked down at the small girl. She'd started getting all gloomy at such a young age. Lancelot, I'll leave them to you. Understood. Arondite overload. The sword of the lake, blackened to a curse-blade shade by his berserker class, and his own self-loathing, recovered its true color and emanated a terrifying blue glow. Hassan. Wasn't a battle between servants supposed to begin with feeling out the opponent running through their moves once before unleashing a noble phantasm? The point-blank release of an anti-army noble phantasm flattened a stretch of land outright, even shaving a section off the nearby slope. A disturbance like that next to the Greater Grail, as long as the other servants and magi weren't fools, they couldn't possibly miss it. No, rather, the moment they had appeared here, the three founding families, at least Tokiomi Tosaka, as the host, had certainly known. As I thought. Lancelot looked at the long sword in his hand. It wasn't his imagination. He'd just released a noble phantasm of that magnitude, and even after a single use, he didn't feel the slightest mana drain. Chapter 126, Chapter 20, Disappointment. 1191 words. Assassin has been completely eliminated. Assassin's master Kirai Kotomine, Tokiomi Tosaka's disciple, stated the fact flatly. Aside from the already eliminated Ryunosuke Wiru, he was probably the one with the least sense of participation in this Holy Grail war. Outside of obeying his teacher's directives, the only person in this entire war he found genuinely interesting was Kiritsugu Amiya. Now perhaps he could add a ruler to that list. As a human being, he lacked the most essential thing, desire. In his years serving the Holy Church, he had rotated through nearly every department, and each time right, when he was a single step from promotion he transferred elsewhere. He was curious. As a heroic spirit from the Christian framework, and one who conceptualized the very notion of unjust transactions, did the ruler possess the ability to see straight through the desires lodged in others' hearts? My king, would you deign to lift a finger and clear away the vermin defiling your garden, so that the Holy Grail war may proceed as planned? Tokiomi bowed deeply before Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh swirled his wine, and didn't even spare him a glance. He seemed utterly indifferent to this so-called Holy Grail war. This king has barely returned from a passably tolerable cheap banquet, and already you presume to order him about. How bold of you, Tokiomi. I would never dare. Clearly, he had no authority over the great lord he himself had summoned. To the king of heroes who wanted nothing more than amusement, Tokiomi, as a master, was less interesting than even Tokiomi's bewildered disciple. Very well. This king pardons your offense this once. Striking at the Greater Grail was, in effect, a direct provocation against the three founding families. But even setting that aside, the magical energy released by that noble phantasm strike just now had dwarfed the energy from Lancer's earlier provocation. Lancelot, could you fire a noble phantasm directly at the Greater Grail? Ritsuka asked. Fujimaru, that is a startling proposal. I have no idea what would happen, but for your safety it's best we don't. As a child, you were absolutely the type who threw firecrackers down the sewer, weren't you? Said Professor Elmeloy. Lord Elmeloy too. Then let's get out of here first. I'm afraid it's too late, master of my master. Lancelot raised his sword toward the sky. With a roll of thunder, the first to arrive was naturally Iskandar, the rider. Of all groups to show up, his was the one with no real opinions about the greater chalice. You've certainly got energy for someone fresh from a banquet. But you must already be exhausted after firing off a noble phantasm, warrior. Cutting you down now would only make me look like I was kicking a man when he's down. Iskandar stroked his chin. You underestimate my master, Lancelot answered coldly. I can unleash that strike countless times more. Anyone else would have been one thing, but this man, specifically. The King of Conquerors had successfully dispelled Yimi's earlier dislike of him, but Lancelot remembered exactly how the man had mocked his king at the banquet. Setting aside how startling his king's wish itself had been, is my king someone you get to laugh at? Have at thee, King of Conquerors. Break all chains. Wait, that servant intends to fire off two noble phantasms back to back. Waver yelped. The answer was yes. Iskandar gripped his reins, his face suddenly grave. Boy, hold on tight. Lightning wrapped around his chariot. The divine bulls slammed straight toward Lancelot. Gordius wheel, wheel of heaven's authority, type, anti-army noble phantasm range, 2 to 50. Maximum targets, 100. The legendary sword and the chariot consecrated to Zeus collided. A burst of frenzied mana ripped skyward, and the hill already shaved down by half was hammered into a full crater. The brooding little kitten snapped back to reality. Honestly, at her age you could solve most problems by handing her 2 pieces of candy. Yimi, what did you just see? Ritsuka held her tight, backing away from the clashing servants. The command spells might be capable of protecting her, but they shouldn't be squandered like this. What the Grail does, the kitten answered unhappily. To have such energy right after the party broke up, truly worthy of the first knight of the Round Table, Sir Lancelot. Saber, riding her motorcycle, had also arrived. Behind her, Irisville, arms around Saber's waist, had her eyes flattened into dots, her hair streaming straight back. Just 2 days ago, on the mountain roads, Saber had lectured her about how dangerous her riding was. Today Saber herself had taken the bike, and was driving faster than Irisville ever had. With the riding skill and invisible air cancelling out wind resistance, Saber, though her motorcycle was not noble phantasm class like Lancelot's, had pushed it to a speed rivaling the rider's chariot. But why does it have to be near the Greater Grail? Irisville asked, smoothing her hair and turning to Yimi with an expression that looked, somehow, betrayed. Are you intending to attack the Greater Grail? Why would you do that? Professor Kongming said so from the beginning, didn't he? The Grail is contaminated. Who are you making that face for? Ritsuka instinctively pulled Yimi behind her. Yimi stepped back out, frowned, and pointed at Irisveal. The Grail is for the materialization of the soul. Not a wishing cup. In such a short time, you've already analyzed the Greater Grail. Or did your class container tell you? Irisveal knelt down to look at her, faintly astonished. A small shake of the head. But ruler is not being precise. The Grail can use the infinite mana of materialization of the soul to grant wishes to a degree. By my command spell, write or defeat the enemy with everything you have. Waver's sudden command spell jolted Artoria's head up. Something felt off. How was her first night still going strong after 3 or 4 noble phantasms in a row? Yimi reached out and patted Irisveal's stomach. What's the matter? Irisveal froze mid-sentence as something began to surface from inside her body. With only Castor eliminated, the Grail's presence on her had been faint. Now Assassin was gone too. Even though Yimi hadn't listened when Lord Elmeloy II briefed everyone earlier, she could now smell something on Irisveal. After 5 servants fell in the Holy Grail War, the Lesser Grail's true form would be revealed and the vessel, Irisveal, would lose her life along with it. That was how it was supposed to go. But now Irisveal had been cleanly separated from it, unharmed. They had been one body, after all. Irisveal was certain this wasn't the work of Avalon, King Arthur's sheath, lodged inside her. Yimi's ears were still drooping. She looked listlessly at the object in her hands, then glanced at the system's display of her innate skill, materialization of the soul. She'd been so excited. So this was all the Grail did. Seeing that this group had snatched the Grail away, Kiritsugu, who had finally found a good vantage point in the distance, grew urgent and forgot entirely about who had used a command spell to keep Saber from engaging. Saber, fire a noble phantasm at ruler. Do not hit IRI. Chapter 127, Chapter 21. By my command spell 1450 words. Irisveal patted herself in a daze, feeling her connection to the Lesser Grail sever, as though she had become an ordinary homunculus again. For her, this was clearly a good thing. She'd been created for the sole purpose of serving as the Lesser Grail's vessel, but in her short 9 years of life she had found someone she loved, and given birth to a precious daughter of her own. Ruler, put down what you're holding. IRI, get back. In the face of Kiritsugu's command, Saber only leveled her invisible blade at Yimi. Saber, I don't think ruler is an enemy. Even as she said it, devoted as ever to Kiritsugu, Iri took a few steps back. Kiritsugu glanced at the single command spell still on his hand. He hesitated for a moment. He'd sensed it from the first time he used one. If Saber truly intended to resist a command spell, he might need 2 to force compliance. He had planned to keep at least 2 in reserve as insurance, but somehow he'd lost 1 along the way. And there were still 6 servants on the field. That's the Lesser Grail. Ritsuka stared at the cup-shaped object in Yimi's hand. It should only have absorbed 2 servants' worth of mana. Did Lancer secretly die when no one was looking? I can hardly pretend I didn't hear that, ruler's master. Speak of the devil. Diarmuid arrived, late and on foot, with no transportation of his own. How unusual. I thought I'd be the last to arrive. I assumed a proud servant like Archer would have been the first on the scene. You couldn't blame him for the low presence. Of the 7 servant slots, 5 had shown up to the banquet, not counting Assassin, whom everyone had dismissed from the start, and you can guess who hadn't been invited. Never mind all that, Lancer. The Grail has appeared early for whatever inexplicable reason. Stop standing there in a stupor. Don't let that absurd chivalry of yours cost us victory. Kainatha's voice carried an edge of impatience. Of course he was impatient. As one of the 12 lords of the clock tower, he had naturally a political engagement. But unlike most romance stories where neither party wants the arrangement, he genuinely loved his fiancée. He deeply regretted letting Soleui participate in this Holy Grail war, and even more regretted summoning Diarmuid as a backup, a servant whose myth was already stained with a legend of infidelity. That tear-shaped mole carried an innate charm effect. Whether for that reason or not, Sola had been openly infatuated with Lancer from the start, going as far as to belittle her own fiancé to defend the Mun. And of all things, that charm couldn't enchant Irisveal from the Einsburn family, or that brat of a master-serving ruler. It's the same chaos as the first night all over again. Lord Elmeloy-II's voice carried unmistakable fatigue. Shouldn't the urgent matter right now be stopping Lancelot's attack on Ryder? Are you trying to wrap up the entire Holy Grail war in one night? And why not? Diarmuid didn't understand. He leveled both spears at Yimi. She wears the face of a child, but I cannot pretend the spear she fired at me earlier didn't happen. As a fellow spear-wielding servant, I'd very much like to test the depth of her skill. This is my last command spell, Saber. Kiritsugu invoked it with a wince. Use your noble phantasm on ruler. Take back the Grail with everything you have. Master. Saber's hand trembled faintly. Invisible air dispelled. The wind blast pushed Irisveal back another stretch, and Excalibur the gorgeous, ravaged blade stood fully exposed to the open air. There was nothing she truly wanted to resist. The only thing holding her back was how close Irisveal still stood. Beyond that, yes, she had acknowledged ruler as a genuine child, but as one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and the strongest heroic spirit summoned to this Grail war, to show that child pity or mercy would only be an insult. Excalibur. Brilliant golden mana gathered along the blade, then erupted with her swing, sweeping over the small girl's body, and folding upward into a colossal pillar of light. Linked to Yimi by contract, Ritsuka of course knew the strike had done no damage. But she was a little puzzled. Her little kitten was already holding the Lesser Grail, and the Greater Grail was right there too. Were they really not worried about wrecking one of them? Here we go again. Saber saw it clearly now. Last time hadn't been coincidence. Bathed in the light, the little girl had twisted the attack meant for her sideways, dropping it onto someone else's head. Such a powerful noble phantasm produced no effect. Mid-question, Diarmuid's arm snapped rigid, leveling at the little girl. There was no doubt. Kenneth had used a command spell. Anyone seriously participating in the Holy Grail war knew exactly which obstacle to remove first. This ruler possesses a barrier-type noble phantasm for self-defense. Lancer, shatter it with your noble phantasm. Guy Dirge, the crimson rose of exorcism. Its blessing was the unraveling of magecraft. This isn't right. But after he swept the spear through, the little girl before him stood entirely unharmed. At the far end of the light, the strike materialized over the head of a stern-looking young homunculus, who had been scolding a white-haired, red-eyed little girl. The homunculus dropped dead on the spot. The little girl shrank against a wall, trembling. Yimi finally moved. With her other hand she summoned the Spear of Longinus, and blasted Diarmuid away the same as before, then looked down at the cup in her hands. She'd been still hoping to see what the Grail actually held. But she could smell something foul inside. At the same moment, Iskandar, still hovering in the sky, suddenly grabbed Waver and landed, because Lancelot's noble phantasm had just destroyed his chariot. Now we're in trouble. There's no mistake. That berserker has 0 mana cost. 0 mana cost. Is that even possible? Waver gaped. It is possible. Irisveal suddenly cut into their conversation, her gaze drifting to Ritsuka, who had so far done absolutely nothing. The third magic achieved by reaching the route through the Holy Grail. Materialization of the soul. Which produces infinite mana. Tokiomi Tosaka, observing the battle through a familiar from afar, felt something unbelievable and feverish flicker behind his eyes. Ruler's master was a true magic user. That was why she had been able to summon such a powerful servant. Kiritsugu, watching through his sniper rifle, felt his eyelid twitch wildly. He suddenly thought back to the one origin bullet he had wasted, the only one so far. Ritsuka felt their stares. Ritsuka was a little uncomfortable, because Ritsuka had done practically nothing in this Holy Grail war. But Ritsuka folded her arms across her chest and to ward off a surprise attack maintained an aura of inscrutable depth and said nothing. How are we supposed to beat a combination like that? Waver slumped to the ground, even slipping into a ducksit. Iskandar flicked him hard on the head. What was that for? You haven't given everything yet, and already you're giving up. Boy, don't you still have 2 command spells. Conveniently, I happen to have a treasure I'd like to show you as well. Right, command spells. Waver knew, even so, that they probably couldn't defeat this extra-class pairing. By my command spell writer, defeat Berserker with everything you have. If he didn't give it his all, he knew he would look back on this day with regret no matter how it ended. They seem to have misunderstood something, but this is your chance, Fujimaru. You hold the floor now. Stop the chaos. At the very least, get Lancelot to break off from Ryder, Lord Elmeloy too said, seizing on their reactions. The scene was too chaotic. Ritsuka didn't hear him. Ritsuka was lost in her own thoughts. It had only been a few days, and the Holy Grail War was already close to wrapping up. She'd seen command spells used several times in the last 10 minutes alone. She literally hadn't supplied a single point of mana the whole time, because she had never had this sweet a start in any singularity. Servants were doing the heavy lifting, and command spells were being handed out like candy. It seemed like everyone present had used a command spell except her. Should she use one herself, just to boost the participation rate? Ritsuka glanced at the command spells on her hand, and of her own volition used the first one of this Holy Grail War. By my command spell ruler, use a command spell on Berserker. Lancelot. Chapter 128, Chapter 22. God is here with me 1370 words, this king takes the briefest of breaks, and you all whip up the atmosphere of a final battle without my say-so. Truly impressive. Atop the flying noble phantasm known as Vimana, Gilgamesh lounged in the seat of honor, cheek propped on one hand, gazing down at the melee. Beside him, Tokiomi Tosaka was kicking himself raw. He had considered only the servant's strength and forgotten to consider whether the servant's personality, in life, would have meshed with his own. When I asked you to stop someone from attacking the Greater Grail, you wouldn't move. Now that the other teams are tearing each other apart, where sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight, would be the obvious move. Now you suddenly want to drop in on the show. Forget it. If this brawl actually escalated to the Greater Grail, the loss would outweigh any gain. And if he could exchange even a few words with the legendary true magic user, that alone would be a rare and valuable harvest. Tokiomi Tosaka consoled himself with that thought. So that is the Holy Grail. Let us hope it is not some shabby thing unworthy of this king's interest. Gilgamesh stroked his chin, and brought Vimana lower. There are far too many regrets in this world. Reality Marble, Ionioi Hitairoi, Army of the King. This was Iskandar's final card, a reality marble containing the tens of thousands of soldiers who had followed him in life. Each one counted as an independent servant in their own right, no noble phantasm, no class container, and not a few of them were braver men than Iskandar himself. King of conquerors. Truly worthy of an emperor whose name has echoed through the ages. Even after all his earlier reservations, Lancelot did not stint on his praise upon seeing a scene this magnificent. I'd actually meant to show this to Saber. Iskandar drew his sword and pointed it at Lancelot. I admire you greatly, but to extend an invitation now would only come across as an insult, wouldn't it? Lancelot dropped into his stance. Out of respect for you, once I have defeated you, I shall offer my praises to my king on your behalf. No, it appears my master's master would prefer you be left alive. Feeling the command spell's amplification wash over him, and recalling the effects of the command spells those two were tossing around, Lancelot felt a rush of helpless resignation. They might both have been a girl and a young woman, but their actions were honestly more unpredictable than even Kuriyamato's. Iskandar laughed. Now that is the greatest insult of all. I do not know whether your claim that the Grail is tainted is true, but apart from the final wish, isn't the entire charm of the Holy Grail wore the chance to drink and trade blows with heroes from other eras? Mana clung to Arondite with no hint of diminished output, like a layer of clear ocean reflecting on its surface the ideal the king of conquerors had once chased. The army surged past Iskandar and charged. Facing it stood an anti-army noble phantasm with no upper limit. We haven't really had a heart-to-heart yet, have we? Why bring this up now? The flag-raising tone of the question put a knot in Waver's stomach. Honestly, we've only spent a few days together, but a proper mutual understanding is necessary. Iskandar's gaze drifted to the blue light in the distance. It wasn't until I saw a modern world map that I realized what I had been chasing all my life was a dream made of mist. Let us go look upon the sea at the world's end. That's what I told them. And a whole company of men spent their entire lives chasing something that did not exist. Iskandar set Waver aside and mounted his warhorse. Do you regret it? Not in the slightest. Iskandar charged. Yimi pinched her nose and dropped the grail unceremoniously into Ritsuka's hands. She didn't want it anymore. Don't just throw it around. That thing has all the world's evil sealed inside. You felt it too, didn't you? Lord Elmeloy too had opinions. Can you handle what's inside it, ruler? Ritsuka looked down at the kitten. Probably. Again with the wishy-washy answer. Ritsuka mulled it over. The luminosite eternal she had seen Lady Jean use could it suppress, at least partially, the contamination of this world's evil. Ruler, what was that? Did you just redirect an attack meant for yourself onto an innocent person? Saber, fully shaken by the warping power, gripped her blade but did not strike again. I don't follow, but if you don't attack, nothing happens, does it? This time we didn't attack you first. And surely you haven't still got it into your head that the Grail's contamination is some story we made up. Ritsuka examined the lesser Grail in her hands, comparing it against the one she'd seen at Chaldea. She added, casually flexing, we have absolutely no need for this thing. So it was true. The girl was unmistakably a true magic user in command of the third magic. You weren't exactly speaking honestly from the start either. Wasn't she the one who first claimed the Grail was hers? Ritsuka ignored her and looked down at Yimi. What do we do next? Get it out first. The kitten reluctantly took the Grail back. This thing reeked. She had separated it from Irisveal, yes, but the fact remained that it had absorbed mana from 5 servants' worth before activating. So we still have to keep fighting. Are you sure you can resolve this, ruler? Please give an accurate and confident response. Lord Elmeloy too sounded mildly defeated. There wouldn't need to be more fighting. Ding under the kitten's light touch, the Grail glowed with brilliant radiance. Irisveal realized something. Are you trying to fill the Grail's required mana yourself? The mana needed to activate the Grail was an enormous figure. Not just any kind of mana would suffice, either. But the Grail itself was the central instrument the 3 founding families had devised to invoke the third magic. Topping it off with the infinite mana of the third magic was, admittedly, a bit backwards, but it was the most fitting battery imaginable. IRI, get back. A filth too foul to look at overflowed the cup's rim. A black mud substance poured out and instantly washed over Yimi's child-sized shoes. A stench only the kitten could smell saturated the air, and she dropped the cup on reflex. At this point, no matter how much hope they had clung to, they had no choice but to face the truth. Gilgamesh, on the verge of landing, abruptly braked. Tokiomi, who hadn't braced himself, nearly toppled overboard. In the distance, Kiritsugu, observing through his sniper scope, let his hands go slack. The Grail itself, the prize he had been willing to sacrifice his wife to win, triggered, in that instant, a small fracture in the conviction he had armored himself in for years. Kirai Kotomine, who had crept in to watch the show, instead curled a faint and unsettling smile across his face. It can't be. Who could have imagined that the Grail they had all entrusted their wishes to was something like this? Even with his 5 senses sealed off, Simply standing near it brought obvious revulsion. Saber squeezed her eyes shut in pain, and threw herself in front of Irisfield to shield her from the black mud spread. Ruler, destroy it now. This thing wasn't going to be that easily destroyed. There was nowhere to even run to. Within 10 minutes at most, the entire Greater Grailno, the entire city of Fuyuki would be drowned in this corrupting mire. SPLRCH-Ruler. Hands human-shaped but no larger than a child surged in dense waves toward the living beings on the ground, intent on dragging them under. Yimi used prana burst to sever the foul claws reaching for Ritsuka. In the same motion she drove the spear of Longinus into the mire, a sleight of hand that looked like she was releasing her key noble phantasm, but in fact set up the activation of her true one. God is here with me. Chapter 129, Chapter 23, with this, I am content 1363 words. What kind of foul substance is this? At a distance from the battlefield but not so far as to be safely away, Kenneth had deployed volumen hydrodrum at full coverage. The mercurial substance had wrapped him entirely in a sphere, a mystic code capable of withstanding even the demolition of a building. It was a collection piece worthy of being a family heirloom, and yet he had built it himself before the age of 25. Across the entirety of the clock tower, he was a genius without peer. Given that, jealousy was unavoidable. But against the contamination of all the world's evil, the masterpiece he had so prided himself on was being eaten through like paper. In that moment, Kenneth felt the first edge of dread. A cup leading to the root. This was clearly a trap meant to lure a genius like him into the open and kill him. Infant-sized hands crawled up his pant leg, all the way to his chest. In despair, all he could manage before he was dragged under was a furious curse, "Lancer, where are you, you useless?" "My lord, I'm here." Guy Dirge, the crimson rose of exorcism, shattered the bindings on Kenneth's body. Thanks to Yimi having blasted Lancer well clear of the field earlier, he was able to reach Kenneth at the critical moment. But the result was that the spear shaft used to free Kenneth and the entire arm holding it were instantly fused into the mud, seamlessly enveloped. No amount of stabbing with his second spear could pry them loose. "My lord, this holy grail war no longer holds any meaning. Please use your final command spell to order me to protect you. Even at the very end, you have to make a pretty speech of it. People like you are precisely the kind one can never fully trust." Kenneth raised the hand bearing his command spell. From start to finish, he had not once placed any real trust in his servant. Sola's one-sided infatuation. Lancer's own legend of dalliance with the betrothed of his Lord Finn. Even, in their few private exchanges, Lancer's quiet admission that he held no desire for the Grail at all. All of it added up. Every servant summoned into the Holy Grail war carried, in life, a wish of their own. There were no exceptions. Look at that ruler, even she was loudly insisting the Grail was hers. And here Lancer was, claiming he didn't want it. If that wasn't a lack of sincerity, what was? My lord, look out. The black mud was not simply filth. Like a living thing, it homed in first on the hand bearing the command spells, intent on engulfing Kenneth from the top down. Without hesitation, Diarmuid severed his own trapped arm with his shorter spear. A weapon designed for thrusts performed, in that one moment, an extraordinary cut. He shoved Kenneth bodily forward, knocking him a few paces clear, and took the next wave of mud meant for his lord. "Lancer, you, my lord, my true name is Diarmuid." "Forgive my discourtesy," Diarmuid mirrored what he had just done. With the last of his strength, he swept Gibid across and severed Kenneth's hand. The wound from the yellow rose of mortality cannot be healed. But when I die or when this spear is destroyed, the curse will fade with it. Kenneth ground his teeth, and clutched the stump of his arm. You finally did something human at the end, Diarmuid. People like you, I will never understand you, not from start to finish. Run, my lord. My only wish was to serve you faithfully to the very last. Nothing more. With this, I am content. The mud closed over him. Nothing but pretty speeches, you bastard. Did I tell you to die here? Kenneth tried to use a command spell, only to remember that the severed hand was the one that had borne them. Where could he run to anyway? The Grail differed from the records Lord Elmeloy too had researched and from the precedents he had studied. This time, the Grail was fully unsealed, and since Saber had not damaged it earlier, the contamination spilling out was at its full and complete saturation. Something seemed to pull at the mud. Against the pitch black covering the ground, an endless radiance bloomed in the night sky, replacing the absent sun. Ruler's noble phantasm. The first to register the change was Ritsuka, standing at its center. Warmth poured down across her face in utter, untroubled comfort she had not felt since the burning of human history. But the noble phantasm felt slightly different from the one Jean had wielded. Like fire stripping cotton, the black mud retreated wherever the light reached. So it had this effect too. Ritsuka half closed her eyes and turned toward the kitten at the center of it all. A single hand rested lightly on top of Yimi's head. "Why are you sighing again?" the kitten asked, baffled. She reached up to grab at the saint's robes. Her hand, of course, passed straight through. He really came. Dr. Roman, who had been shooed to one side for not having deep enough magecraft credentials, finally found a chance to speak. This was nothing like the noble phantasm they remembered. Embracing love and mercy in equal measure. The anointed one whom Ritsuka had once glimpsed in a dream, gazing with pity at the black mud the world had cast out. At its core was nothing but an ordinary young man onto whom every evil of the world had been forcibly heaped. Finding she couldn't touch him, Yimi looked up toward the endless light. She could faintly see, beyond it, what seemed to be another person, standing outside the world, tightly bound to her divinity, and to the saint beside her looking down through layer upon layer at her small figure. This was an anomaly she had not encountered in the previous worlds. Perhaps it was another effect drawn out by this world's tendency to materialize noble phantasms. It can't be. He's not. Waver, his servant having been defeated and the reality marble dispersing, pointed a shaky finger near the kitten, then realized the gesture was rude and hastily clenched his hand shut. Weren't they supposed to be 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Who had spread that fake intel? The outcome of this Holy Grail war had been decided before it ever began. Irisveal found her own hands folding in front of her without thinking. Having only just earned the right to pursue her own happiness, she prayed for her daughter, and for her husband, whose dream was still so innocently pure. There was a doctrine that God exists as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, 3 persons in one. What in the world is this ruler? How could the Holy Grail war possibly continue? A servant with a noble phantasm like this, casually holding the spear of Longinus, this self-styled ruler, was nothing as simple as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse she had first presented as. She merely stood there, looking down. The mud staining the earth withdrew of its own accord. It looked like purification and also like the simple expulsion of misfortune. The Grail rose into the air on its own. The saint's silhouette extended a hand and brushed it gently. What he touched was the extra servant dragged into the 3rd Holy Grail war, and Gramenu. There was no hesitation, no drag. Even after the last inch of black mud receded, the radiance did not dim. This time the kitten didn't need the saint's prompting. The divinity around her had not yet fully overwhelmed her, and she bent down to retrieve the spear. Some of the absence of joy and grief seemed to be lifting. Once the saint had departed, the now purified and fully charged Grail descended slowly into Yimi's small hand. She glanced at it. She still couldn't muster the slightest interest. She rose on her tiptoes and held it out to Ritsuka. Ritsuka came back to herself and looked down at the little girl. "Who exactly is he to you?" Roman asked, voicing the question pressing on everyone's mind. "The old geezer." The kitten raised a paw. Chapter 130, Chapter 24, The End. 1333 words. What does someone think about when they are buried beneath all the world's evil? Kiritsugu and Kenneth were undoubtedly the 2 unluckiest of the lot. They had both, out of caution, stationed themselves on the outer edge of the Holy Grail war. The result was that when all the world's evil burst forth, that ruler immediately unleashed a noble phantasm broad enough to nearly cover all of Fuyuki so that the people positioned closest to the Grail took no damage at all. There was no escape. The black mud was actively repelled outward from the center of the light. The man farthest from it, Kiritsugu, took the full force of the wave head-on. The moment he blacked out, his consciousness slipped into the interior of the Grail. Where am I? He glanced around. An ordinary room. In one corner sat a television. Kiritsugu had a faint inkling. If I were to win this Holy Grail war, how would the Grail grant my wish? The television clicked on by itself. One ship carries 300 people. Another carries 200. You can repair one of them. The other ship's people are loudly demanding you fix theirs first. What would you do? Kiritsugu frowned. He smelled blood on the question. He opened the door to the room and realized he was in fact in the cabin of a ship. Out on the deck, blood was everywhere. This is Kiritsugu Amiya. Correct. What kind of joke was this? Kiritsugu took a step back. Memory of his own past flooded in. His father had been a magus marked with a sealing designation, and his mother had been killed by pursuers when he was very young. In childhood, the girl he had loved like a sister had studied his father's research a magecraft that could petrify flowers, and one day, out of curiosity, she had used it on herself to see what would happen. She'd become a dead apostle. The girl had begged him to understand her, but he hadn't been able to bring himself to act. The disaster spread to the entire town. Naturally, the Mages Association and the Holy Church intervened. They had come for Kiritsugu's father, the root cause, but in the end it was Kiritsugu himself who pulled the trigger, exacting justice on his own blood. It was then that he met the second person he would ever truly love, his teacher, both mentor and mother to him. She was the one who had truly shaped his life. She wasn't quite a magus belonging to any orthodox faction. She was, simply put, a bounty hunter who took whatever job paid. She was the reason he became the magus killer. In her hands, Kiritsugu spent nearly his entire adolescence. The origin bullets had been crafted with her help. Until, on a mission to assassinate a dead apostle on a plane, the target had held back a final card and converted every human on board save for the teacher into dead apostles. She holed up in the cockpit, staying in contact with him over the radio. After we get back safely from this one, I'll start looking after you the way a proper mother should. Though I'm not sure if I'll make it back this time. Kiritsugu still remembered those words. You'll come back. You will, he had said even as he assembled a rocket launcher and trained it on the descending passenger plane she was piloting. What kind of catastrophe would a plane full of dead apostles bring if it landed safely? Sacrifice the few to save the many. That had been his definition of justice. Because he never wanted things to be that way again, he wanted to win the Holy Grail war and wish for world peace. He came out of the vision. The black mud on his body had been dispelled by the saint's manifestation. Kiritsugu lay slumped on the ground. But the so-called Holy Grail, was that really what it was? The light was so warm. Brying, his phone was ringing. His assistant. Kiritsugu stared blankly for a long while. He didn't pick up until the ringing had gone on for nearly 20 seconds. You have a call. From Ilya. Kiritsugu frowned. He had, out of caution, prepared 2 phones. The one in his hand had only 2 contacts, Iri and Mia. Setting aside the matter of the phone number, given the Einsborn family's stance, Ilya, who was in a sense their leverage, shouldn't have been able to make a call out at all. She's crying very hard. Says many people in the Einsborn family are dead. Only a handful are still alive. The maid taking care of her, for example. Mia's voice was flat, but threaded with helplessness. You couldn't blame her for the vagueness of the report. Putting together a coherent picture from a sobbing little girl was no easy task. A child that age didn't necessarily produce complete sentences to begin with. Kiritsugu looked up at the radiance fading from the sky. He still had a wife and daughter, and his assistant. He wasn't left with nothing. Was this a second chance at atonement granted to him by God? But if there was truly a God, why would the world be filled with so much sin? The Grail's yours. Yimi reached out and patted Ritsuka on the waist. Do we still have to keep fighting? Ritsuka looked down at the fully purified cup in her hands. Doctor, has Spirit Ron transfer come back online? The signal was gone. It looked like, at the very least, they weren't leaving anytime soon. After Yimi had answered the doctor's earlier question, he had been stunned for a long while. Anyone would have been. There was a faint, dizzying tug. The cup seemed to want to take her somewhere, but Yimi's materialization of the soul mana had gone strangely stable inside it, holding the lesser grail at saturation without triggering activation. Seeing the object in her hands, Tokiomi's breathing turned heavy. Servants like Diarmuid, who held no real desire for the grail, were the minority. Are we continuing or not? Ritsuka casually tucked the grail into her coat. This was the grail her holy grandchild had given her. That made it hers. Tokiomi nearly succumbed to a flash impulse to abandon all dignity and grovel at the little girl's feet. The ideal his three founding families had pursued for generations was right there in front of him, and he simply could not take it back. How could it be? He looked down at the single and used command spell on his hand. This king's only view of the Holy Grail was that as part of this king's collection, it ought not be sullied by a herd of mongrels. As an actor, that performance was abysmally bad. But as a gift, bestowing it upon you is not unthinkable. However, Gilgamesh propped his cheek on one hand, his crimson eyes fixed on Ritsuka. If you believe that a show of force is enough to make this king back down, then I have no choice but to call you a mongrel as well. He was in a foul mood. Of course he was. The pivotal figure of the entire war hadn't even gotten to declare the true name of a single noble phantasm. I'd love to contest it, but the match is already lost. Beside him, the king of conquerors began to shimmer with spirit Ron particles. He looked over at Artoria. Little lady. You have a fine retainer. My apologies. The opponent was also a king whose name will echo through history. Holding back proved more difficult than expected. That was Lancelot's report. And in passing I noticed Lancer has left the field as well. Which meant that, excluding the masters who hadn't really been combatants, to begin with the only servants left on the field were the three of them. Lancelot dropped to one knee before Artoria, and offered up his blade. The only wish I held for entering this Holy Grail war was a single one. Chapter 131, Chapter 25, Exit 1258 words. All three command seals had been used, and she'd already burned through the mana spent firing her noble phantasm on top of that. Forget swinging a sword at a saint, she didn't even have the strength left to spar with Lancer. The crux of it, Kiritsugu, her master, had given up. It seemed the situation itself had defaulted to ending the Holy Grail war, or perhaps the Greater Grail itself had been damaged in the chaos of the brawl, because the remaining servants were being sent back as well. A little galling, really. She had pinned every hope on that elusive cup. A dream, and not a particularly long one. But in the end, even if the Holy Grail had been uncorrupted, could it really have granted her wish to change everything? The one who answered was Bedivere, among the very first to take a seat at the round table. It seems I saw Sir Lancelot. A man who really does cause one no end of trouble. Lancelot. I'm sure his thoughts, too, came to rest with you, my king. We went through so much, but in the end we were all knights of the round table, gathered around our king, were we not? Bedivere offered his pained consolation. Is that so? Artoria closed her eyes. She seemed to return to the day she had drawn that sword and to Merlin, that heartless man. Even then, she had already known the ending. Perhaps she was not suited to be king. Perhaps someone else would have done better. Return to the day the king was chosen, that, in truth, was her real wish. If I gave you all another chance, would you still choose to follow me? She did not speak the words aloud. Had King Arthur's life been a brilliant one? Had her decision regarding Sir Lancelot been too cruel? Bedivere, take my sword. Pass through this forest, cross the blood-stained hill, and on the far side of that hill, cast my sword into the deep lake. Go, Bedivere. The little kitten looked down at her own small paws. She'd still never been formally taught magecraft of any kind, otherwise she could have settled the matter of all the world's evils on her own, using only the third magic. How boring. If I'd known it would end this quickly, I'd have given Kirai some proper guidance, taught him to do something interesting. Gilgamesh laughed coldly, glancing down at the spirit particles dissolving from his body. Tokiomi watched him go, faintly disdainful of the remark. After spending this long with him, how could he not know what kind of person his own student was? Just as Father Risei had said, Kirai was a saint, a moon without worldly desire. Tokiomi was perfectly satisfied with that. Watching Gilgamesh finally vanish, Tokiomi let out an internal sigh of relief. He'd been starting to feel that if this went on, his servant might kill him before the Grail was even won. Killing one's master and switching to another before disappearing was entirely feasible. My king! How could a sinner such as I ever earn your forgiveness? The only servants still present were Yimi and the Lancelot she'd contracted, and even at the end, he had not received the judgment he longed for. Ritsuka patted his shoulder in comfort. Good evening, esteemed Lady Mage. Tokiomi addressed Ritsuka the moment she arrived, his eyes fixed on the small grail in her hands, mana practically spilling out of it. The men seemed to be operating under some kind of misunderstanding, but Ritsuka saw no need to correct him. If anything, she edged the grail a little further behind her back, to prevent him from getting any ideas he shouldn't be having. Archer's master, you must be Tosaka Tokiomi. It was Lancelot who recovered first and answered him. He remembered, of course. Back when he was still serving Korea, the man had once gone to the toilet, found no paper, and still managed to claim that Tosaka Tokiomi had stolen it. Korea's servant. Tokiomi knew of him as well. In fact, were it not for the abrupt change of master, he had been planning to go and settle things with Korea. He had never been fond of the Mun. A scion of one of the 3 founding families who had voluntarily severed his ties to magecraft, and worse, though Korea had already taken himself out of the war, he was technically a romantic rival. Tokiomi composed himself into his usual elegant posture. If your master has been transferred, that means Korea is most likely dead. Aoi and Rin will be very upset to hear it. And if I told you he was alive and well, would that hit you hard? Lancelot looked him up and down, faintly disappointed. So this is what a modern magus looks like. No wonder Mato Korea hates you so much. Perhaps it really would be better for Sakura to be raised by him. There was no normal human warmth in the Mun. The names he'd just listed, Aoi and Rin, hadn't even included Sakura. In truth, men like Tokiomi were what counted as normal magi. Whether that was its own kind of tragedy, who could say? What do you mean? Why Korea? Tokiomi frowned. He had sent Sakura to the Meta family precisely so as not to waste her magecraft potential. How could she possibly be raised by an ordinary man like Korea? That was certainly not what the Meta Patriarch had told him at the time. Lancelot had no intention of replying. He turned to Ritsuka. The Holy Grail war is over, master of my master. Should I be on my way as well? Yimi, you coming back to Chaldea with us? Ritsuka looked down at the little cat. Yimi was the card Ritsuka most wanted to pull right now. The kitten shook her head. I'm going home. This world had no quest and the cup was useless. Ritsuka and the others misunderstood completely. The job was done, of course, she was returning to the divine realm. At least wait until I've made contact with Chaldea before you go. Speaking of which, I haven't properly explained Chaldea's nature to Sir Lancelot yet. It's abrupt to put it this way, but saving the human order is going to need your help. Right now Lancelot's contract was anchored to Yimi, sustained entirely by her bottomless mana. It could be transferred to Ritsuka, but Ritsuka's own mana wasn't enough to maintain a servant of his caliber without Chaldea's backing. Human order. What exactly is? Though the Grail War has ended, leaving a lady alone in the wilderness goes against the Knight's code. He meant Irisveal. She has a husband watching her, don't go meddling. Ritsuka scooped Yimi up by the rear, took the Grail in her mouth, and walked off just like that. There were horses available, but the motorcycle Lancelot had ridden on had been demolished by his own hands. Sir Lancelot, there's another motorcycle over here, hurry, steal it. That one belongs to my king. A knight cannot simply steal. It's over, isn't it? Judging by the way Saber looked when she left, I think she made peace with it. Irisveal watched the place where Artoria had vanished, then drew out her phone to call Kiritsugu and let him know she was safe. She had never imagined that she, too, would have the right to live on as a wife. But Kiritsugu's wish and Ilya's situation -iri, let's live well from here on. Kiritsugu's first words were just that. Tomorrow, let's go get Ilya back. Chapter 132, Chapter 26, The Red 1628 words. Yimi, what are you reading? Ritsuka looked over at the little cat sitting on the bed. She was reading a manga, her short legs swinging in the air because they couldn't reach the floor. Compared to books full of words she didn't recognize, illustrated ones were clearly easier for a child to get into. The kitten held up the volume in her paws. A story about a fat guy and a little boy. Ritsuka froze, then quickly took the manga from her hands to look. Nothing technically wrong with that. Ritsuka sat down beside Yimi, scooped her up, settled her on her lap, and then rested her chin on the kitten's head, right between the two ears. You really won't come back to Chaldea with me? She let her voice go deliberately whiny, playing for sympathy. I'm going back to my own home. The kitten butted her chin with the top of her head. Then I'll just hold you while I still can. Once she got back, she'd have to face the pressure of saving the human order, and Yimi's guardians at home probably had their own demands on her after all. The king of mages, who incinerated the human order, had ties to God himself in a sense. That easygoing refusal to force things, that was exactly why Ritsuka got along with most servants. Lancelot, dressed in a suit, walked in. I drove off something outside that seemed to be a familiar. Also, someone in holy church vestments came by. I sent them on their way too. Sir Lancelot, you didn't randomly strike up conversations with any women out there, did you? Lancelot flushed despite himself. That was purely out of concern and courtesy for a lady. I have never approached any woman with any other intent. He pivoted, stiffly. I have a rough understanding of the incineration of the human order now. I'd be happy to help you, but please don't forget that my Saint Graf is berserker. I'm not going to give up on someone willing to help just because of their class. Ritsuka flopped backward onto the bed, pulling Yimi down with her, and held the grail up, turning it in her hands. It really was different from the other grails they'd recovered. There was a distinct feeling that using it would suck her straight into the root. This was the thing that had nearly driven the impossibly elegant Tosaka Tokiomi to outright beg her. Better not to play with that, honestly. Your aptitude has its limits, Ritsuka. Who knows what would happen if you actually reached the root by accident. Roman had finally come through on comms. Doctor, is ray shift available again? I'll send the mystic codes through first. Use them to transfer Sir Lancelot's contract to yourself. The doctor rubbed his eyes. Honestly, I'd thought there'd be a toad standing guard over this Holy Grail war afterward. After all, a toad was what had blasted Ritsuka into the singularity in the first place. What that toad even was, he'd researched all night, and turned up nothing. Lord Elmeloy too, the real talent in matters of magecraft, had no insights either. If anything, the man had been faintly depressed ever since Iskandar's exit. The other puzzle, no matter how hard he racked his brain, Roman couldn't place the kitten. He genuinely didn't recognize the little creature, but a single noble phantasm summoning the Lord himself was a thing that had actually happened. Not even the king of mages could pull that off. Such a beautiful opening, and it had to happen in a parallel world. If only at a singularity standing before the fake who called himself the king of mages they could have summoned a teammate like this. Wouldn't that have been a delightful little shock for him? Then I guess this is goodbye, Yimi. The little cat batted her paw in farewell. Perhaps the prior contract with Yimi had conferred some lingering benefit, because even after the transfer, Sir Lancelot didn't slip into mad enhancement. A rational berserker, with no mad enhancement EX on his stat panel. Ritsuka was unspeakably grateful for that. So this is the last line of defense for the human order. Lancelot gazed wistfully through the window at the swirling snow. I've never seen a sight quite like this. I'll be counting on you from now on, Sir Lancelot. Ritsuka swung the grail in her hand and headed briskly off in one direction. Where are you going, master? Lancelot followed, confused. I'm wondering if I can use this grail as a catalyst to summon someone. Can I roll Yimi again with this? A startling line of thought. A sudden, massive force slammed straight into Lancelot's face, sending him spinning 3 full rotations in midair down the corridor before he embedded himself in the wall. I was so worried about you. A pink-haired girl with bangs covering one eye had come flying out of one of the rooms, and on her follow-through she'd batted Lancelot away with the shield in her hand. Ritsuka braked hard, the soles of her shoes screeching. Little Eggplant makes her entrance under wildly unexpected circumstances. But why are you in full combat gear inside the base? And why attack Sir Lancelot? She glanced down at her shoes she'd already instinctively stopped. Then, ditching the brake, she pretended to lose her balance and collapsed into Mash's arms. I don't know. I just saw an incredibly suspicious man, exactly the kind of awful guy who'd deliberately catch a woman's attention, and then play innocent following senpai. So I acted decisively. Mash's reply was completely serious, and she rapped the shield against the floor a couple of times. Don't worry, senpai. I made sure to use the back of the shield. The back. That familiar feeling, surely you're not. Lancelot crawled out of the wall, staring at Mash in disbelief. But why a girl? No, perhaps it's better this way. Without even letting me finish, here it comes again. Today's little Eggplant seemed to be in a particularly foul mood. Fuyuki City had returned to its everyday peace. To the average citizen, the only big news of the past few days was the child-abducting serial killer, and the sudden gas explosion in the river, both of which had everyone on edge. Tosaka Tokiomi stood beside his wife, looking at the small girl in front of them. A familiar face that had become, somehow, a little foreign. The head of the Meta family had died in some kind of accident, the Einsburns had been wiped out under unknown circumstances. The 3 founding families had been reduced to the Tosakas alone, and naturally he wasn't going to leave Sakura at the Meta house wasting time. He noticed her expression hadn't really changed, but he had no way of knowing that the light in the little girl's eyes was a hard-won gift that Korea had spent these recent days carefully restoring. Daddy and Mommy have come to take you home. I don't have a daddy. Sakura clutched at Korea's clothes. Uncle Korea is Sakura's foster father. What are you saying? Stop fooling around, Sakura. Don't you remember Mommy? Tosaka Aoi forced a smile, knelt, and clapped softly as she held out her hands. In the past, that one gesture had been enough. Sakura would come running and throw herself into her arms. But today the little girl only hid behind Korea again. Let's go, Uncle Korea. Korea rested a hand on the girl's head and glared at the man across from him. Tosaka Tokiomi. I am not handing Sakura back to a man like you. You'd just take our child from us, Korea. You're a single grown man. Do you even understand what you're doing? The one who fired back was Tosaka Aoi, covering her mouth as though about to cry. You don't know what happened. None of you have any idea. Korea clenched his fists. The infatuation he'd carried for Aoi was fading, right there in the moment. You magi don't have feelings the way normal people do. Even if you ever bothered to look into To really look into how disgusting that ancient worm was Uncle Korea, let's go. Sakura tugged at his clothes, making it clear this was not a child's tantrum. From a distance, Kodomin Kirai watched, idly touching the corner of his own mouth. Watching something this twisted brings me. While that domestic drama unfolded, over on the other side of the park, hey, idiot, what are you thinking about? The Mata family's other brat huffed warm breath onto his fingers, charging them up, and flicked the red-haired boy hard on the back of the head. A friend he'd made just in the past couple of days. That hurt, Shinji. Do that again and I won't play with you anymore. The red-haired boy rubbed the sore spot. Sorry, my bad. Still thinking about that chick. Shinji clapped a hand over his mouth in mock astonishment. Don't tell me you have a crush on her. How could I? I'm just worried. The red-haired boy stared down at the slingshot in his hand. Worried about what? It's been a while since I've seen her. The Fuyuki child abducting serial killer had never been caught. Since that day, the red-haired boy had never again caught sight of the foul-mouthed little girl. In his heart, he already knew the answer. That fierce, monstrous red-haired figure he'd seen that day was the same child abducting serial killer stalking Fuyuki. That girl probably wasn't coming back. The boy clenched his fist. Why hasn't the killer been caught even now? Is there really such a thing as justice in this world? End of volume. Volume, Eastern Wonderland, Gensokyo, Chapter 133, Chapter 1. Hakurei Raimu 1259 words. Unlike before, this new world didn't sink her mana over into something else. System, refill energy. Host energy has been drawn to refill the portal. Under the little cat's confused gaze, portal energy ticked up by just 5%, and then a 48 hours cooldown timer popped up underneath. Compared to the early days, when a tiny percentage refill would leave her feeling drained, the Yimi who'd been stuffed full of third magic now had effectively limitless mana. There was no way it should be capping out at a measly 5%. In response to host's confusion, this system is a travel system. Travel means stopping to enjoy the scenery along the way. The system's autonomous portal refill rate has been throttled accordingly. Then at least restock the quests I should have gotten out of the last world. Yimi pawed unhappily at the system's intangible panel. Not only had the last world had no main quest, she'd dropped 100 energy to leave it, and racked up barely any achievements either. If this world has no quests, this kitty is gonna chew you out. She flicked through the quest log. Main quest, become the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. Side quests, a peculiar one. This time, it wasn't asking her to beat anyone up. Gensokyo, a place established in 1885 under the leadership of the Yukai sages and others, carved out as a refuge for legendary creatures, legendary by modern human reckoning, anyway, in a world increasingly committed to science. The whole region was sealed off by 2 layers of barrier. The outer was the boundary of fantasy and reality, the inner, the great Hakurei barrier. In principle, that was. Occasionally outsiders, people, or objects still slipped in. Which was why, in a place like the old-fashioned human village, you could sometimes spot something distinctly modern, like a manga. The home of the generations of Hakurei Shrine Maidens who guarded Gensokyo was, naturally, Hakurei Shrine. The shrine itself sat right on the boundary line, at the edge of the barrier, which was where Yimi had landed. An odd building. And made of wood at that. Not at all similar, really, and yet Yimi couldn't help thinking of the little wooden cabin Rayleigh had built on Amazon Lily. The strangest thing of all, though, was the big box sitting in front of the door. Yimi padded over and peered down at it. Several wooden slats had been set across the top. Beyond that, it was completely empty. She couldn't even tell what it was for. Mew, carrot. For the first time in ages, Yimi shifted back to full cat form, and hopped up onto it. She measured the gap between the wooden slats with her whiskers. Way too narrow, no chance of squeezing through. But it had been so long since she'd seen a proper box, and she was going in regardless. Clack dash congratulations, host, for achieving forced entry, Overlord style. Reward, portal energy plus 5%. Maybe the shrine couldn't bear to replace such an old fixture, or maybe troublemakers had once jammed odd things in there. Either way, the kitten didn't have to push hard at all before the wooden slats broke clean. She tucked her limbs in. Boxed up in the security only a cat can know, and having been up early before the dimension jump, Yimi quickly felt drowsiness creep in. The shrine doors slid open. A young woman in a sleeveless red and white Miko outfit, a big bow on her head, stepped out and looked, expressionless, at the two broken slats by the donation box. She walked over, peered down and saw a lump of suspiciously dyed fur curled up inside, its body rising and falling as it breathed. Raimu pulled out her gohei and gave the thing a gentle poke. A paw emerged from the ball of fur, batted the gohei gently aside, and tucked itself back in to keep sleeping. The girl reached straight in, grabbed the cat by the scruff, and hoisted her out. It didn't quite look the part, but the panda-like markings made it hard not to assume the thing was a yukai. Not that this was the important point. Raimu looked down at her long-neglected donation box. She'd just recently dragooned, shaken down, a male half-yokai, one of Blackhand White's friends, into repairing it. And he'd dared use materials this shoddy to fob her off. She weighed the seemingly innocent ball of fur in her hand. Where did you hide the 5 million in offerings from inside my box? Hand it over, now. You don't have it. Then you're tonight's extra dish. Yimi raised a paw. This kitty's no pushover either. Raimu dodge. The shout from overhead snapped her out of it. There was only one person who'd come barreling all the way out here this early in the morning and be this noisy. The annoying one who was always dropping by. The very same Marissa who'd recommended that half-yokai to her, so by some loose arithmetic, this meant Marissa had been the one to repair her donation box with junkwood. Who knew what had gotten into Marissa today? As a human she somehow couldn't even fly. Hurtling toward them in a wobbling arc, Raimu set the cat down, then squared up against the incoming Marissa with the gohei held in both hands. Standard baseball bat grip. In a panic, she yanked her broom's nose up and just barely managed to break midair, stopping a bare 5 centimeters from Raimu's face. Her tipped-up rear came so close that the safety shorts almost mashed against Raimu's nose. That was close. Days, you weren't actually about to swing at me, were you? You're the one who came flying at me. Raimu poked her in the rear with the gohei. Marissa hopped off the broom, red-faced, and tossed it aside. Not my fault. This morning I found out Kurin swapped my broom on me. Didn't realize the handling was off until I was already airborne. Raimu had zero interest in the story. She looked down to find the kitten she'd dropped a moment ago. A faint surprise. A skittish little thing like that, you'd think she'd have bolted after all that commotion. Definitely a yukai, then. But Marissa was determined to finish her story. Sure, that broom was originally swiped from him in the first place, but when I took it over and asked him to fix it, he handed me a broom for cleaning toilets to fob me off. Outrageous. You got a cat, Raimu. Raimu picked Yimi up. She's a cat I've raised for 10 years. I've never seen her before. Marissa wasn't buying it. Yimi nudged Raimu's hand with her front paw. Auntie, you've got the wrong cat. And today, you broke her. Raimu tried to force 2 tears out on cue. I didn't even crash into her. Her legs are broken. Raimu held Yimi up by the scruff in one hand, and prodded her hind legs with the other. Joints all bent the wrong way after the impact, they only bend backward now. Cats are literally like that. No matter how mournfully you spin it, I do not have money to pay you. Raimu clicked her tongue and swung the little cat lightly back and forth, watching her 2 dangling hind legs swing left and right. Just an ordinary cat. With markings this bizarre, and willing to let anyone pick her up. Raimu tossed Yimi off to the side. Set her loose. What are you looking at me like that for? I don't make a habit of eating cats. Chapter 134, Chapter 2, First time meeting such a brazen Yukai 1262 words as the Hakurei shrine maiden who guarded Gensokyo, Reimu was a very busy girl. There were donation boxes to check for the occasional miraculous offering, fairies to drive off when they came to dump rubbish into said boxes, the odd outing to see if any incidents had broken out, the rare chance of catching some Yukai who happened to have spare cash they didn't want. And on top of all that, she had to dust the shrine. The entire burden rested on the shoulders of one underage girl, and her single greatest leisure indulgence was steeping herself a cup of not particularly precious tea. Sip, sip, sip. The cat she had released hadn't actually left. In fact, while Reimu was looking the other way, it had jumped onto the table and started lapping at the tea she'd only just brewed. When Reimu came back over, Yimi licked her lips and put on a face that said nothing happened here, staring up innocently. The water in the big cat's bowl was always the tastiest. That tea was worth 5 million. Reimu snapped, drawing her gohei again. Smiley face, Yimi spun around and bolted. An angry chase was the perfect seasoning for this particular drink, because it made the cat feel like she'd really gotten away with something. Yimi leapt left and right to dodge the ofuta Reimu was hurling at her, then turned and dashed out the door. What the little cat hadn't expected was that the red-white big cat was startlingly nimble. In 2 or 3 bounds, she had Yimi snatched up by the scruff. Reimu carried her by the back of the neck, just like before, and stormed off toward the entrance of the Forest of Magic. Her destination turned out to be what looked like a little curio shop. "Reimu, can I help you?" The male shopkeeper standing in the doorway reading a book immediately began hiding the valuable items. "What's with that motion?" "I'm not Marissa." Rinosuke Morichika, nickname Kurin, race, half-yokai. He ran a curio shop called Kurindu. He had a habit of taking interest in objects that drifted in from the outside world, and possessed the curious ability to see at a glance the name and function of any item though never how to actually use it. Reimu plopped Yimi down on a shelf without ceremony. "You buying cats?" "I don't deal in live animals. And while we're at it, would it kill you to actually pay for something now and then?" Kurin hurriedly began stashing the edible items on the shelf so the cat wouldn't get at them. Reimu helped herself to a bag of snacks off the shelf, tearing it open as a stand-in for breakfast. "I haven't even started on the bill for that shoddy wood you used to patch up my donation box. What kind of wood crumbles the moment you touch it?" Kurin looked genuinely puzzled at that. "It shouldn't have, that was made from Marissa's brew ahem. You're the one who didn't pay, and you still expect me to do quality work. Then take this in trade." Reimu poked Yimi on the head, then crossed her arms. "This cat just stole tea worth 5 million. In exchange for 1 solid gold donation box. That's not unreasonable, right? Where does anyone get tea worth 5 million? Reimu waved a hand. "Fine, I'll give you a discount. 20, sold. System, achievement unlocked, a crummy cat worth 20 bucks. Reward, plus 5% portal energy. Mew mew mew. That's not a question of price. Is this actually a cat?" Kurin pushed up his glasses and peered closely at Yimi. Yimi was tilting her head to eye the snacks Reimu had just opened. Kurin produced a magnifying glass and examined Yimi's face through it. "I'm sure I've read about this in a book from the outside world. This should be a rare species called a panda. By the size, this one's a cub. System, achievement unlocked, calling a deer a horse. Reward, plus 5% portal energy." Not counting the time she'd spent sleeping, she'd been in this world less than an hour, hadn't done a thing, and was already racking up achievements left and right. This world deserved praise. Or maybe it had something to do with staying in cat form. Last world she'd been in human form throughout, and walked away with only 2 achievements total. Rare species. Then a solid gold donation box is more than fair, right? The girl's interest was firmly fixed. "I already said I don't deal in live animals. Still, if this species came in from the outside world, my memory is that their diet is rather unusual compared with ordinary bears." Kurin turned, rummaged, and pulled from a corner a bamboo shoot he'd been saving as a drinking snack. He held it out to the kitten. Yimi sniffed at it, then batted it aside with one paw. That's odd. Is this bear picky? Or perhaps... Kurin fetched a metal spoon from a drawer and held it under Yimi's nose. There are rumors this creature is also called the iron-eating beast. Yimi smacked that aside too. Kurin pushed his slightly reflective glasses back up and delivered his verdict. This is just an ordinary cat. This is a precious panda. Raimu scooped Yimi back into her arms and stroked her fur with the air of doting. Since you won't buy her, then at least tell me where I can sell rare animals. I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. It'd feel like I was an accomplice to fraud. Kurin turned, dug through another box, and pulled out a tin of dried small fish he'd been saving for himself, holding it out. Yimi finally showed interest. Not afraid of people, and I can't sense any yokai power from her. This is probably just a house cat that wandered out of the human village. It's no small feat that she made it all the way to your shrine without getting eaten. You could ask around there if she has an owner, they might pay you a reward for bringing her home. You're right. I should ask around to see who's lost a panda. Raimu pinched her chin, brow furrowed in thought. Kurin tried again. And if there's no owner, you could keep her yourself. Living all alone out in the middle of nowhere has to get lonely, doesn't it? A little affection wouldn't hurt. It might even soften the red-white murderer image the yokai have of you. Who's a red-white murderer? And why would I care about my image among yokai? It's because you yokai keep wandering over to my place that nobody comes to make offerings. Raimu slipped the dried fish into her sleeve. And who told you I lived alone? There's still a turtle in the pond. She'd nearly forgotten about him herself. She'd take a few dried fish back as a little treat for Genji. Even so, I assent, keeping the balance between humans and yokai the duty of the Hakurai Shrine Maiden. Yimi's ears twitched at the keyword. She pawed at Raimu's hand, ignoring the system's old warning that little cats suddenly speaking would scare people, and asked in a clear child's voice, "Are you the Hakurai Shrine Maiden?" It talked. So you really are a yokai. Pay me back for my tea. The kitten patted her hand again, polite. Could you put me down? And let me be the Hakurai Shrine Maiden for a while. This was the first time Raimu had ever met a yokai with this kind of nerve. Chapter 135, Chapter 3, just say you were the one smoking 1341 words. She couldn't sell the cat, and now the cat had latched onto her. Raimu tipped the dried fish out into the pond beside the shrine. No response came back. Don't tell me. She poked at the turtle shell hiding beneath the water with her gohei. Yimi, still plastered with ofuda from head to tail, padded leisurely over and dipped her head to nibble at one of the fish floating on the surface. Then an ancient, enormous turtle head suddenly erupted from the water. Mew mew mew. The little cat shrieked, flipped backward in midair, and on pure instinct fled to hide behind Raimu's legs. Sorry, it's been a while since I came by. Roughly since she'd learned to fly on her own, in fact. I'm busy every day, you know. After she said it, the girl caught a distinct note of doubt in Genji's eyes. And there's also... Raimu glanced down, unimpressed, at the small cat who, the moment she opened her mouth, was already trying to steal her job. She had handled plenty of incidents in her time, but this was the first yokai who'd ever marched up and targeted her on day one. The worst part was that the cat was unsellable. The Palace of the Earth Spirits did keep a lot of pets, but the owner over there could read minds, which would make passing this off as a panda rather difficult. She lightly towed Yimi out of the way. Why haven't you left yet? Waiting around to be exterminated? Don't yokai need jobs? Go find some work and pay me back the 5 million for my tea. Yimi rolled over, shifted back to human form, and reached for Raimu's gohei. Raimu pulled it out of reach. What's this? You can take human shape. What kind of outfit is that? It's like something out of a picture book. Most of Gensokyo dressed either in classical Japanese style or in Western fashion. Yimi's eyes locked unblinkingly on the gohei. Apart from a broomstick, this was the straightest stick she'd ever come across, straighter, even, than the ones she picked up off the ground herself. Glancing at the ofuda that had slipped off her on their own when she shifted, the little cat refocused on her mission. Do I become the Hakurei Shrine Maiden? Raimu crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. A yukai wanting to be the Hakurei Shrine Maiden? I have never heard of such a thing. Did you crawl out of a picture book? Korindu occasionally got picture books from the outside world. The well-behaved Raimu, unlike Marissa with her sticky fingers, always read them on sight and put them back. The kitten pointed at her. Could you step aside and let me have a turn? Not a chance. Not unless I die. Yimi chewed on a fingertip. Then when are you going to die? If she wasn't going to share, fine. No need to be so mean about it. In light of the dried fish she'd been given, the cat would let the rudeness slide. The cat would go and be the Hakurei Shrine Maiden somewhere else. Yimi, who had not the faintest idea what Hakurei meant to Gensokyo, or what a shrine maiden was supposed to represent, walked off down the path, pulled out her little stick, and started whacking things at random, methodically savaging every plant taller than herself. The road leading away from Hakurei Shrine was called the Yukai Trail, a winding forest path between the shrine and the human village, frequented by vicious yukai. In a way, this stretch of road was one of the reasons no one ever came to the shrine to pray. The human village was exactly what its name suggested, the settlement where humans lived, and the place where the balance between humans and yukai was maintained. Compared to the world of the seafarers, the human faces here looked rather normal, but their clothing style was something Yimi had never seen before, and they were going out of their way to walk around her. Still, while it was called a place where humans lived, yukai did wander in from time to time. Aside from a few familiar faces who had blended into village life, when residents saw one or two strangers who didn't even bother to hide their yukai features, and just walked openly through the village, they tended to give them a wide berth. The more easily spooked might even alert the local self-defense team, especially after that one two-tailed cat yokai who looked like a child who liked to drop by and cause trouble. Which was how Yimi, walking along peacefully, was suddenly hoisted up from behind. Where'd you come from, little yukai? I've never seen you around. Whoever it was switched from carrying to cradling, turning Yimi around to look her in the face. A white-haired woman. Like Raimu, she wore a large bow on her head, though hers was white with a red base. She had on a white shirt up top, and the suspender trousers below were plastered with ofuda. Fujiwara no Moku, a girl who possessed the power of the phoenix, and had also drunk the Horai elixir. The kitten wrinkled her nose and clamped it shut. You stink. Nonsense, I bathe every day. Moka set her down and with a flicker of doubt, tugged her own collar up and sniffed. You smell like smoke. Yimi took 2 steps back, putting some distance between them. Is it that obvious? Damn it, I'm supposed to be going to Kane's place later. Wait, where did you come from, little yukai? What are you doing in the human village? Did the two-tailed cat send you? Moka flicked Yimi on the forehead. Yimi planted her hands on her hips and blurted it out without a second thought. I'm the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. Moku's eyes flicked up to the cat ears on top of Yimi's head. She nearly cracked up. Run along and play. She turned Yimi by the shoulders, crouched down, and helpfully pointed her in the right direction. Go out that way. You'll see a path. Follow it straight and you'll come to a shrine. Inside there should be a layabout red and white loafing around. Tell her you're the real Hakurei Shrine Maiden, and she should get lost. Yimi turned back around, distinctly unimpressed at the bad advice. I just came from there. Disappointed at the failure, Moka stood up and ruffled Yimi's hair. It was a surprisingly good handful. So you're the runt the red-white shrine maiden sent to collect protection money on my turf. Yimi's ears drooped a little, leaning into the head pat. Red-white said when she dies, I'll be the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. Moku's hand froze mid-stroke. What the hell? What kind of nonsense was this? None of her business. Moku pulled her hand back. She doesn't even have any yokai power. No causing trouble around humans. If I catch you at it, I'll smack your behind and toss you out. She jammed her hands in her pockets and started to slouch off like a delinquent. Then she noticed the little thing had the gall to step into her path and block her. What now? You looking for a fight? Moku rolled up her sleeves. You haven't given me food yet. Yimi pointed crossly at the top of her own head. Another big cat who didn't know the rules. A pat on the head means you owe me food. Is that the rule in yokai cat circles? Moku glanced at her own hand. The corner of her mouth lifted. I'll take you out for a bite. She bent down, grabbed Yimi's small hand, fished a cigarette case from her pocket, and crushed a cigarette open in the kitten's palm. She smeared the tobacco around as messily as she could. When you meet the other big sister later, you tell her you were the one who smoked, and the smell rubbed off on me. Chapter 136, Chapter 4, Big News 12-17 words. Terakoya, the private school of the human village. Its teacher was Kane Kamishirasawa, half-beast, with long blue and white hair, a scholar's cap, and a long dress. Her species said everything, Hakutaku, the auspicious beast out of the Kunlun legends. That heritage was one of the main reasons humans accepted her so easily, and felt safe entrusting their children to her classroom. At the moment Kane was standing with arms crossed, scrutinizing her good, girl, friend Fujiwara no Moku. The cause of the scrutiny was the kitten Moku had hoodwinked into following her here, currently perched on a desk earnestly trying to gnaw through a skewer. Moku's eyes slid guiltily to the side. She corrected Yimi's grip. Don't hold it vertical, aren't you afraid you'll stab your own mouth? Turn it sideways like this, put it down for a second, you're dripping grease on your clothes. Don't be fooled by how cute some kids looked. Give them food, and the messy side came out fast. Kane took Yimi's greasy little hand and sniffed it. Sweetheart, what brand of cigarettes do you smoke? Yimi looked up, puzzled. It means the variety. What you're eating right now is probably the skewers Yamashitaya sells, but the Inoue family also sells them. Their flavors are different and so are the prices. That distinction is what people call a brand. Kane explained patiently. Yimi's ears twitched. She tugged at Moku's clothes. What brand of cigarettes do I smoke? They hadn't gotten their stories straight beforehand. Your greasy paws got it all over my clothes. Wait, you sold me out? Moku hurriedly pried the dirty paw off and looked at Kane, tense. Sure enough, a thunderous expression. Hold on, give me 5 minutes, I can come up with another explanation. Kane yanked her in, face to face. Didn't you promise me you'd quit smoking? And this time you're roping a child into it. What child? She isn't even human. 3 digits worth of age, easily. Moku squirmed left and right, trying to slip free. 3 digits. Yimi held up 3 fingers, blank-faced, not understanding. Kane headbutted her into the corner of the wall, where Moku folded into a heap. Yimi opened her small mouth, hopped off the desk, and prodded Moku. System, achievement unlocked, no response. It's just a corpse. Reward, plus 5% portal energy. She's dead. The cat gaped up at Kane, scandalized. This wicked woman had murdered the food-giving lady. She wouldn't die even if the world ended. And I know my limits. Kane produced tissues and wiped Yimi's dirty hands clean. Then she circled back to Yimi's earlier question. 3 digits usually means a number in the hundreds. 1 to 9 is the ones place. 10 through 99 is the tens place. 100 is the hundreds place. Yimi counted off on her fingers. Single digits. A bright little one. Kane nodded approvingly, then looked mildly surprised. So you're a very recently born young yokai. A glimmer of interest came into her eyes. Whatever the race, a child this age should be in school. The Terakoya had initially been founded for human children, but the children she had taught all unanimously reported her lessons as horrendously dull. Even Mocha refused to sit in. As a result, her student count was nothing close to what she had originally hoped. Until, one day, Kane noticed a mischief-loving fairy sneaking into her classroom intending to pull pranks. Also a child in appearance, also not particularly bright, and she found a new frontier. A great many yokai didn't actually have to eat humans. So why were they bullying them? Because they had never received a proper education. Look at their behavior. Aside from somewhat different lifespans and a few peculiar abilities, they really weren't much different from human children. So Kane had started rounding up the weaker, education-needing, child-shaped yokai and parking them in the classroom for lessons. This one in front of her was right at the same age as a human kid. All the more reason to enroll her. Kane crouched down, eyes crinkling into a smile. Sweetheart, would you like to learn things? I want to be the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. Yimi shook her head, refusing. Kane blanked. From what she said, the red-white enforcer seems to be planning to hand the role over to her. No idea what's gotten into her. Moku was already at full health again, on her feet, brushing dust off her sleeves. Kane sent her back to the wall. Why, though? Kane glared at her. How dare you even ask? Why? Teaching a child to smoke is outrageous. And no swearing in front of the kid. You're kneeling there until you've thought about what you've done. She turned back to Yimi. I can't begin to imagine what those two are scheming, but even to become the Hakurei Shrine Maiden, you need a certain foundation of knowledge. Then I'll study. The kitten frowned. She hadn't expected becoming the Hakurei Shrine Maiden to be this much trouble. Excellent. Of course, you'll also need training on the Hakurei side. Let's do this. Come here on Saturdays and Sundays. That way you can make friends with the other yokai, and won't clash with the human children's schedule. Kane handed down her decision. Saturday and Sunday. Neither word meant anything to the kitten. They're the 2 days humans usually rest. You'll learn about them in class. Without learning, things become inconvenient at every turn, right? Kane kept patiently explaining. The kitten nodded. Humans also need to rest. She had only known that humans slept too. As it turned out, there were actually 2 whole days they didn't have to hunt. What a terrifying child. This was what happened without an education. Lessons were now mandatory. I see. From outside the Terakoya window came the faint sound of a pen scratching across paper. Kane's eye twitched. She wrenched the window open and was greeted by the sight of a Tengu who was at once popular and unpopular. Gensokyo's newspapers were the Tengu's domain, and the most notorious of them was the Crow Tengu Aya Shimimaru. She had a talent for editing wildly, blowing perfectly ordinary events into something sensational, and she could outrun anyone she annoyed. The next Hakurei Shrine Maiden has reportedly been selected. Does this mean the current Shrine Maiden's days are numbered? With the role about to be filled by a non-human, has the long-rumored Yukai Shrine Maiden finally come to pass? What kind of scheme is the Yukai sage plotting? In order to prevent Hakurei Raimu from raising the next enforcer into a thug, the Terakoya teacher publicly poaches the candidate and issues a challenge to the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. Aya was babbling all of this while snapping another shot of the room. Hold still, little one, that sulky expression is perfect for the cover. Kane's fist clenched. First card, I'm outta here. In a blink she was gone. How had she even noticed they were here? Then again, no one really took Bunbunmaru newspaper as fact. Kane ruffled Yimi's hair. Why don't you go tell Raimu yourself? I trust she won't refuse. Yimi remembered that the little curio shop owner had called her Red-White Raimu. Time to head back and find Red-White again. Chapter 137, Chapter 5, The News is Real. 1492 words. Well then, Yimi, you head back to Raimu's for now. Remember to come on time for weekend lessons. I still have a few things to discuss with this young lady here. The houses in this world were built low, perfect for cats to run along the rooftops. Yimi stared up at the eaves of the human village, a route already mapping itself out inside her head. She didn't actually follow through with it. She swung her little wooden stick and walked back toward the shrine instead. Must have been genuine luck, because the whole trip along the Yukai trail there and back she hadn't spotted so much as a shadow of a Yukai, and she returned to the shrine without a scratch. Below the shrine stretched a long flight of stone steps, not particularly friendly to child-sized legs. Fortunately, Yimi could transfer that exhaustion elsewhere. Back at the Tarakoya. Stop playing the victim. You went way too far this time, and I'm not going to coddle you like before. Kane was merciless when the situation called for it. Mocha flopped face first onto the desk and refused to budge no matter how much she lectured. No, seriously, my legs suddenly feel twice as tired for no reason. Am I getting old? Kane had a true teacher's spirit. She'd even volunteered to test Yimi's knowledge level, and given her a full set of textbooks. Knowing Rima's personality, she'd also told Yimi to bring along some skewered meat and good tea as a gift. Once Rimu accepted food from you, she'd find it much harder to say no. By the time Yimi made it back to the shrine, though, dusk had already fallen. She found Rimu, who seemed to have accomplished absolutely nothing all day, laying out her futon, ready to go to sleep early and greet yet another day of sweet idleness. Why are you back again? Don't tell me you went off to organize an incident. Rimu fixed her with a dead fish stare, visibly irritated. I'm going to the Tarakoya. Yimi scrambled up onto the shrine's veranda, looking left and right for somewhere to sit. Kane-sensei said a 1-year-old needs to get an education. There wasn't even a chair. Rimu had literally laid her bedding straight on the floor. Back when Rayleigh built that log cabin, at least he'd thrown together some furniture while he was at it. 1-year-old, were you born right here in my shrine yesterday or something? But what does any of that have to do with me? Rimu pulled out her gohei and lightly bopped Yimi on the head. Kane-sensei told me to get your permission. Why would you need my permission for something like that? Didn't they take it upon themselves to run security in the human village? Rimu stood with her hands on her hips, watching as Yimi wordlessly burrowed into the futon she'd just laid out. She liked the big cat's blankets. Rimu grabbed the edge of the covers and shook the cat loose. What do you think you're doing? Who said you could climb into my futon with your shoes on? Yimi kicked off her shoes and flopped right back down. I didn't say you could come back just because you took them off. I should just exterminate you already. She wasn't really born from something in the shrine, was she? There wasn't a single cat-shaped object around. Yimi sat up, suddenly remembering the things Kane had asked her to bring. She pulled the skewered meat and tea out of her storage space and held them out to Rimu. She'd already peeked at the tea packet. It wasn't the kind of grass that smelled nice, so she wasn't interested. The skewers, on the other hand, half of them had already disappeared en route. The anger on Rimu's face eased noticeably. Rather than giving me this, just give me money. She opened the tea bag and took a sniff. What's this fragrance? It smells like something expensive. You stole these, didn't you? You definitely stole even more. Hand it all over. Kane-sensei told me to give these to you. Wrongfully accused, Yimi kicked Rimu's ankle in protest, but having just removed her shoes, the blow lacked any real force. Not eating all the skewers on the way here was already showing incredible restraint, and you still say that about a cat. Why would she give me these? Unsolicited gifts always come with strings attached. Rimu was starting to piece it together. This was Kane's doing, asking her to let this apparently helpless little cat Yukai stay here. What was her shrine, a homeless shelter? Had the Tarakoya run out of beds or something? Rimu grudgingly tucked away the tea. What else did she say? Don't they have room for you? What else had she said? Yimi thought hard. All she could recall was Kane's parting words. She told Raimu. She said she needed to talk to the person who can't die, and told me to come find you first. Raimu folded her arms and mulled that over. The person who can't die was the Horai immortal, apparently on quite good terms with Kane. If the two of them needed to discuss something privately and couldn't let this little cat Yukai stay for the night. A faint blush crept across Raimu's otherwise expressionless face. Fine, I'll let you stay one night for the tea. But you're gone first thing in the morning, got it? You're disrupting my thriving business, my offerings. Raimu went to fetch a spare futon. She was suddenly letting the cat stay. Yimi's ears twitched. Well, if there was a place to sleep, she certainly wasn't going to refuse. Yimi tugged at Raimu's sleeve. Then can I go to school? Go wherever you want, what's it got to do with me? If you grind your teeth in your sleep, I'm throwing you out. Yimi could go to school now, which meant she could become the Hakurai Shrine Maiden. The little cat settled contentedly onto the bedding Raimu had laid out for her, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in 1 second flat. That fast? Just don't bother me. It wasn't as if overnight Yukai guests were anything new. After incidents were resolved and the banquets wrapped up, someone always picked a spot and passed out, and the lightweights might even throw up somewhere. Raimu dragged her own futon to a safe distance from Yimi, making sure she wouldn't be disturbed, and lay down to sleep as well. In the middle of the night, rustling sounds nudged Raimu half awake. Then she felt something heavy settle onto her. What are you doing? The little cat was purring away, apparently having rolled the entire distance in her sleep to end up in Raimu's covers. She liked sleeping pressed up against someone. Warm and cozy. Raimu closed her eyes again. She'd better fall back asleep before the drowsiness faded. Too lazy to shoo her away. And so she would come to regret last night's moment of seemingly inexplicable softness, because Yimi's sleeping posture was absolutely horrendous and she might need in her sleep. Come morning, Raimu dark circles under her eyes chased Yimi out with a broom. The only reason she didn't whack the cat directly was that Yimi genuinely was younger than her. Go, go, go. Get out of here. She must have been out of her mind to let a Yukai spend the night. Yimi dusted off her backside and looked at Raimu unhappily. Big cats really were creatures that liked to turn on you. She pulled her own perfectly straight wooden stick from her storage space and pressed it into Raimu's hand. What's this supposed to mean? You think I didn't chase you hard enough with the broom? Raimu snatched the stick and tossed it on the ground. Yimi shook her head, didn't answer, didn't pick up the stick either. She turned and ran off toward the Yukai trail. That stick was one she'd hand-picked, the straightest wooden stick she could find. It was just an ordinary little stick, but to a cat, it held extraordinary sentimental value. Once she'd put some distance between them, the little cat produced an even straighter stick, this one adorned with white paper streamers. Raimu's Gohei. So exchanging it for another straight stick was perfectly fair. How is this possible? No way, that stupid crow was making things up again. Walking along the Yukai trail, Yimi faintly caught the sound of angry shouting. She patted over on her little legs, curious. It was someone she'd seen the day before, the black and white woman who'd nearly crashed into Raimu. Marissa clutched the newspaper, hands trembling, mouth covered in disbelief. Hearing Yimi's footsteps on the grass, she glanced back. Her gaze lingered on Yimi's face for a moment, slightly dazed, then drifted down to the Gohei in her hand. It's true. Marissa wailed and flew toward the Hakurai shrine at top speed. Chapter 138, Chapter 6, From now on, you're my Shikigami. 1207 words. Not noticing that anything was missing, Raimu patted her pillow and prepared to lie back down for a few hours of extra sleep. Raimu. Why did someone always show up to ruin her rest the moment she tried to sleep? This time, Marissa didn't even wait for the door to be opened, she wrenched it aside herself. Sunlight flooded in, and the first thing she saw was a haggard-looking Raimu, dark circles from a bad night's sleep, who only yesterday had looked perfectly fine. Through Marissa's eyes, Rima so weakened she could barely prop herself up on one arm, yet still forcing herself to rise and greet a friend despite her condition. In reality, she was getting up to find a broom to chase Marissa out. Marissa clutched at her chest, the last wisp of hope and denial crumbling away. Her gaze swept to the other side of the room, the kitten's bedding, left in a rumpled mess, proof that a second person had been living here. So she'd been putting on a brave face yesterday. And her closest friend hadn't even noticed. Marissa eased Rima back down. Don't move. I've heard everything. If you hadn't come, I'd already be resting. And what exactly have you heard? Without a word, Marissa dug a handful of mushrooms from her pocket and set them down. Rima looked. They were matsutake. Where did you get these? There are tons of them in the forest. Stop talking, sick people should lie down quietly. Whatever you want to eat, I'll buy it for you. What's wrong with her? Rima rubbed her eyelids. Did staying up late really make her look that rough? But eyeing the matsutake on the floor, she settled back with an air of perfect ease, caught between annoyance and amusement. Leave the stuff and get out. I'm not dying, just need some rest. She's still trying to comfort me. Doesn't want anyone to see how bad it is. Marissa rubbed her eyes, stood up, and headed for the door. Don't worry. I'll make sure to teach that kid properly for you. Take care of who? Let you teach someone? That would ruin them for life. Rima sensed something was off, but she couldn't quite pin down what. Sliding the door shut, Marissa nearly walked into a pint-sized figure strolling over without a care in the world. Suka Ibuki, one of the four devas of the mountains, and someone on passably good terms with Raimu. Oh, you saw the morning news too? That crow's really got some nerve. Suka greeted Marissa casually. Marissa clapped a solemn hand on her shoulder. Raimu's not looking good. Let her rest for now. Meow meow, meow meow, meow meow meow. Humming a strange little tune, Yimi tapped and swung the gohei as she walked. Every now and then a minor yukai peeked out, only to flinch back at the object in her hand. Did you see? That's the next shrine maiden. The thing in her hand still reeks of the crimson slasher. Quick, tell everyone the news is real. Hushed voices rustled from the bushes. She was nearing the human village again. Kane-sensei had warned her yesterday that this path was crawling with yukai, but after all these trips, Yimi hadn't spotted a single one. Ears. She reached up and rubbed her own cat ears. Moku had said those were what got her reported yesterday. But she'd forgotten to bring back the hat from the last world. Yimi shifted into her cat form, tucked her shoes into her storage space, and padded toward the human village with an elegant gait. Being a small cat felt much more natural. Meow meow, meow meow. Rustle, the grass beside her stirred, and a brown-haired cat girl in a green zun cap poked her head out. Her eyes shifted into oddly stylized slit pupils, darting left and right before locking onto the rather peculiar-looking cat on the path. The cat yukai swished her two tails, pursed her mouth into a little triangle, and crept closer on tiptoe. Yimi vaguely sensed something. Her steps slowed. Seeing Yimi go on guard, Chin Pounce clamped her jaws onto Yimi's scruff and bolted. Catnapper. Yimi immediately shifted back to human form. The sudden weight in Chen's jaws sent her tumbling head over heels, though at least Yimi was there to break the fall. Ow ow ow, what are you doing? Chen propped herself up, rubbing her head. She'd had no yukai power at all. How had she suddenly turned human? You tried to steal a cat. Yimi stood, looking down at the seated Chen, her gaze lingering on the ears atop Chen's head. Same child-sized body as hers, but like her, a little cat who hadn't grown into a fully grown cat yet. That gave Yimi a certain sense of kinship. Still, despite having a tail, this little cat somehow managed to wear a skirt. Yimi's gaze dropped lower, and she pointed at Chen's rear in shock. You have two tails. Obviously. I'm a Nikomata. Chin stood up proudly and brushed off the dust. Yimi gave her shoulder a sympathetic pat. This little cat was even more unusual than she was. At least Yimi only had one tail, like a normal cat. Chin flicked her ears in confusion, looking Yimi up and down. How can you turn human? You don't even have yokai power. Because I grew up. You tried to steal a cat. Yimi was suddenly holding a grudge about the earlier incident. Nobody was stealing a cat. I just wanted to bring you somewhere safe. I take care of lots of little cats, you know. Chin grabbed Yimi, leaned in and sniffed her. No yokai scent, and not human either, or anything else I recognize. How weird. Is it because you're too weak? Chen's eyes shifted back into those oddly stylized slit pupils, her triangle-shaped mouth broadcasting mischief across her entire face. Do you want to be my Shikigami? Shikigami? Yimi didn't know what that meant. Once you're my Shikigami, I'll give you yummy food and fun toys and treat you like my own little sister. All you have to do is help me out when I get into fights. Do you have the kind of grass that smells really nice? Yimi hadn't forgotten about that. Cat grass. Stick with me and you can have as much as you want. Then I'll do it. Her scheme having succeeded, Chin held out a little paw and produced a spell card. Let's sign the contract. She was about to become a yokai with her own Shikigami, just like Lady Ran and Lady Yukari. Whoosh! But when her yokai power pushed the card toward Yimi, it was repelled, shooting away and embedding itself deep into a nearby tree. Chin tried again, refusing to believe it. Still bounced right off. She plucked the spell card from the tree trunk, crestfallen. I thought I knew how to do it. Binding a Shikigami, becoming a great yokai like Lady Ran, that was her dream. Forget it, you're my Shikigami now anyway. We'll do the contract properly once I've practiced more. Chin took Yimi's hand. Come on, I'm taking you to meet Lady Ran. Chapter 139, Chapter 7, Social Death Penalty. 1347 words. The Yakumo residence home of the yokai sage, Yukari Yakumo. Rumor had it she lived in a place called Meohaiga, but that was actually the abandoned village where Chin lived. Chin even kept a whole litter of stray cats there. Despite being one of the oldest yokai in all of Gensokyo, Yukari Yakumo insisted on sleeping a solid 12 hours during the day, and hibernating through the winter on top of that. While she slept, her Shikigami Ran Yakumo served as her eyes and ears. Calling Ran a mere Shikigami hardly did her justice. She was a powerful nine-tailed fox yokai in her own right. At this moment, Ran was striding toward the Hakuryai shrine with a newspaper tucked under her arm, and a deadly serious expression on her face. The Bunbunmaru newspaper was usually good for a laugh and nothing else, but it mattered a great deal who the rumors were aimed at. The Hakuryai shrine maiden was the guardian of Gensokyo. You couldn't just go printing that she was being replaced, and not expect a massive uproar. Lady Ran. Her mischievous little Shikigami came bounding up from behind. Chin, wait a moment, I don't have time to play right now. Ran turned around, intending to give her Shikigami a quick pat on the head, and send her on her way. What she saw instead was a different colored cat head altogether. Chin was holding Yimi under the armpits, struggling to lift a cat who didn't look much smaller than she was, presenting her prize to her master. I have a Shikigami now. I'm a Shikigami. Yimi raised a paw in greeting. Her eyes went wide at the sight of Ran Yakumo's backside, 9 tails swishing behind her, impossible to bundle neatly. She has that many tails and still manages to wear a skirt. Ran looked down at the newspaper illustration, then back up at Yimi. Chen, where did you pick this one up? The culprit, caught red-handed. Right there on the yokai trail. But I couldn't turn her into my Shikigami. Lady Ran, can you teach me again? A Shikigami. Ran took Yimi from Chen's arms and scratched under her chin the same way she always fussed over Chen. Yimi couldn't help tipping her head back and squinting in pleasure. Not human. No yokai aura either. Definitely not a fairy. Could she be a cat god, some newly born divinity? but there's none of the corresponding presence for that. The only thing unusual about her is a faint trace of mana. Really faint. Chin's level of perception certainly wouldn't pick it up. Without preamble, Ran flipped the newspaper around and held it up for Yimi to see. What's the story with this? Yimi studied the paper, looking left, looking right, then explained, this is a newspaper. It's for finding out what's going on out there. The kitty had learned about newspapers back in the seafaring world. I'm asking about what's written on it. Ran's tone sharpened just a fraction. It says Raimu is dying, and has decided to make you the next Shrine Maiden. How did this rumor get started? She said once she dies, I'll be the Hakurai Shrine Maiden. The cat answered honestly. Chen's little mouth fell open. Ran's breath caught. This wasn't something she could pretend she hadn't heard. As a proper Shikigami, she needed to have the whole situation investigated before Lady Yukari woke up. She tucked one cat under each arm, and headed for the shrine. Even from a distance, looking up the long stone staircase, she could see several yokai milling around the top, some looking worried, others clearly up to no good, all carrying get-well gifts, and preparing to pay their respects. Did you read the paper? The Crimson Slasher ate some spoiled food, and now she's at death's door. Going to hand her position over to a yukai. One yukai whispered to another, tugging at their sleeve. You actually believe the Tengu papers? It's real. Look at how many people have gone to check on her. They saw with their own eyes that she can't even get out of bed. And somebody spotted a little cat yukai running around waving something that smells like her gohei. Human lives really are short. That yukai scurried off and leaned in close to the next one's ear. Hey, did you hear? The Crimson Slasher ate a poisonous yukai, and she's about to die. She's decided to pass her title to a yukai. Is karma finally catching up to her? Did you hear? The Crimson Slasher wiped out an entire yukai clan and ate them. Apparently the red on her outfit is all yukai blood, but retribution has finally come. She's dying of food poisoning, and on her deathbed she decided to pass the title to a yukai. Raimu nodded along, then grabbed the speaker by the collar. Open those dog eyes of yours and take a good look at who I am. The hapless no-name Tengu who'd only wanted some gossip stared in horror at Raimu's outfit. My life is forfeit. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Get lost. So that's what had been going on. Ever since Marissa left, people had been showing up with get-well gifts at odd intervals, and after one look at the dark circles under her eyes they'd clap a hand over their mouth, turn around and leave. At first she'd been quite pleased. Luxury ingredients she'd normally only see at post-incident banquets were piling up. She'd barely slept all night, and didn't have the mental energy to question it. But as the visitors kept coming, she couldn't fall asleep no matter how carefully they tiptoed around, and she finally realized something was very wrong. That damn crow. Raimu tore the confiscated newspaper to shreds. What's this? Little Raimu looks perfectly alive to me. Gave me quite a scare. A languid voice drifted over, belonging, of course, to the one who cared most about Gensokyo's well-being, the Yukai sage, Yukari Yakumo. The Yukai of boundaries, or the Gap Yukai, as some called her, possessed the ability to manipulate boundaries themselves, and could open rifts in the air that functioned much like a door to anywhere. Of course, it would have been more dignified if, while speaking, she'd brought the lower half of her body out of the gap too, instead of leaving it curled up under a blanket on the other side. Easy for you to laugh. I've been socially sentenced to death out here. They're all yokai. Can't any of them tell whether a person is still alive or not? Raimu flung the shredded newspaper scraps right at Yukari's face. With those dark circles and that bedhead, even I'd have assumed you were on your way out. Yukari didn't take offense. She reached up and caught one of the scraps, which happened to be the illustration from the article. Don't be upset, you did rake in quite the haul, didn't you? As she spoke, she withdrew back into her gap, scanning Gensokyo for the subject of the article. Oran had already caught her. Reliable as always. She opened another gap, and this time Yukari emerged properly dressed, panties and skirt and all, looking perfectly composed as she materialized before the three of them. "Lady Yukari, why are you awake?" "Lady Yukari." Chin called out with deep respect, then tugged at Yimi's sleeve. "Quick, say Lady Yukari." "Why do I have to say lady?" The cat still didn't quite grasp what that meant. Because Lady Yukari is very distinguished. That was the best explanation Chin could come up with. "It's quite all right." Yukari waved a hand with easy magnanimity, the picture of a great personage being gracious to the little people. "My, whose child are you? I don't believe I've ever seen you before." Gensokyo's Yukai came in every shape and size, but Yukari Yakumo genuinely had the standing to say that. Not that it was anything to be proud of, mostly it was because she had a habit of peeking in on people uninvited. Yimi raised a paw. "I'm Mama's child, Auntie." Chapter 140, Chapter 8, Why does this old crone pretend to be a maiden? 1480 words. Yukari Yakumo's eyebrow twitched. The smile on her face lost its soul. She pinched Yimi's mouth shut. Now, little one, from any angle at all, I'm clearly an underage big sister, yes. Come on, say big sis for me. Congratulations, host achievement unlocked. Why does this old crone pretend to be a maiden? Reward, dimensional gate energy plus 5%. The cat wriggled free of the pinch, not particularly angry. She'd barely been in this world and was already racking up achievements. She squinted at the string of unfamiliar characters in the achievement title, then, following what the system had just announced, sounded it out word by word, pretend. Ran, who had been maintaining her composure, made a strange noise. Lady Yukari, children say the darndest things. System, what does old crone mean? The cat was very eager to learn. An old Huizhou term for one's wife. In modern usage, it most commonly refers to an elderly woman. The system read out the definition it had pulled up. The system loaded for a moment, then its AI helpfully listed the most relevant match among the people Yimi had encountered, for example, someone like Rayleigh the Dark King, whom the host stayed with for a time. Rayleigh? Yimi's ears twitched. A vague memory surfaced. Right before leaving the seafaring world, she'd accidentally learned another one of Rayleigh's titles. The Dark King. She pointed at Yukari. Are you an ancient weapon too? Before she could say another word, Chin grabbed her from behind and clamped a hand over her mouth, shaking her head frantically. Yukari settled herself atop a gap, seized the cat, flipped her sideways across her lap, snapped her folding fan shut, and brought it down on Yimi's rear. Not gently. The spanking that Origami's punishments had never managed to trigger now activated Love Train directly, and a layer of white radiance spread outward. What's this? Yukari studied the mildly uncomfortable energy with a serious expression. Following the trail of white light, she saw its terminus, a certain parasol-carrying flower tyrant out for a stroll suddenly hopped on one foot, raised an eyebrow, and reached back to rub her own rear. Yuka Kazami let out a cold laugh. Sneaking up on her like that. Only one person in Gensokyo opened portals all over the place to peep on people for fun. So it was you, Yukari. Come to think of it, it's been a while since our last fight. The last thing Yukari saw was Yuka heading straight for the Yakumo residence. The power to redirect damage, is it? Putting aside the matter of the flower tyrant heading over for a date, Yukari righted Yimi, and found the cat baring her teeth at her, having realized she'd been hit. Could that be divine power? Ren had noticed it too. Fairly high level, but because it had been only a flash and seemingly hadn't fully manifested, the exact nature was unclear. Going by the residual presence alone, it felt vaguely Western in origin. It was clearly her own power, yet they couldn't sense any corresponding aura from her body at all. I'll bite you. Yimi sank her teeth into Yukari's hand. The spanking had hurt, but technically it wasn't an attack. What are you doing? Chin frantically grabbed Yimi by the ankle, trying to pull her away. I was out of line. My apologies. Let's have a little chat, shall we? Yukari had already regained her composure, looking down at the cat dangling from her hand. Little miss, you've caused quite the commotion. Right now the whole of Gensokyo is buzzing about how Raimu Hakurai doesn't have long to live. Doesn't have long to live. Yimi released her bite. It means she's about to die. Chun whispered the explanation. Hurry up and apologize to Lady Yukari. Is she going to die? The cat's eyes lit up. That's just a rumor. I can't imagine why you'd be so happy about it. Yukari folded her arms and studied her. She said once she dies, I'll be the Hakurai Shrine Maiden. Yimi answered. Yukari opened her fan and covered her lips in puzzlement. That simply won't do. The selection of the Hakurai Shrine Maiden requires my approval, you know. This was the first time she'd encountered a non-human being who actively wanted to serve as the Hakurai Shrine Maiden. Oh, then Auntie, just approve it. The cat raised a paw and gently rubbed the spot on Yukari's hand, where she'd just bitten, her voice turning noticeably sweeter. Heh heh. Yukari's fist clenched, though her brow smoothed considerably. Powerful divine energy, but the girl herself seemed to be nothing more than a child. In Yukari's experience, most other gods hadn't even given her a civil look. The Hakurai Shrine Maiden is typically a human. Your power sources are completely different. Yimi let her mana seep out, and ran it through Miracle, converting it several times over. This world's tolerance for different types of energy was evidently very broad when trying to adaptively convert to local power. There wasn't just one option. Mana, Yukai power, divine power. Something about that was extraordinary. Yukari narrowed her eyes. Little miss, do you know what the Hakurai Shrine Maiden actually is? She didn't ask directly why the girl wanted to become one. Yimi, the Crimson Slasher. All right, go play somewhere else. Then where did you come from? Another world. Which world? The one where the buildings are really tall. Yukari didn't seem particularly surprised. Gensokyo had dealings with Lunarians, after all. Sounded like the outside world. Yukari reached out and tweaked Yimi's ear, holding the cat's guileless gaze. Certainly innocent enough, but innocence didn't mean harmless. Being an unidentified divinity was dangerous all on its own, and that meant surveillance was necessary. Listen, little one, the Hakurai Shrine Maiden is a guardian. Her job is to protect the peace of Gensokyo. It's not something you can just decide to become, understand? Yukari stifled a yawn. Besides, I'm not quite ready to let little Raimu retire just yet. The cat crossed her arms impatiently. Then what do I have to do? What do you think, Ran? Yes, according to the handbook left by the first generation, the Hakurai Shrine Maiden requires not only formidable strength, but also a constant sense of vigilance for Gensokyo's safety, a positive attitude, upright moral character, impartial neutrality, willingness to help both humans and Yukai. That's enough, Ran. Yukari cut her off. Any more and the cat would start asking how Raimu qualified. The reasons she couldn't let Yimi become the Shrine Maiden went well beyond her not being human. There was also the matter of her background being completely unknown, and her past might well be shady. Yukari had absolutely no idea what this creature's story was, and asking directly might not yield intelligible answers. I can't say yes to that, but... Yukari drew open a gap in the air, a rift tied at both ends with ribbon bows, lined with many watchful eyes. She pulled only Yimi through. On the other side was a very irritated Raimu. I was just about to come find you. Raimu rolled up her sleeves and glared at Yimi. Here's the thing, Raimu, this child says she wants to be the Hakurai Shrine Maiden. Yukari ruffled Yimi's head. Don't tell me you said yes. Yukari turned to look at Yimi, who was curiously tugging at the ribbon bows on the edge of the gap. But this child doesn't have anywhere to go, does she? And she admires you so much. Why not keep her here for now? If it's you watching her, I'd feel a lot better. Raimu Hakurai as the guardian, she was quite literally the strongest in Gensokyo. If anything went sideways, she could handle it. Do I look like someone who can afford to feed another mouth? Raimu instinctively reached for her gohei, only to remember it had gone missing somehow. Then it's settled. I'm going back to bed. Yukari slipped back into the gap. Yawning, she addressed her Shikigami, Ran, do keep an eye on that child. She arrived in Gensokyo, and hasn't even caused a single incident. That's quite unsettling, honestly. Oh, and if Yuka comes looking for me, tell her I've gone out. I'll be back in the evening. Then where will you be, Lady Yukari? Since Yuka's at our place, I'll go nap at Yuka's house until evening. Yukari's remark about being at ease if it's Raimu had all but spelled it out. She was asking Raimu to keep the unidentified creature under watch. But Raimu, still on edge from sleep deprivation, hadn't caught the subtext. She glared at Yimi. What's that supposed to mean? She actually wants me to retire so she can train you as my replacement. Chapter 141, Chapter 9, First, become the strongest. 1327 words. Give it back. Raimu held out her hand. The cat played dumb. You stole it, didn't you? Word on the street was that this kitten had been running around waving it everywhere. The cat relaxed. Didn't steal any gohei. She'd only taken a stick. She had no idea it was called something fancy like a gohei. That thing has been with me since I was little. Raimu pulled her hand back and did some mental arithmetic. As of now, you owe me 150,000. The 5 million yen tea was obviously beyond repayment, but this amount maybe the brat could work it off. That jerk Yukari dumping another mouth to feed on her without a single coin. Raimu hadn't slept properly in 2 days because of this little pest. Maybe she should borrow a folding screen from somebody. Set it up in the middle at night to stop the little critter from crawling over. Raimu dragged out the low table she used for tea. Yimi promptly sat on top of it. Raimu picked her up by the collar and set her down to one side, then spread out a tatami mat, knelt on a cushion, and brewed a pot of tea with the leaves Kane had sent. Yimi looked down at the cushion beneath Raimu and frowned. Why don't you buy a taller table? She'd thought it was a particularly wide stool. Because it takes up space and it's expensive. The already small shrine felt even more cramped now. Visitors had been coming all day, and their gifts had the place packed to bursting. The storeroom couldn't hold it all, so the overflow had ended up piled in her room. Normally she scraped by in poverty, but the moment everyone heard she was dying, out came the good stuff. Yimi looked around and didn't see a cushion for herself. She squeezed past Raimu and plopped right down in her lap. Get off, you're making me sweat. Raimu gave her a shove. Spare cushions are in the cabinet. Go get one yourself. Yimi fetched a cushion and tried sitting across from Raimu the same way. Extremely uncomfortable. She stretched her legs out under the table. Short enough that her feet didn't reach Raimu, but somehow this was even worse. This fancy tea doesn't look any different from the stuff I normally drink. Raimu muttered, pouring 2 cups and pushing one toward Yimi to keep her from fidgeting. Yimi lowered her face over the cup and let the warm steam wash over her. Hakurai Shrine Maiden, what do you do all day? The cat needed to understand. Day to day. Drink tea, space out, wander around outside when there's nothing to eat at home, drop by Corinda to see if there are any new manga. Raimu ripped open a bag of snacks and tossed a handful into her mouth. And the main duty is guarding Gensokyo and resolving incidents. Something about these snacks tasted off. She glanced at the packaging. Cat food, apparently someone's gift. Still edible. Under the cat's watchful gaze, Raimu grabbed another handful and ate. The cat set aside the issue of not being offered any. Time for questions. What's Gensokyo? What are incidents? Seriously. You don't even know what Gensokyo is and you want to be the Shrine Maiden. Don't tell me you just heard the title and thought it sounded cool. Rima fixed her with a dead fish stare but explained anyway, Gensokyo is the sealed-off region where we live, cut off from the outside world. I've heard it takes up about a sesame seed's worth of space compared to what's out there. Incidents are when newcomers like you show up and try to pull some stunt that makes trouble for everyone. The Hakurei Shrine Maiden's job is to exterminate those troublemakers and resolve the incident. Her primary source of income was incident resolution. Though of course, protecting Gensokyo truly was her responsibility. Rima poked Yimi's forehead in warning. Don't you even think about causing an incident. I don't care if you're a kid, I'll exterminate you on the spot. The cat nodded. So resolving incidents is what makes you the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. What kind of logic is that? If you want to be the Hakurei Shrine Maiden, the first requirement is being the strongest in Gensokyo. Might as well set her an impossibly distant goal. Fair warning, I've got nothing to teach you. Unlike previous shrine maidens, Rima spent her days lounging around the shrine and never trained. Her strength came almost entirely from raw talent. Yimi didn't respond. She was busy sneaking her hand toward Rima's teacup. Cat law, the big cat's water always tastes better than your own. Rima pushed the hand away with a blank expression. If you're bored, go to Korindu and grab some manga. Bring back anything good so I can read it too. This big cat had zero energy whatsoever. Yimi carefully extracted her legs from under the low table, stood, and headed for the door. Before leaving the shrine, she stopped by the pond to check on the big turtle, giving its shell a gentle poke with the gohei. Then, the moment Genji-I raised his head, she turned and ran. Genji-I. Where did this brat come from? As Gensokyo's most prominent shrine, nobody actually dared come here to worship, but the Hakurei Shrine still saw no shortage of non-human visitors. Aside from the rare kind soul worried about Rima starving, there were also a few obnoxious regulars. Something that should have been near impossible at the Hakurei Shrine, a sound from the donation box. But Rima felt no excitement. She'd almost never heard the clink of copper coins dropping in. This kind of dull thud, however, she recognized all too well. She reached for her gohei out of habit and grabbed air. She snatched up the wooden stick Yimi had shoved at her the day before and charged out. It's you again, you rotten fairy. Fell for it again, idiot. Idiot red-white. A brazen laugh. Blue dress, wings of ice crystals hovering behind her back. A girl who looked about Yimi's size slapped her own rear at Rima in mockery, then turned and bolted. Fairies, mischief-loving creatures. In Rima's book, every fairy was a prank-playing fool, and this ice fairy in particular made it her weekly mission to lob frozen frogs into the donation box. Cerno, don't do this, you'll get killed. What's to be scared of? The red-white's been replaced, right? They said she's about to be replaced. That one's still the same one. Is that so? But I'm the strongest. Cerno puffed out her chest. Rima scowled at the stick in her hand, then decided that stooping to argue with an idiot would only drag her own IQ down. She gave Yimi a light tap on the head with the stick. Go beat her up. Yimi crossed her arms. This kitty wasn't stupid. Rima did the math on her fingers. I'll give you a third of the cat food we've got. Yimi pursed her lips, weighing the offer. She had absolutely no idea how much a third was, but it sounded like a lot. She set off after them on her little legs. Can't even fly. Rima turned back inside to continue her tea. Whether the brat could actually beat a fairy was anybody's guess, but fairies were that weak. Better eat more of the cat food now, that way a third would be less to give away. Cerno-chan, I think someone's chasing us. The green fairy tugged at her friend's sleeve. Who dares chase me? Cerno looked down at Yimi with a scowl. Who are you? Yimi pointed at her. Cerno puffed out her chest. You don't even know who I am. I'm the strongest in Gensokyo. The strongest. Rima had said that to become the Hakurei Shrine Maiden, You first had to be the strongest in Gensokyo. The cat clenched her fists and drew her spear. Chapter 142, Chapter 10, Let's Go Find Some Catnip. 1398 words. Snow sign. Diamond blizzard. Spell cards. A fighting style that seemed to belong to Gensokyo. A dense curtain of icy Danmaku rained down, only to be shattered in a single blast by the colossal mana channeled through Yumi's spear. Surno-chan. This so-called strongest of Gensokyo sure was weak. Just like the Yonko back in the seafaring world, nothing but a ragtag bunch, the system helpfully supplied from its limited vocabulary bank. The little cat planted her spear in the ground and vaulted into the air. 5 minutes later. What are you going to do to me? Let go, you stinky ferret. The cat grabbed the blue fairy by the ankle and dragged her up the stone steps, planning to hand her over to Raimu in exchange for cat food. Being a kind-hearted kitty, she even kept Surno hanging off the side of the steps to avoid bumping her head while casually transferring the fatigue in her arms to Kaisen Ibaraki over on Yukai Mountain. Please let Surno go. I'm sorry, we were wrong. We'll never play pranks again. Deiyuze chased after them in a panic. What, you actually won? Raimu sipped her tea, unbothered, having just finished eating. Yimi handed Surno over. Let me go or I'll make you pay, you dummy. The ice fairy, sporting a fresh lump on her head, was as lively as ever. Raimu pulled out a length of rope, grabbed the fairy by her stubby little legs, tied them together, and strung her upside down from a tree branch. Then she tore off a strip of paper, scrawled Gensokyo's notorious idiot on it and stuck it to Surno's back. Dai-chan, save me. Deiyuze, who'd come running after them, looked like she was about to cry. If you dare untie her within the hour, I'm feeding both of you to Genji. Raimu shooed Deiyuze off with a threat, then turned to Yimi. The kid was standing there with her hands on her hips, puffed up like a balloon for no discernible reason. I beat the strongest. Yimi reached up and patted Raimu. Step aside and let me take over. You're dreaming. You actually believe everything she says. Raimu dug the frozen frogs out of the donation box with a look of disgust, pried open Surno's collar, and tossed them in. Witnessing this act of cruelty, the little cat clutched her own clothes and took a step back. She'd eaten ice pops before and made a fuss out in the winter. She knew exactly what that felt like. Why are you looking at me like that? You ever heard of an ice fairy being afraid of the cold? Besides, fairies didn't die of natural causes no matter what you did to them. Maybe that was exactly why these dim-witted creatures loved pulling pranks, so much like chucking rocks at passers-by. Then who is the strongest? The little cat asked. I'm the strongest. Surno was still hollering. No idea, and even if I did I wouldn't tell you. Last thing I need is you smashing someone's windows and them blaming me for it. That damn Yukari, foisting an underage babysitting gig on her. Raimu pressed a hand onto Yimi's head and turned her around. Stop looking at the idiot. Stupidity's contagious. You're the idiot. Red-white idiot. Surno kept yelling. Raimu pretended not to hear and headed for the steps. Are you going out to play? Yimi scurried after her. I'm going for a walk around the human village. You stay here and guard the house. Don't let the fairies trash everything. Raimu pulled out a mirror to check her reflection, making sure she didn't look too haggard. If I don't show my face somewhere crowded soon, people are really going to think I'm on my deathbed. And she wouldn't even let the cat go out. Yimi had wanted to go find Chen and get some of her never-ending catnip. Yimi reached out and gave the dangling Surno a push, watching her swing back and forth cursing up a storm. Stinky ferret. Don't touch her. Deiyuze tried to intervene. The little cat pulled out the textbooks Kane-sensei had given her, determined to study hard for the sake of becoming the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. Heave-ho, gotcha daze. Suddenly someone grabbed her from behind. Marissa scooped her up and spun her around. Who are you? Yimi quickly wriggled free. I'm Raimu's best friend. I promised her yesterday I'd help look after you. Marissa struck a strange pose, then placed a bag in Yimi's hands. I had a friend custom make these dresses for you. As a girl, you've gotta dress up nice and pretty. Yimi opened the bag and peeked inside. The contents were neatly folded, but it wasn't hard to tell it was a miniature version of Raimu's outfit, and underneath it lay a miniature version of Marissa's. Go on, try them on inside. Marissa nudged Yimi toward the shrine, then glanced around in confusion at the wooden table. Where's Raimu? She shouldn't be running around when she's not feeling well. She said she needed to go for a walk so people wouldn't think she was dying. Yimi fiddled with the unfamiliar outfit, trying to figure out how to put it on. It was actually pretty simple. The tricky part was threading her tail through the hole in the back. She's really... Marissa clutched her chest in shock and sorrow. She'd read about this kind of thing in those little storybooks at Corinda's shop. A king enduring terrible illness, forcing himself to appear before his people so they wouldn't panic. Marissa squeezed Yimi's small hand and had her lie down on the cushion, then grabbed her tail and helped her pull the outfit on. Carefree as ever, it never even crossed her mind that this particular outfit might imply anything about succeeding Raimu. She just figured a cat raised by Raimu ought to wear what Raimu wore. As for why there was also an outfit matching her own, well, that was simply a matter of taste. She took a deep breath. From now on, if you don't understand anything, just ask your big sister Marissa. And if Raimu's ever not around anymore, I'll be the closest person you have. So where can I find catnip? Yimi launched right into her question. What's catnip? Marissa scratched her cheek, embarrassed. So that's the secret behind the Hakurai Shrine Maiden's power, this magical tool. Had she just stumbled onto classified information? It's a kind of grass that makes you feel floaty when you smell it, and it's really nice to chew on. Never heard of it. Something that smells floaty, you mean fragrant? Marissa thought for a moment. The only really fragrant place I can think of, besides restaurants, would be the Garden of the Sun. But it's wall-to-wall sunflowers there. I've got no idea if there's any grass that smells nice. The Garden of the Sun. Where's that? It's kind of far. First you go through the human village, and then past that there's the Forest of Magic. Marissa crouched beside Yimi and pointed out the way. The lady who lives there isn't exactly friendly, but if it's you and you're polite, it should be fine. Yimi patted her, mimicking Raimu from earlier. I'm going to the Garden of the Sun. You stay here and guard the house. The little cat gave the still cursing Serna one last push and bolted, pausing by the pond to poke Genji with her gohei on the way out. Genji. Ah, whatever. I'll just wait here for Raimu. Marissa sat down dejectedly on the edge of the shrine. For the first time in her life, she tossed a few coins into the donation box, clapped her hands, and made a wish. Please keep Raimu healthy. Gensokyo's map was absolutely enormous. Never mind the former hell or the netherworld, even just the surface area was hardly something the word village could cover. Without a map, walking on a child's short legs, it was a very, very long journey. Fortunately, she never strayed off course. She'd noticed from the information she'd seen back in the previous world her luck rating was also EX, unquantifiable. Catnip, 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 catnip. Humming a little tune of her own invention, the miniature shrine maiden swung her gohei, and found her way to the Garden of the Sun. Chapter 143, Chapter 11, Yuka Kazami 1306 words. The outfit Marissa had given her was very strange. Walking in it was actually less comfortable than the starter battle gear, though at least it looked nicer. Since it was made for a child, the design was considerably more conservative. The sleeves were attached at least, so it was no longer an exposed armpit look. But Yimi's hair wasn't long enough for anything more than short pigtails, nowhere near enough to support a big butterfly bow like Raimu's. So Marissa had produced a small bow hair clip from somewhere and pinned it on her head. The problem was, ever since she'd gone outside wearing this outfit, quite a few yokai had greeted her along the way. A handful had even shown hostility, though none actually stepped out to start trouble. The Garden of the Sun was a sight the little cat had truly never seen before. Sunflowers taller than she was lined up in dense rows, blocking the path in every direction. The field stretched endlessly from Yimi's height, she couldn't even begin to gauge how deep it went. Fragrant, sure, her keen nose was already reacting, but sadly, the cat didn't eat vegetables. She took a step back, clutching her gohei. For some reason, she got the strange feeling that a vast army was bearing down to seize Princess Yimi. Unfortunately, her brief cat life hadn't included much entertainment, so she couldn't sustain the fantasy any further. She just whacked the nearest sunflower with the gohei instead. The stalk was that thick naturally, she didn't break it. This was actually the first plant she'd come across on her journey that she couldn't beat. The little cat crossed her arms and finally dredged up what she considered a cool-sounding phrase from the few pages of picture books she'd leafed through back in the seafaring world, "Since you are a heart." Poor son, don't blame me for, she couldn't read the last two characters, so she stopped there. Something prickly pushed her from behind. "Who's there?" The little cat turned around. Several sunflowers that should have been off to her side had somehow circled behind her, bending down to face her at close range, their backs to the sun. Their faceless seed heads loomed over her, eerily ominous, while their lower stems rubbed together in a hand-wringing motion. Yimi's tail puffed straight out. She swung the gohei wildly to bat them away and bolted. These things could move and they'd touched her. Now the little cat remembered. The naughty cat who used to hang around Mama had once bought her something like this to scare her when she was being mischievous, a green thing that wriggled around and mimicked her voice in a high-pitched screech. Yimi quickly clamped her hands over her mouth. If this many of them started copying her voice at once, the noise would be unbearable. Maybe she should toss a mushroom at them. A faint, soft laugh drifted over from the side. A green-haired woman in a red plaid skirt approached, carrying a beautiful parasol, walking with an elegant, leisurely gait. This was the mistress of the Garden of the Sun, the master of the flowers of the four seasons, Yuka Kazami. On the surface, despite her red eyes, she came across as a gentle, kindly big sister. But in Gensokyo's danger level rankings for Yukai, she sat near the very top. Rumors abounded of trespassers being dragged into the flower field to serve as fertilizer, and such claims were far from baseless. Still, having lived so long that she'd lost some of her vitality, she mostly stayed in her garden and rarely ventured out. As long as you didn't get lost or deliberately court death, you wouldn't run into her. Yuka looked at the little cat, hands clamped over her mouth, apparently too frightened to speak, and let her gaze linger on the shrine maiden outfit for a good while. So you're the next generation Hakurai shrine maiden? Humans really do have lifespans as brief as flowers. I don't recall having fought her all that many times. How did you know? The little cat quickly clapped her hands over her mouth again after answering, backing further away from the sunflowers. The black and white one had told her to be polite. Auntie. Now that's an amusing thing to call me. Don't be afraid, if you don't bother them, they won't bother you. Of course, the little nudge just now had been Yuka's doing. Yimi bit down on her finger, agonizing as she stared at the vast field. I'm sorry. Yuka raised an eyebrow, gently pried Yimi's hand away from her mouth to correct the finger-chewing habit, then crouched down and wiped Yimi's hand with a handkerchief. Are you lost? The shrine is a very long way from here, you know. How strange, you have animal ears, but you don't smell the slightest bit like a yukai. She gave Yimi's small cat ears a gentle squeeze. I came here to find catnip. Yimi shook her head, pulling away. Yuka stood back up, not pressing the matter. Well, that is a rare request. Why come here for catnip? That little cat Yukari keeps her home should be full of the stuff. At the mention of Yukari's name, Yuka's mood soured several notches. Yesterday that woman had ambushed her out of nowhere, and when Yuka went looking for payback, the scoundrel hadn't shown up until the middle of the night, at which point they'd had a perfunctory fight. Something about a god that redirects harm, or whatever. Yuka hadn't listened closely. She just wanted to pick a fight with Yukari for being so rude. When she'd gotten home afterward, she'd noticed something was off. Suspicious drool on her pillow, for instance. She'd have to go pick another fight today. There's none, the little girl's clear voice broke her train of thought. The kid looked so disappointed even her ears were drooping. Yuka rested one arm across her stomach, and propped her chin on the other hand. I may have some seeds at home that aren't flower seeds. Want me to give them to you? Are seeds like plant eggs? Yimi vaguely recalled learning something like that from picture books, and what little she knew as a toddler. You could say that, I suppose. With seeds you can grow your own plants at home, though you'd need to take good care of them. I want them. So what are you going to trade for them? Yuka studied her with amusement. You didn't think I'd give them away for free, did you? You can pet my head. Yimi lowered her head and leaned in. Yuka didn't refuse the quirky offer, and reached over to pat her head. Fine, come along. Hold my hand, don't get lost. Not that this was the bamboo forest of the lost or anything. Deep in the garden of the sun sat a Western-style cottage, not a grand manor, just her home. Beyond this point the endless sunflowers finally thinned out. A packet of seeds no bigger than Yimi's fist was placed in her hands. The little cat stared down at it, troubled. This thing was smaller than her fist. Nowhere near enough to eat. Do you know how to grow them? Yuka took out a single seed, crouched down, and pressed it into the soil of an empty flower pot by the front door. Like this, bury it in well-drained soil, and give it a tiny bit of water each day. In about 10 days or so it'll sprout. 10 days. The little cat spread both hands and counted on her fingers. Can't it be faster? Yuka held out her hand. The catnip seed she'd just planted burst through the soil, growing at a visibly healthy pace. The little cat clenched her fists, instantly hooked. Teach me. You wouldn't be able to learn. Chapter 144, Chapter 12, Boiling the Kitten. 1298 words. What are you doing? Hugging an empty flower pot, and not letting anyone touch it. If you want to grow something, there's an empty plot behind the shrine. Go plant some vegetables there. Way more useful than any flower. Dusk at the Hakurai shrine. Raimu, having gone out for an entirely pointless stroll, lay draped across the low table, eyes tracking the tail swishing back and forth in front of her. Raimu, are you really okay? Marissa sat down beside her with a worried look, wrapping an arm around Raimu and pressing their foreheads together to check her temperature. Do I look like I'm about to die? Raimu shoved Marissa's face aside in disgust. Given all the warning signs, Marissa was far from convinced. You should still go see the doctor in the bamboo forest. I actually tried to go see her yesterday, but that wretched rabbit tricked me out of my broom. I nearly got lost in there and couldn't find my way back. Fine, I'll do you the courtesy of being moved by that. Raimu turned her head away from Marissa. Then she noticed something wrong with Yimi. Wait, you went outside wearing that outfit? The little cat nodded. Did you run into anyone? Didn't know any of them. Raimu flopped backward onto the floor. She'd already gone out parading around in the outfit. What was there left to explain? She flipped over just as quickly and crawled toward Yimi, tugging at her clothes. Damn it, you didn't even pay the copyright fee for impersonating the Hakurai shrine maiden. Take it off. The little cat hugged her new outfit protectively. Cut it out, Raimu. You can't blame her, I'm the one who brought the outfit over. Marissa grabbed Raimu and held her back. Why are you defending her? And you, Raimu jabbed Yimi's forehead irritably. Were you sent by heaven to punish me? Know what, next time there's an incident, you go resolve it. Also, you've got school tomorrow, right? Do not wear the shrine maiden outfit. Fine, I won't wear it then. Yimi pulled the outfit off herself. The cat didn't want it that badly anyway. I didn't say you should strip right here. Raimu put it back on her. Whatever. Just wear it around the shrine. At least it saved having to find her a change of clothes. You should be more patient with kids, Raimu. I read in a storybook that if you're mean to them, when they grow up they might yank out your oxygen tube. What's an oxygen tank? And why are you just automatically putting me in the parent role? Raimu grumbled, getting up to check the new pot on the stove. She might be the constant target of worry that she'd starve to death, but when there was food in the house, she did cook from time to time. It just wasn't any good. She happened to glance at the flower pot Yimi had brought home. It was overflowing with catnip. It had been empty when she brought it in, hadn't it? This was the power of miracle. But it still wasn't enough, and after it grew Yimi still had to pick the seeds off the top by hand. She folded her arms and recalled the vast field of sunflowers she'd seen that day. If all of that were catnip instead. Yimi bowed her head, feeling the infinite mana of the third magic she'd gained in the previous world. What if she could combine that with the miracle that grew catnip? Would the catnip just grow and reseed itself? Didn't you tell me she's a 1-year-old baby Yukai? Is this grass the secret behind the Hakurai Shrine Maiden's strength? Marissa leaned in curiously beside Yimi, grinning as she ruffled the cat's hair. Raimu acts all tough, but she's a softy deep down. Don't take it to heart. Yimi quickly scooped up the irresistibly fragrant catnip and hugged it to the far side, afraid Marissa would ruin the fruits of her labor. Well, sorry to disappoint, but the Hakurai Shrine Maiden's strength has absolutely nothing to do with that grass. Raimu stood with hands on hips and carried the pot over. Or were you two waiting for me to fetch your bowls and chopsticks? I was under the impression that a shrine maiden, like a magician, would also need some sort of mystical tool. Marissa pulled off her hat and fished out her mini hakuro, setting it on the table. The little cat poked at the small box with her paw, curious. This is my most powerful magical tool. I load it with special mushrooms to amplify mana combustion, and it fires a devastating cannon blast. Marissa showed it off proudly. Mushrooms. The little cat perked up, and the black-white woman instantly grew several sizes in her imagination. This person understood the power of mushrooms too. But the moment Marissa set down the mini hakuro, Raimu plunked the pot right on top of it. What kind of meal is this? Yimi asked, curious. Cook as you eat, Raimu replied flatly. She looked down and noticed Yimi couldn't hold chopsticks properly. She vaguely remembered gripping chopsticks the same way as a child, and someone patiently guiding her hands to show her how. It seemed like barely 10-odd years ago, and already it belonged to the category of childhood memories. Raimu took Yimi's hands and corrected her grip. Hold them like this. Now pick something up. No, like this. What are you grinning at me for? That last part was directed at Marissa. Raimu turned back to Yimi and considered for a moment. After dinner you're taking a bath. Otherwise the smell's going to cling to you all over. This kid had been living here for roughly 3 days now, and hadn't bathed once, had she? Yesterday she'd been in such a rush to sleep that she'd only washed herself and completely forgotten about Yimi. She didn't want to deal with extra chores, but a smelly cat would bother her most of all. Yimi's hands loosened on her chopsticks. Suddenly she didn't want to eat any more. Raimu propped her chin on one hand, utterly unmoved. Suit yourself. If you go to the temple school tomorrow and people say you smell, don't blame me. Yimi made a tentative attempt at picking up food with her chopsticks. A preliminary compromise. Hot pot was, without a doubt, an unfriendly food for a kitten. Her tongue couldn't handle the temperature. And then there was the other thing. The weather wasn't particularly hot, and Raimu's bathing method involved filling a large wooden tub, and because she couldn't be bothered to keep heating water she'd simply placed an iron plate under the tub, and set it on top of the mini hakuro she'd borrowed from Marissa. This old-fashioned bathing method was obviously very unfriendly to small children. Yimi looked at the bathwater Raimu was heating. Then she looked back at the hot pot they'd just eaten from. Yimi crouched low and tried to sneak out. Where do you think you're going? The water's not even that deep. Hurry up, I still need to wash after you. Reimu caught her and hauled her back. She was going to boil the kitten. Had to redirect the misfortune. Early morning. Today was the day Yimi would begin studying to become the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. Yimi woke at the crack of dawn, while Reimu, whose sleep schedule had been thoroughly wrecked, was still snoring away. Clad in nothing but her panties, Yimi checked on her homegrown catnip, then went to find clothes. Cats are creatures that hold grudges. She'd said she wouldn't wear the Reimu outfit, and she meant it. She changed into the Marissa outfit instead, and set off toward the human village. Chapter 145, Chapter 13, Sweating Bullets 12-18 words. Temple School. After all, fairies and yokai did carry a certain degree of danger. The ones Cain had rounded up were all on the weaker side, but even so, human children were far too fragile to withstand their idea of casual roughhousing. And danger aside, their sheer rowdiness would disrupt the other students' learning. Separating their lessons from the village children's classes until they'd been properly educated was a necessary measure. Given their lifespans, there was no rush on the curriculum anyway. The trade-off was that neither the human class nor the non-human class had reached double digits in enrollment. Cain-sensei was still actively recruiting. It's that stinky weasel again. I'm getting payback for yesterday. Cerno pointed straight at Yimi, surprisingly not fooled by the change of clothes. Cain had told her that the strongest should study diligently at the temple school, otherwise she wasn't really the strongest. That was the only reason she'd agreed to come. Stupidity is contagious. The little cat recognized her at a glance too, and turned her face away to avoid catching it. Cerno-chan, we can't beat her. Deiyuze, who had secretly let Cerno escape early the day before, glanced nervously at Yimi, terrified the cat would call an apparent figure to drag Cerno back again. Nonsense, I'm the strongest. Dai-chan, zip it. I'm gonna sneak ice cubes down her collar in a bit. You just said it out loud, though. Watch this. Cerno whipped out a spell card. Cain's voice came from the lectern. Nobody had noticed when she'd walked up there, but one look at that threatening glare was enough. The self-proclaimed strongest ice fairy shuddered involuntarily and slunk back into her seat. Damn it, just you wait. Cain looked Yimi up and down, appraising her outfit. Yimi, go sit next to that blonde girl over there. Pay attention during class, okay? The little cat padded over and inspected her seat. Another low table with a cushion on the floor. She sat down and tucked her legs underneath. All right, everyone open your language readers. Yimi turned to look at Rumia, who had produced a book and opened it upside down. The little cat didn't understand, but monkey see, monkey do. She flipped her own book upside down to the same page. Seeming to notice the mimicry, Rumia turned and studied her. Who are you? I'm Yimi. Rumia spread her arms wide in her signature pose and asked, look at me, don't I look like a saint nailed to a cross? Rumia, Yimi, your books are upside down, and that's not even the right page. No chatting during class. Cain walked over, righted their books, and flipped to the correct page. She'd been reflecting on her teaching methods lately. The kids kept complaining that her lessons were boring, so she'd gone out and studied some textbooks from the outside world, trying to revamp her materials and approach. The outside world used silly little stories as reading passages for young children. As an adult, Cain couldn't quite see the appeal. She personally preferred verses and prose with deeper meaning. But perhaps this sort of thing was better suited for children. Paula the delivery bird. Cain surveyed the sea of allegedly brilliant young minds below her, and abandoned the idea of calling on someone to read aloud. She'd just do it herself. I'll read through it once first. Circle any characters you don't recognize or words you don't understand. Once upon a time, there was a little bird named Paula, who worked as a delivery courier for all the animals. In the end, Paula opened the very last package and it turned out the recipient was herself. Cain looked up from the text. A miracle. They were actually listening. Kids really did love stories. She could tell they'd all taken a liking to the little bird in the tail. Yimi turned her head and saw Rumia gripping a pen, circling the characters on the page one by one. Halfway through, she gave up because it was too tedious, and turned to ask Yimi instead, "What kind of bird is Paula?" Her biggest takeaway from class was that birds apparently came in different species. "Dunno, but I don't usually eat little birds." The little cat swished her tail. "Paula probably doesn't taste good anyway." Wriggle Nightbug, the firefly yokai at the desk in front, spun around to object, "That's ridiculous. Paula is so kind, her meat must taste just as good." "Forget birds, I still like frozen frogs better," said Cerno. In the corner, Mr. Lorelei, the night sparrow yokai, set down her textbook, broke into a cold sweat, and tried to quietly slink out of the increasingly terrifying classroom. "Who told you this lesson was about eating birds?" A vein practically popped on Kane's forehead. "There's a shop on Yukai Trail that sells roast bird at night. Have you been?" Rumia grabbed Yimi's tail and stuffed it in her mouth. Yimi snatched her tail back and gave Rumia a couple of kitty punches for good measure. "That place doesn't sell roast bird, it's lamprey." Mischa's voice rang out in crisp protest. "What's a lamprey?" Yimi bit her finger curiously, staring unblinkingly at the wings on Mischa's back. "It's a type of eel that can cure night blindness," answered the firefly classmate at the desk ahead. "The owner is a yokai who can cause night blindness. She's definitely using that ability to drum up business." "I'm not that devious." Mischa clenched her little fists. "Wait, that stand is yours." Wriggle was stunned. "You didn't know? You've even been there. You're actually that evil." "I said I'm not." Kane's stern voice forced the room into silence. Where had things gone so wrong? "Kane, Mr. Nobi dropped off another gift." Moku knocked and strolled in, carrying a basket. "Didn't I tell you not to interrupt while I'm teaching?" Kane looked down at the basket in her hands. A full load of truffles. Why would he send something so expensive? "And why did you accept it?" "It was just sitting at the door. I only brought it in to show you. If someone had seen it and swiped it, that'd be a shame." Moku shrugged. Kane took the basket with a serious expression. "Cover for me. I'm returning this." "Fine, nothing else to do anyway." Moku accepted Kane's teaching materials. She helped out with class whenever Kane had something urgent. Her own formal education wasn't exactly extensive, but she managed. She glanced down at the new edition, a tiny cat cub, then flipped through the unfamiliar textbook. "Where did you guys leave off?" "We were on the roast bird part." Cerno, self-proclaimed class genius, volunteered the answer. "Holy shit, Kane's not still holding a grudge against me, is she?" muttered Moku, she with the turkey powers. "Holy shit." Yimi repeated the words. "What does holy shit mean?" Rumia poked Yimi. The little cat consulted the ever-reliable system. "Holy shit" is generally considered a versatile all-purpose exclamation in the modern era. The system reported after checking its database. "Holy shit" is a versatile all-purpose exclamation, Yimi relayed to Rumia. Wriggle at the desk in front nodded thoughtfully. "Holy shit." Moku, who had just walked in, was sweating bullets. Chapter 146, Chapter 14, Still Spreading Rumors. 1552 words after school, Rumia spread her arms like an airplane, and was the first one out the door. She spun around mid-stride. "Let's go eat roast bird on Yukai Trail next time." "Holy shit." "Holy shit." Yimi waved her paw at her new friend in farewell. "I told you, Yukai Trail doesn't sell roast bird." Holy shit. Mischa, afraid of being ambushed, waited until everyone else had left before daring to make her exit, tacking on the mysteriously viral phrase to avoid being left out. Mocha had tried to correct them, but was met with a chorus of chirpy rebuttals along the lines of, "How come you get to say it but we can't?" She'd considered slipping away from the situation, but past experience had taught her that dodging Kane's punishment only made the eventual reckoning worse. Kane's hand descended onto the top of her head from behind. "What exactly did you teach my students?" Mocha fished a cigarette from her pocket and lit it, tilting her head skyward. "Has the sky always been this beautiful? I've never really stopped to appreciate it." One advantage of this outfit's hood was that it concealed Yimi's cat ears without the uncomfortable pressure of a baseball cap. The villagers could still tell from her clothing that she wasn't ordinary, but at least they no longer went out of their way to avoid her. Well, not until they spotted the tail, anyway. Temple school let out already. That's earlier than I expected. She ran into a familiar face at the entrance to the human village. Black-white. Yimi pointed at her. "I'm not black-white, I'm Marissa. You're more black and white than I am right now, you know." Marissa bent down and gave Yimi's cheeks a gentle pinch. It wasn't just the clothes, even the girl's hair was a black and white color scheme. And she had the nerve to point at Marissa and call her black-white. Why are you here?" "Just passing through. I was gonna head to Kurindu to buy another broom so I could go settle the score with those rabbits, but that Kurin jerk tried to palm off some stinky old mop on me." Marissa glanced toward the human village. She still didn't like coming here much, not with things the way they were between her and her father. "Never mind that. I'll walk you home." "What did you learn at the temple school today?" Marissa took her hand naturally as they set off down Yukai Trail. "Learned holy shit." The little cat answered with satisfaction. One step closer to becoming a Hakurai shrine maiden. Something about that didn't add up. Yimi tugged at the hand holding hers. "Wanna go eat lamprey?" The little cat was very interested in fish. "Oh, the lamprey stand. That only opens at night, I think. Plus the owner probably got out of class the same time, as you know, way she's got her stand set up already." Marissa patted Yimi's head. "Besides, last time I went there for some grilled food, I just casually asked why they only had tea and no sake, and she pulled out some fancy blue liquor she'd scored from the Scarlet Devil Mansion and tried to sell it to me. Good thing I snuck off without paying. Hey you two, the mother-daughter pair over here, over here." A voice with a strange cadence materialized beside them. The moment Marissa turned her head, the shutter clicked and their photo was captured. Nice, very photogenic." Aya Shimimuru inspected her camera with satisfaction. "It's you, the stinky crow, who wrote that Rima was dead. I couldn't sleep all night worrying." Marissa reached into her hat for the mini Hakuro. This particular crow had once featured Marissa in the newspaper, describing her as a kleptomaniac bandit who plucked valuables from every passerby. At the time, even Rima had been convinced the donation box was empty because Marissa had stolen from it. "Stinky crow." Yimi parroted, adopting it as Aya Shimimuru's official title. Marissa's hand froze for a second. "What do you mean wrote she was dead?" "I clearly marked it, suspected, it's not my fault you people didn't read carefully." Aya waved her camera. "Besides, the buzz around a news story fades fast. You have to keep injecting fresh material. One photo is nowhere near enough. Please cooperate with a brief interview so I don't end up making any errors in my article." "Like hell I'm doing your interview. Die Dze." Aya nimbly dodged the deliberately low-powered blast. Marissa always dialed it back to avoid starting a forest fire. With her ability to manipulate wind, Aya's speed was among the fastest in all of Gensokyo. She darted to Yimi's side in an instant. "Little one, how old are you? What kind of yukai were you born as? Someone spotted you in shrine maiden garb yesterday. Why are you wearing the same outfit as the black-white mouse, the black-white magician today?" The cat answered with guileless honesty, 1 year old. "My mama gave birth to me. Black-white gave me the clothes." I see. Aya scribbled furiously in her notebook. "Per our interview, the next generation Hakurai is only 1 year of age. The clothing was deliberately gifted by the black-white magician. When questioned, the subject clutched the black-white magician's hand and stated her mother gave birth to her. However, as our sources indicate, only non-human growth cycles could produce such rapid development, corroborating her distinctly inhuman features. Furthermore, multiple witnesses who have observed the Hakurei kitten report that she carries no yukai aura whatsoever. It is well documented that many magicians practice alchemy, for instance using one's own blood essence to create a homunculus in a bottle. Get lost. Marissa straight up hurled the mini Hakuro at her head. Aya dodged and shamelessly sidled right back up to Marissa, holding her pen out like a microphone. Miss Black-White Magician, what exactly is this child's relationship to Miss Raimu? What relationship even? I don't really. Marissa found herself stumped. At first she'd assumed Yimi was Raimu's successor. As Raimu's best friend, Marissa's character was generally decent aside from a few minor flaws, and she'd never once thought, someone like you doesn't deserve to be the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. But even without that connection, Yimi could still live at the shrine as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And this was Raimu, famously the most tight-fisted person in Gensokyo. It was also because of Raimu that Marissa had naturally come to see Yimi as her junior. After all, she and Raimu used to be the youngest generation in Gensokyo. Aya nodded and kept writing. The Black-White Magician indicates the child shares an unclear relationship with the current Hakurei Shrine Maiden. As we all know, under normal circumstances two girls cannot produce a child together, therefore. When did I say any of that? Stop making stuff up. Thank you for the information, goodbye. And she was gone, streaking across the sky. This couldn't go on. Marissa grabbed Yimi's hand and strode toward the shrine. That does it. We're finding Raimu right now. We're storming Yukai Mountain. I've been wanting to pin that crow down and beat the daylights out of her. Let's call this the rumor incident and be done with it. I'll pluck her feathers as proof I'm alive and well. Marissa and Raimu had gone to pick a fight on Yukai Mountain, leaving Yimi with cat food and instructions to watch the shrine. After seeing them off, Yimi poked Genji's shell with the gohei again. This time he didn't even poke his head out. Was he hungry? The kind-hearted Yimi poured a small packet of cat food into the pond. Genji. With that task accomplished, Yimi retrieved the catnip she'd planted the day before and chewed on a sprig. It had more of a kick than ordinary cat grass. Anything from Yuka, the flower master of the Four Seasons, was bound to be good stuff. Yimi resumed her experiments with automated propagation via the third magic. But for someone who hadn't even formally studied magecraft, trying to innovate from scratch was proving immensely difficult. Whatcha doing? She was so deeply focused, a first for her, that she didn't even notice when another little cat crept up behind her. Did you plant this? It's actually different from regular cat grass, you know. Chun crouched beside her, studying the pot. But if you come to Meiohaiga, I've got as much as you could ever want. You could stay there all day. As much as I could ever want. Yimi's mouth watered for a moment before she shook her head. I'm staying at the shrine. This cat was going to be the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. Lady Yukari did say that, but you could still come visit. There are lots of our kind there. Chun pressed her lips together and produced a dangling cat toy, waving it enticingly at Yimi. Yimi's eyes tracked the toy left and right. She couldn't resist swatting at it. It had been a while since she'd had a proper play fight with another cat. Then a brilliant idea struck her. Chen's home was covered in cat grass. If Yimi could double the supply, and then take a share of the doubled stock home with her, that would mean she'd have so much cat grass. Chapter 147, Chapter 15, Foolish Humans. 1283 words. This place was paradise. A colony of stray cats, with catnip growing everywhere. This place was literally paradise. Yimi crouched down and stared curiously at two cats stacked on top of each other, doing something she couldn't identify. One cat was riding on the other. Don't look at that, it's way too early for you. Chun blushed furiously and cupped Yimi's face, turning it away. Yimi shook her head and stored the harvested cat grass in her storage space. She hadn't actually gotten that much, roughly 1 cubic meters worth. The storage space itself was limited in capacity, and she still needed room for other things. Like souvenirs for Mama and Grandma. Chen looked a bit disappointed. So you can even control the propagation of cat grass. Are you some kind of harvest deity too? She'd been hoping to use Mayohaiga's abundant cat grass supply to lure Yimi into visiting regularly. Turning her into a shikigami seemed to be off the table, but Chen genuinely liked cats. Yimi bent down and plucked at the cat grass on the ground. It tastes so. It was actually decent, but after sampling the variety Yuka had provided, the ordinary stuff seemed middling by comparison. Well, obviously I haven't been taking good care of it lately. Chen planted her hands on her hips, then puffed up with a hint of pride. I didn't plant nearly this much at first, but they just grew so well that it turned into all of this. Yimi's mouth opened slightly. They seed themselves. Chen patted her head. Of course they do. All plants have their own way of spreading seeds, otherwise how would they grow in the wild? I've heard Lady Rand say that you can even breed improved varieties. The seeds from improved plants are premium quality. But since mine were already growing so nicely on their own, I never bothered. Something seemed to click for Yimi. She took out a few of the seeds Yuka had given her and placed them on the ground. Then, just as she'd been researching for the past 2 days, miracle in the left hand, third magic in the right, she stopped trying to lay down a magical field over an area like an orthodox magician would, and instead focused the power directly onto the seeds themselves. She planted them in the earth. Nothing happened. Did you do something? Failed again. Yimi stood up sadly, patted the dust off her behind, and looked at the darkening sky. I gotta head back. You don't want to play a little longer? Gotta watch the shrine. A place like that wouldn't get robbed even if nobody watched it. Oh well, I'll come find you next time. Chen didn't push. Holy shit. Yimi waved her paw at Chen and bounded off in the bouncy stride unique to small children. Chen was a little confused. Did she just say a bad word? Must have misheard. Aya Shimimura's speed was among the fastest in all of Gensokyo, and as someone who made a career of offending people, she maintained a constant state of alertness, always ready to be attacked at a moment's notice. But Raimu Hakurai, Gensokyo's biggest hacks character, was not without her methods. And in certain respects, Raimu could be surprisingly crafty. For example, setting a trap by deliberately walking hand in hand with Marissa to lure Aya out for a photo op. Raimu spat on her hand and rubbed her palms together in disgust. That's so mean, my hands aren't even dirty. It's not like you've never touched them before. Marissa snapped Aya's camera into several pieces and followed up with a magic cannon blast to prevent repair. No, it's just that the thought of walking down a country lane holding hands with you gives me the creeps. Raimu crouched next to Aya and rifled through her pockets. She clicked her tongue. Broke ass, going out without a single coin and calling yourself a journalist. How do you plan to compensate me for emotional damages? Aya lay face down on the ground, tears streaming, legs clamped together with both hands clutching between her thighs as she trembled, using the crotch slam on a girl, of all things. She felt like something inside her had just. Oh, this one's not bad. Notorious rumor-mongering crow finally receives her comeuppance. If that ran in tomorrow's paper, it'd sell like crazy, wouldn't it? Raimu poked Aya's head with the little stick in her hand. She'd made it all the way to Yukai Mountain before realizing the kitten had swiped her gohei. With no other option, she'd snapped a branch off a tree to whack Aya's head with. After they left, Momiji Inubashiri, who had been cowering off to the side under threat, finally crept over to check on Aya. The two of them bickered constantly, but Momiji's ability to see great distances meant she occasionally collected intel for Aya in exchange for small favors. She'd nearly gotten caught in the crossfire. Her position as a mountain patrol Tengu was inherently absurd anyway. Making a weaker Tengu stand guard over a stronger Tengu, of all things. Heh 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 ha ha. Aya suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing about? Momiji looked in horror at the tree that had served as the instrument of punishment, but didn't spot any suspicious wet marks on it. Foolish humans. Completely unaware that cameras have film rolls. Aya peeled herself off the ground and produced a film roll. Paper bag in hand, Raimu returned to the shrine. She compared the little stick she'd just picked up with the one Yimi had given her earlier, and found that Yimi's was straighter. She'd use that one to make a new gohei tomorrow. She walked to the pond's edge and poked Genji with the stick. No response. She poked again. Still ignored. Raimu's eyes went wide. She grabbed the rim of his shell and hauled him out of the water. Genji finally stuck his head out, looking at her in bewilderment. Never mind, just checking on you. Raimu set him back in the pond. Genji. It had been a little chilly lately. Raimu walked inside the shrine and lit the lamp, setting the paper bag on the table. Kid, you asleep? She'd gone out for a barbecue dinner, Marissa paid, and had the leftovers packed up for Yimi. She looked down and spotted the bedding laid out on the floor, a small lump rising and falling rhythmically beneath the covers. TCH, you're in my bed again? Who said you could climb in without taking a bath first? Raimu peeled back the covers and shook the drowsy kitten loose. Yimi latched onto Raimu's clothes and leaned against her. Made you. You can cook. Raimu felt as though she might have just discovered a way to extract rent. The little cat buried her face in Raimu's clothes and drifted off again, draped against her. Raimu gently pried each tiny claw free, set her back on the bedding, and tucked her in. This must be one of those folktale repayment things. Last year the human village had gone through a phase where those kinds of stories were all the rage. Raimu walked over to the stove and had a look. She could see that her usual low tea table had been pushed to one side, presumably so a little girl, who couldn't reach the counter, could stand on it as a stepping stool. She lifted the pot lid and peered inside. Stewing in the broth were several things that looked suspiciously like skinned mice. The girl stared in silence for a few seconds, then ladled up a spoonful of broth and tasted it. Chapter 148, Chapter 16. Take these home to eat. 1386 words. If you don't want to eat it, just don't eat it. Why punish a cat over it? Today's Raimu was actually pretty reasonable. She waited until Yimi woke up the next morning, and was about to leave for school before grabbing her for a proper scolding. A pair of cat ears drooped, wounded and innocent. Little hands tucked in front of her, chin tilted up at Raimu, making the shrine maiden feel like she was the one doing something wrong. In the end, Raimu flicked Yimi's forehead, too annoyed to bother further. Go to school. Next time you stew a mouse, I'm spanking you. The little cat had been kind enough to worry about you going hungry, climbed up on the table, and cooked you a meal, and you still had the nerve to complain. Adjusting her shrine maiden hat and changing into her clothes, the little girl ran off to school waving her gohei. After wearing pants for so long, switching back to a skirt gave her a strange feeling of not being able to take full strides, but the outfit Marissa had given her came with Gensokyo's standard-issue safety shorts. No matter how much she bounced and ran, there was zero risk of flashing anyone. The stairs in the human village seemed more numerous today. Most of the content in the Bunbunmaru newspaper wasn't particularly relevant to the humans here, but the recent report about Hakurai Raimu's alleged imminent demise and plans to pass her title to a yukai had stirred up quite the commotion. Hey, kid. Come here a sec. Today, someone even called out to her. Yimi trotted over and looked up at the man, puzzled. He was getting on in years but still hale, a sturdy old fellow. His expression was complicated as he studied her, and he even reached out to flip up the brim of her hat. What are you doing? Yimi clutched her hat and stepped back, on guard, opening her storage space with one hand ready to draw a weapon. Back in the seafaring world, Auntie Xia had told her that any man who started getting handsy the moment he saw her was no good. The old man crouched down and stared hard at her face. She doesn't really look like her. He held that unreadable, complicated expression for a long while. Finally, he produced a basket and handed it to Yimi. Take this home with you. Yimi took the basket, confused, and lifted the cloth draped over the top. Inside were the things Moku had brought to Kane-sensei yesterday. What a strange man. She stowed the basket in her storage space and backed away slowly, keeping her eyes on him the whole time. The sight of the wary little girl treating him like a suspicious stranger drew amused looks from passers-by. At last he hesitated, then said, "Don't tell Marissa I gave those to you." With that, he retreated into a shop and picked up a copy of the morning paper, the one infamous for its unreliable rumors. The front page carried two photos, one of a girl walking hand in hand with a smaller girl dressed identically to herself, face turned away, another of the same child walking intimately with the Hakurai shrine maiden. He let out a long sigh. In that moment, he seemed to age years. Yimi looked up at the sign of the shop he'd returned to. Kirasame's shop. No idea what they sold. Yimi jogged the rest of the way to the temple school, where Moka scooped her up by the collar at the gate. Don't run so fast. It's not like there's a dog chasing you. What are you doing here? The little cat looked up at her. Kane stepped out, so I'm watching the class for her. Moka glanced back at the gaggle of chattering girls inside. Can you lot settle down? Don't make me try out Kane's practice makes an expert headbutt on you. She patted Yimi's head. Go on in. Kane said you should all review what she taught yesterday. It means go over the stuff you learned yesterday. Moku extended a finger, looking tremendously pleased with herself as she explained. Every time she dealt with kids this young, it gave her the pleasant illusion of being a top student. Yimi nodded, walked into the classroom, and reviewed. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wriggle raised her hand in solidarity. Moku. They'd already been scolded for that yesterday. Surely Kane wouldn't rehash it today. She hopped up onto the lectern desk. Hey, brats. Was the road blocked when you came in this morning? For a yukai like me, blocked roads aren't exactly a problem. Mischa ruffled the wings on her back proudly. Fair point. I figured the path on Yukai Trail might have gotten overgrown with grass. Moku idly flipped through Kane's teaching materials, looking for something she could actually handle teaching. She'd heard this morning that the area near Murin Temple across the river from the village edge had been blanketed in some unidentified plant. There were even signs it was creeping across the river toward the human village. She'd gone to take a look and only found a meadow with a few cats lounging in it. Probably just some seasonal growth spurt. Though the residents along the river swore the area had been completely bare when they went to do laundry yesterday. The sudden bloom inevitably called to mind a certain flower master's past incidents, but so far nothing seemed particularly abnormal. Wriggle pointed at Moku. Can't you shoot fire? Just burn it all down. You little brats have zero safety awareness. Moku snapped the textbook shut. Back when I used to fight that shut in the bamboo forest, I almost accidentally started a massive wildfire. You know what would have happened? Your precious forest would have been scorched bald. Who were you fighting? Rumia asked, her focus entirely missing the point about fire safety. That bamboo cutter recluse. Ugh, why am I even telling you this? Why were you fighting? Deyuze looked at her with worried eyes. Because everyone's got that one person who just pisses them off. Moku folded her arms with a conflicted expression, and Kane's terrifying face flashed unbidden before her eyes. She hastily corrected course. That's bad behavior, by the way. Don't follow my example. If someone pisses you off, just take them out. You idiot. Cerno climbed onto a desk to look down on Moku, then whipped out a spell card. Like this. She flung it straight at Yimi. The card warped and veered off course. The cat turned her head and jabbed a finger at Cerno, unamused. What did you say? Moku choked on her own spit. Cerno, you can't fight in the classroom. Deyuze tried to stop her. Who cares? That headbutt lady isn't even here, who's that? The ice fairy was lifted from behind. Whoever had grabbed her slowly rotated Cerno to face them. Naturally, it was Kane-sensei, who had appeared behind her at some unknown point, wearing a smile that was anything but friendly. Cerno thrashed in panic. Let me go, you idiot. The headbutt landed square on her forehead, the very technique invented specifically for disciplining students. Cerno slumped across the desk, temporarily out of commission. Kane turned her gaze to Yimi. What did Yimi just yell? Care to say it again? The little cat shrank her neck into her shoulders but answered honestly, dumb MMPH. Kane clamped her little mouth shut. Squeezed rather hard, too. Her eyes glowed with menace as she slowly turned toward Moku. Moku pointed at herself in horror. It wasn't me this time. But the disbelief in Kane's eyes was unmistakable. Everyone go home early today. There might be a situation in the human village. Kane released Yimi's mouth and tapped her forehead. Since it's your first offense, Sensei will let it slide. But that bad word you're not allowed to say it again, understood? Understood. Yimi rubbed her little mouth. Good girl. Kane shooed the children out and shut the door. You gotta believe me. The commotion inside continued. Yimi stomped her foot, then stared down at the path beneath her, what had been plain dirt just moments ago. Cat grass. It hadn't been there when she walked in. Chapter 149, Chapter 17, Cat Vanguard. 1290 words. Gensokyo had no paved roads to speak of, and overnight the cat grass had spread from Meohaiga to blanket Murin Temple, even crossing the river to carpet the entire human village. Wherever Yimi's gaze fell, cat grass erupted from the earth through the power of the third magic, like the most devout pilgrims prostrating before a saint, like a harvest goddess made manifest. The energy supplied by soul materialization had let the plants bypass the need for nutrients entirely. Like Yuka Kazami's own power over flora, given sufficient will, the grass could even take root where no plant had any business growing. It worked. The little cat's eyes sparkled. She grabbed a handful of the nicer-looking shoots and held them out to her new friend. Here, try some. Rumia popped them into her mouth without a second thought. Not very tasty. She swallowed them anyway. Then reached for Yimi's tail. Yimi wouldn't let her touch it. Yimi pointed at her. You're weird. Normal cats get all floaty from this stuff. Is that so? The blonde girl stood with both arms outstretched, smiling with guileless simplicity. Rumia isn't a normal cat. What cat? This is obviously that, right? An incident. Wriggle, who at least had half a brain cell to spare, grabbed a fistful of cat grass and sniffed at it appreciatively. Perhaps because Wriggle often visited Yuka to play, the cat grass Yuka had provided didn't trigger the discomfort that normal catnip would cause in an insect-type yukai. At least, she herself didn't feel any discomfort. And if she didn't feel uncomfortable, that meant this grass was perfectly suited for insect proliferation. Which meant that with these fast-growing plants, insects could fill up the human village in no time, and then humans would surely fear insect kind once more. Seeing her reaction, Yimi mentally classified her as a top-tier cat. An incident. Yimi remembered Raima using that word. Something about how the Hakurai Shrine Maiden's duty was to resolve incidents. Totally normal thing around here. Every new resident who moves in has to cause an incident to announce their existence to everyone. But if you're the one behind it, the annoying red-white, and her wife will come after you real quick. She'll wipe out all the incident stuff you worked so hard to create. Wriggle slipped naturally into the role of newcomer's guide. And by tradition, a few people have to get in the red-white's way before she reaches you, stall her and her wife, and then finally she gets to face you at the end. The annoying red-white. In the little cat's mind, which didn't know many people here yet, Raimu's image surfaced immediately. Raimu was going to wipe out the cat grass she'd so painstakingly grown everywhere. That was outrageous. Mayohiga was allowed to grow grass but she wasn't. This was a great undertaking for the benefit of all cats everywhere. Don't worry, I'll help you. Wriggle clapped a hand on her shoulder. Time to make insects great again. The little cat nodded and returned the shoulder clap. Your cat general no. That title feels weirdly insulting. Don't say such dangerous things. And besides, Wriggle can't possibly beat Raimu-san, right? Mischa tried to intervene. Excuse me. I'm the insect king. Insect kind hasn't been relevant for who knows how many years. I'm pretty sure even I could beat Wriggle, that's only because you're a bird. Are you stronger? Yimi turned to Mischa. Then you go stall Raimu. You're the cat vanguard now. The little cat bestowed a title upon her as well. Mischa's wings were trembling. She was going to get eaten. Word was that Raimu-san had devoured a lethally poisonous yukai a few days ago, slept it off like it was nothing, and came out the other side craving another tengu for a snack. The tengu barely escaped with her life. Because of that rumor, Mischa hadn't dared open her stand on yukai trail for 2 straight days. She needed to find a chance to slip away quietly. What's there to be scared of? Wriggle glared at her, frustrated by her lack of backbone. Didn't they say the Hakuryai shrine maiden and her wife just had a daughter? Just go kidnap their daughter and problem solved. Where did you hear that, Wriggle? None of them small fry yukai who'd been rounded up and stuffed into a temple school could even read the newspaper. What good would kidnapping Raimu's daughter do? The little cat frowned. She'd been living at the shrine all this time, and had never once seen a daughter of Raimu's. And besides, Raimu might have a sharp tongue, but she was actually pretty good to Yimi. She never truly kicked her out when she crawled into the futon at night. Use your head. Grab the Red White's kid and she can't stop our incident. Just don't hurt the girl and it's fine. Wriggle planted her fists on her hips, fully embracing the role of strategist. Whether it's humans or yukai, everyone cares about their offspring, right? We might even be able to make her hand over the Hakuryai shrine maiden position to one of us. Let's go catch Raimu's daughter. Don't hurt her. The little cat raised a paw and declared it decided. First it was flowers, now it's grass. Raimu gripped her freshly finished nugohei and dangled a cat by the scruff. Why are there cats growing out of this stuff? The grass looked awfully familiar, too. Come to think of it, for the past couple days, the cat back at the shrine had been clutching that flower pot non-stop. At first Raimu had tried to see what was planted in it, but the cat wouldn't let her anywhere near it. The trail of evidence was pointing in a very clear direction. Yakumo cat, this was you, wasn't it? Raimu pulled out a talisman and aimed it at Chen. Chen, rolling on the ground in bliss, meow. L omega L asterisk, don't play dumb. The whole of Gensokyo knows where the most cat grass grows. Pretty bold for a Shikigami's Shikigami. That's ridiculous, it was obviously your little cat that did this. When her own skin was on the line, Chen's betrayal came without a shred of hesitation. Suspicion-wise, isn't it obviously the newcomer who'd start an incident? You make a really good point. I don't even have a reason to hit you anymore. Raimu lowered the talisman in disappointment. Chen grabbed her own cats and bolted. She had to admit, Yimi's cat grass really did hit different compared to the Mayohiga stuff. That brat. I already warned her, and she's still causing me trouble. Raimu gripped her gohei and took flight toward the human village, nearly colliding midair with a sparrow who tried desperately to dodge when she spotted her. The harder she tried to flee, the more Raimu was convinced she had a guilty conscience. Riri Raimu-san. Mischa, hands over her head, stared up in terror. There's only one Ray in my name. And from Raimu's perspective, something like an HP bar materialized beneath Mischa's feet, labeled Cat Vanguard. Raimu drew a talisman. Don't hit me, I'm a good person, Raimu-san. Mischa crouched with her hands over her head, tears already forming, and betrayed everyone instantaneously. They ran toward Misty Lake. And they said they were going to kidnap Raimu-san's daughter. Not knowing where Raimu's daughter actually was, and having no real sense of direction, the slightly more savvy Mischa simply pointed in the opposite direction from the Hakurai shrine. Kidnap my daughter? Raimu's eyes went dead fish flat. The first thing that came to mind was the rumor the Crow Tengu had tried to spread the night before. Had she been wrong to blame the kid after all? Chapter 150, Chapter 18, Three Sisters Under the Moon. 12-15 words. What a thoroughly unpleasant plant. At the Scarlet Devil Mansion, the chief maid had been carrying the mistress's clothes to hand wash when she nearly tripped over something on the floor. It wasn't carelessness on her part, she simply could not fathom how vegetation was growing on an interior floor. She opened the doors and windows. The plants had clearly grown in from outside. Sakuya narrowed her focus, and every weed within her field of vision was eliminated in an instant. Then she threw a knife. It struck the gatekeeper's forehead with pinpoint precision. I wasn't slacking off. The gatekeeper scrambled to peel the eye-pattern sticker off her eyelid. Then explain what this is. Sakuya pointed at the top of her head, expression blank. Hong Miling removed her cap and found it covered in catnip. I slept so long stuff started growing on me. Miling hastily plucked it all off. No real resistance, the roots hadn't burrowed in. The grass didn't need soil to thrive. The root systems hadn't actually penetrated anything, seeds simply appeared and immediately began growing, as though drawing nutrients straight from the air. The good news was it didn't seem to grow on living skin, and some instinct encoded in its DNA still drove the roots toward actual soil. Sakuya grabbed a handful and sniffed. Could work as a base for infused liquor. Probably has medicinal value too. The moment she finished speaking, cat grass erupted again across the area she'd just cleared. Whatever this stuff was, anything this prolific was bad news. I can't make sense of what's happening, but whoever did this must be a powerful, no, a genius magician. A girl in pajamas murmured this, irritably brushing off her hat. Powerful genius, is there a difference? Miling blinked. The look she received was pure disdain. It means a beginner invented a spell formula that even I find impressive and then inexplicably used it on something I can't make heads or tails of. Can you resolve this, Patula-sama? Sakuya asked. I've tried. Probably not. If it were purely a magical construct, I could attempt a counter, but there seemed to be other components mixed in. Patula's tone was distinctly displeased. Whether that was because of the grass or the morning's Crow Tengu newspaper was anyone's guess. Mistress. The very person they'd been discussing arrived. A small girl holding a parasol and sporting bat wings, the true master of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, the eternally young Scarlet Moon, walked to the entrance and regarded the three of them gathered there with a puzzled look. Sakuya dipped in a bow. I thought you'd be catching up on sleep at this hour. Had an unpleasant dream. Old things better left forgotten. Remilia kicked at the weeds underfoot. So who's causing an incident this time? Never mind, did Flan eat properly today? The second young lady was very well behaved today. Walk with me. Yes, mistress. Sakuya fell in close behind her. Scared awake by a nightmare? How adorable, mistress. They occasionally took daytime strolls, usually just around the shores of Misty Lake. The only thing to watch for out here was the odd prank-loving fairy. Does Raimu's daughter really live this far out? A clear young voice carried from the distance, putting Sakuya on alert. Should be right around here. I'm pretty sure Misty knows the lay of Gensokyo really well. Oh, there's someone. What's this? Sakuya focused her gaze and saw three pint-sized girls tramping through the cat grass toward them. Upon spotting her, Yimi clenched her fists and struck a pose like a tiny Neza, standing firm. Behind her, Wriggle struck a matching pose, while Rumia stood with both arms stretched straight out for no discernible reason. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked, Three brothers under the moon. Reward, gotcha pull +1. Congratulations, host. Item obtained, achievement hint. Achievement hint randomly reveals the unlock condition for one locked achievement. Another one of these duds. The little cat pointed at Remilia. Are you Rima's daughter? The 500-year-old Remilia jabbed a finger at herself in shock. Do I bear even the slightest resemblance to her? Where did you three come from? Sakuya studied the group for a moment, then leaned in to whisper near Remilia's ear. Mistress, according to the newspaper, the one in the middle is very likely the illegitimate child of Rima-san, and the black Whi. And Marissa-san, conceived through irregular means. The crow's paper has zero credibility, of course, but her close relationship with Rima-san seems beyond doubt. Rima's daughter. Has time really passed that quickly? Remilia peered at Yimi in confusion, unable to fathom why this child had come looking for her specifically. Then again, nobody said a person could only have one child. She herself had a younger sister. But that confrontational posture, could this be about an affair? And why were they heading this way? Could it be Patchy? Remilia's eyes flared crimson, the manifestation of her power to perceive and manipulate fate. Strangely, when she turned that gaze on the one in the middle, she saw absolutely nothing. Never mind, she's not. Yimi turned to lead her two subordinates around the group. I must ask the three of you to stop there. The Scarlet Devil Mansion lies just ahead. Sakuya leveraged her longer legs to block the three little girls. The Scarlet Devil Mansion. The newcomer kitten had naturally never heard of the place. Self-proclaimed strategist Wriggle swiveled to fill them in. It's the vampire's house. Inside there are vampires, gruesome, terrifying, and they love eating little yokai. Who's gruesome and terrifying and eats yokai? How thoroughly unpleasant. Remilia's scarlet eyes narrowed to slits. She waved a hand. Throw them out. Pardon the discourtesy. Sakuya Izaoi struck a peculiar stance. The world. In what seemed like a freeze frame of stop time, she picked up each of the three girls one by one and relocated them, facing the opposite direction. They ran away. The clever Rumia assumed it was Remilia's group that had vanished. Wriggle folded her arms. Scared off just like that. Come on, let's not waste our time on cowards. Not actually very far behind them, Remilia's fist tightened. I've changed my mind. I'll discipline you personally. Last time Rima beat me up pretty badly, you know. Remilia's eyes gleamed cold, and a vivid crimson spear condensed in her hand. Divine spear, spear the Gungnir. Rumia, go. Wriggle thrust a hand forward in command. Why Rumia? Rumia protested. Didn't we settle the ranking earlier? Misty was the vanguard, you're number 3. Wriggle was not pleased with the weaseling. Is that how it was? Rumia chewed on her fingertip, unwilling to step forward. Fine, rock paper scissors. Wriggle shook her fist. Damn it, how does someone with nothing going on upstairs have this much luck? Wriggle pulled out several spell cards, insects swirling around her. Remilia bonked her on the head with the spear. That hurts. Wriggle clutched her skull and rolled across the ground. Green bug. The little cat called out in worry. Rumia crouched down and poked her. I'll avenge you. Yimi beckoned, and an equally crimson spear materialized in her hand. That's. Remilia's pupils contracted slightly. The entire weapon radiated an aura that made her deeply uneasy, one that triggered an instinct to retreat. Chapter 151, Chapter 19, The Unfailing Spear, bonus chapter for 50 power stones, 1216 words. Unpleasant, a creeping sense of imminent purification, dragging Remilia back to memories of the outside world's churches, where people cried demon the moment they saw her. Dried bloodstains coated the shaft. As a vampire, she could detect that much with pinpoint sensitivity. Yet despite the blood provoking a visceral thirst response, Every cell in her body screamed at her to turn away. There was no question about it. That weapon had wounded a holy figure, and it was the genuine article. Just what are you? The playful attitude evaporated. Remilia finally turned serious, the bat-like wings behind her spreading wide, the gust shearing branches off trees 10 meters out. She flicked a meticulously crafted spell card skyward. A crimson mist bloomed overhead, blocking the harsh sunlight and freeing the hand that had been holding her parasol. Someone from the church. Chasing me all the way here. You rabid dogs really can't let anyone rest in peace. Holy relic. Dried blood. The weapon's specificity against her was too precise. After centuries of being hunted by the church across the outside world, the instant Remilia recognized what that spear was, her impression of the girl before her cratered. I'm Yimi. The kitten leveled the spearhead at her. Never heard of you. Utterly useless answer. Remilia leaned back, crimson lightning crackling to life in her palm, the sheer output obliterating vast swaths of cat grass underfoot. Less talk, more fighting. That's Gensokyo tradition. At the breaking point, Remilia hurled the volatile mass of energy forward with everything she had. Unfailing Speargungnir. Mana burst. Caught up in her opponent's habit, Yimi found herself shouting attack names too. A torrent of mana rivaling a round table knight's noble phantasm release roared forward to intercept. Aside from Love Train's passive deflection, this was one of the rare occasions Yimi actively countered an attack with her own offense. But just as she swung the spear shaft to meet it, the attack named the Unfailing Spear, for good reason, grazed past the tip of her hat and detonated behind her. The devastating force erupted across the lake's surface, heaving the water level skyward and scattering a fine mist of rain through the air. Sakuya scrambled to retrieve the parasol Remilia had tossed aside, holding it over her mistress's head to block that second thing vampires despised. Cerno-chan. In the distance, Deyuze's anguished cry rang out. Remilia's brow twitched. She ran with it. When I'm serious, I don't tolerate rude fairies interfering from the sidelines. Oh, I see. The guileless kitten glanced back at the ice fairy floating face down on the lake. Is that so? Rumia's mind was a perfect blank. She pointed at Remilia. Didn't you just miss on your own? Very well, I accept your provocation. Remilia's temper flared. Scarlet Devil. An all-consuming scarlet aura erupted outward, incinerating every scrap of vegetation in sight in the blink of an eye. The crimson spear materialized in her hand once more. Unlike before, for reasons even she couldn't explain, she didn't throw it this time. She closed the distance for a direct overhead strike. No one present knew that in the modern era, popular media had warped the public image of vampires into something like long robes, pale faces, aloof elegance, or just being absolutely unhinged. A 500-year-old girl like Remilia certainly had that. But her close combat power was equally fearsome. Speed invisible to the naked eye. Fists that shattered boulders. Strength enough to lift a steamroller and hurl it. A shockwave rippled out from beneath Yimi's feet, then collapsed back to stillness in an instant under Love Train. But the divine nature it triggered was detected immediately by the vampire's senses. This wasn't some local deity, or anything belonging to the 8 million gods. Even a 500-year-old with limited worldly experience would never mistake what she was sensing. This wasn't a nightmare at all. That dream she'd had this morning, it was clearly a premonition. We hide in a backwater like this and you still won't leave us alone. On raw power alone, Yimi couldn't hold a candle to Remilia. A gaunt humanoid figure, a third party that materialized without warning in Remilia's field of vision, caught her completely off guard. Not enough to send her flying, but enough to deflect the devastating strike skyward. Seizing the opening, Yimi leveled the spear shaft. A noble phantasm converted to active release form in the previous world, yet never actually used until this moment, when it finally unleashed. Spear of Longinus. The blood forever dried on the shaft suddenly liquefied, scattered, and reconverged at the spearhead in an instant. Top-tier anti-divine damage catalyzed by mana. That was the spear's inherent power. Layered atop it, the holy blood carried the force to banish evil in all its forms. She would die. No need to look. No need to listen. No need to smell. Just facing it was enough to feel the wound. This had nothing to do with raw power. Touch it and be hurt. Graze it and die. Mere proximity already lanced pain through every fiber of Remilia's body. Absolute hard counter, nothing less. For reasons unknown, at the instant Yimi released the noble phantasm, Rumia snapped her arms down to her sides and stood ramrod straight. Idiot instinct, probably some vague sense that keeping her arms raised like that would be very bad. Not even during the medieval church hunts across the outside world had Remilia felt this kind of mortal urgency. Because Remilia had closed to melee range herself, even Sakuya, wielder of the power over time, couldn't react fast enough from her position. Dodged it. Having flung her own spear away at the last second, Remilia crouched on the ground with both arms clamped over her head, breath ragged. Heart still hammering, she looked up and saw a spear shaft growing larger in her vision. It bonked her on the head. Hurt like hell. Remilia continued hugging her head. But Remilia was mistress of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Remilia had to maintain her dignity. Remilia did not cry. Yimi was still friendly toward fellow small girls who had only recently taken human form, and Remilia looked about the same age. After bonking her on the head, the kitten flopped down next to Wriggle, mimicked a scene from the picture book she'd swiped from Rinasuk's shop, and clasped the bug girl's hand. "Green bug, you can rest easy now. I've avenged you. I'm not dead yet." Wriggle sat up slowly, resurrection complete. "I don't know why, but all my bugs except the fireflies have been totally listless. Otherwise there's no way I'd have lost that easily." Rumia tilted her head. "Kane-sensei said people like you are making excuses. If you had gone first, you'd have lost even faster. Vampires love eating darkness yokai like you." Wriggle doubled down. Rumia couldn't have cared less. She crouched down and poked the still-grounded Remilia. Why'd she get so mad all of a sudden? Weren't they about to run away? "Please don't be so rude to my lady." Sakuya swatted her little hand away, using the other to massage Remilia's head. Military advisor Wriggle pondered for a moment. "I've got it, she must be hiding the Hakurai Shrine Maiden's daughter. That's why she got so worked up. Let's grab her." A vein popped on Sakuya's temple. "That's not something I can pretend I didn't hear." Chapter 152, Chapter 20, Stage 2 Boss, Bonus Chapter for 100 Power Stones, 1340 words. Did she get beaten to tears? Rumia pointed at Remilia. "Don't be ridiculous. Who got beaten to tears?" Remilia forced the moisture back into her eyes by sheer willpower. With the anti-divine factor in play, that bonk hurt far worse than a sunburn. Losing a limb might not even compare. "Here, eat some cat grass. Don't cry." Yimi grabbed a fistful of cat grass and stuffed it into Remilia's mouth. Remilia spat out the grass immediately and glared at Yimi. "Humiliating your opponent, that really is your clergy's signature move. If you want to fight, hurry it up. Chasing us all the way to Gensokyo, did the outside world run out of demons for you to chase?" "My lady, I'm still here." Sakuya drew her throwing knives. Yimi eyed Remilia with displeasure. She spat out cat grass. She wasn't a cool cat. Yimi dismissed the spear and pulled out her gohei, poking Remilia with it. "Hurry up and hand over Raimu's daughter." Remilia stared at the gohei in her hand. Traces of Raimu's aura still lingered on it. Calling it a powerful artifact would be a stretch, but as proof of being the Hakurai Shrine Maiden's representative, that much checked out. Wasn't the intel supposed to be fake? Sakuya picked up on the discrepancy. "My lady, they don't seem to be here for you." But she is the culprit behind this incident." A slightly detached voice came from behind. That extra something sprouting everywhere, safe to say it originated from her. At the sound of her friend's voice, Remilia scrambled to her feet and straightened up. She glared at Yimi in warning. Be careful, this one's an angel. An angel? Remilia's massive crimson mist and the commotion it caused. Of course Patchouli had heard everything from this close. Patchouli regarded Yimi through half-lidded eyes. Dressed like the black-white rat, carrying a red and white stick, what an irritating get-up. Are you here to steal books from me too? She lifted the brim of Yimi's hat and pinched the girl's cheeks, turning her face left and right. Homunculus. Flask-born construct. Any magician with half a brain would take one look at the newspaper and know something didn't add up. But while Patchouli had dismissed the paper as rubbish when she'd read it that morning, now at close range she hesitated. Because this great magician capable of refining a philosopher's stone genuinely could not identify what kind of creature stood before her. She recalled the morning paper. One photo showed big black-white leading little black-white by the hand. The other showed black-white and red-white walking hand in hand. That mental image made Patchouli's lip twitch. While Patchouli was examining Yimi's face, Yimi was touching Patchouli's belly. Then she turned to Green Bug. Is She Rima's daughter? Patchouli, ? Wriggle wasn't too sure. Are you blind? Patchouli's response was not friendly. I roughly understand your intentions now. Please wait here a moment, we'll bring Rima-san's daughter out shortly. Sakuya suddenly deployed the devious wisdom of an adult. Remilia looked at her, confused. Sakuya discreetly raised a finger to her lips. Just as Patchouli had been drawn here, that massive red mist should have caught Rima's attention too. Whatever reason the brat had for starting an incident, it was their own family business, let them sort it out themselves. You're lying. Why should we trust you? Wriggle stepped forward to object. I'll also prepare some candy as refreshments for our guests. Sakuya replied without missing a beat. Wriggle turned and tugged Yimi's sleeve. She makes a great point. Let's wait here. But the kitten wasn't that gullible. If she doesn't show up, we won't even get candy. Right, you need to leave a hostage. Wriggle pointed at Patchouli, who had appeared out of nowhere. She'll do. Patchouli raised an eyebrow. Wriggle kept churning out terrible ideas. This is where we each pull out a poison ring and chain it to her heart. No telling where she'd picked that up. Impossible. Why do you suddenly think you've won? Remilia rose again, one hand still rubbing her head. The situation has shifted back in our favor. It's fine, Remilia. Your head's probably still throbbing. Patchouli waved her off. I happen to have some questions for this brat anyway. Just go back with Sakuya, you'd probably find the academic discussion boring. Patchy, you're technically a witch too, you know. How can I hand you over to clergy? Why would you think a kid like this qualifies as clergy? She didn't go for the kill just now, did she? Patchouli replied flatly. Besides, I can't ask questions comfortably with you all hovering. Sakuya, take her back. Understood, Patchouli-san. Sakuya scooped up Remilia, whose head was still ringing, and sprinted toward the mansion. Wait, whose maid are you, exactly? Once they were gone, Patchouli crouched to a vantage point just below Yimi's eye level, face blank. Both hands pinched Yimi's cheeks. She skipped straight past the cat grass mechanics. As a creditor, I feel obligated to at least ask this much, black-white, red-white, and you, what exactly is the relationship between the three of you? Relationship? Yimi counted on her fingers, couldn't work out Marissa and Rima's relationship, and just turned to Wriggle instead. Why is she asking that? Dependency on the military advisor, activated. Wriggle shook her head. Probably has a secret crush on one of them. Mischa once told me humans have stories like that. Don't make stuff up right in front of me. Patchouli straightened up with a cold snort. Marissa stole a lot from me. I haven't even gone to collect yet. Wriggle leaned into Yimi's ear and whispered, confirmed crush. A word the kitten didn't know. Cough cough. She'd gotten worked up and nearly forgotten about her frail constitution. Patchouli pressed a hand to her chest and steadied herself. I'm simply concerned about the black-white rat's financial situation. If she marries someone as destitute as Red-White, she might sell my grimoires to get by. Wriggle raised her hand. Which grimoire did she take? Why would I tell you? Patchouli glared, not wanting to engage with this annoying brat. Wriggle continued her whispered analysis to Yimi. She can't even remember which book. Definitely making excuses for being the other woman. Let's just grab her and use her to threaten Red-White's wife. Idiots sometimes display brilliant insight in the strangest places. The kitten sucked on her finger, not understanding a single word. The other woman. Cough cough. Rotten bug, are you done spouting nonsense? She stole too many books, I literally can't keep track. Cough. Patchouli formed an elemental magic circle between her hands. How come she's suddenly mad? Isn't she a hostage? Rumia took a step back. Wriggle ducked behind Yimi and pointed. Stolen that many books and still hasn't gone to collect. If that's not a crush, what is? You cough cough cough. Cough cough. Past her limit, Patchouli charged up a magic cannon and blasted it straight at them. Wriggle yelped, grabbed Yimi's head, and hit the deck. All right, all right. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind, and swatted the magic blast into the sky. Raimu had just arrived. She surveyed Patchouli and the girls at her feet with dead fish eyes. No idea what's going on here, but is the Scarlet Devil Mansion behind this incident? Guess you're next, Mukyu. Who's Mukyu? Cough cough cough, too angry to finish a sentence. Yimi hurriedly hid the gohei behind her back, and moved to plead her case. Wriggle blocked her. That's against the rules. Tradition says the incident maker has to be the final boss. You need at least 4 or 5 people in front of you. Is that so? The kitten delivered Rumia's line, then patted Patchouli on the shoulder. We'll leave this to you, then. Patchouli. They turned and bolted toward the Scarlet Devil Mansion, leaving Patchouli coughing alone. I knew that brat couldn't pull this off by herself. Bring it, Mukyu. Stage 2 boss, Patchouli. Wasn't I a hostage? Chapter 153, Chapter 21, Successful Kidnapping Bonus Chapter for 150 Power Stones, 1157 words. No entry means no entry. As long as I'm standing here, don't even think about setting 1 foot past these gates. Hung Miling looked down at 3 pint-sized troublemakers the way someone would glare at noisy brats disrupting a perfectly good nap. She might doze on the job regularly, but when it came to doing her duty, she was serious. You're so annoying. How nice of Mukyu to volunteer as our decoy. 3 little girls talked over each other, and Miling's brain short-circuited. What was going on? Were they with Patchouli-san? Things looked dire out there. She had no idea what happened. All she'd seen was Sakuya sprinting back with the lady in her arms looking absolutely frantic. Wait, if even Patchouli-san could only buy time, then it had to be her. Red-White. No means no. I haven't received any orders to admit guests. If I let you through without authorization, they'll dock my wages all the way through August 3 years from now. Humph, what a heartless person, willing to watch 3 innocent little girls get torn apart by Red-White right before her eyes. Wriggle launched her offensive, guilt-tripping. Are we going to get torn apart in front of her? Will the blood splash on her face? Rumia opened her mouth wide. Was she drooling a little? Yimi puffed out her chest, meaning, Kitty will protect you. But Wriggle immediately hijacked the line. Nope, because heartless people can't see children's blood. Rumia crouched down and patted Miling's long, fair legs. I'm going to write the word tragic on your legs in blood later. How did I suddenly become the villain? Also, there's no way innocent little girls would get on Red White's bad side, right? Myling sighed, shaking Rumia off her leg. She'd never encountered guilt tripping like this in her life. Not true. Rumia had standing to speak on this matter. During the Scarlet Mist incident, she'd had nothing to do with it and still got beaten up. That really is tragic. Myling clenched her fists. Her entire demeanor shifted, gaze locking forward with dead seriousness. I'll stall Red White at the gate for you. Can't beat her, though. Don't go inside the mansion. Just run that way, toward Misty Lake. Following Myling's gaze, they could see Raimu in the distance, having already speed-cleared Patchouli, whose asthma had flared up again. Her second-run experience was clearly paying off. Spotting Myling in a fighting stance, Raimu's dead fish eyes narrowed. Why are you after Mukyu? Since when were you behind her in the lineup? The Scarlet Devil Mansion's reputation as co-conspirators behind the kitten's incident was now cemented in Raimu's mind. She'd been thinking, that little squirt who still needed help taking a bath, where would she get the ability to pull off something this big? The Scarlet Devil Mansion had to be backing her up. Sent her to school, and this was the result. A bunch of weird friends. How infuriating, the whole thing planned right under her nose. It's a cat grass incident, so why am I re-clearing the Scarlet Devil Mansion? What Patchouli-san actually held her off? Don't waste Mukyu's and Green Hat's sacrifice. Wriggle selectively forgot Myling's warning and dragged Yimi straight into the mansion. Enough talk. An impatient Raimu swung her go-hey. Myling caught it barehanded. She glanced back at the trio. Didn't we agree you wouldn't go inside? Who's sacrificing? Wait, you said Red White was almost dead. Why hasn't her power dropped at all? Hearing that, Raimu swung even harder. They're here. Let me count. The kitten held up her fingers. All Kitty wanted was cat grass available everywhere, all the time. That was a good thing for all cats. Why were Red White and the Scarlet Devil Mansion making such a fuss? Once past Myling, there was essentially no one left to stop them. The mansion's servants were mostly fairies and goblins, and given fairy intelligence levels, the moment they spotted the blonde Rumia they panicked, second young lady. The goblins heard the fairies say it, and didn't dare ask questions. Wriggle counted on her fingers too, then nudged Rumia. You're up next. Is that so? Seeing that line trotted out again, Wriggle pointed at her in exasperation. What's your problem? We already settled this. You might never get the chance to debut this late in the lineup again. She turned to Yimi. Don't you have a home base? Normally the incident maker stays put and waits for challengers to show up. Is that so? The completely clueless kitten frowned. Should she have stayed at the shrine and waited for Raimu to come fight her? Clatter while running, they heard a cardboard box shift beside them. The curious kitten slammed on the brakes, causing the two girls behind her to crash into her back and crumple to the ground. Ow, ow, why'd you stop? Yimi didn't answer. She stared at the box. A strange box. 2 holes cut in the front, 2 more on the sides. From each side hole poked something that looked like a wing, shaped similarly to Remilia's, but without the membrane for flapping. In its place, each segment was a differently colored crystal. Yimi pulled the box off. Underneath sat a very cute blonde girl with crimson eyes, crouching on the ground, staring blankly back at them. This was Remilia's little sister Flandra Scarlet. The kitten ignored her, turned the box over in her hands, and put it on her own head. It covered her down to her waist. Let's go. She gave Flandra a fistful of cat grass as payment for the box, then continued running in this mysterious get-up. Flandra looked down at the grass in her palm, dazed. She didn't react until they'd rounded the corner. Give it back. Wait, how did you just walk past a whole person? This time Wriggle hit the brakes, grabbing the other two by their collars. Flandra, who had caught up, bumped her nose on the back of Wriggle's head. Wriggle turned and scrutinized her. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Flan hasn't seen you either. Flandra snatched the box back from Yimi. This was her latest discovery for stealth crawling around the mansion. Crouch inside and she was indistinguishable from a real cardboard box. Even someone as meticulous as Sakuya only ever glanced at it and walked past during patrols. No mistake, it's her. Wriggle jabbed a finger at Flandra's chest. Flandra looked down at her own chest blankly. The strategically brilliant military advisor pressed on. Kane-sensei taught us that humans have this thing called heredity. Look at her hair, it's the same gold as Red White's wife. And those eyes red, just like Red White. So it is you. Yimi's eyes went wide with realization. Raimu hid her well. Kitty had lived at the shrine all that time and never knew. She waved a commanding hand. Take her. Rumia grabbed Flandra by the waist and hoisted the girl roughly her own size above her head. Flandra. Chapter 154, Chapter 22, They yelled about friendship and bonds and stuff. 1158 words. How do you tie this? Yimi held up a rope she'd swiped from who knows where, holding it up to Flandra's clasped hands. The kitten couldn't tie knots. Her shoes didn't even have laces. I think I saw Yukine tie someone up once, but I forgot how. Wriggle was no help. Rumia was even more useless, head empty, knowing nothing. I think it's like this, loop that part through this gap and pull tight. But if you pull too hard, the rope breaks. Last time I pulled the rope tying up a chicken, a bunch of juice squirted out. Flandra sat on the ground studying the problem alongside them. Sakuya sometimes tied up dolls Flandra had destroyed to keep the stuffing in before sewing them back together. Watch enough times and you pick it up naturally. Oh, you're pretty good at this. And so, with Flandra's help, they successfully bound her hands and feet, hoisted her up and ran. Boom! Raimu punched straight through the wall, too impatient for doors, and emerged covered in dust. Pretty resourceful for a little brat. Let me see what the Scarlet Devil Mansion bribed you with. Don't move, we've got your daughter. Yimi had Rumia set Flandra down, and began the threat. Raimu stared at them with dead fish eyes. What the hell? Isn't my daughter supposed to be you? Bah, sent the rumored daughter supposed to be you. Whose turn is it next? The kitten looked at Wriggle, still not understanding why they couldn't all rush in together. I know it's her. Rumia pushed Flandra forward. Wriggle shot her a withering look. Are you stupid? She's the critical hostage. Second to last at the earliest. Is that so? The order changed again. Second to last. Flandra didn't understand what they were discussing, but cooperatively nodded along. I'll go second to last. Whatever this was, it seemed fun. I already fought once, so it's your turn. Wriggle poked Rumia. It's already my turn. But why did I even come here? Rumia looked genuinely surprised. Wriggle folded her arms, thoroughly annoyed. If you're not going to help, why did you tag along? Good point. Rumia produced her spell cards. A mass of darkness engulfed her body. As a yokai, she possessed a formidable power all her own. The ability to manipulate the level of darkness. Exactly what it sounded like. Even in broad daylight, she could conjure darkness to blanket an area, rendering everything within invisible to the naked eye. The most primal fear in the human heart, given form. Rumia charged at Raimu. Raimu sidestepped. Rumia barreled headlong into the pillar behind Raimu, flopped onto her back, eyes spinning in spirals, spell cards scattered across the floor. She couldn't see through her own darkness either, so using the ability frequently meant crashing into trees. Yimi called out the nickname she'd given her. Pathetic goes down that fast and she says I'm useless. Wriggle delivered the death blow from the sidelines, her legs trembling ever so slightly. She just realized that with Rumia down, she was next in the rotation to face the Crimson Slasher. Raimu's so strong. The kitten sighed. All those people, and not one of them managed to stop her. That's because you picked a bunch of misfits. Raimu's gaze swept across the remaining three. Flandre, dragged into this for no reason whatsoever, was admittedly the only actual threat among them. Today's incident gauntlet is running backwards from the usual, isn't it? It was getting easier as she went. Humph, don't you dare look down on us. Wriggle gritted her teeth. Yimi scooped up the spell cards Rumia had dropped. These seemed to be Gensokyo's standard combat tools, just as bizarre as the mandatory one-at-a-time rule. Most of them just needed to be thrown. Projectiles, basically. The kitten knew what to do. She tapped Wriggle on the shoulder. Wriggle turned and saw the spear that had beaten Remilia materialize in Yimi's hand. Then Yimi grabbed her. What are you? Wriggle was seized and spun around the spear shaft like a kinsect on an insect glaive. Yimi pressed Rumia's spell cards against her body, and the power absorbed instantly. Wriggle's feet touched ground again. A ribbon of pitch-black energy coiled from her flanks, looped up around her neck, and draped itself like a celestial maiden's silk scarf or the dark flames of a Zoan awakening from a certain pirate world. Wriggle bumped her fists together. Ooh, I don't know what just happened, but I'm overflowing with power. Achievement unlocked, you're powered up, get in there. Reward, portal energy plus 5%, an incomprehensible display that made Raimu straighten her stance slightly. Rumia's darkness coursed through Wriggle. This was no simple 1+1 equation, because Wriggle was no ordinary insect yokai. She was a firefly yokai, a single point of light in the darkness. Meaning she could now generate darkness like Rumia while simultaneously illuminating the darkness she'd created. That changes absolutely nothing. Raimu pulled out a can of bug spray and blasted Wriggle in the face. Cough, cough, cough. Blah, blah, blah. Wriggle rolled on the ground in agony. The military advisor was temporarily offline. Green bug. The kitten clenched her small fist. How dare you stomp all over the blending between us? Raimu folded her arms. She reads 2 pages of a picture book and this is what she picks up. Hurry up and get rid of the weeds you grew, or I'll smack you. Don't get cocky, I still have. Yimi poked Flandre. The hostage can fight on my side. I'm the hostage. Flandre had broken free of the ropes at some point and introduced herself, chin held high. Why does the hostage count as your ally? Do you people even know what a hostage is? I've never seen anyone announce I'm the hostage that proudly. Since when was this vampire a hostage that threatens me? Raimu dug through her pockets and produced a piece of candy she'd long forgotten about, heat warped from its original square into a flat disc and tossed it to Flandre. A present from Marissa. Go play somewhere. Flandre examined the sorry-looking candy in her hand, dropped it on the ground, and stomped it flat. Yimi jabbed a finger at Raimu. You're trying to drive a wedge between me and the hostage. Don't try it. Flandre raised her sword in solidarity. If that candy had looked even slightly presentable, she would have accepted. 2 days of school and she already knows the word wedge. Damn it, that was my candy, I couldn't even bring myself to eat it. You want to do this the hard way. Have it your way. Raimu balled her fists. Let's go, The kitten had only read a few pages of that manga, and couldn't quite remember the lines. For the sake of our friendship. System prompted. For the sake of our friendship. Yimi echoed. Flandre, kidnapped roughly 3 minutes ago, nodded vigorously. Let's get her. Achievement unlocked, they yelled about friendship and bonds and stuff, then charged right in. Reward, portal energy plus 5%. Chapter 155, Chapter 23, Planting Flags for You. 1182 words, taboo for of a kind. Taboo Lavatian. Raimu swung her freshly made gohei to hold off the onslaught. Playing the villain, and you're still shouting victory slogans straight out of a manga. Fine, since you started it, don't blame me for what comes next. Flandra Scarlet possessed the ability to destroy absolutely anything. She could shift the weak point of whatever she named an eye into the palm of her hand and crush it. Across all of Gensokyo, her destructive powers stood in a class of its own. Even Raimu ranked her near the top of the headache scale. And as a girl not yet 500 years old, she lacked any mature sense of restraint. Toys, living things, anything in her hands could wind up shattered to pieces. Which was precisely why, before Remilia unleashed the Scarlet Mist incident and got smacked down by Raimu, Flandra had been locked in her room and forbidden from leaving. Her sister had loosened the house arrest since then, but the damage was done. She'd already become a homebody who never wanted to step outside. Raimu recited aloud as if narrating a script. Even so, deep in Flandra's heart, she truly yearned for the world beyond. Once I win this fight, I'll walk outside with my head held high. All my friends are waiting for me with everyone by my side, there's nothing left to be afraid of. That's what she was thinking. Who's thinking that? Flandra stared at Raimu in bewilderment, then raised her blade. But Flan is going to win. You got that part right. What she didn't realize was that Raimu's setup was already complete. Good, I can see a death flag on your forehead. Divine Spirit Fantasy Seal, blink dash. A barrage of Danmaka too dense for the mansion corridors to contain erupted, tearing a gaping hole through the structure faster than anyone could react. Fantasy nature. Type O blood ice cream, I really want another bite. That's what Flandra was thinking as she faced the power in Raimu's hands. Raimu kept narrating. Flan was not thinking that. They crossed paths. The Doomsday Sword in Flandra's grip, named for the burning of the world, warped the air into a shimmering arc. The catnip that had crept indoors couldn't survive even a moment under the heat. Before Flandra even closed the distance, the searing heat deformed Raimu's clothes. Yet she neither dodged nor flinched, charging head-on. A yin-yang orb brimming with massive spiritual power pressed flat against Flandra's chest. Behind her erupted a black and white sphere the size of a full moon, blanketing half the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Now it's just you. Raimu aimed her gohei at Yimi. Some brat who'd skimmed maybe 2 pages of manga, how could she compare to a seasoned veteran who'd mooched food, drinks, and comics at Corindescence forever? Yimi counted on her fingers. Flandra made number 5. Hateful Raimu, Yuri, so mean even to your own daughter. That's what I'm saying, the daughter isn't you, bah. The daughter in the rumors isn't you, is she? Raimu spun her gohei. The kitten scampered over to the fallen Flandra, gently turned her over, and stared at her swirling, spiral-eyed face. She wanted to say something, but the right words wouldn't come. System, matching contextually appropriate lines for the current scene. Yimi placed her hand softly on Flandra's forehead and recited the system suggestion, God will bless you. You are a little dim-witted, kid. Raimu deadpanned. She glanced down. The catnip that had been completely incinerated during the clash moments ago was already sprouting back around her feet. Raimu tapped her gohei against the ground. You're only about 1 year old, right? Hurry up and clean this mess. Admittedly, it's a bit early even for a human kid, but I think it's time to give you a proper childhood lesson. Come lay across my lap now and I'll go easier on you. Yimi rose slowly to her feet. She didn't draw the spear of Longinus. Instead, a gohei materialized in her hand. Hit Raimu gently. I knew you stole it and you actually dare pull it out in front of me. Raimu's temper flared. Enough talk. Yimi swung forward. Famine's gaunt frame threw a punch. Weird thing. Raimu barely blocked it with her own spiritually reinforced gohei, which happened to be exactly what Yimi needed to complete red light sampling. Yimi settled into a stance and challenged, Why do you want to get rid of the cat grass? You started an incident and you're asking why. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? I should be asking you what possessed you to pull this stunt as payback. Raimu shook her ankle, freshly retangled in catnip. Who'd be troubled? Cats love this stuff. Yimi genuinely didn't understand. Doesn't Rima like it? For cats, catnip was essentially a stimulant with zero side effects. You know what, I think your comprehension might be defective. Don't tell me you think everyone's a cat. Rima folded her arms, gradually sinking with Yimi's wavelength. You need a proper education. But before that, let me give you a taste of what happens to naughty kids. Rima skipped the spell cards entirely. She just gripped her gohei and swung. Yimi wanted to retort but the words wouldn't come. She turned to the system for help again. Searching for contextually appropriate lines. The kitten recited what the system listed. I just wanna create a world where everyone can laugh and smile. She was very satisfied. Not a single hard word in that whole sentence. Rima's charge stuttered mid-stride. It wasn't that she was suddenly moved, she was picturing the kitten treating everyone as a cat, then reconsidering the havoc she'd caused through that lens. Rima looked down at the vast carpet of catnip. The corner of her mouth twitched. What kind of laughter are you going for here? A spiritually charged swing cracked down, clashing against the gohei that had once been hers. But what Rima hadn't expected was the near-infinite torrent of mana erupting from that tiny body, launching half the Scarlet Devil mansion clean into the sky. Down on the half that remained standing, Remilia clutched her chest as her headache finally subsided. She collapsed into her throne-like chair, both skinny arms stretched out just to reach the armrests. Why was this mother-daughter pair tearing apart her home with their family squabble? She'd even rushed over a jar of premium 14th night sake the moment she heard Rima was dying. Even if you can't drink the stuff, selling it would have fetched a pretty penny. Sakuya, put this on Rima's tab. My lady, Miss Rima won't pay damages. In the aftermath, Yimi felt the spiritual power radiating from Rima. She extended her small hand, gathered a layer of mana, and used adaptive power to try converting it into the same source through miracle. Because Rima was the Hakurai Shrine Maiden. So if she copied Rima, she should be able to become one too. Rima raised her hand and examined the gohei section snapped clean off the end. Her expression hardened. Seems I really did underestimate you, kid. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.